Chapter 1, Wasteland, Warrior, and Strange Beasts. In 2030, Lon City, Heavenly Dynasty on Blue Star. I was busy in the back kitchen of a rundown restaurant when a burly man walked in and bellowed, "Jung Han, 1 tomato and egg stir-fry, 1 twice-cooked pork, and 4 bowls of rice." "Hurry up, I'm starving." "Coming right up," I replied from the kitchen. A few minutes later, I walked out wearing an apron with 2 dishes in hand, then turned back to fetch 4 bowls of rice. The portions of both the dishes and rice were generous, enough to feed 4 people, yet they were all placed in front of the burly man. I set the rice bowl down but didn't leave, sitting across from the burly man and asking, "Uncle Who, you're back from the wasteland?" Uncle Who lifted the rice bowl and wolfed down 2 big mouthfuls first. I asked again, "How was the haul this time?" Don't even mention it." Uncle Who paused from eating, pulled a cigarette case from his pocket, lit one, and slowly said, "The haul was pretty good at first, but who knew we'd run into a Lord-class steel bristle boar king? The damn thing went berserk, charging at anything that moved. Hiding in buildings didn't help. One charge from that beast could topple load-bearing columns. Had to ditch everything to escape, only managed to keep what was in the extra-dimensional storage. If we hadn't rushed into the subway tunnel to stop that beast, none of us would have made it back this time. Even so, your Uncle Lee lost an arm just barely escaping with his life. All the spoils will go to your Uncle Lee. Later, help me stew a pot of old hen soup. I'll deliver it to your Uncle Lee for nourishment." Uncle Who stood over 1.8 meters tall, all muscle, usually casual and carefree, but I could sense the lingering fear in his words right now. I remained silent after hearing this. I'd never been to the wastelands. Truth was, ever since the dimensional portals opened and alien beasts descended, after Earth's original species evolved ahead of humanity, most of the planet's land and all oceans became forbidden zones for humans. Only tiny pockets of territory remained under human control. Humanity was once on the brink of extinction. Fortunately, while the dimensional portals brought disaster, they also caused spiritual energy to revive on Blue Star, enabling humans to awaken talents and cultivate. Such individuals are called martial artists. By combining cold weapons with firearms, they barely managed to push back the front lines, maintaining decades of relative peace. Uncle Who is one such martial artist. He can eat 4 bowls of rice in one meal. Speaking of which, aren't you almost 18? Shouldn't you be awakening soon? Uncle Who pinched out his cigarette, picked up his rice bowl, and asked between bites. "I awakened last week already." My face twisted into a wry smile. "How's it going? What talent did you awaken?" "A C-rank talent, Heavy Strike." "Heavy Strike? Not too bad, I guess." I knew Uncle Who was trying to comfort me. C-rank was the lowest grade, and although most people awaken C-rank talents, I understood that this lowest grade determined my ceiling. I probably wouldn't make it to the wastelands in this lifetime. For warriors like Uncle Who could enter the wastelands, except for the rare few with supportive C-rank talents, most had at least B-rank talents. Uncle Who picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, savoring it with half-closed eyes. "Nothing beats your cooking." After 2 weeks in the wastelands eating those damn ration packs, I was about to puke. "Next time I'll prepare a few dishes for you to take with you when you leave," I said with a smile. Death lurked at every corner in the wilderness. Even seasoned warriors like Uncle Who could perish from the slightest carelessness. Others might scoff at Uncle Who's words, but he and the 4 other members of his squad had watched me grow up. Though we weren't blood-related, they all treated me as their nephew. "For now, Uncle Who, why don't you eat first?" "I'll go stew some old hen soup," I said, rising to my feet and wiping my hands on my apron. Before heading to the kitchen, I placed a bottle of water on the table. I grabbed an old hen from the coop behind the courtyard, clutching its wings to keep it from flailing, then pressed it onto the cutting board. With a swift motion, I raised the cleaver and brought it down across the hen's neck. Killing the chicken, draining its blood, and plucking its feathers, this sequence of actions I'd repeated countless times since middle school, but this time was different. The heavy blow talent activated, instantly increasing the force in my hands, and the chicken's neck was cleanly severed. At the same time, an electronic synthetic voice echoed in my mind, "Ordinary hen killed. Experience +1. Current experience, 1/1000. C-grade talent Heavy Blow activated. Proficiency +1. Current proficiency, 1/100. Chapter 2, The Online Game System. The sudden voice made my hands freeze mid-action, loosening my grip. The hen flapped twice, splattering chicken blood onto my pants. But right now, I couldn't care less about the bird. What was that sound? I scanned my surroundings but found no one else. Where did the voice come from? As if responding to my doubts, the synthesized electronic voice echoed in my mind again, ding. Online game system binding successful. Newbie gift package has been issued. Newbie gift package has been opened. Congratulations, host, you have obtained System Warehouse *1, Cultivation Experience Card *1, Talent Upgrade Card *1. Suddenly, a pale blue light screen appeared before my eyes, displaying, Host, Zhang Han. Combat rating, 325 level, 1. Strength, 25 agility, 23 constitution, 26 spirit, 17 experience required for next level, 1/1000 current talent, C-grade talent, heavy strike LV1, current talent proficiency, heavy strike, 1 out of 100, current available items, training experience card *1, talent upgrade card *1 current system space remaining, 0/1000. I was certain I hadn't mistaken it, the luminous curtain truly existed, yet when I reached out to touch it, my hands grasped nothing. Was this an awakened talent? No, I've already undergone my awakening. If not innate talent, then how should this be explained? I've played online games after humans reversed the defensive lines and maintained stability for decades. Life largely returned to its pre-catastrophe state, with bars, internet cafes, and karaoke venues thriving once again. But does the online game system really exist? I can't deny everything I see. I simply stop worrying about it and let it go. At least the system is beneficial to me. I picked up the completely dead old hen, drained its blood, boiled water, and plucked its feathers. Once the old hen was simmering in the pot, I freed up my hands to thoroughly study the system. System panel, I muttered silently in my mind. The pale blue screen appeared again, a feature I'd just figured out. A mere thought or mental summons was enough to call or dismiss the system interface. As before, the same data appeared. This time, I focused my attention on the system storage. Store the current object in system storage? The system prompt sounded. Glancing at the soup ladle in my hand, I silently confirmed. In the next moment, the ladle vanished instantly, leaving my hands suddenly empty. The attribute panel disappeared before my eyes, and I felt my consciousness transported to an inexplicable space. The space was vast, at least twice as large as the 50 square meter kitchen at the back, not to mention the height, which brought the total volume to around 150 cubic meters. A rough estimate put the entire space at about 1,000 cubic meters, essentially a 10 by 10 by 10 cube. Not bad at all. I withdrew my consciousness, and with a mere thought, the soup ladle reappeared in my hand. This system space was quite handy. After testing it back and forth a few times, though, I lost interest. For now, it could only be used for magic tricks, hardly practical. I shifted my attention to the remaining 2 item cards from the beginner's gift pack, Cultivation Experience Card *1, Talent Upgrade Card *1. The description for the former read, doubles the experience points and talent proficiency gained from killing monsters for 3 hours after use. As for the Talent Upgrade card, upgrades a talent by 1 minor level after use. I took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. Talents could level up? This was something I hadn't anticipated, because once awakened, talents never change. That's precisely why judging someone's potential to become a martial artist simply depends on observing their talents. Now, the system has genuinely surprised me. If talents can be upgraded, does that mean I could become a martial artist too? The system prompt sounded, use talent upgrade card now? Without hesitation, I responded, yes. Immediately after, I heard, talent upgrade card successfully used. C-level talent heavy strike has been upgraded to B-level talent critical strike. Critical strike, attacks have a 30% chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing damage equal to strength multiplied by 3. Listening to the system's feedback, I was temporarily at a loss for words. I remembered when I went for testing after my talent awakened last time, the heavy strike only doubled my strength with a mere 10% trigger rate. But now, with a 30% trigger rate and triple the strength damage, it's incomparably stronger than before. I considered testing it out but ultimately decided against it. Testing requires going to the gymnasium, which costs $1,000 per session, money I definitely don't have. As the talent upgrade card was successfully used, my attribute panel changed accordingly. It now displayed, host, Jung Han. Combat rating, 516 level, 1. Strength, 25 agility, 23 constitution, 26 spirit, 17 experience required for next level, 1/1000 current talent, B-grade talent, critical strike, current talent proficiency, LV1, 1/500, available items, training experience card *1 current system space remaining, 0/1000. After the talent upgrade, my combat power increased by 191 points, that's the real game changer. I trained relentlessly for 6 years since middle school, barely pushing my combat power to 325. And now, with just one talent card, I've made such a massive leap. Chapter 3, Talent Upgrade, breaking the 500 threshold. Surpassing 516 combat power means I've finally crossed the threshold to become a quasi-martial artist. Now, I'm one big step closer to becoming a true martial artist capable of venturing into the wastelands to hunt mutated beasts. What matters even more is that achieving quasi-martial artist status, combined with my B-grade talent, qualifies me for priority training from my school. I'll gain access to combat techniques and even receive a monthly government stipend of 2,000 yuan. And all these changes were brought about by just one reward item card from the system. My heart was instantly flooded with ecstasy. With this online game system, my life would never be ordinary again. Taking a deep breath, I picked up the kitchen knife again and chopped down hard on the cutting board. This time, there was no particular sensation, the blade only sank shallowly into the board. No talent triggered, try again. I pulled out the knife and chopped once more. This time, I clearly felt a surge of power rush from within my body straight to my right arm. With a dull thud, the kitchen knife buried itself a third of its length into the cutting board that moments before had only shown light marks. System notification, B-grade talent critical strike activated. Proficiency +1. Current proficiency, 2 of 500. Staring at the embedded knife on the cutting board, I found myself momentarily at a loss. If this strike landed on a mutant beast, it should leave quite a significant wound. Though I'd never fought a mutant beast before, my cultural studies classes had covered enough for me to be reasonably certain when the talent activated, breaking through a mutant beast's defenses wouldn't be a problem. I let out a long breath and pulled out the kitchen knife. It's worth mentioning that even after such violent hacking, this kitchen knife showed no signs of damage or dulling. This also gave me a rough idea of my current strength. Just one ability card boosted my power this much, imagine if I used the other one too. I was eager to enhance my combat capability because there were only 3 months left until the college entrance exam. In this world, the exam placed little emphasis on academic subjects, combat power was the primary and non-negotiable criterion. The minimum requirement for university admission was awakening a talent and reaching a combat power of 300. Top-tier institutions like those in Celestial Dynasty had entry thresholds of at least an A-rank talent or a combat power exceeding 2,000. Being admitted meant immediately qualifying as a martial artist. With my current B-level talent and just over 500 combat power, I might barely make it into a decent university, far from enough. But with the system aiding me, I feel I can strive for something better. The talent upgrade card boosted my combat power by nearly 200 points, so how big of a surprise would the training experience card bring? The system description states, training experience card, upon use, doubles the experience points gained from killing monsters for 3 hours. Reading this, I had an answer in my heart. A long while later, I poured the old hen soup from the clay pot into a lunchbox. Outside, Uncle, who had long finished his meal and was on a phone call. "I'm not refusing to go," he said. "But after Old Lee got injured, we're short a scout. If we charge in recklessly like this, I'm afraid we won't complete the mission, and worse, something else might happen." Sigh, "Alright then. We'll set off in 3 days. I'll check with some friends to see if anyone's free to accompany us into the wasteland." "Okay, let's leave it at that for now." After hanging up the phone, Uncle Who let out a long sigh. I walked over with the lunchbox and placed it on the table, asking, "What's wrong, Uncle Who? Are you guys heading to the wasteland again?" "Yeah, didn't I just mention it? Last time we went to the wasteland, we ran into the steel-bristled Boar King on our way back and lost everything. Actually, that trip was for a company contract to collect some materials. But now all the materials are gone. To avoid breaching the contract, your uncle long suggested making another trip inside." I listened silently. In truth, the wasteland isn't entirely a threat to humans. The mutated flora and fauna from Blue Star, with their altered physiology, contain many valuable resources. Some serve as medicinal ingredients, others can be synthesized into new materials, and some make fine decorative pieces. Because of this, Blue Star's technological development has broken through decades of stagnation, with the new materials provided by mutated creatures playing a key role. Many companies now specialize in this trade. I longed to follow Uncle Tiger into the Wasteland to see it for myself. But I knew that unless my combat power exceeded 1,000 points and I obtained my warrior certification, I wouldn't even be allowed past the border defenses. So, improving my strength remained my top priority. "Alright, I'm off now," Uncle Tiger said as he picked up the meal box from the table. "Tell your dad when he gets back that I'll share a drink with him next time I visit." With those words, he headed out. "Got it, Uncle Hu, take care on your way." I stood at the door to see Uncle Hu off, then immediately pulled down the restaurant's roller shutter. Chapter 4, Chicken Slaughter Upgrade. Xiao Jiang, here to buy chickens again? The middle-aged man at the guard post greeted me, and I responded with a smile. Since the mutation of plants and animals, unchanged animals have become few and far between, dealing a heavy blow to the livestock industry. On one hand, the number of non-mutated animals suitable for large-scale breeding has drastically decreased. On the other hand, even bred animals could mutate at any time. As a result, the government took direct control of this market, deploying martial artists to farms with orders to kill any animals showing signs of mutation. In Lan City, where I lived, there were 7 breeding farms supplying 80% of the city's meat consumption. The remaining 20% came from martial artists hunting mutated beasts in the wilderness. I'm currently at a specialized chicken farm. I used to come here often to buy chickens, so I'm fairly familiar with the guard uncle. But this time, I'm not here to buy chickens, I'm here to kill them. System upgrades require experience points, and since I can't enter the wastelands to hunt mutant beasts for experience, I've thought it through. A chicken farm is the perfect solution. At a farm like this, slaughtering over 10,000 chickens a day is considered a slow day. With the cultivation experience card activated, leveling up to Tier 2 shouldn't be a problem. Standing by the guard booth window, I asked, "By the way, Uncle Lee, are you still hiring chicken slaughterers here?" The middle-aged man replied, "We are." "You looking for part-time work?" Then he pointed down a path, "Just follow this road to Area B2. I followed the direction Uncle Lee pointed out, and B2 area wasn't hard to find. This 1,000-acre breeding farm was well planned. Under the pretense of a weekend part-time job, I ultimately earned 80 yuan for 4 hours of work. After changing into a coarse linen work uniform, I entered the slaughterhouse workshop. The chicken killing job was simple: go to the assigned station, wait for the previous worker to deliver live chickens, then grab one and slit its throat. The rest would be handled by others. Though I'd never worked here before, I knew how to kill chickens. I said to the system, "Use cultivation experience card." System notification: cultivation experience card successfully activated. Experience gained from killing monsters doubled, talent proficiency doubled. Remaining time, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. I killed a regular hen, and the system notified, "Regular hen killed, experience +2. Current experience, 3/1000. B-grade talent critical strike triggered, proficiency +2. Current proficiency, 4 of 500. It works. Hearing the system prompt in my mind instantly filled me with motivation. I shouted at the middle-aged man who had just delivered live chickens and was about to leave, "Uncle, could you bring me more?" The middle-aged man gave me a puzzled look. This job wasn't about the more you kill, the more you earn. It was paid by the hour. Others always tried to slack off, so why was I eager to do more work? Though he had doubts in his heart, he didn't say much and simply nodded in agreement before leaving. I gazed at those 2 baskets of live chickens, my eyes filled with longing. These were nothing but walking experience points. With the double XP card effect active right now, I just had to grind as much experience as possible. After all, opportunities like this don't come around often. Killed 1 ordinary hen, gained +2 experience. B-rank talent critical strike triggered, proficiency +2. B-grade talent critical strike. For 2 whole hours, I'd nearly lost count of how many chickens I'd slaughtered. This repetitive, mechanical work had left my mind numb. However many they brought me, that's how many I killed. Eventually, many people started looking at me like I was some kind of monster. They must have been wondering, doesn't this guy ever get tired? For a part-time wage of just dozens of yuan, was it really necessary to work this hard? What others thought naturally didn't concern me. The only things that truly moved me were the constant +2 experience notifications echoing in my mind and that ever-progressing status bar. The proficiency and talent improves a bit slower than the experience bar, mainly because the trigger chance is only 30%. But even so, after 2 hours, it had already surpassed 400, and just a few more triggers would max it out. As the blade in my hand came down on the chicken, the system notification in my mind changed. Ordinary hen slain. Experience +2. B-grade talent critical strike triggered. Proficiency +2. Ding. Congratulations, host. Experience points have reached 1000. Level automatically increased by 1. Current level, LV2. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the mission system. Congratulations, host, for receiving a reward of 100 free attribute points. Congratulations, host, for triggering the beginner mission, Butcher. Butcher, slay 100 units of any kind. Mission reward, additional talent slot *1 inch. A series of notification chimes jolted my numbed nerves into immediate excitement. Open status panel. A pale blue light screen materialized before my eyes, revealing changes to my original attributes. Host, Jiang Han, combat rating, 516. Level, 2, Strength, 25 Agility, 23 Constitution, 26 Spirit, 17. Available attribute points, 100, experience needed for next level, January 2000. Current talent, B-grade talent, critical strike LV1. Current talent proficiency, critical strike, 420 to 500. Available items, none, system inventory space remaining 0/1000. Current mission, Butcher, the level increased by 1, combat power remained unchanged, but it rewarded 100 attribute points and unlocked the mission system. Reading the novice mission introduction, I suddenly realized the system could not only upgrade talents but also allow me to possess multiple talents. System, distribute these 100 attribute points equally across the 4 core stats. My hands didn't stop working as I absent-mindedly allocated those 100 free attribute points. All 4 core stats originally surpassed the 40-point threshold, with the highest physique even breaking 50 to reach 51. At first, I struggled slightly to adapt to the sudden doubling of physical attributes, but fortunately, the sensation wasn't too intense. Before obtaining the system, I had consistently trained, so my control over physical force was fairly adept. In just a few minutes, after triggering several critical hits, I had completely mastered this sudden surge of physical prowess. Ding! Congratulations, host! Proficiency in B-grade talent critical hit has reached 500 out of 500. Level increased by 1. Current level, LV2. Critical hit effect upgraded, attacks now have a 40% chance to trigger, dealing damage equal to strength times 4. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the novice mission, Butcher. Mission rewards have been issued. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the second stage enemy elimination mission, Thousand Slayer. Thousand Slayer, eliminate any 1000 units. Mission reward, additional talent slot *1. Ding! The cultivation experience card time has ended. This cultivation session lasted 3 hours, granting additional experience points 749 and additional talent proficiency 298. Hearing the system notification in my mind announcing the end of the cultivation card's duration, I finally stopped my movements. After tasting the sweetness brought by the cultivation experience card, I didn't pause for a moment in my efforts, not even diverting my attention to check the series of system prompts earlier. Now that the cultivation card's duration has ended, I can finally take a break and take a look at the gains from this session. In just 3 short hours, my attribute panel has undergone earth-shaking changes. Host, Jiang Han, combat rating, 1208. Level, 2, Strength, 50 Agility, 48 Constitution, 51 Spirit, 42. Available attribute points, 0, experience required for next level, 501/2000. Current talent, B-grade talent, critical strike LV2. Current talent proficiency, critical strike, 101/1000. Currently available talent slots remaining, 1. Currently available items, none. Current system space remaining 0/1000. Current mission/1000 kills, combat power has officially surpassed the 1000 mark. I'm not sure how the system calculates combat power, but there's no doubt that the only thing separating me from being a true martial artist now is an official martial artist certification. After checking the combat power records, I felt more confident. Allocating 100 attribute points equally among the 4 dimensions boosted my combat power by 420. Talent upgraded, increasing the trigger rate by 10%, with the strength multiplier boosted from *3 to *4, bringing me an additional 272 combat power points. The strength multiplier of this talent is based on my doubled base 4-dimension attributes, resulting in an even greater combat power boost. Originally, with 25 strength, a critical hit's triple multiplier would deal 75 points of damage. Now that my strength has reached 50 points, the quadruple multiplier directly hits 200 points, more than double the previous output. Such a direct damage amplification has skyrocketed my combat power by nearly 700 points in just 3 hours. Compared to the 325 combat power points I painstakingly accumulated over several years before obtaining the system, these system-enhanced leaps have effortlessly doubled and redoubled my capabilities. Is this the joy of having a cheat ability? I used to envy those geniuses with high-level innate talents that could boost their combat power by thousands of points upon awakening. Now, I just want to say, the happiness of system ownership is beyond your imagination. Right now, the most important thing for me is to finish the work at hand, then buy an awakening stone to awaken my second talent. I'm incredibly excited about my second talent. Once awakened, my combat power will skyrocket again, maybe even push past 1500. Then I can take the assessment to get my warrior certification, which will qualify me for the Wastelands. Growing up, Tiger Uncle and others talked about the Wastelands constantly, and I've always felt drawn to it. But as I got older and learned more about how brutal it is there, that longing faded somewhat. Now, with my ability to grow stronger simply by killing monsters, I can clearly sense that the Wastelands are exactly where I belong. You've done well, young man. How about coming here as a full-time worker? A middle-aged man in a suit with a supervisor badge hanging around his neck said as he handed me 100 alliance bills in cash. No thanks, I have school tomorrow. I'm just working part-time for some pocket money, I replied with a smile, pulling out $20 from my pocket to hand back to him. Keep it. You've worked hard, I saw it all. You've earned it. With my efficiency, I practically did the work of 2 people. If anything, the supervisor got the better deal. Hearing that, I didn't say much more. While gaining experience was my main goal here, earning extra money was never a bad thing. After thanking him, I changed out of my work clothes and left the slaughterhouse. 4 hours had passed, and the sun had shifted from directly overhead to slanting in the sky. I glanced at my wristwatch and dashed toward home. The effects of my enhanced 4-dimensional attributes were immediately noticeable. Not only was my strength increased, but with the total of my 4 attributes approaching 200 points, my top sprinting speed easily surpassed 15 meters per second, covering 100 meters in just over 6 seconds. Even at a steady pace, I could maintain a speed of over 10 meters per second for about half an hour. This was the result of doubling my attribute values. Agility boosted my speed, while constitution enhanced my stamina. 3 kilometers from home, I reached the front of our family restaurant in just over 5 minutes. After a few deep breaths, I quickly regulated my breathing. The rolling shutter I had pulled down when leaving earlier was now pushed up by someone. Dad? I called out as I walked into the restaurant, but there was no response. I glanced toward the kitchen. A middle-aged man in a leather jacket stood with his back to me, holding a bottle of strong liquor in his hand. Dad, why didn't you answer me? I casually grabbed an apron hanging by the kitchen door and slipped it on. What do you feel like eating today? I'll cook for you. Dad remained silent, just staring blankly at the cutting board in front of him. Dad? I walked over and patted his arm. He finally turned his head to look at me before tilting his head back and taking a long swig from the liquor bottle. Make some snacks to go with the drinks. Keep me company. With that, Dad walked out of the kitchen, still holding the bottle. Watching his back, I felt something was off. He had never let me drink before, always calling for Uncle Who and the others whenever he wanted company. But I didn't think much of it. Preparing snacks to go with drinks was easy, and in just a few minutes, I carried out 2 plates of food and set them on the table. Dad had already lined up the liquor, 4 full bottles of strong white spirits, each weighing half a kilo. But this was nothing unusual for me. Normally when Dad drinks with Uncle Hu and the others, he can finish all 4 bottles by himself, drinking straight from the bottle. Today, he'd surprisingly prepared a glass and poured it to the brim. "Dad, why did you suddenly want to drink with me today?" I asked, accepting the glass he handed me. "When you were younger, you couldn't drink because you were too small. But now that you're an adult, you can." Dad's face was scruffy with stubble, looking a bit unkempt and worn out. "Did you make that chop mark on the cutting board?" Dad asked, looking at me. "Yeah, when my talent awakened earlier, I got a C-grade heavy strike ability. Couldn't control my strength properly, so that happened." I didn't mention obtaining the system or my talent ranking up, planning to surprise him after getting my martial artist certification. Dad simply nodded and pointed at the liquor glass, signaling me to drink. I hesitated before lifting the glass. The strong, pungent alcohol smell instantly hit me, making my head spin with natural aversion. But not wanting to disappoint Dad, I threw my head back and chugged it down. Instantly, a burning sensation spread from my throat down to my stomach, and I couldn't help but cough. It had nothing to do with physical fitness. I'd never even had beer before, let alone hard liquor. Seeing my reaction, Dad burst into laughter, and watching him laugh made me feel better too. After recovering, I poured myself another glass, mimicking Dad by clinking my glass against his bottle before taking small sips. Though it still burned, I managed not to make a fool of myself this time. But I'd overestimated my alcohol tolerance. After just a few shots of hard liquor, my head grew heavy, and I slumped over the table, fast asleep. Dad sat across from me, continuing to drink alone as tears welled up in his eyes while he watched me sleep. "Xiao Xin, did you see that? Our son has grown up. He can now sit at the same table and drink with me. Moreover, he's awakened his talent and can take care of himself. I can finally go do what I've always wanted to accomplish." I woke up groggily, my head pounding from the cheap hard liquor. But these aftereffects never lasted long. A quick splash of water on my face and some fresh air by the window made me feel much better. "Dad, what do you want for breakfast?" As usual, I pushed open Dad's door, only to find him not in bed. The blanket hadn't been unfolded, still tucked the way I'd folded it yesterday morning. On the bedside table lay a note that read, "Xiaohan, Dad has something to take care of and will be away for a while. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about me." Dad was gone, but I didn't feel much about it. He'd leave every 6 months or so, for varying lengths of time. Doing the math, it was about time for his mid-year trip. For me, Dad's absence actually made it easier to finish everything I needed to do. I could surprise him when he got back. I folded the note twice and slipped it into my pocket. Too lazy to make breakfast just for myself, I changed into my school uniform and headed straight out. I attended Lon City No. 7 High School. After the dimensional invasion, the government restructured our curriculum. Foreign languages were removed, cultural subjects were condensed into the afternoons, while mornings focused primarily on extra-dimensional creature studies. As a senior year student like me, I no longer had to attend cultural classes. I spent entire days cultivating, striving to boost my combat strength before the college entrance exams. I wasn't sure if this educational arrangement was right, but it didn't affect me much. I consistently ranked in the top 3 in cultural subjects, my combat strength had surpassed 1,000, and I possessed a B-grade talent enough to secure admission to a top-tier university. In short, even if I did nothing now, my college future was assured. But I wanted more. With 1 month left until the exams, there was still room for me to push harder. "Old Jiang, why so early today?" I strolled through the school gates with my bag slung diagonally across my back when someone clapped me on the shoulder. Turning, I saw Chang Hao. Chang Hao grew up with me, his family running a small medicine production business, living comfortably. We got along well because when we were kids, I once stood up for him. His candy got stolen while he was showing off, and he cried non-stop. "My dad's out, so I didn't make breakfast," I replied with a smile. "Usually, I barely make it to class on time." "No wonder you haven't eaten either? Let's go grab a couple of meat buns from the cafeteria." Chang Hao cared a lot about food but never got fat. In this era, few people who practiced cultivation were overweight. We bought some meat buns at the cafeteria and ate them while walking to the classroom building. "Hey Housie, do you know where to buy awakening stones?" I asked while holding a meat bun. "Awakening stones? What do you need those for? Haven't you already awakened?" Chang Hao was carrying a plastic bag with 4 large steamed buns. Awakening stones are used to awaken talents and usually become useless after one use unless you're like me and can awaken a second talent. Just buying one for research, think of it as collecting. I brushed it off with an excuse. Chang Hao didn't press further. After some thought, he said, "This thing isn't particularly rare. You should be able to find it on the extraordinary materials market. Let's go take a look there this afternoon." I nodded without saying more. I knew about the extraordinary materials market, a place specialized in trading monster body parts, selling potions, and other such items. I'd never had the chance to visit before, but Chang Hao went often since his family ran a potion shop there. "By the way, Lao Jiang, have you heard about Jiang Jiyu awakening an S-rank talent and getting specially admitted to Tsinghua University?" Hearing this, I froze momentarily before realizing this was expected. S-rank talents naturally get recruited by top-tier universities. After all, Jiang Jiyu's S-rank talent was truly extraordinary. Among Lan City's 7 million inhabitants and 200,000 graduating high school seniors this year, only 2 had emerged with similar gifts, literally 1 in 100,000. From the moment his awakened talent startled the principal, it was clear Jiang Jiyu was heaven's chosen one. Chang Hao noticed the confusion on my face, as if he'd discovered something earth-shattering. "What? Even I know about this, how could you not? Didn't Jiang Jiyu tell you?" Chang Hao's rapid-fire questions left me somewhat exasperated. Is it strange not to know? Besides, why would he tell me anyway? I shook my head, certain my gesture radiated skepticism in Chang Hao's eyes. However, sensing something off about my expression, he wisely chose not to press further. I understand why Chang Hao was so shocked. Before awakening my talents, Jiang Jiyu and I had a great relationship. Although we weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, we were more than just friends, we were in that ambiguous, almost lovers stage. To friends like Chang Hao, Jiang Jiyu and I made a perfect pair, one handsome, one beautiful, looking harmonious together. Everyone thought it was only a matter of time before we became an official couple. But the problem arose with talent awakening. Before awakening, everything was uncertain. After awakening, there emerged a huge gap between our statuses. She was S grade, I was C grade, 2 whole major tiers apart. To put it differently, with my C grade talent potential, even if I worked hard my entire life, there's no guarantee my combat power would ever break 1000. Whereas Jiang Jiyu's combat power skyrocketed to 2000 immediately upon awakening. This kind of gap simply can't be bridged through effort alone. So, realizing the gap between us, I took the initiative to distance myself from Jiang Jiyu. "Old Jiang, why don't you consider using the serum?" Chang Hao suddenly suggested after staying silent for a while. "I've used it before, and the results were amazing. My combat power jumped straight from 310 to 1070. With your better physical constitution, the effects would surely be even greater. Even with a C-level talent, reaching over 1000 in combat power could land you in a decent university." I shook my head almost without hesitation. The serum might be good, but it's not right for me. With the advancement of technology, pharmaceutics emerged as a result. By relying on materials from exotic beasts, various types of potions with different attributes could be synthesized. Beyond potions that accelerated recovery or enhanced explosive power, there were numerous options that squeezed out one's potential for rapid short-term boosts, exactly what Chang Hao was referring to. Taking such potions could double or even multiply one's combat strength, but the side effect was imposing an invisible barrier on oneself, making further progress nearly impossible. Chang Hao took them because his family had a business to fall back on. All he needed was to reach warrior-level strength, attend a decent university, and return to take over the family business enough to ensure a comfortable life. But I had no safety net. Before gaining the system, I wanted to rely on my own hard work. After obtaining the system, there was even less reason to use those potions. The system itself was the best enhancement, with no side effects. I originally didn't need it, but in Chang Hao's eyes, I must have my difficulties. "Actually, you don't need to worry about the money for the potion. I can ask my dad for the 100,000 yuan first and lend it to you. There's no hurry to pay back. It wouldn't be true to say I wasn't touched, but it really wasn't necessary. I simply smiled and didn't pick up on his offer. Chang Hao sighed but didn't say anything more. The morning classes were nothing special. After awakening our talents, the teacher instructed us to master our abilities and taught us a technique to absorb spiritual energy. We had to sit cross-legged on the ground and absorb the energy, monotonous and tedious. However, this time I made a novel discovery. Normally, I didn't feel anything during cultivation, but now, the system notified me that it increased my free attribute points. Though it only added 1 point every half hour, it was still a tangible improvement. 2 hours of training earned me 4 free attribute points. If I trained for 12 hours a day, that would be 24 attribute points, not bad at all, and I was even pleasantly surprised. This means my strength can steadily improve even without venturing into the wasteland. Moreover, the cultivation instructor mentioned that the techniques we're currently practicing are the simplest, most basic, and least efficient. If I can obtain a high-level cultivation method in the future, the efficiency of gaining attribute points will surely improve. The closest set available to me is the new technique issued by the state after obtaining the martial artist certification. After Chang Hao's talent awakened, he took a potion and spent a week boosting his combat power to over 1,000. Yesterday, he passed the martial artist examination and obtained a new cultivation technique. If it weren't for the non-disclosure agreement prohibiting the dissemination of cultivation techniques, I'd genuinely ask him for a copy right now. This situation has made me prioritize obtaining my martial arts certification exam even more urgently. Originally, I planned to go whenever I had free time, but now I'm thinking of heading there right after school at noon. After all, with Dad not home, it's not like anyone will miss me if I don't go back. Unexpectedly, morning classes were interrupted before they could finish, all because of one person's arrival. Classmate Jiang Jiu, what brings you here? You've been specially admitted to Shuweimu University and don't need to attend classes anymore. The teacher gazed at Jiang Jiu standing at the classroom door, wearing a smile and softening their voice. It couldn't be helped, someone with Jiang Jiu's innate talent was bound to achieve a status far beyond any teacher's reach, provided they didn't meet an untimely end. The teacher was simply currying favor now, just in case it might prove useful someday. Teacher Shang, I'm here to see Jiang Han. Jiang Jiu had fair skin and was dressed in a white tracksuit with sneakers. Her slender frame sported a high ponytail that cascaded past her shoulders as she spoke with a smile. Oh, Jiang Han, someone's here to see you. Stop cultivating for now, the teacher called out to me. Truth be told, I'd already stopped cultivating when the classroom erupted in whispers the moment Jiang Jiu appeared at the door, and I'd noticed her too. Without a word, I quietly stood up and walked toward the entrance. Jiang Jiu waited until I stepped outside, then said to Teacher Zhang, please carry on with your class, before closing the classroom door behind her. What brings you here? I asked, looking at Jiang Jiu, who stood just half a head shorter than me. Why can't I come? I'm a student at this school too, she retorted, tilting her chin slightly upward. I didn't want to come either, but when someone ignores me completely, what choice do I have? I was instantly rendered speechless. Turning my head, I saw faces pressed against the classroom windows, all watching us with curiosity. Let's go somewhere else. This isn't a good place to talk. Jiang Jiu glanced back but said nothing more, following me out of the school gates. Fortunately, classes were about to end, and since Jiu knew the security guard, we exchanged a quick greeting before settling into the cafe across the street. Did you come looking for me for a reason? I held a glass of lemon water, my gaze slightly evasive. Jiang Jiu sat across from me, stirring her coffee absent-mindedly with a spoon, her expression brimming with excitement until my question visibly dampened her mood. What, can't I just come see you without a reason? I stayed silent. She continued, I know what you're thinking, but I don't care, Jiang Han. You said we'd be best friends forever, remember? So now, just because of this, you're going to distance yourself from me? I still didn't speak. When she said those words, Chang Hao was also present. What I meant at the time was the three of us, yet clearly, she was only referring to the two of us. I actually came to say goodbye this time, and incidentally to give you something. Shuweimu will hold a special training course for selected students, requiring a 4-month expedition into the wilderness. We'll return to campus after the semester begins. Jiang Jiu spoke as she flipped her hand, a glimmer flashing from the ring on her right middle finger. A wooden box appeared in her palm. This was the reward given to me during Shuemu's special recruitment. It's of no use to me, so I might as well give it to you. As for how to use it, that's up to you. But I want you to understand one thing, the John Han I know isn't the kind of person who gives up on himself. Also, please take a careful look at Tsinghua's admissions policies. With that said, she left before the sugar in the coffee had even dissolved, leaving me only with a wooden box. After hesitating for quite some time, I finally reached out and took the box. Its sliding lid opened to reveal a book lying inside, inscribed with the words, Ninefold Thunderblade. Ding! Detected Earth-grade superior martial technique. Learn now? The system notification chimed, yet I remained motionless. Chapter 9, The Martial Arts Hall. Martial techniques differ from innate talents, yet resemble them all the same. If you've played online games, you can understand them as passive skills and active skills. Talents trigger passively, while martial techniques are the kind you can actively unleash. For warriors seeking to enhance their strength, there are generally several approaches. The first approach, talents. Once awakened, talents become fixed and cannot be upgraded or changed. They also serve as the most direct way to enhance one's strength. Take Jiang Jiyu for example, his battle power surged by over 2,000 immediately after his talent awakened. The other path is cultivation. By absorbing spiritual energy, one can improve their physical attributes. However, this method yields slow results, sometimes taking months or even years without necessarily increasing combat power significantly. Another alternative is consuming potions or equipping weapons. Like Changhao, consuming drugs that deplete potential to boost strength can save one from arduous training, but it becomes exceedingly difficult to make further progress. As for weapons, good ones indeed help achieve twice the result with half the effort, yet ultimately they remain external aids. The last approach lies in cultivating martial techniques. Just like the book currently laid before Jian Han. Martial techniques are classified into 4 major tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Each major tier is further divided into 3 grades: Upper, Middle, and Lower. Just like cultivation techniques, one simply sits and absorbs spiritual energy, while the other requires practice to improve proficiency and understanding before breakthroughs can be achieved. Jiang Han had seen martial skills before. They were available in the school library. However, the school library only had uniformly low-grade Huang-level skills, with very few mid-grade Huang-level ones. Only a handful of high-grade Huang-level martial skills existed, and they were locked away, completely inaccessible to students. To put it in the teacher's words, martial techniques are something you only need to consider after becoming a martial artist. If your innate talent awakening level is low, there's no need to learn them. If it's high, you'll have access to better martial techniques. Jiang Han had no idea exactly how valuable an upper-grade earth-rank martial technique was. But given that the school library only had yellow-rank martial techniques, it wasn't hard to guess that this Ninefold Thunder Blade was worth far more than he could imagine. And yet, Jiang Jiyu had just given him such a priceless martial technique? What do you mean? Let him cultivate? Moreover, before leaving, she specifically reminded him to carefully review Tsinghua University's admission rules. Jiang Han slightly furrowed his brows and pulled out his phone from his pocket. After opening the browser, he searched for Tsinghua University's admission regulations. After a long while, Jiang Han silently put his phone back into his pocket and stared at the Ninefold Thunderblade in front of him, unable to explain the complex emotions he felt. There was another clause in Waterwood Academy's admission rules that Jiang Han had previously overlooked. Any city-level martial skill mastered to the minor achievement stage may qualify for special admission, disregarding talent requirements. Additionally, Jiang Han noticed one more detail. The special admission student benefits policy at Shuemu University states, all specially admitted students will be instructed by marquee-level teachers. All specially admitted students will receive a gift package worth 50 million alliance coins, including real estate, weapons, armor, and cultivation techniques. No martial techniques included. In other words, this martial technique was not a reward Shuemu gave to Jiang Jiyu. Jiang Han remained utterly still for over 10 minutes, only making his decision when students began streaming out of the school gates in small groups after classes ended. System, learn the martial technique. Ding. Martial technique learned successfully. Upper grade earth tier martial technique Ninefold Thunder Blade has been acquired. Host may check their personal panel for details. Ding. Detect that martial skill Ninefold Thunderblade is compatible with B-grade talent Critical Strike. When using this martial skill, talent trigger probability increases to 70%. Host can raise trigger probability by improving martial skill proficiency, up to a maximum of 100%. A series of system notifications made Zhang Han's sense of guilt grow even more palpable in his heart. This martial skill was indeed specially selected by Jiang Jiyu for him, a technique perfectly suited to his innate talent. As the system prompted successful mastery, the martial skill manual in Zhang Han's hands crumbled into a pile of ashes. This is unique to marquee-level powerhouses. To prevent martial techniques from being disseminated, the techniques are recorded with divine sense and can only be learned once. Upon confirming the learning process, the divine sense integrates into the body, and the martial technique book automatically turns to dust. Summoning the attribute panel, Zhang Han gave it a quick glance. Host, Zhang Han. Combat rating, 1278. Level, 2. Strength, 50 agility, 50 constitution, 51 spirit, 44. Available free attribute points, 0. Experience points required for next level up, 501/2000. Current talent, Grade B talent, critical hit LV2. Current talent proficiency, critical hit, 101 out of 1000. Currently available talent slots remaining, 1. Current martial skill, Earth Tier Superior, Ninefold Thunderblade LV1. Ninefold Thunderblade LV1, when attacking with a bladed weapon, Strength *2, Agility *2. Current martial skill proficiency, Ninefold Thunderblade LV1, 0/2000. Currently available items, none. Currently available system space, 0/1000. Current mission, 1000 kills. Combat power has increased by several dozen points compared to before, mainly because the 4 attribute points obtained from previous training were allocated by Zhang Han to agility and spirit. After learning the Ninefold Thunderblade technique, there hasn't been any substantial improvement in combat power, perhaps because he hasn't actually wielded a blade yet. But none of that mattered. Zhang Han didn't wait for Chang Hao. After settling the bill and leaving the cafe, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the martial arts hall. He planned to obtain his martial artist certification first at noon, then purchase awakening stones in the afternoon to unlock his second talent. Since the emergence of talent awakening and the subsequent surge in martial artists, the nation had established corresponding testing, grading, and management systems. The martial arts hall is the very embodiment of all these functions, emerging as the times demanded. Every city has its own martial arts hall building. Taking Lan City as an example, although it's only one of the prefecture-level cities, its Martial Arts Association building stands a staggering 40 stories tall. It's one of the tallest buildings in Lan City. 2 massive exotic beast specimens were displayed at the main entrance. Zhang Han recognized them. They were a dual-pupil flame lion and an iron-bone winged tiger, both apex specimens among Lord-tier exotic beasts. Compared to these 2 creatures, even the steel-bristle boar king, which Uncle Hu had described as forcing them to abandon their belongings to escape, paled in significance, despite being a Lord-tier beast itself. Yet even with such formidable power, these 2 exotic beasts were still slain by high-level martial artists. After harvesting their valuable body parts, they were preserved and mounted at the entrance gates as warning specimens to intimidate passers-by. In the past, the sight of these 2 monstrous beasts, each standing over 5 meters tall and measuring nearly 10 meters in length, would strike fear into his heart. But now, Zhang Han had only one thought: it wouldn't be long before he could slay beasts of this level too. I just wonder how much experience points such a high-level beast can provide for him when the time comes. Chapter 10, Martial Artist Examination. Focusing his mind, Zhang Han realized it was still too early to dwell on such thoughts. At his current strength, he wouldn't even survive a single strike from a mutant beast of that caliber. It would be better to keep his feet firmly planted on the ground. Stepping through the doors of the Martial Association building, he located the examination registration desk in the first-floor lobby. First fill out the assessment application form, then go to the 3rd floor to queue up. The staff handed Zhang Han a form, reminded him briefly, and then went off to attend to other matters. The number of candidates for martial arts assessment was surprisingly low. After completing his form, Zhang Han reached the 3rd floor to find only a handful of people ahead of him in line. Among them were several middle-aged men already in their 30s or 40s. But thinking about it, it's actually quite normal. The minimum threshold for a martial artist is combat power reaching 1000. And if John Han tried to reach this standard with his C-level talent, he'd most likely have to wait until he was in his 30s or 40s to barely meet the threshold. The assessment content is straightforward: punching power test, speed test, reaction test, endurance test, and finally, a practical combat test. Testing methods vary depending on different talents. For example, John Han registered a B-grade talent called Critical Strike. During the test, he was asked to measure his punching power multiple times, with the highest value recorded when his talent activated. It was quite considerate, taking the influence of talents into account. He didn't have to wait long before someone inside called his name. After glancing at John Han's registration form, they instructed him to stand in front of the punching power testing machine. Unlike the ordinary testing machines John Han had seen on the streets, this one was entirely made of silver alloy, with a rumored testing limit of up to 10 tons. John Han wasn't sure how much force he could generate when triggering his talent, but it certainly wouldn't exceed 10 tons. You have 5 attempts. We'll take the highest value from these 5 sets of data. Once you're ready, just punch the red target area, the instructor said. The examiner sat calmly to the side, holding a pen in hand, ready to record the data. Meanwhile, John Han stood before the strength testing machine, took a deep breath to steady himself, then unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! After a dull thud, a number popped up on the display screen above. 512 kilograms. This punch didn't trigger his innate talent, but John Han didn't hold back. The result was roughly what he had estimated. 500 kilograms of punching force, that's half a ton per fist. He just didn't know how much it would reach if his innate talent was triggered. 512 kilograms, not bad, keep going. The examiner glanced at the reading on the punching machine and drawled. John Han remained silent, clenched his right fist, and threw another punch. Ding! B-grade talent Critical Strike activated. This attack deals force *4 damage. Critical hit proficiency +1. The system's alert sounded just as John Han's fist made contact with the punch force testing machine. Boom! This time the impact rang out significantly louder, like a hammer striking a massive drum. The previously composed examiner couldn't help but glance sideways, rising from his chair. Did you trigger your talent this time? The examiner asked John Han. John Han shook his slightly numb fist and nodded. The numbers on the punching power tester kept changing. 300, 400, 500. Effortlessly surpassing John Han's previous record of 512 kilograms, the value continued to soar. 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. After breaking through the 2,000 mark, the numerical growth finally slowed down. After a few more jumps, it ultimately settled at the value of 2,108. Great job, kid. Even the examiner was shocked by this number. Such a high punching power, even a B-grade talent couldn't achieve this. You're already meeting the standard punching power of a martial artist. John Han wasn't sure what the standard punching power was for martial instructors, but for martial disciples, the benchmark was 500. After recording the number on the test sheet, the examiner handed it back to John Han. That's enough, no need for further testing. This number suffices. Move on to the next test item. As long as your subsequent performance isn't too disappointing, it'll be enough to pass the martial disciple qualification. Holding the test sheet, John Han still felt somewhat dazed inside. A punch with 2 tons of force? This number, John Han hadn't even dared to imagine it before coming here. And what's more important is, Critical Strike is only at LV2, meaning there's still room for improvement. And this value doesn't even account for the 9-fold Thunderblade's enhancement. If holding the blade and triggering 2 layers of enhancement, how much damage could a single strike potentially deal? John Han suddenly felt that the warrior assessment seemed somewhat too straightforward. And indeed, that was exactly the case. The subsequent tests for agility, reaction speed, and endurance posed little challenge for John Han. His basic attributes far surpassed the standard for martial artists. As each test item concluded, John Han finally awaited the long-anticipated practical combat testing phase. Select a weapon. After entering this room, a digitized mutant beast template will automatically generate. The system will record various values and then provide test results. Another thing to note, although digitized exotic beasts won't actually hurt you, if the system determines that an attack would be fatal to you, you'll still be eliminated. So don't think just because you won't get injured, you can charge recklessly. Mutual destruction would still count as failing the assessment. The examiner at the entrance of the combat test room seemed much more patient. Seeing Jiang Han's excited expression, he offered a few reminders. Go pick a weapon, and let me know when you're ready. In previous tests, there were no weapons, but this time, weapons were allowed. Jiang Han didn't hesitate much and went straight to the blade weapon section. After careful consideration, he chose a short knife mainly because it felt comfortable to use, similar to the kitchen knife he usually wielded. Without prolonged practice, choosing an unfamiliar weapon would not provide any bonuses and could even hinder performance. I'm ready. Jiang Han stepped into the testing chamber and said something to the examiner at the door. The examiner remained silent, but the next moment, the lights in the testing room came on. The alloy door through which Jiang Han had just entered also closed. Just one glance backward, and when he turned his head again, a glowing tiger was already swiping its paw straight at Jiang Han's head. Holy shit! Jiang Han rarely cursed, but this was simply too sudden. Fortunately, Jiang Han reacted quickly enough. Instead of standing still like an idiot waiting to be eliminated, he simply rolled to the ground. He deftly evaded the opponent's claw swipe. The movement wasn't particularly graceful, but it got the job done. Failing at its first strike, the digitized tiger attempted to pounce again, but Jiang Han was already prepared this time. Gripping his saber tighter, his breath cycling, every muscle in his body tensed for action. First strike of the ninefold thunder blade, thunder rumble. For some reason, Jiang Han felt as though something was being drawn from within his body and channeled into the short blade in his hand. The next moment, a system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Ninefold thunder blade proficiency plus 1 inch. Critical hit triggered. This attack deals STR*8 damage. Chapter 11, Awakening Stone. Huff. Jiang Han let out a long exhale, staring at the headless corpse of the mutated tiger just a few steps away, his mind filled with nothing but astonishment. The battle had ended after just one exchange. Jiang Han had originally thought this battle would last for some time. After all, it was a 3-meter-long fierce tiger with such strong aggression. But who could have guessed? Who knows, was he too powerful, or was this mutated fierce tiger just too weak? Field test completed. Current test rating, A+. As the announcement echoed through the room, the previously sealed alloy door gradually swung open. The examiner at the doorway stared blankly at Jiang Han inside. An A+ rating? Not even those warriors battling in the Wastelands could achieve such an evaluation. How on earth did you manage that? Jiang Han wasn't sure how to explain it. He could only walk out while holding his knife, cleared his throat twice, and said, I don't know either. I just swung my blade, accidentally triggered my talent, and this happened. The examiner fell silent. After staring at Jiang Han for a few seconds, he quietly wrote an A+ evaluation in the practical combat assessment column of the test form. Alright, you've passed the martial artist assessment. Put the weapon back where it belongs, take the test form, go to the 6th floor to register, and get your martial artist certification. Jiang Han responded and headed to the bladed weapons section to return the short blade he was holding. But before putting it back, he glanced at his attribute panel and was stunned. Host, Jiang Han. Combat rating, 1778. Level, 2. Strength, 50 agility, 50 constitution, 51 spirit, 44. Available free attribute points, 0. Experience required for next level, 501/2000. Current talent, B-grade talent, critical strike LV2. Current talent proficiency, critical strike, 103/1000. Remaining available talent slots, 1. Current martial skill, Earthgrade Superior, Ninefold Thunderblade LV1. Ninefold Thunderblade LV1, when attacking with a bladed weapon, Strength *2, Agility *2. Current martial skill proficiency, Ninefold Thunderblade LV1, January 2000. Available items, none. Current system space remaining, 0/1000. Current mission, 1000-man slaughter. Thanks to the amplification from the ninefold Thunderblade, while wielding the saber, Zhang Han's combat power instantly surged by 500, breaking through to over 1,700. Absolutely insane. But thinking about it, it's actually normal. If it weren't like this, that mutant tiger just now couldn't have had its head severed by Zhang Han with a single slash. Although the combat test process was quick, fortunately Zhang Han gained a preliminary understanding of his own strength. As long as he's careful and stays focused, ordinary low-level mutated beasts no longer pose a threat to him. Knowing this much is enough, nothing else matters. The warrior certification is actually a badge, along with an online registration. By entering Zhang Han's warrior serial number, one can look up some of his information, such as his test scores in various categories. It's worth mentioning that when collecting the warrior certification, the staff also asked Zhang Han for one of his bank card numbers. As long as one becomes a martial artist, they can receive a monthly subsidy of 20,000 alliance coins, and the first installment can be issued today. For Zhang Han, this was absolutely an unexpected windfall, the kind that makes one instantly wealthy. Although his family owns a small restaurant, the income from it barely covers the living expenses for just him and his father. The fact that Zhang Han even makes his own breakfast at home speaks volumes about their financial situation. On the way from the martial arts hall to school, Zhang Han kept thinking about how to spend the money, but no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't think of anywhere that required such a large sum. Eventually, he decided to stop worrying about it and simply act as if the money didn't exist. He figured he'd think about it when the need arose. After eating at the restaurant near the school gate, Zhang Han slipped into the classroom alone and began meditating to cultivate his energy. He continued until classmates started arriving, forcing him to stop. The afternoon classes were all academic subjects. For Zhang Han, who consistently ranked in the top 3 of his grade, it was as simple as it could get. Yet he gritted his teeth and listened to every lecture, pulling Chang Hao out the door the moment afternoon classes ended. They had agreed that morning to visit the alien materials market after school to buy an awakening stone, and Zhang Han didn't want to waste a single second. Mainly because he was burning with curiosity about his second innate talent. What if I could awaken an S-grade talent? Although Zhang Han knew it was quite impossible. The market for strange materials wasn't what Zhang Han had imagined. It wasn't the street vendor-style marketplace he'd pictured. Instead, it was a 30-story building, with each floor designated for specific types of business operations. Chang Hao's family shop was located in the potion section on the 3rd floor, while the awakening stone Zhang Han wanted to buy could be purchased in the basic exotic materials area on the 1st floor. By the way, Lao Jiang, you still haven't told me what Jiang Jiyu wanted when she came to see you at noon. Chang Hao had been pestering Zhang Han the whole way just to satisfy his curiosity, but Zhang Han simply didn't want to tell him. Yet making up a random excuse wouldn't be enough to brush him off. I already knew without you saying, she came to persuade you to work hard, right? If you ask me, you really don't need to insist on doing it all by yourself. Taking potions to boost your strength and getting into a better university, it's not like there aren't other paths. Why won't you just listen to reason? It was clear that Chang Hao genuinely had Zhang Han's best interests at heart. But Zhang Han no longer needed the potion, yet couldn't explain the reason to Chang Hao, so he pretended not to hear and ducked into a shop selling basic exotic materials. "Shopkeeper, do you sell awakening stones here?" Zhang Han asked as soon as he entered, then noticed a short-haired woman sitting behind the counter. She didn't even look up upon hearing Zhang Han's inquiry. "Third shelf on the left, 3rd row counting from the bottom, 100 yen per piece." The voice was icy cold, quite the customer service attitude. But Zhang Han didn't mind. Following the girl's directions, he found the awakening stone. About the size of an egg, it emitted a faint glow, though its shape was somewhat irregular. But none of that mattered. He fished out a 100 yuan bill from his pocket, wages from yesterday's part-time job. After placing it on the counter, he turned and walked out, the girl's voice trailing behind him. "Welcome back next time." Shaking his head without paying it any mind, he toyed with the awakening stone in his hand while the system prompted whether to undergo a second talent awakening. Silently chose no. Mainly because the awakening of talent tends to be quite noticeable, and Chang Hao was right next to him. He knew Zhang Han had already awakened his talent once. If he were to awaken another right in front of him, given his personality, there was a high chance the entire school would know by the next day. "By the way, old Zhang, Since we're already here, why don't we swing by the 6th floor for a look around? Chapter 12, Armor and Weapons. The 6th floor? Jung-han genuinely had no idea what the 6th floor was for. The 6th floor sells equipment for warriors. Apparently noticing the confusion on Jung-han's face, Chang Hao took the initiative to explain. Things like armor, weapons, you can pretty much buy them all there. I passed the martial artist qualification yesterday, didn't I? My dad transferred me 30,000, plus the 20,000 subsidy for becoming a martial artist, enough to buy a decent set of armor and a weapon. Chang Hao spoke with evident excitement, but then seemed to remember something and quickly added, if you don't want to go, we can just turn back. Understanding that Chang Hao was worried his words might have hurt him, Jung-han shrugged and said, it's fine. Let's check it out. Who knows, I might need this stuff someday too. Only after confirming Jung-han's sincerity did Chang Hao lead him into the elevator. Each floor of the foreign material market has its dedicated business areas. The first floor deals with the most common items, like awakening stones. The second floor houses bars. Many martial artists spend a few days relaxing there after selling their loot. The third floor sells potions. That's where my family's shop is located. The fourth floor is where missions are posted. Companies needing exotic beast materials but unable to purchase them directly issue bounty missions here. The required items are typically priced above market value. The fifth and sixth floors sell defensive gear and weapons respectively. Above that isn't accessible to people like us, they say only martial artists of warrior rank or higher can go up there. Chang Hao whispered these explanations to Jiang Han, particularly emphasizing the words warrior rank when mentioning it. It's easy to understand why Chang Hao would behave this way. In Lan City with its population of millions, 99% of people awaken talents, but most only reach C grade. Becoming a martial artist requires 10 or even several decades of effort. The ratio between martial masters and martial artists is roughly 10-1. Becoming a martial artist merely means crossing the threshold, earning the qualification to enter the Wastelands. Martial artists are the primary force in hunting exotic beasts. Uncle Tiger and his men are martial artists, while Uncle Dragon is a Grandmaster-level martial artist. However, all this remains quite distant from Jung-han and Chang Hao's current reality. Have you decided what weapon you want to buy? The armor pieces were largely similar, just varying in protection levels and price points. To ensure sufficient defensive strength, their designs all appeared somewhat rigid and unremarkable. Since there wasn't much difference, picking any piece at random would do. But weapons were different. With the diminished effectiveness of thermal weapons, close combat cold steel awakened, leading to a dazzling array of armaments. Even just the broad categories alone numbered 7 or 8. Daggers, knives, spears, swords, staffs, hammers, halberds, and whips, these are the most fundamental weapon types, each category capable of further subdivision. Take Jung-han's preferred knives, for example, they can be categorized into short knives, broad knives, and long knives. In short, while armor commands somewhat higher prices than weapons, it lacks their sheer variety. The sword. It must be the sword. You have no idea, when I read those martial arts novels where the protagonist wields a sword, I kept thinking how thrilling it would be if one day I could also hold a sword and slay monstrous beasts. Slaying exotic beasts is probably out of the question, but I've got to make this dream come true. Chang Hao is thrilled, and I've already drawn how it looks. With that, he pulled out a folded piece of paper from his pocket and carefully unfolded it. Look, I've named this sword Rainbow Green Dot. Jung-han tilted his head for a glance, instantly feeling speechless. The design was as exaggerated as could be, resembling those overpowered weapons from certain online games that boast one sword strike equals 999 damage. But considering everything, it made sense at that rebellious teenage age, without any intention of taking it into actual battle. Looking cool naturally took top priority. But Jung-han was different. He was genuinely planning to wander around the wasteland, so if he wanted to buy a weapon, convenience would be the priority. A weapon that's easy to wield can significantly boost combat effectiveness. The elevator arrived first at the 6th floor, the weapons section. Stepping out of the elevator, his eyes were met with weapons of all kinds, a vast array. After lifting the restrictions on blade control, cold weapons became legally tradable, though few dared to resort to open violence in the streets. The consequence of doing so is being forcibly suppressed by martial artists dispatched by the state, with punishments ranging from imprisonment to exile in the wastelands, depending on the severity of the impact. Each shop generally specializes in a particular category, ensuring weapons of other major types are rarely found. This actually made it more convenient for Jiang Han and Chang Hao to browse. With a piece of paper in hand, Chang Hao directly walked into a shop that specialized in selling swords. After gesturing with the shop assistant for a long time, he came out again. "This shop won't do. They told me to ask elsewhere about such a handsome weapon." Chang Hao completely failed to realize his own demands were excessive. Instead, he thought the shop couldn't recognize quality goods. For low-level weapon forging, there were usually specialized molds, just pour and finish. Unless it's those high-grade weapons, they would be custom-ordered in slowly forged hammer by a master. Chang Hao clearly wanted this weapon made to order, but the cost would be too high. Unprofitable business is something no shopkeeper would willingly undertake. Seeing Chang Hao's frustration, Jiang Han didn't correct him. "Why don't you ask around? Some shop might just happen to do this kind of work. I'll go check other places too." Chang Hao nodded upon hearing this and said, "Then feel free to look around. I'll go ask again if there are any shops that can handle it." The two parted ways, and Jiang Han walked into a shop that specialized in selling knives. "Do you have a dagger?" As soon as they entered, a salesperson approached and, upon hearing Jiang Han's words, replied, "Yes, sir. The daggers are in that area over there. That whole row over there, prices range from 5,000 to 20,000. Before the calamity, weapons were mostly made of fine steel, but after the disaster, to penetrate the defenses of mutated beasts, weapons necessarily had to become sharper and more durable, leading to the integration of new materials and the forging of entirely new alloys. In terms of sheer durability alone, these far exceed weapons made of fine steel by several times, though they also weigh several times more. Jiang Han casually picked up a short blade to test its weight. Though the blade was no longer than his forearm, it weighed over 50 pounds. An ordinary person could barely lift it, let alone swing and slash with it for extended periods. But it happened to be just right for Jiang Han. After all, Jiang Han's strength attribute had already reached 50 points. "How much for this blade?" The sales assistant glanced at the label on the knife handle, 8,200 alliance credits. "Since it's forged from blue steel alloy, the price is slightly higher. But rest assured, the quality of this knife is absolutely guaranteed. If the blade rolls within 3 months, you can exchange or return it. I'll need to buy some other things as well. Can you deliver them?" "Certainly, sir. Just leave us your address, and we'll deliver within an hour." At this point, Jiang Han had no more reason to hesitate. After presenting his martial artist certification, he paid by card and entered the restaurant's address. His residence was on the second floor above the eatery, so it made no difference. Carrying a sword around would draw too much attention. Having it delivered home was far more convenient. Chapter 13, The Second Talent. Chang Hao ultimately chose to compromise and selected a pre-made sword. Though the style wasn't as flashy as what he'd normally draw himself, it still brimmed with that Shinibu-esque flair. He chose a sword case and wore it slung across his back. He seemed to interpret the strange looks people gave him as admiration for his coolness. Then he headed to the 5th floor to pick out armor. Jiang Han found time to buy a set of protective gear costing 12,000. Similar to a bulletproof vest, the difference is that it includes a pair of pants with flexible joints, ensuring minimal impact on movement. He spent his entire first month's warrior subsidy on it, even chipping in an extra 300 yuan from his own pocket. Fortunately, Jiang Han wasn't usually extravagant with his spending and had managed to save up a bit. After filling out the mailing address, Jiang Han and Chang Hao finally left the exotic materials market, thoroughly satisfied. They'd spent 20,300 yuan in a single evening, undoubtedly the largest sum Jiang Han had ever spent in his life. But the rewards were substantial. Just wearing that set of protective gear filled him with an overwhelming sense of security. Parting ways with Chang Hao, Jiang Han jogged all the way home, arriving just past 8 in the evening. After stir-frying some egg-fried rice and having my meal, the items I'd just purchased from the Otherworld material market arrived. Jiang Han then pulled out that awakening stone from his pocket. Ding! Would you like to proceed with your second talent awakening? This time, Jiang Han didn't choose to refuse. Awakening talent in progress. The awakening stone in his hand glowed brighter, its luminescence spreading slowly along Jiang Han's arm until it enveloped his entire body. Ding! Detected energy attempting to block the awakening process. Energy has been automatically absorbed and stored. Talent awakening complete. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an A-grade talent, Insight. A-rank talent. Listening to the voice in his mind, Jiang Han was truly shocked. His first awakening had only granted him a C-rank talent, but his second awakening directly upgraded him to an A-rank talent. No, something's wrong here. There's something fishy about this. Jiang Han's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the system notification from moments earlier. Without even checking his new talent, he immediately reviewed the recent system alert. There was energy obstructing the awakening. Jiang Han frowned deeply. This shouldn't be happening. Although he didn't know what level of power could achieve such suppression, he was certain ordinary martial artists couldn't possibly accomplish it. At the very least, it would require someone at the Marquis of Martial Arts level, capable of spiritual perception, to pull something like this off, wouldn't it? But here's the problem again. Jiang Han had never encountered anyone at the Marquis of Martial Arts level since childhood. The strongest person he'd ever met was Dragon Uncle, who had only reached the Great Martial Master level. Let alone offending someone of that caliber, to provoke such actions from them. And wouldn't killing him be more convenient than stopping his awakening? Why would they go to such unnecessary lengths? Jiang Han couldn't figure it out, he couldn't even pinpoint anything suspicious. If the system hadn't detected it, this awakening might still have been thwarted. Fortunately, thanks to the system, this awakening was finally completed smoothly, and even absorbed that surge of energy. With a shift in consciousness, a pale blue screen appeared before Jiang Han's eyes as his personal attribute panel underwent changes once again. Host, Jiang Han. Combat Power Rating, 2607. Level, 2. Strength, 70 Agility, 70 Constitution, 71 Spirit, 74. Available attribute points, 0. Experience required for next level, 501/2000. Current abilities, A rank, Insight LV1, B rank, Critical Strike LV2. Insight, automatically activates during combat, revealing vulnerabilities in all things. Critical Strike, attacks have a 40% chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing 4x strength-based damage. Current proficiency, Insight, 0/2000, Critical Strike, 103/1000. Currently available talent slots remaining, 0. Current martial skill, Earth Grade Upper Tier, 9-fold Thunderblade LV1. 9-fold Thunderblade LV1, when attacking with blade-type weapons, Strength *2, Agility *2. Current martial skill proficiency, 9-fold Thunderblade LV1, January 2000. Currently available items, none. System space remaining, 0/1000. Current mission, 1000 kills. Stored burst energy, 5752, usage temporarily enhances combat power. The total 4-dimensional attribute points increased by 60, with mental attributes skyrocketing by 30 points, becoming Jiang Han's highest stat. Combat power soared by over 1300 points. This directly propelled Jiang Han to break through the martial artist realm, achieving combat power at the martial master level. And this was without him wielding his blade. Had he held it, his combat power would have surged even higher. And all of this was because of the second awakening of his innate talent. However, when you really think about it, this A-grade talent seems a bit underwhelming, almost like it doesn't offer much help in combat. Fortunately, Jiang Han didn't particularly mind. An A-grade talent that boosted his combat power by 2600 was more than enough to secure his admission into a top-tier academy. The surge of excitement and exhilaration made Jiang Han eager to share his feelings with someone, but when he glanced around, he realized he was completely alone. Jiang Han suddenly found himself missing his father. Wouldn't he be bursting with pride if he knew about these achievements? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han forcibly shook off all those distracting thoughts swirling in his mind. I unpacked those 2 express delivery boxes. Since I had nothing better to do anyway, I might as well equip all the weapons and armor, and take a look at my combat power. Putting on the armor wasn't particularly difficult. Mainly because Jiang Han's figure was slightly lean, making this standard-issue armor quite suitable for him. And as I grasped the newly purchased short blade in my hand, my combat power rose by just over 800 points again. Jiang Han had no idea how the system evaluated combat strength, but one thing was beyond doubt. With 3,500 combat power, he had already attained the strength of a martial master. Even if he ventured into the wilderness, it would be enough to ensure his survival. Now came the question. Should we go to the wilderness? School studies were no longer necessary for Jiang Han. His academic performance was already solid, and even if he didn't revise for the remaining month, it wouldn't make much difference. The morning cultivation sessions didn't offer Jiang Han significant improvement. Progress was a gradual accumulation, and quick power boosts clearly couldn't be achieved just by meditating to absorb spiritual energy. After much deliberation, venturing into the wilderness seemed like the most suitable choice for him. But before entering the wasteland, Jiang Han still had two things to do. First, take a leave and, while at it, upgrade his warrior certificate to an armed expert certificate. Although the warrior certificate was already sufficient to grant him access to the wasteland, after all, this was just the lowest qualification threshold. In reality, almost all those who entered the wasteland did so as part of a team. In such places, one must take turns keeping watch overnight to avoid getting surrounded by strange beasts. Someone needs to do reconnaissance work, assessing whether the team's combined strength can ensure the kill of the beasts ahead. There also needs to be someone acting as the main damage dealer. Talents differ, and so does frontline combat capability. In other words, as long as you're human, you have weaknesses, and a team is the best way to compensate for them. The condition is, you must prove you won't drag the team down. A team where everyone else is a martial artist would certainly never recruit a mere fighter. That's just common sense. Chapter 14, Martial Artist Certification. Getting leave was easy. In fact, after seeing Jiang Han's fighter certification, not only did the homeroom teacher not hinder him, but they actively helped Jiang Han apply for financial assistance. 2,000 alliance coins per month. Calculating the time, he could only collect it for 1 month since Jiang Han would no longer be considered a student after the college entrance exams. A mosquito's leg might be small, but it's still meat. And for Jiang Han, 2,000 alliance coins were far from just a mosquito's leg. The only issue was that the homeroom teacher was puzzled by Jiang Han's sudden surge in combat power. He clearly remembered that when Jiang Han awakened his talent, it was only a C-grade ability, and he had felt sorry for him at the time. After all, not everyone could be as obedient and worry-free as Jiang Han. Jiang Han used the excuse of having taken a potion, and the homeroom teacher accepted his explanation. Even as Jiang Han was about to leave with his leave slip, the teacher encouraged him, "Don't lose heart even if you've taken a potion. With strong academic performance, you could still excel in that field. Becoming a research scholar might actually suit you better." Jiang Han naturally had no intention of becoming a research scholar, but he took his homeroom teacher's words very seriously. After nodding in agreement, he bowed deeply to the teacher before leaving the office. The martial artist assessment was considerably more challenging than the martial practitioner exam, but since both were low-level evaluations, the test components remained the same, only the standards were elevated by another tier. Jiang Han's original four-dimensional attributes already far surpassed those of ordinary martial artists, and after awakening his second innate talent, his stats had surged even further. With a critical strike unleashed, Jiang Han's punch carried a force that approached 4 tons. Agility and constitution are slightly below average, but fortunately they comfortably surpassed the passing mark. The speed test results showed that Jiang Han's current 100-meter dash time has dropped below 5 seconds. The most crucial part was still the final practical combat. Compared to the mutated tiger from last time, this digitally manifested beast didn't possess that overwhelming oppressive aura, but instead gave off an intense sense of eerie menace. This time, what materialized was an entire forest. Jiang Han couldn't even see where the mutated beast was hiding. Fear originates from the unknown. Jiang Han finally understood the true meaning of those words. A phantom forest means the mutated beast needs concealment. Those aberrant beasts that need to conceal themselves to attack are usually not very formidable in frontal combat. All that remains is to be as cautious as can be. Jiang Han muttered to himself, tightening his grip on the knife in his hand. In fact, he had a rough idea of what kind of mythical beast this transformation would manifest. Concealed, small in stature, attacking from the shadows. These traits are perfectly suited when paired with venom or snakes. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han silently recited in his heart, "Activate Insight." Talent insight activated, talent experience points +1. Insight isn't the kind that passively triggers, it can be consciously controlled to turn on or off whenever desired, including adjusting its duration. Moreover, proficiency increments at a rate of +1 per second. The only issue is that even with Jiang Han's modest mental capacity of 74, he distinctly senses his energy draining rapidly once insight activates. He wouldn't last a minute sustaining it, so decisive action is crucial. Got you. Jiang Han's gaze swept across the numerous trees before him, then fixed upon the mottled green serpent coiled around a branch. The serpent's forked tongue flicked rhythmically in and out as its head remained poised directly above Jiang Han below. Though its body was predominantly green, several mottled patches along its back allowed it to blend seamlessly with the surrounding foliage. A mottled bamboo viper. Jiang Han couldn't help but gasp sharply once he clearly saw the opponent's appearance. This creature was a mutated version of the bamboo viper from before the catastrophe. Compared to ordinary bamboo vipers, its toxicity wasn't just slightly stronger, it was in another league entirely. Jiang Han had read about these mottled bamboo vipers. Rumor had it that even martial grandmaster level experts would succumb to its venom within 10 minutes if bitten. Jiang Han had no masochistic tendencies to test whether the venom of this creature was truly as lethal as described in the books. Because he knew full well that with this thing, trying meant dying. Now that he had pinpointed the opponent's location, there was nothing left to fear. Moreover, the moment Insight detected this banded bamboo viper, it automatically marked 2 red dots. Weak spot. As the saying goes, to strike a snake, hit 7 inches from its head. Jiang Han didn't know what the other red mark indicated, but he instinctively trusted his talent. Gripping his dagger tightly, Jiang Han pushed off the ground and launched himself upward, slashing directly at the mottled bamboo viper coiled on the branch. With Jiang Han's current strength attributes, a simple leap could propel him at least 3 meters high. Reaching the arboreal snake posed no difficulty at all. It seemed not to comprehend how Jiang Han could see it, as the green bamboo viper froze momentarily in confusion. By the time it reacted and attempted to strike, Jiang Han's short blade had already landed squarely on the red spot. Crack! The sound of a snapping branch rang out. The flower-patterned bamboo viper, severed cleanly in 2 by a single slash, died without ever understanding how Jiang Han had pinpointed its location with such deadly precision. With its weak defenses, the bamboo viper stood no chance against Jiang Han's explosive strike of nearly 4 tons of force. Congratulations on passing the assessment. Current test rating, A+. Another A+? Jiang Han flicked his wrist and sheathed his blade, watching as the digitized forest before him gradually faded away before striding toward the alloy gateway. That's quite the lad, just 18 and already a warrior rank. Give you 2 more years, and who knows how far you'll go. The examiner overseeing the warrior rank assessment wasn't the same one from yesterday. Instead, it was a martial general ranked powerhouse. However, due to injuries sustained while hunting exotic beasts in the wastelands that left him disabled, he withdrew from the wilderness and took charge of martial artist evaluations. If you want to venture into the wastelands, it's best to join a reliable team. Recognizing Jiang Han's considerable potential, the other party was happy to offer him a few words of advice, seeing it as an opportunity to build a connection. After becoming a martial artist, the monthly allowance increased directly from 20,000 to 50,000. But since Jiang Han had already received the subsidy yesterday, the next payment wouldn't be available until the beginning of next month. Yet it didn't matter, all Jiang Han needed was the orange-starred warrior certification now in his grasp. With this certification, he could finally join other teams and venture into the wastelands. But before heading into the wastelands, Jiang Han first had to find and join a warrior squad. Jiang Han, whose knowledge of the wilderness was only from books, was well aware that reality differed from written accounts. Back at his small eatery, Jiang Han tidied up briefly. Turning off the water and electricity was essential. He had no idea how many days this trip would take, so these preparations were absolutely necessary. But just as Jiang Han was about to pull down the rolling shutter and head to the exotic materials market with his case of weapons and armor to find a warrior team, a man's voice suddenly spoke up behind him. Jiang Han, going out? Turning back, he saw 4 burly men standing behind him, each holding a suitcase. Chapter 15. Truth is, I'm already a martial arts master. Uncle Long, Uncle Hu, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Dao. Jiang Han looked back at the 4 burly men behind him and called out to each of them by name. Ah! Xiao Han, are you going out? Uncle Long, the leader with a full beard and alloy knuckle dusters on his hands, asked with a hint of confusion in his voice. Yeah, I have some matters to attend to and will be away for a while. An ordinary person would probably be too terrified to speak properly when facing these four burly men with murderous expressions. But Jiang Han was different. These uncles had been taking care of him since he could remember. They'd watched him grow up, and though they weren't related by blood, they might as well have been. The only regret was not seeing Uncle Lee, who had sustained severe injuries and been permanently disabled after encountering a Lord-tier steel-bristled boar king. He was presumably still recovering. Does it have to be urgent? If not, how about cooking us a meal first? Uncle Hu, standing nearby, chimed in, we're going to be chewing on compressed rations for a while again. Let's treat ourselves to some proper food first. Jiang Han barely hesitated before pushing the rolled-up shutter door back up. Come on in and have a seat first. I'll stir-fry a few dishes for us. Uncle Long and Uncle Tiger's group didn't stand on ceremony either. After entering and sitting down, they began chatting, while Jiang Han went into the kitchen. Faint voices of Uncle Long's conversation could still be heard. For this trip into the wilderness, our original route is impassable now. Apparently that steel-bristled boar king is about to give birth, which is making it extremely aggressive. Besides us, 3 other squads have been attacked. In situations like this, it's best to detour if possible. That's Uncle Long's voice. Hearing this, Uncle Tiger couldn't sit still anymore, but bro, the stuff we need this time can only be found in Fallen City number 283. Even if we take a detour, we'll still have to enter the city eventually. If only we could wait 2 more days, having a scout by then would make things much easier. Ah. Someone sighed deeply, it seemed to be Uncle Zhao's voice. I can't wait any longer. The Huan company that issued the task is at a critical stage in their R&D, and they're missing just this one thing. A 4 million payout for a single mission is way too overpriced. If we hadn't gotten lucky and snapped it up first, this job would have been taken by a Grandmaster level team. I never thought it would become our burden now. We'd already succeeded, but who knew a steel-bristled boar king would suddenly appear halfway through? The 4 team members were chatting outside, while in the kitchen, Jiang Han multitasked between cooking and eavesdropping on their conversation. 4 million in payment for just one mission? If we include the materials harvested from hunting exotic beasts along the way, this mission might bring in around 5 million in total earnings. Even if split 5 ways among a squad, each person would still get 1 million. Jiang Han knew that becoming a martial artist to hunt mutated beasts was lucrative, but he truly hadn't expected it to be this profitable. 1 million, he couldn't earn that much even if he ran a restaurant his entire life. Yet, it's just what Uncle Long and the others made from a single mission. But from the way Uncle Zhao spoke, it seemed missions like these were usually hard to come by. Alright, no matter what, we have to set off now. They've issued us an ultimatum. If we can't retrieve the mission item within a week, they'll reopen the task for others. Let's depart after we finish eating. As for the scout position, I'll take that role myself. Uncle Long was the most powerful and the captain of this team. Seeing his teammates hesitate, he spoke up to steady them. Yet the table suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Everyone knew they had to go, but in this moment, hesitation crept in. Meanwhile, Jiang Han worked swiftly on his side. First, I steamed a large pot of rice without bothering with complicated stir-fried dishes, just a few simple homemade dishes that didn't take much time. Only after carrying the dishes out did I notice the faint traces of worry on everyone's faces. After setting the dishes down, Jiang Han removed his apron before speaking up, actually, if you don't mind, you can count me in. I can handle reconnaissance work. Jiang Han excelled in cultural studies, at least when it came to recognizing exotic beasts. Combined with his A-grade talent insight, it was more than enough. Yet he seemed oblivious to the impact his words had on those around him. The 4 of them turned to stare at Jiang Han in unison. After a 2-second pause, Uncle Hu was the first to speak up. Uncle Tiger seemed rather agitated. Nonsense. We're going to the Wasteland. Do you even know what kind of place that is? Even we could be trapped there forever with one wrong move. You're just a kid who hasn't even become a martial artist, don't tag along for fun. Besides, what's a grade C talent like you even going to do there? Throw your life away? When those mutant beasts charge, you wouldn't even be enough for a single bite. Not only Uncle Hu, but the other three were also frowning at Jiang Han. However, since Uncle Hu had already scolded him, they chose to remain silent. Yet clearly, their attitude was the same as Uncle Hu's. Hearing Uncle Hu's words, Jiang Han didn't show the slightest sign of anger. Because he could sense that Uncle Hu and the others acted this way simply because they didn't want him to put himself in danger. Actually, I just stepped out because I wanted to go to the strange materials market to find a team to join. Jiang Han brought over the box he had just placed by the door. After opening it, he showed the four people the contents inside. And besides, I've already obtained my warrior certification. He pulled a seal from his pants pocket, with Jiang Han's name engraved beneath an orange star emblem. The four stood frozen in shock. Uncle Dao, who had remained silent until then, took the seal from Jiang Han's hands. After examining it carefully for a long moment, he finally nodded. It's genuine, issued by the Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Han handed back the martial instructor's certificate, and the four of them fell into silence again. After a long while, Uncle Long finally turned to look at Uncle Hu. Didn't you say Xiao Han awakened a C-grade talent? What's going on now? Uncle Hu looked utterly baffled. Instead of answering Uncle Long, he turned to Jiang Han and asked, Xiao Han, be honest with me. What exactly is happening here? Jiang Han smiled. Actually, Uncle Hu, I played a little joke on you last time. The talent I awakened was B-grade critical strike, not heavy blow. I just wanted to give you all a pleasant surprise. A smile played across Jiang Han's face. Even though this explanation sounded a bit fake, it was the most plausible one Jiang Han had come up with after racking his brains in the kitchen. A B-grade talent becoming a martial artist at 18, while still outrageous, was at least slightly more believable than a C-grade talent achieving the same. This is hardly a surprise. Uncle Tiger maintained his stern expression and was about to say more, but Uncle Dragon stopped him. That's enough, no more talking. Uncle Long looked at Jiang Han. Xiao Han, are you really sure you want to go to the Wasteland with us? Jiang Han nodded. We can take you there, but there's something you need to know. Once we enter, you must follow my orders without question. If you can't even manage that, then there's no way I'll let you go to the Wasteland. Jiang Han nodded decisively once more. Once they entered the Wasteland, he would unquestionably follow Uncle Long's instructions. Although Jiang Han's strength was fairly decent, the truth was, apart from his 2 martial artist assessments, he had 0 experience battling mutated beasts. Under such circumstances, the veteran expertise of Uncle Long and the others would prove absolutely invaluable to him. Brother! Jiang Han agreed, but Uncle Hu became anxious and wanted to say something only to be silenced by Uncle Long. Eat first, we'll talk on the way after the meal. Chapter 16 The 1,000-Mile Defense Line. Your protective suit isn't rated highly enough. After finishing the meal, Uncle Long opened the equipment case Jiang Han had prepared and took out the protective gear Jiang Han had previously purchased. With just a slight tug on both sides, the gear Jiang Han had spent 12,000 on was torn apart instantly. Jiang Han was utterly shocked by what he saw. But thinking about it, it makes sense. As a Grand Warrior level martial artist serving as the team's main attacker, Uncle Long's strength naturally surpassed that of ordinary people. These protective gears barely adequate for regular martial artists might suffice against common exotic beasts, but encountering advanced beast soldiers or heaven forbid, beast general level creatures wouldn't even slow them down. No time to purchase new ones now, you'll have to use my spare set for the time being. As he spoke, Uncle Long pulled out the set of protective gear from his box and held it up against Jiang Han's chest for sizing. Not bad. You're pretty tall, it fits you just right. But if I take this set, what will you wear, Uncle Long? Jiang Han took the protective gear and asked. Don't worry about me. Ordinary ferocious beasts can't hurt me, and those capable of harming me, if nothing unexpected happens, generally won't bother me either. That said, Jiang Han knew perfectly well, if things were truly that simple, then every warrior would abandon armor entirely, seeking only beasts far weaker than themselves to fight. In fact, the most common thing in the Wasteland is the unexpected. Like the Lord-level steel bristle boar king that Dragon Squad encountered last time. Jiang Han was about to say something more, but Uncle Long cut him off. Alright, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, just wear it with peace of mind. You just promised to listen to me, didn't you? What's this? We haven't even entered the Wasteland yet, and you're already disobeying? Left with no choice, Jiang Han could only put it on. I'll buy you a dimensional storage ring after we return from the Wasteland. Is there anything else you need to bring? I can help carry it for you now. Seeing Jiang Han agree, Uncle Long added another sentence. After some thought, Jiang Han pointed toward the kitchen. Help me bring the cooking pot too, and some seasonings. I can cook in the wilderness. Uncle Long and the others were initially amused by Jiang Han's request, but upon reflection, they realized his suggestion made perfect sense. They were all rough and tumble guys who couldn't cook, so they had to survive on compressed rations when out in the wilderness. But Jiang Han knew how to cook. In the early stages, there weren't that many things to store in the spatial ring, so bringing along a cooking set wasn't a bad idea. When the time came to store more important items inside, they could just toss these out. After a long while, ensuring they had brought everything with them, the group of 5 finally boarded the high-speed train bound for the city's border. Though called the city's border, it was, in fact, humanity's front line. While Lanchur was a satellite city of Hangzhou, one of the central cities, its geographical proximity to the front line meant it still took nearly 4 hours to reach by high-speed train. The vast stretch of land in between was purely a designated buffer zone. Even if a beast tide were to break through the defense line, there would still be nearly 1,000 miles of distance to organize manpower and intercept the onslaught. Of course, this scenario represents the worst possible outcome. In fact, according to Jiang Han's knowledge from textbooks, apart from humanity being completely overwhelmed when the exotic beasts first appeared, since the defense line's establishment, there has never been a single instance where beasts managed to penetrate this 1,000-mile buffer zone. There have indeed been a few breaches of the defense lines, only to be halted by several human martial artists. And those few human martial artists were known as the Peerless Thrones. As they moved further away from the urban areas, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate. Precisely because these places were rarely visited by people, the vegetation appeared even more lush and dense. Actually, low-level mutated beasts occasionally appear in these areas, but whenever they do, martial artists come to clear them out. So don't worry, the real defensive line is still far away. Apparently noticing Jiang Han's curiosity, Uncle Dao sitting beside him volunteered a few words of explanation. Wang Dao, are you really taking a rookie into the Wasteland? From what I hear, your mission this time isn't easy. Aren't you afraid of crashing and burning by bringing along a rookie? Before Jiang Han could say anything, the person in the front seat suddenly turned around and started chatting with Uncle Dao. Jiang Han remained silent, but Uncle Dao at his side couldn't hold back anymore. Though he's a rookie, Jiang Han is a bona fide martial master. By the way, Li Yang, how old were you when you became a martial master? 30? For some reason, Jiang Han always felt that Uncle Dao wasn't very friendly towards the man before them. Faced with Uncle Dao's unmistakably provocative words, Li Yang snorted coldly before replying in an eerie tone, "How wonderful to become a martial artist so young. But no matter how talented, one must fear dying prematurely. Staying with you people, I fear this boy won't even live to see 30. Wouldn't want him to end up like your younger brother." Hearing Li Yang's words, Jiang Han immediately sensed something was wrong. Sure enough, the next moment, Uncle Dao sitting beside Jiang Han stood up, his long blade already drawn as he swung it down towards Li Yang. Facing this sudden attack from Uncle Dao, Li Yang seemed as if he had long been prepared for it. Clang! The screech of metal against metal was somewhat ear-piercing, echoing throughout the entire carriage. Everyone turned their heads to look. Jiang Han knew some inside information about this matter. Everything that had suddenly transpired before them was because of Li Yang mentioning Knife Uncle's younger brother. Knife Uncle's brother was 12 years his junior, only a few years older than Jiang Han. If he remembered correctly, back when Blade Elder's younger brother awakened an A-grade talent but had low combat power, Blade Elder took him into the wilderness to help him maximize his potential. But when they returned, only Blade Elder came back alone. From that day onward, Blade Elder became withdrawn and taciturn. What should have been an ordinary squabble had now ripped open old wounds, unquestionably enraging Blade Elder outright. The first strike was blocked, yet Uncle Dao showed no intention of withdrawing. With a fluid change in his long blade's trajectory, he aimed a slicing motion directly at Li Yang's knife-wielding hand, attempting to force him to release his grip. Is this all your blade work amounts to? Just these same 2 moves back and forth? Did you really think I wouldn't be prepared? Li Yang slightly retreated his body, neatly evading the incoming slash. Uncle Dao, unable to retract his momentum in time, drove his blade deep into the metal back seat. Surprisingly, the sturdy metallic structure offered little resistance as more than half the blade sank effortlessly into its surface. Jiang Han, who had been sitting quietly nearby, slightly furrowed his brows. The next moment, his pupils contracted sharply. 2 red dots were marked on Li Yang's waist and right thigh respectively. Uncle Dao, left waist, right calf. Jiang Han shouted in a low voice. Drawing the knife from the backrest, Uncle Dao glanced back briefly without saying a word. When he turned to look at Li Yang again, before he could even make a move, a voice shouted to stop them both. Stop! Stop! Looking back, I saw Uncle Long and the other two approaching, while 4 more people were coming over from Li Yang's side. Chapter 17, All Warriors Are Heroes. What's going on? Uncle Long and his companions were sitting too far from Jiang Han and Uncle Dao to have overheard their earlier conversation. Fighting is prohibited on the train, don't you even know that rule? Uncle Long frowned and scolded sharply. This was a rule Jiang Han genuinely didn't know about, but upon reflection, it made perfect sense. They were all powerhouses capable of throwing punches weighing several tons. Even metal train carriages couldn't withstand that kind of abuse. Uncle Dao remained silent, his gaze fixed fiercely on Li Yang in the distance. As for Li Yang, after being shouted at to stop, he promptly sheathed his knife and raised both hands. Everyone around here can testify that Wang Dao struck first. I was only defending myself, he said. With these words, he effectively shifted all the blame onto Uncle Dao. Yet, oddly enough, the usually taciturn Uncle Dao couldn't even muster the most basic defense at this moment. What's going on? The commotion caused by the 2 men's fight didn't just alert Uncle Long and his companions, but also the officials responsible for the train's safety. 3 men in slightly stiff uniforms approached, spotting the slash mark on the seat back, their tone carrying unmistakable hostility. Who did this? After scanning their surroundings, all 3 pairs of eyes locked onto Knife Uncle, still gripping his blade. Uncle Long immediately stepped forward to meet them. No problem, no problem. It was just a heated argument that got out of hand. We'll compensate for any losses according to the price. Uncle Long had hoped to settle the matter quietly, considering they were out here to complete their mission smoothly. They hadn't even crossed the defense line yet, and already this commotion had erupted. If Uncle Dao gets taken away, who knows how much more difficult this mission will become. The 3 men seemed completely accustomed to this kind of situation. Seeing that Uncle Long offered to compensate at full price and no additional damages had occurred, they prepared to issue a ticket and leave. But Li Yang, who had been standing there silently all this time, suddenly sneered and said, "Just a verbal dispute? Seems to me it was more than that." Wang Dao knew full well that violence wasn't permitted on the train, yet he drew his blade without hesitation. Had I not been stronger than him, it wouldn't have been just the chair that got slashed. I'm reporting Wang Dao for illegally using force on board. According to regulations, he should be detained for at least 15 days. Li Yang stared at the 3 uniformed men and spoke word by deliberate word. This time, not only did Uncle Long's expression darken, but even Uncle Hu and the other man were looking at Li Yang with distinct hostility in their eyes. Jiang Han stood there, seemingly lost in thought. This Li Yang was clearly targeting Uncle Dao with a purpose. First provoke Uncle Dao into making a move, then report him afterwards. Jiang Han wasn't entirely sure about the specific rules involved, but if Li Yang succeeded in his scheme, their current mission would most likely end in forced failure. Wait, as an outsider, can I say a few words? Jiang Han spoke up, drawing everyone's attention toward him. Go on. Among the 3 men in uniform, the leader responded. I'm new to the Wasteland, and there are many rules I don't understand. But having witnessed that incident from start to finish, I can't help but feel there were several unreasonable aspects about it. I wanted to ask you seniors about it. If it were any of you here, if your family members had died unexpectedly while hunting exotic beasts in the wastelands, and someone mocked you over it, taunting that your loved ones didn't live past 30, could any of you endure that? Their expressions changed. Everyone's complexion changed. Uncle Dragon, Uncle Tiger, and Uncle Zhao all gripped their weapons tightly. They hadn't understood the reason before, but now. It was evident that both Uncle Tiger and Uncle Zhao were waiting for Uncle Dragon to speak. If Uncle Long just says the word to act, even if it means 15 days in jail and risking mission failure, I'd still help Uncle Dao settle this score. Not just Uncle Long and his crew, but even all the other martial artists watching nearby when they heard Zhang Han's words, their eyes turned murderous as they glared at Li Yang. Even Li Yang's own teammates instinctively took a step back. It seemed like they wanted to distance themselves from him, but after a moment's hesitation, they ultimately stood back by Li Yang's side. Zhang Han observed all this with astonishment, yet felt it was only fitting. The basic introductory textbook for first-year students about the Wasteland and warriors bore a statement on its cover. All warriors who perish battling exotic beasts are heroes. This was likely meant to inspire courage in fighters, but from what Zhang Han knew, the nation truly practiced what it preached. The reactions of the numerous martial artists around them at this moment further confirmed Zhang Han's speculation. Compared to Uncle Dao's reckless use of force on the train, Li Yang's mistake seemed even more severe. Li Yang, what exactly happened? Now speaking was the captain of Li Yang's squad. A man standing about 1.75 meters tall appeared quite short. In fact, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, human physical fitness has been continuously improving, and average height has been skyrocketing as well. Compared to before the catastrophe, the average height of adult males has increased by nearly 20 centimeters. For a man like this, with a height of 1.75 meters, it's a bit on the short side. Zhang Han's certainty that the person was the team captain stemmed solely from the aura he exuded. Like Uncle Long, this man was at the level of a grand martial master, emanating a palpable sense of threat to Zhang Han. "Boss, I didn't do it." Li Yang knew full well the consequences of stirring up public anger at such a moment, so he simply pointed at Zhang Han and said, "This kid is from the same squad as Wang Dao, of course he'd stick up for Wang Dao right now. Besides, don't you know what kind of person I am, boss?" There was silence, as if he was considering how to settle this matter. Just as Li Yang said, he knew exactly what kind of person Li Yang was. Normally he acted shamelessly, and because of his foul mouth, he didn't have good relationships with several teammates. If it weren't for the fact that this guy's strength was quite decent among the warrior-level fighters, he would have kicked him out long ago. If this had happened under normal circumstances, he could easily have turned a blind eye to it. But now that it had drawn so much attention, if he continued to ignore it, their entire squad might as well forget about surviving in the wilderness. So he had to step in personally to resolve this matter, and he had to do it with style. After much deliberation, the only solution was to follow Li Yang's suggestion and shift all the blame onto the other party. Alright, let's leave it at that. One way or another, it was Wang Dao who struck first. The lean man said in a low voice. With that said, it basically set the nature of the matter. If there's trouble, look for Wang Dao, it has nothing to do with them. Zhang Han didn't speak, just turned his gaze toward Uncle Long. Either way, as the leader of the team and a Grand Martial Master, his words were the only ones that carried weight with everyone. Uncle Long didn't give a direct answer but instead asked Uncle Dao, "Old Wang, how do you plan to handle this matter?" Uncle Dao's gaze never left Li Yang. Taking a deep breath, he slowly said, "Li Yang, once we reach the defense line, you and I will step onto the life and death arena." Life and death arena? Hearing Uncle Dao's words, everyone's eyes filled with profound astonishment. Chapter 18, The Platform of Life and Death. Those who can become martial artists, let alone martial masters, are invariably gifted far beyond ordinary people. Having such pride is only natural. What's more, after spending long periods hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness, it would be impossible not to have developed a certain degree of ferocity. Disputes often lead to physical altercations. Yet, to maintain social stability, fighting is prohibited in cities or residential areas. It is precisely under these circumstances that the life and death arena was established. It exists solely for martial artists to settle their conflicts. Zhang Han didn't know the specific rules of the life-death arena, but judging by the reactions of those around him, it was clear that losing there would have grave consequences. As if sensing Zhang Han's confusion, Uncle Zhao standing nearby quietly explained to him in a low voice. On the life-death arena, there are no restrictions whatsoever, nor any time limits. The only ways to end the match are when one side dies, or surrenders. Admitting defeat requires paying a fee to the opponent, with the amount varying based on strength levels. For martial artists at Uncle Dao's level of combat prowess, losing once demands a full payment of 20 million. 20 million. Zhang Han didn't know how to describe the shock he felt upon hearing that figure. It seems that ever since becoming a martial artist, his perception of money has been constantly reshaped. Previously, he would meticulously calculate every penny, even worrying about a dime or two increase in the price per pound when buying a chicken. But now, the numbers he hears are all in the realms of millions or tens of millions. Sure, Uncle Dao and the others could earn money, but for each mission they completed, the most they could make was 2 million. After the main output captain takes the majority, the remaining 4 split the leftovers, getting at most 200,000 to 300,000 each. And managing to go on 1 mission a month is already considered exceptionally good. In other words, Uncle Dao's current annual income is only about 3 million. A 20 million bet means he's essentially gambling away all his previous earnings. Faced with Uncle Dao's proposal, Li Yang was visibly flustered. Although he had considerable confidence in his own abilities. The truth was, regardless of which outcome resulted from failure, the consequences would be unbearable for him. Should he agree, or refuse? Li Yang looked at his team leader, but it was evident that his leader wouldn't offer him any advice. What's the matter? Getting cold feet? Uncle Dao advanced step by step, leaving Li Yang no opportunity to think carefully. Cold feet? Why should I be afraid? Given your abilities, I honestly can't see what advantage you could possibly have over me. Don't worry, when we're on the life and death platform, I'll give you the chance to surrender. Admit defeat? Uncle Dao simply stared coldly at Li Yang, but the message in his gaze was crystal clear to everyone. He never even considered the possibility of surrender. This farce-like incident thus came to a temporary end. But everyone knew the truly exciting part wouldn't begin until they reached the defense line. Li Yang left with his squad members, while Zhang Han and Knife Uncle took seats next to Dragon Uncle and his group. You're being a bit impulsive. Uncle Dragon gazed at the silent Uncle Blade for a long while before finally heaving a deep sigh. Li Yang's skills already surpass yours to begin with, especially since both of you specialize in blades. I suspect Li Yang will borrow a blade from Sun Wenbin. Too bad I'm using knuckle dusters, you wouldn't be able to use them even if I gave them to you. Sun Wenbin must be the captain of Li Yang's squad, right? A great martial master's combat prowess is a full tier above that of a martial master, and in terms of sheer strength alone, they are several times more powerful. Thus, their weapons must be significantly more durable, otherwise, landing a full power strike could shatter the weapon first, which would be utterly fatal in actual combat. Just like the armor Zhang Han had purchased earlier, which Longshu easily tore apart with his bare hands. Moreover, the most crucial point is that high-level weapons can be enchanted. If he really manages to borrow a weapon, then you're duel. I'll try reaching out to see if any of my knife-wielding friends happen to be at the defense line. Uncle Dragon let out a sigh before going to make the phone call. As for Uncle Saber, he remained silent throughout. As regards Uncle Tiger and Uncle Zhao, all they did was give Uncle Saber a pat on the shoulder. Having fought side by side for well over a decade, they knew precisely what was going through Uncle Saber's mind. For the rest of the journey, there was hardly any conversation between them. After another 2 hours or so, the train finally began to slow down. Through the window, Zhang Han saw nothing but a towering steel wall. Nearly 10 meters tall, forged from refined steel. This is how the steel wall was described in the textbooks. The steel defense line stretches over 1,300 kilometers in total length. The refined steel used for its construction alone amounts to 5.7 billion tons, equivalent to 7 years' worth of steel production in the Heavenly Dynasty. Its construction cost over $1 trillion and took 8 years to complete in segments. To date, it has withstood more than 1,780 beast tides of varying scales. Back then, Zhang Han had specifically searched online for pictures of it, but only upon seeing it with his own eyes did he realize that some things simply can't be captured by images alone. The reality was on an entirely different level. Decades had already passed since its initial construction. Its surface was covered with scars from countless beast attacks and bloodstains that could never be fully cleaned. Behind the city wall stood a row of tall buildings. After the train arrived, Zhang Han and his group disembarked. A burly man clad in armor approached them, shouldering a long blade. Ah Long, what's going on? Why the hurry? Don't even mention it. On the way here, that Li Yang from Sun Wenbin's team got into a conflict with Old Wang. They settled it with a duel to the death. so I'll borrow your blade for a moment. When Dragon Uncle mentioned Sun Wenbin, the burly man who just arrived shook his head with visible exasperation. How did you wind up clashing with that bunch? And to the point of challenging them to the life and death arena? A selfish pack of bastards. We'll settle scores with them once we reach the wilderness, there's no hurry. With that, the big man handed the long blade he'd been carrying on his shoulder to Uncle Dao. If it really comes to it, just admit defeat. Losing some money isn't the end, as long as we're still standing, there's always hope. Even if we have to settle scores with them later, just don't lose your head in the moment. The big fellow evidently had a close relationship with Uncle Long and the others, and now he was trying to talk some sense into Uncle Dao. But since things had escalated to the point of the life and death duel, given Uncle Dao's temperament, he naturally wouldn't choose to surrender. Uncle Dao took the long blade, weighed it twice in his hand, then offered his thanks. Meanwhile, Zhang Han moved closer to Uncle Dao's side. Uncle Dao, back on the train when you fought Li Yang, I noticed there seemed to be something off about his left waist and right calf. Try to aim for his left waist and right calf when you attack. It should work. Zhang Han didn't dare to speak too confidently, mainly because the stakes were high, and he wasn't entirely sure if the weaknesses revealed by insight would actually be effective. Uncle Dao didn't say anything, just patted Zhang Han on the shoulder. The group headed towards one of the buildings. And Zhang Han witnessed for the first time what was called the Arena of Life and Death. It resembled an octagon cage, but was significantly larger than standard fighting rings. Anyone qualified to become a martial practitioner had to surpass certain thresholds, able to cover 10 meters in a single stride. An arena too small would only restrict their movements. Chapter 19 Weakness. After signing the contract to indicate mutual acceptance of the duel's outcome regardless of life or death, each transferred 20 million into the official account. This was to prevent either side from reneging after surrender, though defaulting would hardly be better than losing 20 million. With these preparations complete, Uncle Dao and Li Yang both stepped onto the dueling platform. Li Yang's combat power is at 4,800, while Old Dao's is only 4,200. The gap in strength is still quite significant. Beside them, Uncle Hu watched the two on the field with a solemn expression, letting out a regretful sigh. Others were well aware of the disparity, but when it came down to it, they had already done everything possible. As for the outcome, once on the life and death stage, outsiders cannot interfere, otherwise it would result in an automatic forfeit. Moreover, just one glance at the man standing idly by the arena of life and death was enough to reveal that even Uncle Dragon lacked the power to intervene in this duel. Ready when you are. As soon as the man finished speaking, Li Yang struck first. With a single step, he shot straight toward Sword Uncle 10 meters away at incredible speed. In the same motion, his longsword arced downward in a mighty slash. Uncle Dao stood perfectly still, as if he hadn't seen anything at all. It wasn't until Li Yang charged within 3 meters of him that Uncle Dao finally raised his long blade. 9 Mysteries Blade Technique. Is Old Dao insane? Opening directly with his ultimate move? Uncle Hu, watching from the side, was startled by Uncle Dao's sudden movement. In martial arts duels, unless the opponents know each other's strengths intimately or one clearly outmatches the other, they usually begin with probing strikes to gauge each other's abilities in fighting styles before going all out. But Uncle Dao clearly had no intention of following this approach. As Uncle Hu stood shocked, Li Yang closed the 3-meter gap to Uncle Dao in the blink of an eye. Li Yang's saber had already descended, but Uncle Dao's blade was even faster. Your Uncle Dao possesses a B-grade talent called Super Speed, and with the 4th level of the Profound Tier Superior 9 Mysteries Blade technique he's cultivated, he gains an 80% speed boost. He's trying to trade life for life. Listening to Uncle Hu's explanation, Zhang Han instantly understood everything. No wonder Uncle Knife remained motionless earlier, only reacting when Li Yang charged closer. His intention was to force Li Yang to attack with full strength, leaving him no room to retreat or conserve energy. 3 meters is an extremely ambiguous distance for martial artists at the warrior level. Within 3 meters, both sides engage in close combat, while beyond 3 meters, extraordinary mental attributes allow them ample time to react to any movement. Uncle Blade was precisely calculating this critical distance. Even at the cost of taking Li Yang's slash, Uncle Blade was determined to fight to the death. Holding nothing back, all he wanted now was to land this strike across Li Yang's waist. Lunatic! Li Yang truly hadn't anticipated that Uncle Blade would actually fight with such reckless abandon. But thinking about it, it makes sense. If your strength is incomparable to Li Yang's, then you have no choice but to resort to unexpected tactics. Risking your life is one method, sudden explosive bursts of speed is another, and attacking Li Yang's left flank is yet another trick. Li Yang wanted to retreat, but found he simply couldn't do it. With no other choice, he had to alter the trajectory of his longsword strike. Changed from chopping down at Uncle Dao's head to sweeping sideways, protecting his midsection instead. Clang! The metallic clang of intersecting blades rang out, slightly grating to the ears. Then everyone saw Li Yang get sent flying backward. He crashed heavily onto the stage, tumbling several times before struggling to his feet. Got him! Zhang Han had been watching intently. Although everything had happened extremely quickly on the field, with his current mental acuity, discerning the movements of both fighters wasn't difficult for him. Just as he'd promised, Uncle Dao avoided striking vital areas like the neck or head that could have been instantly fatal, instead targeting Li Yang's left waist. The powerful slash came with such overwhelming force that Li Yang had no chance to defend against it in his rushed state. Had he not instinctively raised his sword to block at the last moment, that single strike might have truly cleaved him in half at the waist. Yet even so, when Li Yang struggled back to his feet, one hand remained clutching his waist in pain. Low-level martial armor could only mitigate direct physical damage, offering no protection against the brutal impact shockwaves. Like an internal injury. Though seemingly causing no real damage, the dull edge of the blade striking his waist still delivered a considerable impact. It's working. Seeing Li Yang clutching his waist, Zhang Han knew the insight provided was correct. There was indeed something wrong with Li Yang's left waist, likely the result of a significant prior injury. The sudden shock just now agitated Li Yang's wound. Not only was Zhang Han this excited, but even Uncle Long and Uncle Tiger beside him were brimming with excitement. Alright. Old Dao's life-for-life strike actually achieved unexpected results. Li Yang seems to be severely injured. Li Yang's teammates watching nearby immediately darkened their expressions at the sight unfolding on the field. In terms of combat ability alone, Li Yang far surpassed Uncle Dao. Yet ironically, he had underestimated his opponent just a bit too much. Put differently, Uncle Dao dared to trade lives with him, but Li Yang didn't, nor did he possess the courage for such a deadly gamble. When two meet in a narrow alley, the brave one wins. In terms of mentality alone, Li Yang was already several notches below Dao Shu, and coupled with his current severe injuries, the scales of victory had tipped decisively in Dao Shu's favor. And Dao Shu obviously wouldn't give Li Yang any chance to recover. Seeing Li Yang in such a state, his eyes lit up with glee before he took the initiative to strike. The previous move was meant to catch them off guard, but now it's no longer necessary. Li Yang had exposed his weakness. Having fought against mutated beasts for over a decade, Uncle Blade's combat experience was anything but ordinary. He already knew exactly what to do next. Injuring 10 fingers is not as effective as cutting off one. At this moment, all attacks should be concentrated squarely on the opponent's left flank. Speeding. 9 Mysteries Blade Technique. The long blade scraped across the ground, sparking flashes of fire on the life and death platform forged from hardened steel alloy. In the next instant, Uncle Blade was already standing directly before Li Yang. With multiple layers of speed enhancements stacked together, even Uncle Blade's attacks had become significantly faster than before. Die already! Li Yang! Bang! Clang! Dozens of consecutive slashes flew out, Uncle Blade's attacks growing ever more vicious. Yet with a sharp pain radiating from his left waist, Li Yang found himself unable to muster any strength. The core power for explosive movements ultimately originates from the waist's muscular structure. But now, unable to exert strength from his waist, Li Yang's movements slowed significantly. Faced with Uncle Dao's increasingly rapid attacks, he could barely manage to defend himself, fighting while retreating, taking solid hits every now and then. Die! With a furious roar, Uncle Dao delivered the final, devastating slash. Li Yang blocked it, but was sent flying once again. He couldn't even maintain his grip on the knife, which was knocked away. Now lying prone on the ground, he showed no signs of movement. Even his protective gear had become tattered, soaked through with blood. Huff! After delivering over a dozen full-power attacks consecutively, Uncle Dao had completely exhausted his strength. But at least better than Li Yang. With the knife tip dragging along the ground, Knife Uncle slowly approached Li Yang, who lay motionless on the ground. Li Yang's teammate couldn't sit still any longer. He rushed down from the stands only to be blocked by someone ahead. The duel is not yet over, outsiders must not interfere, step back. Chapter 20, S-Class Talent, Gravity Field. For some reason, while the man spoke, Jiang Han felt an overwhelming pressure sweep over him. It felt frighteningly real, as if his entire body had suddenly become several times heavier. What's going on? The moment the oppressive force swept over him, Jiang Han's entire body tensed up. Turning his head slightly, he noticed it wasn't just him. Even Tiger Uncle, Zhao Uncle, and especially Dragon Uncle were all frowning slightly as they stared at the black-clad man standing motionless below the stage. S-rank talent, Gravity Field. Dragon Uncle's voice came out hoarse, as if someone were gripping his throat, yet it carried unmistakable astonishment. S-tier talent? Jiang Han turned his head to look at the man in the arena. He had seen warriors with S-rank talents. Jiang Jiyu awakened an S-class talent, Phoenix Blood. But when it comes down to it, Jiang Jiyu, who had just awakened, still appeared too immature. His combat prowess wasn't particularly high, at least the pressure he exerted on Jiang Han was nowhere near that of the man before them. Jiang Han could swear this man's strength had far surpassed that of a great martial master, perhaps even exceeding martial general level. If even those sitting at a distance felt such overwhelming pressure, imagine what those directly bearing the brunt must be experiencing. Apart from Li Yang himself, all four members of his squad were now sprawled inelegantly on the ground before the imposing man, without exception. Even Sun Wenbin, the captain and a grand martial master, was no exception. However, compared to his teammates who were lying like dead dogs, Sun Wenbin still had the strength to struggle, yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up. This was Jiang Han's first glimpse of a truly high-level martial artist's combat prowess. Just the sheer pressure alone made it impossible for the Grand Martial Master to even rise to his feet. Is this the terror of an S-rank talent combined with peak combat prowess? For some unknown reason, Jiang Han's heart suddenly burned with fervor. He'd never reached such heights before, but now. On the life and death platform, Uncle Sword staggered forward with shaky steps, yet his resolve remained unshaken. Li Yang had already regained consciousness, but merely rolled over to face the ceiling, gasping for breath. His injuries were far too severe. Wherever the gaze fell, Uncle Dao holding the long blade had nothing but coldness in his eyes. Li Yang, no one insults my family, not in the past, and never in the future. If anyone dares to insult my family, I'll fight to the death to get justice. Prepare to die. These last three words were nearly roared out by Uncle Dao. His long blade rose high, aimed squarely at Li Yang's completely unprotected neck. With this single strike, Li Yang would pay the price for his words. But at this very moment, Sun Wenbin, who had been struggling in the audience for a long time, finally spoke up. Stop. We surrender. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Han suddenly felt the pressure on him vanish. After taking a deep breath, he could only sense the soreness and numbness in all his muscles. It had been nearly 10+ seconds, yet it felt as though he had run dozens of kilometers. There was a feeling of semi-collapse throughout my entire body. And now that the pressure had suddenly eased, the sensation of my whole body relaxing was truly exhilarating. The match ends with one side conceding defeat. With a wave of his hand, the man standing with his arms folded opened the tightly locked door. Take your people back. As the words fell, Uncle Long from the stands had already rushed down. A moment later, he supported the exhausted Uncle Blade. After all, there was still some gap in strength between the two sides. With Li Yang severely injured, Uncle Dao, who had beaten him to such a state, also sustained considerable wounds. Several slashed openings marred his protective gear, from which blood was seeping out. Only when the doctor entered and conducted a brief examination did the crowd finally breathe a sigh of relief. The injuries aren't serious, just some exhaustion from overexertion. Give him some 4 fluids and let him rest overnight, and he'll recover fine. Then we'll trouble the doctor for that. Hearing the doctor's answer, Uncle Long heaved a sigh of relief and quickly expressed his gratitude. Li Yang was carried away by his teammates. Surprisingly, Sun Wenbin stayed behind. This matter won't be resolved so easily. The Scarlet Flame Squad will remember this grudge. Uncle Long turned back to look. The response came sharply. Perfect timing. Neither of us should leave then, let's have another round. Sun Wenbin clearly didn't expect Uncle Long to say that. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately said nothing more and followed his teammates away. Alright, let's head back and rest. Old Wang's injury needs a day to recover. We'll resume our journey once he's mostly healed. The deadline for the task is tight, but it's precisely in moments like these that we must avoid rushing. It's essential to give Uncle Dao sufficient time to recover, and a full medical checkup is necessary to ensure there are no lingering aftereffects before entering the wilderness. Otherwise, any mishap in any link could potentially doom the entire team in the wilderness. Fortunately, Zhang Han and the others aren't in too much of a hurry. Having arrived at the defensive line, Zhang Han could take the opportunity to look around and familiarize himself with the place. He'd likely be coming here frequently in the future. After the college entrance exams concluded, there'd be a 3-month break. Since he'd have nothing else to do, why not train himself in the wilderness? It could improve his strength too. Taking turns to keep vigil by the bed, Zhang Han was scheduled for the last shift. Just come over tomorrow morning. Old Zhao, take Zhang Han around and show him the place. Get him familiar with the surroundings and teach him what to watch out for once we enter the wilderness too. No problem, Uncle Zhao readily agreed. After Daoshu's victory, it was clear the whole team was in higher spirits. Let's eat first. After sitting on the train for so long and dealing with all this commotion, I'm starving. Uncle Hu even cracked a rare joke himself. Uncle Long didn't go, he accompanied Uncle Dao to the hospital instead. If Uncle Dao wakes up, at least there'll be someone to look after him. After finishing their meal, the three of them, Zhang Han and the others, had Tiger Uncle help pack an extra portion to deliver to the hospital. Meanwhile, Zhang Han and Uncle Zhao strolled among several towering buildings. This place serves as humanity's first line of defense. There are usually extremely powerful martial artists stationed here to ensure the defensive line won't be breached by mutant beasts. So it plays a vital role indeed. We commonly refer to such places as safe zones. If you plan to stay in the Wasteland for an extended period, you'd typically choose the nearest safety zone for supplies. The steel defense line stretches over 1,000 kilometers with 12 safety zones, averaging one every 100 kilometers. Most martial artists from Lansung City use this safety zone for their supply needs. These two buildings provide lodging and can accommodate up to 8,000 martial artists simultaneously. That building is for trading exotic materials. Uncle Zhao pointed to a building not far away. Many of the exotic materials gathered from the Wasteland aren't needed for missions, and they can't be taken aboard the train, so people usually choose to sell them there on the spot. The prices are decent too. The buyers here are mostly Fortune 500 level companies, their credibility is guaranteed. Of course, for those extremely rare materials, I'd still recommend selling them in the city district or at auction. You can typically get 10 to 20% higher prices there. You can also buy other similar weapons and armor there. What's left are the hospital and the military building. Chapter 21, Actual Combat and Soaring Combat Power. Uncle Dao recovered quickly. Of course, it was also because the injuries weren't particularly severe to begin with. That level of injury had become routine for them, accustomed as they were to frequent expeditions into the wilderness. Just a bit of exhaustion, really. After receiving a few 4-nutrient drips, he recovered quickly enough. All that remained was some bandaging and a final checkup before being discharged from the hospital. Uncle Long took the opportunity to purchase an interdimensional ring for Zhang Han, reportedly costing 2 million alliance credits. Zhang Han didn't refuse either. After binding it and giving it a try, he found the storage space was extremely small, barely enough to fit a single car, far from comparable to the system-rewarded space. Still, this was sufficient. With the dimensional ring serving as cover, Zhang Han could now freely use his system space. He collected all those pots, pans, and kitchenware, storing them inside his dimensional ring. Once we pass the steel defense line, we'll reach the Wasteland. After the advent of the alternate dimension, humanity has been retreating step by step, and all coastal areas have fallen. The wastelands now encompass the entirety of East China, Central China, and parts of North China and Southwest China. The total area of the wastelands in the Celestial Dynasty region exceeds 4 million square kilometers, most of which were developed areas before the catastrophe. Uncle Long briefed Zhang Han about the wasteland situation while clarifying their mission, our target for this operation is Fallen City number 283. Before the calamity, it was a county-level city with a permanent population of over 800,000. The area isn't particularly large. Originally, cities of this scale wouldn't have lord-level mutant beasts appearing, the strongest would only be general level. But suddenly a steel bristle boar king has intruded, so we must be extra cautious on this mission. We'll circle around the steel bristle boar king to collect the mission item. Once we secure it, we leave immediately, no lingering allowed. Understand what I mean? Uncle Long looked at Jiang Han, his expression solemn as he asked the question. The others didn't concern him, they were all seasoned veterans who knew better than to stir up trouble outside the mission parameters. But Jiang Han was different. Uncle Long worried this newcomer to the Wastelands might get reckless, emboldened by his warrior class abilities and not knowing any better. Many young martial artists enter the Wasteland with this reckless mindset. If they don't cause serious trouble, all's well, but if they truly provoke something they shouldn't, what gets sacrificed won't be just one person, but an entire team. Don't worry, Uncle Long. I know my limits. Although Jiang Han was eager to kill exotic beasts to gain experience points, he was well aware of his own limitations. Especially after witnessing the strength of high-level martial artists just yesterday. Jiang Han had no doubt that if the gravitational field released by that man yesterday had been directed at him, his fate wouldn't have been any better than that of Li Yang's teammates. Knowing firsthand the power of high-level martial artists and high-level exotic beasts, Jiang Han naturally wouldn't go looking for trouble. It's alright, let him follow me. I can teach him some actual combat. Uncle Dao, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Uncle Dao's complexion was still rather pale, mainly due to significant blood loss. It would take weeks of rest to fully recover. But the team couldn't afford to give him that rest time now. Fine then, Xiao Han. You can stick with Uncle Dao. Jiang Han naturally agreed. Though his combat strength wasn't much inferior to Uncle Dao's, in actual combat scenarios, Jiang Han would most likely get crushed by the seasoned veteran. Combat potential and real battle experience are two entirely different things. Uncle Dao, a veteran martial artist who had roamed the Wastelands for over a decade, specialized in blade combat, precisely the kind of battle experience Jiang Han sorely lacked. The 5-person team each carried a specially designed large backpack. After all, the storage capacity of dimensional rings was limited, and each person could only bind one such ring. So without hindering combat, martial artists typically chose to carry an additional backpack to hold some extra supplies. Once they entered the Wastelands, they could only rely on their own 2 feet to travel. The original roads had become unusable due to years of disrepair, and there was a high probability of encountering mutated beasts along the way. Even with vehicles, one couldn't travel very far. Fortunately, those who could become martial artists usually had excellent physical conditioning. With Jiang Han's current physique, covering 200 kilometers in a single day wasn't a problem. Along the journey, whenever they encountered lower-level mutated beasts, Uncle Long and the others showed no intention of intervening, leaving them all for Jiang Han to practice his skills on. Uncle Dao was giving instructions from the side. When dealing with snake-like creatures, especially python-type exotic beasts, you must be careful not to attack them head-on. Try to find a way to flank them. Most importantly, above all else, never expose your back to an exotic beast. Take your last strike, for example. If you thrust instead of slashing aiming right here, you'd have inflicted far greater damage. Uncle Dao crouched down, gesturing at the nearly 2-meter-long firehead python sprawled before him while pointing out Jiang Han's shortcomings. This firehead python is only a mid-level beast soldier, slightly weaker than you. Against this level of opponent, your current fighting style works fine. But against an advanced level beast soldier that's evolved python scales? A slash like yours would barely break through its hide. When the flame-headed python turns around and coils around you, what will you do then? When battling exotic beasts, never act in haste. I know you wanted to show off for us, but you were putting your own safety at risk. Do you understand? Listening to Uncle Dao's reprimand, Jiang Han recalled the scenes from the battle just now and nodded silently. Don't worry, Uncle Dao, I'll be more careful in the future. Jiang Han was indeed somewhat anxious. After insight revealed the weakness analysis, Jiang Han had thought everything was under control. But upon reflection, he realized the truth was exactly as Uncle Dao had said. If that flame-headed python's defense had been just one level higher, the outcome would have been completely different. Fortunately, this time everything turned out fine despite the scare. After slaying this flame-headed python, Zhang Han also reaped substantial rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the mid-tier beast soldier, flame-headed python. Experience points gained, 286. Class A talent insight proficiency +1, +1. Class B talent critical strike proficiency +12 inch. Experience points full, automatic level up. Congratulations, host has reached level 3. Reward, 100 free attribute points * awarded. Killing mutated beasts isn't the same as slaughtering old hens. The effort expended was greater, but the rewards were also greater. Just by killing a single mid-level beast soldier, the flame-headed python Zhang Han gained 286 experience points, and his talent proficiency soared rapidly. The efficiency was countless times faster than killing old hens. In just 2 short hours, the team encountered 3 mid-level beast soldiers, 6 low-level beast soldiers, and over 20 unranked mutants. Zhang Han gained a full 4,000 experience points, along with over 1,000 proficiency points for his talents. He leveled up twice, acquiring 200 free attribute points. His insight nearly reached level 2, but critical strike leveled up instead. After allocating those 100 free attribute points, Zhang Han's combat power surged yet again. Host, Zhang Han. Combat rating, 4,827. Level, 4. Strength, 120 agility, 120 constitution, 121 spirit, 124. Available free attribute points, 0. Experience required for next level, 89/4000. Current talents, A-grade talent, Insight LV1, B-grade talent, Critical Strike LV3. Insight, automatically activates upon entering battle, capable of discerning the weaknesses of all things. Critical Strike, has a 50% chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing damage equal to Strength *5. Current talent proficiency, Insight, 1893/2000, Critical Strike, 103/2000. Remaining available talent slots, 0. Current martial skill, Heaven Class Superior, 9-fold Thunderblade LV1. 9-fold Thunderblade LV1, when attacking with a bladed weapon, Strength ×2, Agility ×2. Current martial skill proficiency, 9-fold Thunderblade LV1, 869/2000. Available items, none. Current system space remaining, 0/1000. Current mission, 1000-man slaughter. Stored burst energy available, 5752, can temporarily enhance combat power when used. Chapter 22, Howls Across the Wasteland. With combat power at 4,800, just one step away from reaching the threshold standard of a Grand Martial Master. Of course, this threshold is merely the minimum standard. Having combat power above 5,000 qualifies one to attempt the Great Martial Disciple assessment, but it doesn't guarantee success. Even so, this remains extremely good news for Zhang Han. Because it confirmed one thing to him. In the Wasteland, he could accelerate his leveling progress. With this efficiency, it wouldn't be long before he truly became a warrior of Martial Master level. With an A-grade talent and combat strength at Martial Master level, even across the entire Celestial Dynasty, Zhang Han would be considered an absolute genius, qualifying for admission to top-tier academies. It's about time. Let's find a shady spot to make a fire and cook. After eating, we'll continue our journey. Since Uncle Long made the decision, Zhang Han and the others naturally obeyed. Decades without human disturbance have noticeably improved the wilderness's ecological environment. Plenty of towering trees provided dry firewood, eliminating Zhang Han's need to bring a lighter. Uncle Hu raised a cluster of flames in his palm and tossed them onto the dry branches, igniting the fire. The 5-person squad included Uncle Long, who awakened an A-grade talent called Raging Dragon. When activated, it enhanced his strength, constitution, and agility to some extent. Unlike Zhang Han's critical strike, which was a one-time trigger, Uncle Long's talent lasted for an extended duration. Uncle Hu awakened a B-grade talent for fire manipulation, capable of coalescing flames, much like conjuring that fireball from thin air moments ago, which was the most basic application of this elemental power. Uncle Dao awakened the B-grade talent of super speed, which Zhang Han had already witnessed earlier. Uncle Zhao awakened danger sense, a somewhat metaphysical talent that holds little use within the city. But out in the wilderness, when this ability triggers, it means serious trouble has arrived. Apparently, last time when Uncle Long and the others managed to retreat, it was all thanks to Uncle Zhao's early warning. As for Uncle Li, who was recovering from his injuries in the hospital, he awakened the B-grade talent Eagle Eye. Somewhat similar to Jiang Han's ability, but Uncle Li could only see farther, he couldn't penetrate enemy weaknesses like Jiang Han could. This team configuration was considered the standard in the wilderness. They had Uncle Dragon leading the charge for offense, Uncle Tiger creating fiery barriers for retreat, and even Uncle Zhao foreseeing dangers in advance. Those who can survive the wilderness for over a decade all have their hidden cards up their sleeves. Jiang Han held the kitchen knife left by his father and began skinning the flaming-headed python. This time when they set out, Jiang Han's group didn't bring any meat, just seasonings and staple food. With so many mutated beasts in the wilderness, killing just one would provide enough food for all of them. Moreover, the meat of most exotic beasts tastes more tender than that of domesticated poultry and commands a higher price. However, due to the extreme dangers of the wilderness and the fact that warriors rarely bring back entire beasts, it remains a rare commodity. Unless it's for some high-star hotels, which occasionally issue missions for warriors to hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness and bring back those with exceptionally high-quality meat. It's worth mentioning that the long blade Jiang Han purchased from the exotic materials market struggled to cut through the flamehead python, whereas this kitchen knife handled the tough python skin with ease, just one swift slash left a clean gash. This unexpected efficiency even caught Jiang Han off guard. Damn, is this really the same kitchen knife he's been using for over a decade? Yet for Jiang Han, this discovery brought only mild surprise rather than any substantial usefulness. After all, he couldn't possibly go hunting mutant beasts while wielding a kitchen knife, could he? Jiang Han still cared about maintaining some semblance of dignity. Blanch the meat in cold water, skim off all the blood foam, then remove and rinse before stir-frying. The entire process flowed seamlessly, and during it, a few critical hits were triggered, helping Jiang Han gain another dozen or so experience points. The flame-headed python's meat turned out to be much tastier than Jiang Han had imagined. It was tender and incredibly fresh. Not just him, even Uncle Long and the others were all chewing with their mouths smeared in red oil. Uncle Tiger even exclaimed in admiration, "See, when you're in the wasteland, having a cook is a must. Otherwise, killing so many mutant beasts would have been a complete waste. Normally, if we want to eat mutant beast meat, we'd have to go to a star-rated hotel, and at those ridiculous prices. Now it's all set. Just pick a suitable exotic beast to kill when you're craving something to eat. Life's good right now. Would be even better with a little wine." Hearing Uncle Hu's sigh, Jiang Han silently flipped his palm, and a bottle of premium baijiu appeared in his hand. "Before we set off, I bought a few bottles. You all can share them." Jiang Han mumbled with a piece of snake meat clamped between his teeth. Uncle Hu's eyes lit up even more when he spotted the bottle of white liquor in Jiang Han's hand. "Good lad. I didn't spoil you for nothing, Uncle Hu here." Taking the liquor from Jiang Han, Uncle Hu uncorked it and took a hearty swig before passing the bottle to Uncle Long. Uncle Long didn't refuse either. The level of mutated beasts they encountered nowadays wasn't particularly high, even Jiang Han could easily kill them. There was no need to stay constantly on edge like that, it would be too exhausting. The bottle made its rounds, even the injured Uncle Dao couldn't resist taking 2 gulps, until finally it reached Jiang Han. Staring at the nearly empty bottle, Jiang Han inexplicably recalled the last time he drank with his old man. He shook his head and said, "You guys go ahead. Water's fine for me." Uncle Hu and the others exchanged knowing smiles but didn't press the matter further. With bellies full, they continued on their way. Since they occasionally encountered strange beasts blocking the path, the actual distance they covered today was considerably shorter than Jiang Han had imagined. From their 10 a.m. departure until sunset at 9 p.m., the group of 5 had traveled just over 100 kilometers. Nightfall brings poisonous beasts. It's not safe to travel now, let's rest here. Old Zhao, go spread xanthium powder around. Jiang Han will take the first watch tonight. Wake your Uncle Hu at 11. Let old Wang rest tonight, don't bother waking him. Uncle Long arranged the night watch order. Jiang Han would go first. Truth be told, this was actually the best arrangement. Years of study habits meant Zhang Han didn't have a biological clock set for sleeping this early. Rather than being woken up in the middle of the night, he figured it was better to take the first watch. Cross-legged on the ground, Zhang Han entered a meditative state. Truth be told, cultivation could also replenish energy, though not as directly as sleep did. The sky had completely darkened, leaving only the stars above twinkling. The moon hadn't risen yet, making the light particularly dim. But to Zhang Han, it was nothing. Every now and then, he would open his eyes and scan his surroundings with penetrating insight. Then, listening to the cicadas chirping around him, he would continue his cultivation. A stark contrast to the fierce battles of daytime, the wilderness now seemed unervingly tranquil. Yet beneath this calm lurked deadly intent. A woof! The drawn-out howl of a wolf instantly jolted Uncle Long and the others upright from their deep slumber. That cry, it's a wasteland wolf. Chapter 23, Martial Marquis-level warrior. Living long-term in the wild had prevented Uncle Long and the others from entering deep sleep. They appeared to be asleep, but the slightest disturbance in their surroundings would immediately startle them awake. Upon hearing this wolf's howl, Zhang Han also withdrew from his cultivation state. He knew what the wasteland wolf was. In terms of combat power alone, the wasteland wolf was absolutely not considered strong, even pitifully weak. An ordinary wasteland wolf has a combat power barely surpassing 1,000, nearly equivalent to that of an average martial artist. At this level, forget Uncle Long, even Zhang Han could easily kill it. But the problem lies in the fact that being named after the wasteland is enough to prove just how widely distributed and numerous the wasteland wolf population is. Even the smallest pack of wasteland wolves can field over 100 combat-ready members. Larger packs may even number in the thousands. Wasteland wolves are the quintessential example of creatures that compensate for quality with sheer numbers. This type of battle is precisely what martial artists dread encountering the most. Every person has their limits. But once you're marked by a wasteland wolf, it's a fight to the death. Unless you're an exceptionally high-level martial artist with area of effect damage abilities. From the sound, it's southwest of us, about a kilometer away. Pack up and head northeast, now. Uncle Long reacted swiftly. After pinpointing the approximate location of the prairie wolf pack, he had already made a decision. The only valuable part of a prairie wolf is its pelt, but even those don't fetch much. It's not worth starting a conflict with them over this. If something unexpected happens because of this battle, it really wouldn't be worth the loss. Their mission objective wasn't this. Packing up was easy, just a few sleeping bags that could be stored in the dimensional ring with a flip of the hand. Uncle Long walked in front, with Zhang Han and the other three following closely behind, jogging at a fairly quick pace. However, the howls of the dire wolves behind them seemed to be getting closer and closer. The continuous howling of wolves evoked a sense of impending danger. Zhang Han activated insight, glancing back from time to time. The moon hung high in the sky now, casting ample light across the land. Insight enhanced Zhang Han's vision somewhat. Even under such conditions, he could still see objects nearly a kilometer away. Pairs of icy blue eyes could be seen everywhere, their cold gaze fixed straight ahead. Their silver-white bodies flickered like ghostly afterimages as they charged wildly towards Zhang Han and the others. A quick glance made it impossible to count their exact numbers, but one thing Zhang Han was certain of: this pack of wasteland wolves numbered well over 1,000. Unbelievable, a horde of wasteland wolves this massive could probably overwhelm even a martial general-level warrior through sheer numbers alone. Uncle Long, there are over 1,000 wasteland wolves behind us, and no sign of the wasteland wolf king for now. Zhang Han loudly reported his observations to Uncle Long and the others. At times like this, only their experience could lead to the most accurate decision. Over 1,000 wasteland wolves means their king has likely reached Lord tier strength. We can't afford a confrontation, change course. Uncle Long had already made his decision upon receiving Zhang Han's feedback. Head straight north toward the fallen city number 186. Typically, exotic beasts have strong territorial instincts. Charge in there and let them help block the wilderness wolves. From a broader perspective, humans and exotic beasts belong to opposing factions, but the beasts themselves don't coexist peacefully either. It feels more like a primeval forest, forming a complete ecosystem on its own without human interference. The law of the jungle prevails, yet it maintains a certain order. If Zhang Han's guess was correct, the steel-bristled boar king that Long Shu and his team encountered previously must have moved from its original territory to the ruined city number 283 because it was about to give birth and would enter a weakened phase. After all, within the ruined city number 283, there were no other mutated beasts whose rank surpassed its own. Even during periods of weakness, one can at least ensure they won't face any real danger. The same applies now. High-level mutated beasts all possess territorial instincts. If another beast intrudes, a battle is almost inevitable. Uncle Long's strategy of driving a tiger to devour a wolf, Zhang Han had to admire it. Fortunately, the ruins of City 186 weren't too far from Zhang Han's group, just over 20 kilometers away. At their speed, it would take roughly half an hour of full-speed running to reach it, with enough stamina reserved to handle any unexpected situations. The pack of Wasteland wolves behind them drew closer, their howls growing clearer. Yet to Zhang Han and the others, there was something oddly unsettling about the sound. Uncle Long, who was leading the way, suddenly halted. "Wait, something feels off." The group exchanged glances as Uncle Long furrowed his brow slightly and said, "These prairie wolves don't seem to be hunting for food. Why do I get the feeling they're actually running for their lives?" "Big bro, so you feel it too?" Uncle Tiger spoke gruffly, panting heavily as he added, "I noticed their calls sounded off earlier too, kept hearing these intermittent howls of distress." Meanwhile, Zhang Han turned to look behind them. With his enhanced vision, he could clearly see what was happening a kilometer away. This time, Zhang Han saw it extremely clearly. "Uncle Long! There's a martial artist chasing this pack of prairie wolves." Zhang Han's voice carried an unmistakable tone of astonishment. Facing a pack of prairie wolves, even Uncle Long, as a Grand Martial Master, could only be forced to retreat. How could anyone dare to actively provoke the prairie wolf pack? What's even more outrageous is that this guy was actually being chased by a pack of wild wolves? Chasing wild wolves? Impossible. Not only was Zhang Han shocked, but even Uncle Long and the others looked astonished. "Han, are you sure you saw it correctly? When entering the wilderness, I brought a telescope, but it's useless at night, you can't see that far, and most mutant beasts can conceal their body heat." Zhang Han narrowed his eyes slightly, carefully scanned the scene, then nodded again. A man dressed entirely in black seems to be the martial artist who presided over Uncle Dao's life and death arena earlier. Although it was hard to believe, the reality before Zhang Han's eyes left no room for doubt. The man showed no intention to make a move, standing calmly with arms at his sides as his entire body floated in the air, advancing forward. Every single plains wolf that entered a 50-meter radius around him was instantly crushed to the ground without exception, unable to even struggle. As the man drew closer, their bodies violently exploded apart. Flight through sheer power? Or perhaps an innate ability? And he's actually flying. Fly? Uncle Long and the others fell into silence at these words, only speaking again after a few seconds. "Alright, no need to go to the ruined city anymore. We just need to avoid this pack of wasteland wolves." Who would have thought we'd encounter a martial marquee-level powerhouse at the edge of the defense line? But why would a marquee-level powerhouse bother hunting down these wild wolves? Chapter 24, The Silverwing Wolf King. A martial marquee-level powerhouse is one in a million. This is the true backbone of humanity's resistance against the aberrant beasts. Some monstrous beasts capable of destroying entire cities can only be resisted by martial warriors of marquee-level strength. At this stage, unless facing opponents of the same level, numbers become meaningless. Just as Zhang Han had witnessed moments ago. That black-clad man merely hovered in midair wherever he passed. The direwolves couldn't even touch him before being crushed to death by his innate gravitational field. The only problem now is, why would a warrior of this caliber appear in the fringe area of the wasteland? Shouldn't he be deeper in the wilderness hunting exotic beasts? As if responding to Zhang Han's inner doubts, a high-pitched wolf howl rang out, distinctly different from the cries of other wasteland wolves. Zhang Han followed the howl's direction and immediately spotted among the wolf pack the alpha male, a wolf noticeably larger than the others by a full size. An ordinary wasteland wolf typically stands no taller than 1.5 meters, with a body length of about 2 meters. But this particular wasteland wolf had a body length nearing 3 meters alone, and more crucially, it had wings sprouting from its back. The Silverwing Wolf King. The mutant form of the lone wolf. Aberrant beasts are creatures mutated from Earth's original lifeforms due to exposure to extra-dimensional energy. It altered the most fundamental genetic sequences. But this was only the first mutation. A select few creatures undergo a second mutation. Without exception, those capable of surviving such secondary mutations ultimately grow to terrifyingly formidable heights. In a miscellaneous text on martial arts Jiang Han had read before, there was mention of the Silverwing Wolf King. The Silverwing Wolf King, arising from a twice-mutated Wasteland wolf, reaches nearly 5 meters in body length and 3 meters in height as an adult. Post-mutation combat strength reaches Lord-tier maturation, with full-grown specimens attaining Beast King level. Any martial artist encountering a Silverwing Wolf King should immediately report to the Martial Alliance for swift extermination. This is an introduction about the Silverwing Wolf King brief, yet every sentence highlights its deadly danger. It reaches Beast King level upon reaching adulthood. These 7 words alone are enough to strike fear into all martial artists. If Jiang Han remembers correctly, the last time a Beast King breached the defensive line, it resulted in over 10,000 martial artists dead, among them, even a Marquis-level expert. And Jiang Han finally understood why that martial Marquis-level expert had appeared here. If it really was the Silverwing Wolf King, then having another martial Marquis-level expert wouldn't be excessive. Uncle Long, there's a Silverwing Wolf King among these prairie wolves. Jiang Han didn't know what to do at this moment, so he could only throw the question to Uncle Long and let him make the decision. Silverwing Wolf King. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Uncle Long exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? Wait, a wolf pack numbering in the thousands that's been pursued by a martial Marquis-level expert for so long, that means this pack of Wasteland wolves must have originally been significantly larger. A wolf pack of this scale could only be commanded by the Silverwing Wolf King. But after transforming into a Silverwing Wolf King, it proves that its strength is at least at the Lord level. A mutated beast of this tier is something we simply can't contend with. No way. If it really is a Silverwing Wolf King, there's absolutely no chance we can escape in this situation. Turn around and run back. Try to avoid the main force of the wolf pack and regroup with that martial Marquis. Hearing Uncle Long's words, Jiang Han and the others, who had been sprinting forward at full speed, abruptly slowed down. Stay close, I'll take the lead. We'll break through at the wolves' weakest point and avoid the Silverwing Wolf King. He understood exactly what the appearance of a Silverwing Wolf King within the pack meant. A Lord-class Silverwing Wolf King was a full tier above him in combat power, let alone anything Jiang Han and the others could handle. It was likely they'd be slaughtered by the Silverwing Wolf King in a single encounter. Don't look down on the Silverwing Wolf King now being hunted, it's only because its pursuer is a martial Marquis-level powerhouse. If they keep running like this, chances are the group will still be caught in the wolf pack's rampage. Once their leader is slain, the wolves will go completely berserk, and the entire area will be affected. Moreover, one of the primal wolves' most defining traits is their vengeful nature. Given these circumstances, it's better to turn in breakthrough. Once they reach the martial Marquis' position, they'll be temporarily safe. After obtaining the crucial information, Uncle Long made his decision within mere seconds. Although this decision wasn't particularly favorable for Uncle Tiger and the others. Facing a pack of over 1,000 Wasteland wolves, the slightest misstep could lead to being overwhelmed by the charging horde. Thus, everyone frowned and glared coldly at the onrushing Wasteland wolves ahead. Only Jiang Han, gazing at the pack of Wasteland wolves barely 300 to 400 meters behind him, had a hint of fervor in his eyes. With over 1,000 combat power, the Wasteland wolves posed little threat to him. With the boosts from Insight and Heartstrike, Jiang Han's combat power was already nearing that of a Grand Martial Master. As long as he struck their weak points, a single slash was usually enough to finish them off. Under normal circumstances, encountering even one wolf would require traveling quite a distance. But now, hundreds or even thousands of wild wolves were forced to gather together. In Jiang Han's eyes, these were pure experience points. Apart from being somewhat dangerous, requiring him to constantly monitor the location of the Silverwing Wolf King, the rest didn't pose much threat to Jiang Han. Charge through. As the pack of wild wolves closed to within just 100 meters, Uncle Long finally made his move. With a single step, his whole body surged straight toward the wolf pack, then with a single punch, he sent a charging Wasteland wolf flying. Jiang Han and the others weren't slow to act either. Following behind Uncle Long, they charged forward. Zhang Han, gripping his short blade, guarded the team's flank. With keen insight, each approaching Wasteland wolf, measuring nearly 2 meters in length, was sent flying with just a single slash. At the same time, a system notification sounded in his mind, announcing the acquisition of experience. A 2-meter-long Wasteland wolf weighed close to 300 kilograms, but after consecutively leveling up twice in the system, Zhang Han's strength attribute had already reached 120 points. And that was without factoring in the additional boosts from critical strike and the ninefold Thunderblade technique. With Zhang Han exerting full strength, a single slash from his blade could unleash a force of 1,200 points. Were it not for the low-grade nature of his short sword, forcing him to hold back for fear of shattering it. Splitting the Wasteland wolf he struck clean in two would have been effortless. Even so, the mere display was enough to leave the onlookers utterly stunned. What kind of combat power is this, Xiaohan? One slash finished off Steppenwolf? Uncle Hu and the others were worried that Zhang Han might feel intimidated seeing such a scene for the first time, so they kept a close eye on him. But then they suddenly realized that facing such a scene, Zhang Han appeared even calmer than any of them. For some unknown reason, Uncle Hu sensed that Zhang Han seemed somewhat excited. Like now, Zhang Han casually swung his blade, slicing open the throat of a prairie wolf that had ambushed Uncle Zhao. Then he kicked the carcass away, resolving Uncle Zhao's predicament before charging toward the next wolf with his blade raised. While others avoided confrontation whenever possible, Zhang Han almost seemed to be seeking out fights with these prairie wolves. Chapter 25, Lord-class mutant beasts, truly terrifying. Zhang Han didn't possess any area of effect damage skills. But it wasn't a big problem. When one's strength reaches overwhelming superiority, it's just a matter of finding the weak spot for a single decisive strike. The wilderness wolves still provided substantial experience points. Although their combat power of just over 1,000 wasn't particularly high, they absolutely qualified as decent experience mobs. For every Wasteland wolf slain, Zhang Han could gain over 180 experience points, with slight fluctuations but never dropping below 180. Talent proficiency and martial skill proficiency were skyrocketing as well. I was already close to leveling up, and with this efficiency continuing, I'll probably reach the next level before long. If only there were a cultivation experience card right now. Zhang Han's group of 5 fought while advancing. Uncle Long led the charge up front, Zhang Han guarded one flank while Uncle Hu and Uncle Dao protected the other side. Though Uncle Zhao had weaker combat abilities and stayed shielded in the center, this posed no major issues. Like a sharp blade, they cleanly cleaved an opening through the swarming wolf pack. With that marquee-level powerhouse pursuing the dire wolves from behind, the pack dared not halt to surround Zhang Han's group. This made Zhang Han and the others appear completely at ease. If things continued this way, Zhang Han's group wouldn't need much longer to break through the prairie wolf pack and achieve temporary safety. However, it was clear that some extraordinary beasts among the wolf pack didn't intend to let Zhang Han's group leave so easily. Having killed so many prairie wolves was bound to draw the attention of the Wolf King. Oh whoa. After the second mutation, the howl of the Silverwing Wolf King was distinctly different from other wasteland wolves, especially when heard up close. The contrast became even more pronounced. Turning his head, Zhang Han suddenly realized the Silverwing Wolf King, which had been frantically fleeing just moments ago, had somehow drawn near to them without their noticing. Its pair of silver-white wings spread open wide across its back. One of its wings was stained with blood, yet this only added to its formidable presence. Dragon Uncle, watch out! Even as Zhang Han shouted the warning, the Silverwing Wolf King had already taken to the air, charging directly at Zhang Han and his companions. Its flying speed was clearly faster than its running pace. With the additional suppression of realms, Zhang Han felt he hadn't even clearly seen the opponent's movement before the Silverwing Wolf King was already before him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and in the next instant, Zhang Han saw Uncle Long being sent flying backward. Uncle Long! Brother! Brother Long! Zhang Han rushed forward with all his might, catching Dragon Uncle mid-air. He's still breathing, just unconscious. Zhang Han placed his fingers beneath Dragon Uncle's nose to confirm he was merely unconscious before handing him over to Tiger Uncle. Zhang Han had imagined that a lord-level exotic beast would be formidable, but this situation was beyond what he had expected. In just one encounter, Uncle Long, a Grand Martial Master, was knocked unconscious. While it was partly due to the beast's surprise attack catching Uncle Long off guard, The fact that it could incapacitate Uncle Long, the main attacker, in a single strike sent a chill down even Jiang Han's spine. We're in big trouble. With Uncle Long unconscious, Uncle Tiger has to look after him. Uncle Blade is injured, and Uncle Zhao isn't particularly strong in combat to begin with. Which means our entire team has lost the ability to face the Silverwing Wolf King head-on. What should we do? Xiao Han. Break out separately, don't get drawn into prolonged fighting. Just make it to that martial marquee and we'll be safe. At the critical moment, Uncle Tiger shouted loudly. Jiang Han heard it clearly and knew this was their only chance. With no one able to confront the Silver-Winged Wolf King head-on, splitting up was their only option to maximize survival chances. But ultimately, in such circumstances, splitting up would inevitably mean one of them would become prey to the Silver-Winged Wolf King's pursuit. Whether it was Uncle Tiger, Uncle Blade, or Uncle Zhao, facing the Silverwing Wolf King meant certain death for them all. So, who should be the one to die? Watching the Silverwing Wolf King adjust its stance and spread its wings once more, Jiang Han knew he had to make a decision, quickly. Taking a deep breath, he cleaved a charging plane's wolf in half with a single stroke, then swung its severed leg toward the Silverwing Wolf King. Jiang Han's current strength attribute was quite high, but if this blow had landed on any other Wasteland wolf, it would likely have been fatal or at least severely wounded. However, when it struck the Silverwing Wolf King, the creature merely shuddered before turning a glare of annoyance toward him. Jiang Han flipped the Wolf King the middle finger, not caring whether it understood the gesture, before turning tail and sprinting away. His goal was simple, to distract the Wasteland Wolf King and prevent Uncle Hu's group from being chased down. Although Jiang Han's own combat power wasn't particularly high, it was still considerably greater than Uncle Hu and the others. With close to 5,000 in combat power, even if he couldn't win, he should at least be able to escape, right? A-oh-oh-oh-oh. Another wolf howl sounded, but this one carried a different tone than before. Because after the Silverwing Wolf King let out that howl, all the other wild wolves joined in, their voices filled with deep sorrow, as if they were resolved to fight to the death. The next moment, Jiang Han saw the wild wolves around him, who had been fleeing at full speed, now charging toward him in unison. What happened? As if sensing impending danger, Jiang Han felt a sudden chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. Hadn't he just given the Silverwing Wolf King a single strike? Why was it making such a big deal out of it? Though surprised in his heart, Jiang Han's hands moved without the slightest delay. Knowing he couldn't afford to prolong the battle, Jiang Han had no time to care about the experience points these wasteland wolves would yield. With his short blade clearing the path, he aimed not for kills but for a breakthrough, his speed increasing noticeably. But no matter how fast Jiang Han was, he couldn't outpace the Silver-Winged Wolf King with wings on its back. An ordinary wasteland wolf already posed such a significant threat to Jiang Han, increasing their numbers wouldn't create a qualitative change. But the Silverwing Wolf King was different. Though Jiang Han was charging forward, most of his focus remained fixed on the beast behind him. Watching the creature streak toward him like a silver blur, Jiang Han had never felt such intense concentration in his life. He whirled around and slashed out with his blade. Ninefold Thunderblade. Simultaneously, with subtle shifts in his footwork, Jiang Han sidestepped the Silverwing Wolf King's frontal assault just before their collision. Instead, he swung his blade toward the injured wing of the Silverwing Wolf King. Jiang Han's objective was remarkably straightforward. The second mutation of the Silverwing Wolf King significantly enhanced its strength, largely due to the pair of wings on its back. With these wings, the Silverwing Wolf King experienced substantial changes in both speed and attack patterns. But if one of its wings were crippled, the outcome would be entirely different. Without wings, the Silverwing Wolf King would be reduced to running on the ground. While its attacks remained formidable, they would at least leave discernible patterns. The previous wound was likely left by that martial marquis, and now it became Jiang Han's target of attack. However, though Jiang Han's plan was clever, the Silverwing Wolf King would never give him such an opportunity. After all, the difference in strength was overwhelming. With just a single flap of its wing to shield the wound, the Wolf King effortlessly dodged all of Jiang Han's attacks. What's even more outrageous is, Jiang Han's slash landed on the Silverwing Wolf King's wing, but instead of leaving a wound, it produced a harsh metallic clanging sound. Then, most inopportunely, the short sword in his hand snapped into 3 pieces. Chapter 26, Insight Upgrade. The short sword that had cost Jiang Han several thousand alliance coins finally snapped after a day of overuse in battle. though Jiang Han had long sensed that this blade was nearing its limit. But the timing of its shattering couldn't have been more inconvenient. Facing a powerful enemy, yet now left weaponless. Without his dagger, Jiang Han's combat power would sharply decline. He couldn't even use the ninefold Thunder Blade technique. What should we do? Dodging the Silverwing Wolf King's pounce sideways, Jiang Han watched as the beast turned around preparing to attack again, his brow furrowing tightly. The distance to that martial marquee was merely over 400 meters, a mere half-minute sprint at full speed, yet now it might as well be an impassable chasm. With the Silverwing Wolf King relentlessly dragging him down, he had no chance at all to flee in that direction. It seemed the Silverwing Wolf King knew it couldn't avoid a life-or-death battle with that marquee rank warrior today, so now it stopped running, almost as if intending to sacrifice Jiang Han and the others as warm-up before the decisive fight. The problem was, Jiang Han didn't want to fight it. Ding! A-grade talent insight has reached full proficiency. Level upgraded. Current level, LV2. The talent effect has been altered. Please check it promptly, host. Has the talent upgraded? The system's notification sound echoed in his mind, sparking a fleeting joy in Jiang Han's heart that quickly settled into calmness. Insight is considered a supportive type talent, and even if upgraded, it doesn't contribute much to combat strength. In fact, it's not just insight, even if critical strike were upgraded, it wouldn't make much difference in Jiang Han's battle against the Silverwing Wolf King. The Silverwing Wolf King isn't the type of beast with exceptionally strong single-target attacks. Its primary danger actually stems from its leadership abilities after the Second Awakening. As the Beast King, the Silverwing Wolf King can command most lower-level beasts. But even so, any creature reaching Lord-level status has a combat power starting at 10,000 at minimum. Some exceptionally powerful individuals can even reach 80 or 90,000 in combat strength. For example, that steel-maned boar king that Uncle Long and the others encountered before typically reaches around 50,000 in combat power upon reaching adulthood. The Silverwing Wolf King's combat power falls somewhat short, but not by much. Jiang Han estimated its combat strength to be at least above 20,000. Otherwise, it would be impossible to knock out Uncle Long, a great martial master, with a single strike. In such a situation, unless Jiang Han could unleash at least 10,000 units of combat power within a short time, he would have absolutely no chance of defending against the Silver-Winged Wolf King. But is it even possible to explode with 10,000 units of combat power in such a short time? Jiang Han flipped his right hand, a glimmer of light flashed, and he discarded the broken dagger that had been reduced to just its hilt. In its place appeared a kitchen knife. I was in such a rush when I came out that I didn't have time to buy extra weapons. After searching through the dimensional ring, this kitchen knife was the only thing that even remotely counted as a blade. It could trigger the effects of ninefold Thunderblade and was sturdy enough to do the job. The Silverwing Wolf King lunged again, its twin wings spread wide as it moved at an absurd speed. Even with Jiang Han's keen eyesight, he could only see afterimages now. Clearly, the Silverwing Wolf King meant business. It intended to kill Jiang Han quickly before chasing down the others. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han stood ready for battle. If he couldn't block the Silverwing Wolf King's attack, his fate would be sealed with death. The Silverwing Wolf King was merely 30 meters away, less than a second from closing the distance to Jiang Han. Yet, when the Silverwing Wolf King reached within 10 meters of Jiang Han, its speed suddenly slowed. Jiang Han instinctively swung his blade, only to realize the Silverwing Wolf King never actually charged at him. The slash met empty air, leaving him baffled. What's going on? At full outbreak speed, the Silverwing Wolf King could undoubtedly exceed 50 meters per second, perhaps even faster. Yet now, through Jiang Han's eyes, its movements appeared excruciatingly slow. At most, it was moving at about 10 meters per second, similar to Jiang Han's speed during his warrior days. Although still fast, Jiang Han could now completely track the opponent's movements. His extraordinary agility granted Jiang Han lightning-fast reflexes. As he saw the Silverwing Wolf King open its jaws to bite and simultaneously raise its right paw to strike at his waist, Jiang Han leapt into the air in the next instant, dodging the Wolf King's attack while swinging his kitchen knife in midair. The two clashed in the blink of an eye, and in the next moment, the Silverwing Wolf King had already dashed dozens of meters away. Compared to just moments ago, however, the ferocity in the Silverwing Wolf King's eyes was now laced with deep confusion. It couldn't comprehend why this seemingly feeble human had managed to evade its attacks twice in a row. The first time it hadn't gone all out, but this time, why had it failed again? The Silverwing Wolf King, having just completed its second evolution and become a lord, had awakened its spiritual intelligence. It now possessed a certain level of cognitive ability, no longer constrained by mere instinct. Yet, this situation was clearly beyond its comprehension. Meanwhile, Zhang Han reached out and caught a few silvery white wolf hairs drifting through the air. This creature's defense was truly remarkable. Though he had merely swiped at it casually without exerting much force, the strike definitely hadn't been light. For any other magical beast, this would have meant death or at least serious injury. But when it landed on the Silverwing Wolf King, it merely sliced off a few strands of fur, utterly ridiculous. The combat power of a martial master couldn't even break its defense. Yet even so, this was enough. Thanks to the sudden change, the Silverwing Wolf King's proud speed appeared drastically reduced in his eyes. Being able to react and counter it, the threat from the Silverwing Wolf King diminished sharply for him. This change was another effect brought about by Insight's upgrade. Grade A Talent Insight, LV2. Insight automatically activates upon entering combat. Can discern the weaknesses of all things. When mental focus reaches its peak, may trigger passive state, dynamic capture. Motion capture perfectly captures the movements of all creatures and objects within a 10-meter range. A somewhat idealistic ability. Considering the previous scene, it's actually not hard to understand. It wasn't that the Silverwing Wolf King had slowed down, but rather Zhang Han's dynamic tracking ability had sharpened. In other words, he could perceive the Silverwing Wolf King's movements more rapidly and process this information swiftly. Thus, to him, it seemed as if the Silverwing Wolf King had slowed down. This innate ability was of immense benefit to Zhang Han. Especially when facing magical beasts like the Silverwing Wolf King that relied on speed to dominate. Motion capture is undoubtedly a divine skill. If that's the case, then the Silverwing Wolf King doesn't seem all that terrifying. The kitchen knife in hand was slightly raised, held horizontally in front of the body. Just as I prepared to face the Silverwing Wolf King's next attack, I saw it turn tail and flee. The next moment, a hand clapped down on Zhang Han's shoulder. Turning around, he discovered that Marquis Wu had somehow appeared behind him without notice. Leave this to me. A battle of this level isn't something you should be involved in. Do me a favor and clean up the remaining direwolves, especially the she-wolves. Chapter 27 Killing Spree. Zhang Han had engaged the Silverwing Wolf King for at least 10 seconds, long enough for this Marquis-ranked warrior to cross hundreds of meters and reach his side. And this was precisely why the Silverwing Wolf King had immediately turned tail to flee. Without waiting for Zhang Han's response, the Marquis soared into the air again, this time moving at least twice as fast as before. It charged straight toward the Silverwing Wolf King, which was spreading its wings in an attempt to flee. Indeed, the Silverwing Wolf King was fast, but only within its own level. When facing opponents a full tier above, its speed could no longer be considered remarkable. Moreover, one of its wings was injured, preventing it from unleashing its full velocity. Gravity field. Zhang Han only heard a furious roar from the martial Marquis in the air, and the next moment, the Silverwing Wolf King, which had been as swift as an arrow, crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Han felt his eyelids twitch violently. Is this the power of a martial Marquis? The Silverwing Wolf King, which he could barely contend against even with his upgraded insight ability, was nothing more than a momentary burst of innate talent before the martial Marquis, unable to even escape. Shaking his head, Zhang Han knew this level of battle wasn't for him. Collecting his thoughts, he glanced at the surrounding wild wolves glaring fiercely at him and tightened his grip on the kitchen knife. Uncle Hu and the others had already broken through. Without the Silverwing Wolf King blocking them, the threat they faced wasn't significant, they were all safe now. Except for a few scattered wild wolves still giving chase, most of the pack had already surrounded Zhang Han. But this was just perfect, it saved Zhang Han the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Having finally gotten such an opportunity, Zhang Han naturally wouldn't let it slip by. Especially after taking a quick glance at his attribute panel, Zhang Han felt even more confident. After upgrading his insight ability, Zhang Han's combat power had solidly broken through the 5,000 threshold and now stood at over 5,300. Facing a Wasteland wolf with combat power barely crossing 1,000, he could modestly say he had plenty to spare. They're all experienced monsters, and elite ones at that. Jiang Han muttered to himself before charging forward instead of retreating, heading straight for the closest wasteland wolf. When surrounded like this, standing still to fight wasn't an option. There was always the risk of being ambushed from behind. The safest approach was to keep charging forward, at least then the wasteland wolves couldn't sneak up on him, since they couldn't possibly catch up with Jiang Han's speed. This was one of the practical combat techniques Knife Master had previously taught Jiang Han. There's a huge difference between one-on-one combat and being surrounded by enemies. But post-upgrade insight was genuinely fantastic to use. It hadn't just been crucial against the Silverwing Wolf King, it proved equally effective here too. Amidst the slowed movements of all surrounding creatures, the motions of these prairie wolves appeared nearly motionless to Jiang Han's eyes. Jiang Han strolled casually among the prairie wolves as if taking a leisurely walk, each swing of his kitchen knife landing precisely on the weaknesses revealed by his insight. With every slash, the system would notify him of experience points gained. This feeling of being immersed in a shower of experience was incredibly exhilarating. A rough estimate suggests that although most of the wilderness wolves had already been killed by that martial marquis, quite a few remained, around 200 or so. Enough for Jiang Han to level up the system once or twice more. With some luck, even the critical strike and ninefold thunderblade skills might advance a level. Such rapid leveling, truly astonishing speed. In the city, Jiang Han would never have been able to do this. But in the wilderness, all it took was encountering a pack of wild wolves. Jiang Han had lost himself to the bloodlust, his mind consumed by a single thought. Find the marked weak points on the charging wolves, strike them down with a single slash, then move on to the next. Faintly, the voices of Uncle Hu and the others calling for Jiang Han could be heard, yet Jiang Han paid no heed. Such a rare opportunity couldn't be missed. Jiang Han's actions left Tiger Uncle and his crew dumbfounded. From a distance, one could still see that Jiang Han was nearly drenched in blood. From their perspective, they couldn't tell whether the blood belonged to Jiang Han or the wasteland wolves at all. All they could see was Jiang Han, resembling a war god, cleaving away every wolf that came near him with a single slash before charging toward the next one. For some reason, Uncle Hu and the others always felt that Jiang Han didn't seem like a newcomer to the wasteland. Because no newcomer could be like Jiang Han, charging forward instead of retreating when facing a pack of beasts, showing not a trace of fear. Jiang Han's bravery inadvertently made them appear somewhat timid. But after glancing at that horde of wasteland wolves, all they could do was urge Jiang Han to be careful and break free swiftly. Old Wang Old Zhao, don't you think Jiang Han's combat power seems completely beyond that of a martial warrior level? Uncle Tiger was still carrying Uncle Dragon on his back, only his voice sounded somewhat subdued. Are you suggesting Jiang Han has already reached Grand Martial Warrior? That shouldn't be possible. With just a B-grade talent, his combat power shouldn't have improved this quickly. Uncle Dao gripped his weapon tightly, gazing at Jiang Han not far away, his heart equally filled with confusion. It shouldn't be possible, yet the facts are right before our eyes. If it were merely warrior-level strength, how could he face so many wilderness wolves and still appear so at ease? At the very least, I couldn't do it. Uncle Tiger has been a martial artist for nearly 10 years, with his combat power reaching 4,700, just a step away from attaining the level of a great martial artist. Uncle Blade and Uncle Zhao pondered in their hearts, but soon arrived at an answer. I couldn't do it either. I definitely couldn't do it. The three exchanged glances, already knowing the answer in their hearts. This kid must still be hiding plenty from us. Uncle Hu wore a smile on his face, watching Jiang Han effortlessly hunt the wasteland wolves with evident delight. They had watched Jiang Han grow up, treating him no differently than their own nephews. Seeing him progress so rapidly, even surpassing them in such a short time, filled their hearts with nothing but joy. After all, he's Brother Cheng's son. It's only natural Jiang Han is extraordinarily gifted. And this kid works way harder than most people. This level of skill is well earned. Uncle Zhao sighed, seemingly recalling something, then shook his head and said, speaking of which, didn't Brother Cheng always forbid us from mentioning anything about the wasteland in front of Jiang Han? Why are we bringing him to the wilderness again this time? No idea. Uncle Hu shook his head. Who can fathom Cheng Ji's thoughts? But regardless, Jiang Han's growth to this level has truly given us a pleasant surprise. As long as we steer clear of trouble later, the mission shouldn't be too hard to complete. A team with two great martial masters faces little danger as long as they don't run into a lord-level aberrant beast. Chapter 28, Marquis Li Chongyang. Wolf packs in the wilderness have one defining trait: when encountering enemies, they fight to the death without retreat. This characteristic closely resembles that of wolves before the mutation. After the transformation, the Wasteland wolves inherited this tenacity unchanged. This is precisely why most martial artists are unwilling to provoke the Wasteland wolf packs. Because once targeted, you must constantly guard against their coordinated attacks unless you wipe out the entire pack. Alternatively, if your strength is formidable enough to deter them, like that martial marquis just now, even basic survival instincts would make the wolves realize they stood no chance against him. But in Jian Han's case, it meant over 200 relentless Wasteland wolves throwing themselves at him, generously contributing to his experience points. Just as he had thought. Over 200 direwolves had boosted his level by 1 again. While gaining 100 attribute points, Jiang Han successfully reached level 5. Casually grabbing a direwolf corpse, he wiped the blood off his cleaver before storing it back into his system space. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood. Jiang Han's body was drenched in the blood of the direwolves. There was no wiping it clean now. He'd have to wait until dawn to find a water source for a proper washing. Han. Uncle Hu and the others came forward to meet him. When the battle was halfway through, Uncle Tiger and the others came to help, though their efficiency in killing monsters was certainly not as high as Jiang Han's. "You little rascal, confess honestly, have you already reached the level of Grand Martial Master?" Hearing Uncle Tiger's question, Jiang Han silently recited the attributes panel in his mind. After glancing at his combat power, he saw no reason to hide it and nodded. After the insight upgrade, his combat power had already brushed against the threshold of Grand Martial Master. Now, with 100 free attribute points added, Jiang Han's combat power had indeed broken through to the Grand Martial Master level, reaching 5892. Although he was still at the lower end of the Great Martial Master tier in terms of combat strength, he had indeed achieved the level of a Great Martial Master. "I knew it, you've been keeping something from us, kid." Uncle Hu wore a smile on his face, his tone seemingly scolding, yet Jiang Han couldn't detect even the slightest hint of reproach in his words. Still, Jiang Han felt it better to explain himself. "Uncle Hu, I." Jiang Han was just about to say something when Uncle Hu raised his hand to stop him. "Alright, everyone has their own secrets. I understand. Anyway, your combat power reaching Great Martial Master level is good news for the whole team. This mission now has better odds. No one will blame you for hiding your strength." Uncle Hu showed no intention of probing Jiang Han's hidden cards. Before any explanation could be offered, he took the lead in stating his position, which actually left Jiang Han somewhat embarrassed. Truth be told, his combat strength hadn't reached this level at the very beginning. Had it not been for hunting so many exotic beasts and ascending 3 levels consecutively, his combat strength might genuinely have fallen short of Uncle Hu's. Still, this outcome worked out well. It spared Jiang Han the trouble of fabricating excuses. "How is Uncle Long doing?" Jiang Han asked, looking at Uncle Long, who was still lying on Uncle Hu's back. "Nothing serious, just got shaken up by the impact and passed out. He'll wake up after some rest." Jiang Han gave an acknowledging hum. "The danger has been temporarily lifted for now." Although the alien beasts are extremely sensitive to the scent of blood, ordinary ones wouldn't dare approach such a thick, overwhelming stench. "Let's rest here. Once day breaks, we'll leave." Uncle Hu had barely finished speaking before he could even sit down when the martial marquis who had chased after the Silverwing Wolf King came flying back, this time holding the lifeless body of the beast in his hands. Before the massive wolf's frame, the Marquis Wu appeared somewhat slight and diminutive, yet somehow this sight struck Jiang Han and the others as remarkably harmonious. "Dragon Squad, at your service, Marquis Wu." Uncle Tiger and the others wore solemn expressions as they offered respectful bows to the Marquis Wu hovering in midair. The gulf in strength and status between them was simply too vast. This noble figure fully warranted such deference from Uncle Tiger's party. Jiang Han, however, gazed at the martial marquis floating in the air and the still warm corpse of the Silverwing Wolf King with burning intensity in his eyes. Is this the power of a top-tier warrior? To slay the Silverwing Wolf King so effortlessly, the very beast that had left Jiang Han and his team powerless. Just then, the martial marquis hovering in the air spoke. "The Tyrant Dragon Squad? Impressive." daring to charge into such a massive pack of desolate wolves to help block the Silverwing Wolf King for me. Especially this kid. Marquis Wu looked at Jiang Han. What's your name? My lord Marquis, I am Jiang Han, he replied. Jiang Han gave a slight bow. Jiang Han? Marquis Wu nodded, then released his grip on the Silverwing Wolf King's corpse with his right hand. The several 100-kilogram beast collapsed heavily onto the ground. Your assistance in blocking the Silverwing Wolf King was commendable. As a reward, you may take one material from its body. Hearing Marquis Wu's words, Jiang Han and his companions exchanged glances, all with traces of astonishment in their eyes. To be able to become a Marquis of War, one would typically be arrogant by nature, reluctant to waste even an extra word. Yet this man before them not only willingly engaged in conversation but was even offering to share the corpse of the Silverwing Wolf King with them? The carcass of a Lord-class mutated beast generally sells for between 1 to 5 million. Depending on its strength and the scarcity of its materials, the price can fluctuate quite significantly. As for the Silverwing Wolf King, a creature that only emerges after a second mutation of the wilderness wolves, while its individual strength isn't particularly formidable, its sheer rarity makes it highly valuable. The total price is around 3 million. Just one would earn more than what an average warrior squad makes in a month. But now, a Lord-ranked Silverwing Wolf King was placed right in front of Jiang Han for him to choose. If he chose the most valuable parts, the wings or the fangs, Jiang Han could easily obtain nearly 1 million. Jiang Han had to admit, he was somewhat tempted. With just one choice, he could obtain nearly 1 million alliance credits. Not only was he tempted, but even Uncle Hu and the others felt the same. However, this martial marquis didn't give them the option to choose. So even though they already had an answer in their hearts, they didn't dare say anything. The martial marquis floating in the air simply gazed quietly at Jiang Han, showing no intention of rushing him. A few seconds later, Jiang Han finally looked up again at that martial marquis. I must say, Senior's proposal is quite tempting. But I know perfectly well I didn't contribute anything significant, so let's not. The credit for slaying the Silverwing Wolf King belongs entirely to Senior's own strength. If I'm not mistaken, Senior intended to wipe out this pack of Wasteland wolves in one fell swoop, preventing the Silverwing Wolf King from leaving any descendants. That's why you've allowed the Wolf King to escape for so long, isn't it? Hearing Jiang Han's response, Uncle Hu and the others all wore expressions of astonishment. To think Jiang Han would refuse $1 million delivered right to his doorstep? In contrast, that Marquis Wu broke into a faint smile upon hearing Jiang Han's answer. Interesting. Jiang Han, was it? I'll remember you. To possess great martial master level combat power at such a young age, with such meticulous thinking, your future achievements may not be far beneath mine. This Silverwing Wolf King I gift to you, consider it my investment in your potential. Remember this name, I am Li Chongyang, Marquis Li Chongyang. Chapter 29, Maximizing Martial Artists' Gains. Li Chongyang laughed. Only the corpses of the werewolves remained scattered across the wasteland, along with the lifeless body of the Silverwing Wolf King, its throat pierced by a single sword thrust. Jiang Han and the others exchanged glances, all somewhat puzzled. What's going on? A Silverwing Wolf King's corpse worth at least 3 million alliance coins, just abandoned like that? Even for a martial marquis, this seems excessively generous, doesn't it? It's true that martial marquises earn far more than Jiang Han and his companions ever could. The ability to effortlessly slaughter lord-level mutated beasts proves that every single martial marquis is fabulously wealthy. However, by the same token, the higher your combat power, the greater the demands on your weapons and armor. Even the resources required for cultivation become more numerous and expensive, inevitably driving up costs. For someone who has just advanced to become a martial artist, a complete set of weapons and armor can be bought for just 20,000 Federation credits. But for those at the martial master level, a top-tier set could approach the 1 million credit threshold. At a certain level of strength, it's inevitable these pieces of equipment must match your capabilities in quality. Otherwise, they simply won't hold up, just like Jiang Han's short blade. Jiang Han had no idea how much marquis-level equipment would cost. But any fool could tell it must be an astronomical figure. Uncle Hu, what should we do now? Find a way to return it? Jiang Han had never encountered such a situation before, nor did he know whether this could be considered normal. Uncle Hu, upon hearing Jiang Han's words, pinched his chin and frowned slightly. This is hard to say. If it were me, I'd definitely accept without hesitation. But since it's for you, I suggest you think carefully before making a decision. Accepting it means you owe them a favor. Your growth rate is astonishing. Becoming a martial master at 18, your future achievements might even surpass that Marquis Wu. Moreover, they made it clear this is an investment. So only you can make this decision. Taking it means accepting their investment and owing them a favor. If you don't take it, it's best to find an opportunity to return it as soon as possible. Uncle Hu made it very clear to Jiang Han, but precisely because it was so clear that Jiang Han became even more hesitant. He disliked owing favors to others, even though many martial artists would consider it something to boast about, owing a favor to a marquis-level martial artist. After much deliberation, Jiang Han finally made his decision. Uncle Hu, let's split the Silverwing Wolf King. Jiang Han still intended to claim the corpse of the Silverwing Wolf King, mainly because he urgently needed money right now. The protective gear he wore belonged to Uncle Long. If it hadn't been for that, Uncle Long wouldn't have been knocked unconscious by a single blow from the Silverwing Wolf King earlier. Even the spatial ring was purchased with help from Uncle Long and the others. He himself needed to buy another set of weapons and armor, which would undoubtedly cost a considerable sum. Even if this mission goes smoothly, Jiang Han's share of the money wouldn't cover such a large expense. So he had to accept this silver-winged Wolf King. Give it to us? Uncle Hu and the others froze at Jiang Han's words, then shook their heads with a smile. Uncle Dao patted Jiang Han's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Your intentions are good, but don't do this again in the future. In the wilderness, everything depends on your own strength. Even for the 5 of us, it's the same. The more effort you put in, the more rewards you get. That way, no one can complain. Besides, the Silverwing Wolf King was specifically assigned to you by that Marquis Wu. It's meant to incur a favor you'll owe him. A favor from Marquis Wu is something we can't afford to owe." Uncle Dao cracked a joke, then handed all the benefits over to Jiang Han. It wasn't just Uncle Dao, Uncle Hu and Uncle Zhao did the same. After some thought, Jiang Han decided not to say anything more. He grabbed the Silverwing Wolf King's leg with his right hand, and in the next moment, a flash of light signaled the corpse's storage into his dimensional ring. With the Silverwing Wolf King's corpse in his possession, Jiang Han could replace all his equipment upon returning to the city. Who would have thought his first venture into the wilderness would yield such rewards? Claiming he wasn't excited would be a lie. What began as misfortune had unexpectedly turned into fortune. If the upcoming tasks go smoothly, combined with the mutated beasts hunted along the way, Jiang Han could earn another million or so. Is this really how fast martial artists make money? Jiang Han felt like he couldn't possibly earn this much even if he ran a restaurant his entire life. What's more important is that with his current earning ability, his father would never have to drink cheap liquor again. A battle, and everyone felt somewhat exhausted. So they simply collapsed onto the ground to rest. With such a thick scent of blood as cover, ordinary mutant beasts didn't dare approach, allowing Jiang Han and the others to sleep peacefully through the night. By the next morning, the weakened group had all regained their vigor. Uncle Long, who had been unconscious, had fully recovered after a night of recuperation. After hearing from Uncle Tiger and others about the series of events that followed last night, along with the news that Jiang Han's combat prowess might very well have reached the level of a great martial master, Uncle Long fell into a prolonged silence. Only then did he pat Jiang Han on the shoulder. "Stay humble and cautious, think twice before you act. This is Uncle Long's warning to Jiang Han." Jiang Han felt somewhat puzzled. Ever since he revealed his true strength, it seemed all Uncle Long and the others could advise him was to be cautious. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Surviving in the wasteland for so long, Uncle Long and his crew relied on vigilance. Moreover, the reason geniuses are called geniuses is precisely because they haven't fully matured yet. If they perish midway, they can't truly be considered geniuses. Jiang Han wasn't inherently the type to crave attention, so he simply nodded in agreement upon hearing Long Shu's warnings. "By the way, Xiao Han. After we return, you should go and obtain your Master Warrior certification. By then, you'll have the qualifications to form your own warrior squad. This way, the earnings will also be greater." The group of 5 walked over 10 miles until they found a small lake. Numerous exotic beasts were drinking by the shore, but none were particularly formidable. At most, they were only beast soldier level in strength, posing no threat to Jiang Han and the others. Not even bothering to remove their protective gear, the group jumped into the water. The wind-dried blood on their bodies soaked in the lake water, staining the surrounding area red. The cool lake water gave Jiang Han and the others a feeling of complete relaxation. Especially after being haunted by the scent of blood all night. Bliss, he murmured. Heaving a long sigh, Jiang Han couldn't help but voice his thoughts aloud. Tired? Dragon Uncle floated on the lake's surface, luxuriating in a starfish-like sprawl. Hearing Jiang Han sigh, he chuckled and said, choosing the path of a martial artist means many more hard days like this lie ahead. And soon enough you'll be a team leader yourself, and then you'll have even more to consider. Uncle Long, do I really need to form my own martial artist team? Jiang Han couldn't quite understand the suggestion. Isn't the current arrangement working just fine? You've only been in the wilderness for a short time, it's normal that you wouldn't know. Uncle Long spoke leisurely, your strength grows too quickly, and your potential ceiling is very high. In this situation, an ordinary martial artist team would quickly hit its performance ceiling, you wouldn't last long there. This is essentially a matter of maximizing returns. Chapter 30 Arriving at the destination city. A team usually consists of one high-level main attacker paired with 4 supportive members. Just like right now. You joined at martial artist level, filling exactly the position our squad was missing. I'll take the lead attack while you provide support. Against regular beast commander level mutant creatures, we can achieve kills. But adding one more grand martial artist level fighter doesn't bring our squad's combat power any qualitative improvement. We can only hunt and kill beast level mutated creatures. Jiang Han clearly understood Uncle Long's explanation, which was easy to grasp given his consistent top 3 ranking in cultural courses. In truth, even without Uncle Long's clarification, Jiang Han could have deduced these facts himself. The message from Uncle Long was straightforward. By remaining with this squad, Jiang Han would perpetually be confined to a support role. However, if Jiang Han could obtain the Grand Martial Instructor certification and form his own team, he could then take the lead as the primary attacker. The financial rewards would see a significant leap forward when that time came. He had to admit, Jiang Han was tempted. He was desperately short of money right now. Obtaining the Great Martial Instructor certification was indeed necessary. As for forming a team, after some thought, Jiang Han still felt it wasn't particularly necessary. His strength improvement far exceeded that of ordinary warriors. At this rate of advancement, even warriors who awakened S-rank talents probably couldn't match his speed. Even if he formed his own team, it would most likely disband soon because Jiang Han's strength grew too rapidly, leaving others unable to keep up with him. It would be better for him to hunt exotic beasts alone in the wilderness. After all, with his capabilities, Jiang Han didn't have much need for support roles anyway. You can still ensure your secrets remain undiscovered. Of course, the most crucial point is to ensure the safety of martial artists and reduce unnecessary casualties. To enter the wilderness, one must be led by a Grand Martial Master. There are restrictions like these? Jiang Han nodded in response, silently agreeing. If this were truly the case, then Jiang Han would indeed have to secure that Grand Martial Master certification. Of course, all these matters could wait until their return. The pressing priority now was to continue their journey and retrieve the mission artifacts as soon as possible. After soaking in the chilly lake water for several minutes, their exhaustion melted away. Only then did the group scrub away the bloodstains from their bodies. The scent of blood can provoke the mutated beasts to some extent, and with the slightest carelessness, one might even find themselves surrounded by them. In this kind of weather, there's no need to dry clothes. Wearing them while walking for a dozen kilometers will do the trick. After replenishing their water supply, the 5 companions set out again on the road to their target city. The rest of the journey went relatively smoothly, without encountering any beasts as formidable as the Silverwing Wolf King. After all, the Silverwing Wolf King is a rare encounter that can't be sought. However, Jiang Han could clearly sense that as they ventured deeper into the wasteland, the strength of the mutated beasts they encountered grew increasingly formidable. What were initially mostly ordinary beasts and low to mid-level beast warriors had now turned into creatures where the weakest were at least high-level beast warriors, occasionally even encountering beast general-level mutants. Fortunately, their current team boasted 2 great martial master-level combatants. Jiang Han and Uncle Long teamed up to deal with these beast-level exotic creatures quite effortlessly, at least without encountering any real danger. When encountering an advanced beast general level mutated creature, they also managed to evade it early thanks to Jiang Han's warning. Smooth sailing all the way, even Tiger and his crew rarely had a chance to make a move. It was evident that the smiles on their faces were particularly bright. This mission turned out to be remarkably easy. Low-level mutant beasts didn't require their intervention. Jiang Han, eager to practice, took the initiative to engage them. As for the high-level ones, with Uncle Long leading the charge and Jiang Han assisting, they still had no need to step in. All they had to do was occasionally offer pointers on Jiang Han's slightly inexperienced combat techniques, and the rest of the time was spent indulging in delicious meals. Whenever they hunted down those exceptionally tender-fleshed mutant beasts, Jiang Han would expertly carve out the most succulent parts, giving Uncle Hu and the others quite the feast. Maybe you shouldn't leave after all, Xiao Han. With you on the team, life in the Wastelands doesn't seem so harsh anymore. Uncle Hu joked, your cooking skills are truly unmatched. Is there any meat left from the blazed chicken we hunted yesterday? Can you grill me a chicken leg today? Jiang Han's consciousness briefly withdrew as he scanned his system space. There, silently resting, was a pile of mutant beast meat. Confirming 2 chicken legs each nearly the size of a chair, he brought his awareness back to reality. There are still 2 chicken drumsticks. The reason Jiang Han stored all the meat in the system space was entirely due to discovering another function of this space. Vacuum preservation. Dimensional storage rings essentially connect to another space through special means. They contain air and thus cannot achieve food preservation. But the system space was different. This discovery wasn't particularly useful for Jiang Han, but it still counted as a pleasant little surprise. At the very least, when encountering fresh ingredients, he could store them inside to preserve them for extended periods without worrying about food shortages. Alright, we're only about 10 kilometers away from our target, the Fallen City. Let's rest here. Once we've eaten and drunk our fill, we'll head in. Xiao Han, remember to roast extra for everyone to take along. We can't start fires inside, it'll attract the attention of the mutated beasts. Not sure how long it'll take to retrieve the mission item. Better be prepared in advance. Uncle Long gazed at the faintly visible city skyline in the distance, unconsciously furrowing his brow as he reminded the group. After traveling hundreds of miles, they finally arrived at the mission city, and all of them put aside their joking demeanor. Whether this trip would be profitable or a loss hinged entirely on the upcoming period. Yet, the mere thought of the steel-bristled boar king lurking in this city made everyone inexplicably feel somewhat overwhelmed. Jiang Han, however, didn't seem bothered in the slightest. He retrieved the 2 flaming turkey drumsticks from his system space. Each weighed over 30 pounds, comparable to a farm-raised pig's leg. The flaming turkey's large size, being a primary beast commander with basic fireball attacks, was precisely how it got its name. Yet its meat was exceptionally tender indeed. After a quick rinse and some chopping, the chicken legs were marinated for a while before being placed over the fire to grill. Uncle Hu and Uncle Dao took on the task of flipping them. The chicken legs were large, requiring a longer cooking time, but that didn't matter. Now that they were near their destination city, Jiang Han and the others weren't in much of a hurry anymore. Meanwhile, Jiang Han took the opportunity to check his panel attributes. At the very least, he needed to know himself. Host, Jiang Han. Combat rating, 5,927. Level, 5. Strength, 156 Agility, 145 Constitution, 151 Spirit, 149. Available attribute points, 0. Experience required for next upgrade, 789/8000. Current talents, A-grade talent, Insight LV2, B-grade talent, Critical Strike LV3. Insight, automatically activates upon entering combat state, capable of discerning all things weaknesses. Critical Strike, attacks have a 50% chance to trigger critical hits, dealing damage equal to Strength *5. Current talent proficiency, Insight, 325/3000, Critical Strike, 1286/2000. Available talent slots remaining, 0. Current martial skill, Earth Tier High Grade, 9-fold Thunderblade LV1. 9-fold Thunderblade LV1, when attacking with bladed weapons, Strength ×2, Agility ×2. Current martial skill proficiency, 9-fold Thunderblade LV1, 1569/2000. Available items, none. Remaining system space, 241/1000. Current quest, 1000 slaughter. Stored burst energy, 5752, usable for temporary combat enhancement. Chapter 31, Ruined City number 283. During nights in the Wasteland, Jiang Han typically spent his time meditating and cultivating, which earned him several additional attribute points. He allocated them to strength and constitution. Strength allowed him to unleash more powerful combat capabilities, while constitution helped him sustain longer battle durations. His combat power has steadily surpassed 5,000. With the initial strength of a Grand Martial Master, Jiang Han can now hold his own in the wilderness. As long as he doesn't foolishly pick fights with high-level exotic beasts, he should be able to stay out of trouble by playing it safe. Insight has just leveled up, but both Deadly Strike and Ninefold Thunder Saber are about to upgrade as well. At this rate, Jiang Han only needs to slay around 100 more exotic beasts to gain enough proficiency points. Once that happens, his combat power will experience another significant leap. The only issue is that with each level gained, the experience points Jiang Han needs to advance double in requirement. Right now it's only level 5, but the experience points needed to level up have already reached 8,000. If it levels up 2 more times, the required experience points by then will undoubtedly become an astronomical figure. Relying solely on hunting mutated beasts to gain experience points might mean Jiang Han will truly have to spend most of his time in the wastelands from now on. However, it was the last item that made Jiang Han ponder deeply. If memory serves correctly, this stored energy should be the very force that obstructed his awakening when he first gained insight. It was simply absorbed and stored by the system. He had never paid much attention to it before, but now, upon closer examination, Jiang Han suddenly felt an inexplicable intuition: if he could harness this energy properly, it might yield unexpected results. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Han withdrew his consciousness from the system. Seeing that the chicken thighs on the grill were almost done, he sprinkled the pre-prepared seasoning over them. Don't sprinkle seasoning too early when grilling, wait until the food is almost done before adding it. Otherwise, if the seasoning gets roasted for too long, it will develop a burnt taste. The chicken legs' natural juices sizzle as they render out, and when seasoned, the flavor becomes absolutely incredible. Even Uncle Hu and the others couldn't help but start salivating. After roasting for a few more minutes, Jiang Han took out 2 large plates from his interdimensional ring, removed the already cooked chicken legs, and tore off the lean meat from them. The aroma mingled with rising steam, creating a scene that was simply impossible to resist. Uncle Tiger grabbed a piece first and stuffed it into his mouth. Chewing while he spoke, "Let me taste if it's properly cooked." With Tiger Uncle taking the lead, Knife Uncle and Uncle Zhao couldn't resist either. Even Dragon Uncle grabbed a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, his face full of satisfaction. If it hadn't been for Jiang Han, they'd be gnawing on compressed rations right now. How could they possibly be enjoying freshly roasted chicken legs? The difference between the two situations wasn't exactly night and day, but it certainly wasn't negligible either. With full stomachs and the leftover chicken legs packed away, the group set off again. City number 283, formerly known as Chong City, wasn't particularly large before the catastrophe. As a tourist destination, it had been quite well greened and maintained. After the disaster struck and all humans evacuated, the city was left unattended. Without maintenance, skyscrapers and streets became overrun by vegetation, creating the scene Jiang Han now witnessed. Skyscrapers coexisting with wild plants, a sight once only seen in movies. Yet it appeared oddly harmonious. First, secure a vantage point. Xiaohan, scout the surroundings. Once you locate the Razorback Boar King's trail, steer clear of it. The entire number 283 Fallen City originally only had advanced beast generals as its strongest threat. While these posed some danger to the entire squad, they weren't lethal. With Uncle Long around, holding off the mutated beasts ensured a safe retreat. But since the arrival of the Steel Bristle Boar King, the danger level has escalated by more than just a notch. If not for the mission objective being exclusively found in the Wasteland's outer perimeter, only within Ruined City number 283, Uncle Long and his team would never have set foot here again. Since we're here now, we must advance steadily and surely step by step. Uncle Dragon held a map in his hand. After unfolding it, he pointed to a location and said, "The mission target is in the medicinal herb garden of the Research Institute." After the emergence of the anomalous space, even plants have been affected by it, undergoing bizarre mutations. Some evolved aggressiveness, while others transformed entirely in function due to mutation. They bring immense benefits to ordinary people, even martial artists. We call these plants spirit herbs. And our current mission target is a newly renamed 2-star upper-grade spirit herb, Severingine grass. It possesses the power to heal severe injuries. It is one of the auxiliary materials used in crafting the 4th-tier potion, life-restoring powder. It was accidentally discovered by a team of martial artists before, but since it wasn't yet mature, they didn't harvest it. Collect at least 20 stalks of soul severing grass and then leave, understood? Uncle Long spoke while taking out another photograph and placing it on the map. The picture showed a patch of grass about 20 centimeters tall, resembling chives. In fact, Uncle Long and the others had already encountered their mission target, even collected samples. Were it not for the armored boar king, they would have completed their task long ago. Now mentioning these points was just to make Zhang Han clear about them. After confirming the mission location and objectives, Zhang Han nodded slightly. In that case, let's head upstairs. Uncle Long put away the map and photos, then led the group toward the adjacent building. A 7-story building wasn't particularly tall, but it would suffice. After casually eliminating 2 ordinary mutant beasts in the building, Zhang Han stood on the rooftop and activated his insight ability. Every unobstructed area fell clearly within his view. Only after scanning the surroundings 3 times did Zhang Han finally arrive at a definitive conclusion. In a 1-kilometer radius within my line of sight, there are approximately over 100 mutant beasts. Among them are 2 intermediate-level beast generals and 7 low-level beast generals, though I detected no traces of high-level beast generals or the steel-bristled boar king. Zhang Han relayed his observations. Long Shu fell silent. After a dozen seconds, he made a decision: we won't hunt those beast commander-level mutated creatures anymore. The smell of blood tends to excite the beasts. Our only target is the Severingine herb. Push forward. No one said anything after hearing this. An ordinary mutant beast costs a few $1,000, while a soldier-level mutant beast can go for tens of thousands. As for commander-level mutant beasts, their prices range from 1 to several $100,000. There will be plenty of opportunities to hunt mutant beasts right now. The top priority is securing the Shadow's Evergrass. Compared to the 4 million mission reward, killing a few commander-level exotic beasts seemed rather insignificant. After descending and advancing 500 meters, Zhang Han went upstairs again. This time, there are fewer exotic beasts. Probably around 80 or 90. 5 low-level beast generals detected, no intermediate or high-level beast generals found, and no steel-bristled boar king spotted. This time, not only did Uncle Long sense something was off, but even Zhang Han found it strange. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't there be more and higher-level mutated beasts the closer you get to the city center? So why is it that now, the nearer we approach, the harder it becomes to find any trace of these beasts? Forward, another kilometer this time. Uncle Long said nothing, simply increasing the pace of advancement. 3 low-level beast commanders, about 50 mutated creatures. Chapter 32, The Horde of Mutated Beasts. Everyone has confirmed it: something is wrong with this city. There are only 2 possibilities that could lead to such an outcome. Either a high-level martial artist has already cleared out all the mutant beasts in the city, or a high-level mutant beast has gathered all the other beasts together. The first scenario wouldn't be too bad, at least there wouldn't be any serious danger involved. Cleaning up the remaining stray beasts at the periphery would suffice. But the second scenario. Zhang Han and his team were almost certain that what they were facing now was precisely this second situation. Let's hope the beast gathering spot isn't at the herb cultivation base. Otherwise, this mission will have to be abandoned. Uncle Hu let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat uncertain. Stop talking nonsense, keep pushing forward. Xiao Han, stay extra alert and report anything unusual immediately. Uncle Long also wore a grim expression as he looked at Zhang Han. Zhang Han felt the immense pressure weighing on him. With high-level mutant beasts gathered together like this, the slightest misstep could trigger a chain reaction. If they accidentally stumbled into a horde of these creatures, even with their entire team being great martial masters, breaking through would be extremely difficult. Because once mutant beasts reach the beast general level, their strength equals that of a great martial master. The only distinction lies in their varying degrees of combat power. That's precisely why Zhang Han kept insight activated almost continuously, ensuring he could detect any situation the moment it arose. The proficiency level of insight was rapidly increasing. 3 kilometers left to the herd base. Advance another 300 meters forward. The closer they got to the urban herd base, the more cautious Uncle Long became. At first, they advanced 500 meters, then 1 kilometer, but now they have to stop and investigate every high-rise building they pass. The pressure from the collective disappearance of high-level mutated beasts was overwhelming. With Jiang Han and his team's speed, a 3-kilometer distance would normally take just a few minutes. But now, they had to stop every 100 or 200 meters to conduct lengthy reconnaissance. After nearly an hour, the group had only advanced 2 kilometers. Xiao Han, haven't spotted those exotic beasts yet? The destination was drawing closer, yet there was not a single trace of those strange beasts to be found. Everyone had a bad feeling in their hearts, but none dared to voice it, afraid their words might come true. But in the distance, Jiang Han's expression suddenly changed. We've spotted a group of aberrant beasts. Jiang Han's voice turned grave, drawing everyone's attention. Where? Elder Long noticed something amiss in Jiang Han's expression and inquired. Jiang Han raised his right hand to point. Following his direction, looks of alarm spread across every face. Damn it, why did it have to be there? That steel-maned boar king really knows how to pick its spot. How do we even get in there? If there really are so many high-level mutated beasts, the 5 of us stand no chance of getting the mission item. Uncle Hu and the others looked grim. The worst-case scenario had come to pass. Don't panic. At this critical moment, Uncle Long was the one who could keep his composure. He looked at Jiang Han and asked, "Can you see clearly how many beasts there are?" Jiang Han didn't speak, just focused his attention. After the insight upgrade, the visible distance increased considerably. By concentrating and squinting slightly, Jiang Han could clearly see those densely packed, clustered alien creatures gathering together. Every alien creature possesses its own territorial instincts. The only difference lies in the fact that higher-level creatures exhibit stronger territorial instincts with a wider range. If any other alien creature trespasses, a fierce battle is bound to erupt. But now, just with a casual glance, Jiang Han spotted over a dozen intermediate Beast Commander-level mutant creatures, including 3 advanced Beast Commander-level ones. Yet these creatures showed not the slightest intention of erupting into conflict. Some were grooming their fur, some lay on the ground feigning sleep with closed eyes, while others patrolled back and forth. Any one of these high-level mutant beasts would have been enough to keep Jiang Han's 5-member squad occupied for quite some time. So many high-level mutated beasts gathered together now. More importantly, there are definitely more high-level mutated beasts in a city than just this group. What Jiang Han saw was merely one cluster. He hadn't seen them all. A whole lot. Jiang Han couldn't provide exact numbers and could only say it like that. But with these words, he confirmed the truth that all the mythical beasts had indeed gathered here. Can you see the steel bristle boar king? Uncle Long asked again, and Jiang Han shook his head. I can't see it, but all the magical beasts are coexisting peacefully. I have reason to believe these creatures were summoned together by the steel-bristled boar king. From the looks of it, the steel-bristled boar king should be inside the herb plantation. Jiang Han could roughly guess why the steel-bristled boar king had chosen this location. After giving birth, it would enter a period of weakness, one of the side effects of viviparity that wouldn't change even after mutation. The spirit herbs within the plantation could significantly help it recover quickly, preventing enemies from attacking during its vulnerable state. It must be said that although the intelligence of Lord-level mutated beasts is not fully developed, it's already enough for them to recognize fortune and avoid calamity. Uncle Dragon fell silent for a long while before finally making up his mind again. You 3 stay here. Xiao Han and I will go a bit further ahead. Xiao Han, you must spot the traces of the steel-bristled boar king. Mid to high-level mutated beasts haven't awakened intelligence after all, they act purely on instinct. The key still lies with the steel-bristled boar king. If there's a way to lure out this whole pack of mutated beasts, completing this mission isn't impossible after all. Uncle Long still didn't want to give up, and Jiang Han didn't refuse either. Where there's a will, there's a way. If there truly was no opportunity, Uncle Long would have decisively abandoned the mission already. But given the chance, Jiang Han himself would like to give it a try. This time, Jiang Han and Uncle Long chose not to go downstairs. Near the city center, the skyscrapers stood densely packed, with most buildings practically connected in rows. Even where gaps existed, the passageways were no wider than 30 meters. With Jiang Han and Uncle Long's physical capabilities, a running start would easily allow them to leap 50 meters in a single bound. Moving across rooftops helped avoid detection by the mutated beasts below and prevented drawing attention from the higher-tier creatures. The two sprinted across the rooftops, advancing their observation point over 600 meters further. This time, Jiang Han could finally see clearly. Over 10 high-level beast commanders, 2, 4, 6. 13 high-level beast generals, 38 intermediate-level beast generals, low-level beast generals. There are simply too many low-level beast generals, with at least over 300 beast soldier-level mutant creatures. Such a horde of mutant creatures, if provoked into a frenzy, could easily trigger a small-scale beast tide. A single squad like Jiang Han's wouldn't even make a dent in their numbers. The steel-bristled boar king hasn't been spotted yet. Then keep observing, and decide whether to advance or retreat after we find the steel-bristled boar king. Chapter 33, Strange Beasts Emerge. Among lords, the steel-bristled boar king was considered a formidable fighter. Under normal circumstances, with the steel-bristled boar king guarding the area, Jiang Han and his group would have had no opportunity at all, nor would they dare entertain any thoughts of one. Turned on their heels without a second thought. But upon learning that the ironback boar king had come here to give birth, Jiang Han and his companions began to scheme. After giving birth, the ironback boar king would enter a weakened state, retaining barely a tenth of its combat strength. Even though it would still be formidable, it wouldn't reach the level where it could instantly obliterate them upon sight. The previous encounter with the Silverwing Wolf King gave Jiang Han preliminary insight into dealing with combat power exceeding 10,000. Seems like it's still within acceptable limits. Though he couldn't defeat his opponent, with his upgraded insight ability, he could manage to hold out for a few minutes. However, standing atop the high-rise building just a few hundred meters from the herb base, Jiang Han couldn't spot any trace of the steel-quilled boar king. 1 hour, 2 hours. The sun had passed its zenith and was slowly sinking westward. If not for the gathering of so many high-level mutated beasts here, Jiang Han might have truly doubted whether the steel-bristled boar king was among them. Uncle Long wasn't in a hurry either, leaning against the rooftop parapet with his eyes closed, feigning sleep. If Jiang Han discovered traces of the steel-bristled boar king and confirmed there was an opportunity to exploit the mission to lure the steel-bristled boar king and this pack of high-level mutated beasts out of their nest would undoubtedly fall to him. He had to ensure his mental state remained at its peak. Facing dozens to hundreds of mutated beasts whose combat strength was no weaker than his own, saying it was a life-or-death situation would be an understatement. Another long stretch of time passed. The sun hung slanting in the sky, and a cool breeze drifted over the high-rises, carrying with it a faint metallic tang of blood. The time had come. It was the hunting hour for the mutated beasts. The creatures stationed at the research institute were dispatched in groups before returning with their captured prey. Jiang Han held a piece of pre-cooked roasted meat in his hand, chewing each bite slowly and deliberately. At times like these, they could only wait, there was no point in rushing. Uncle Long didn't pressure Jiang Han either, quietly gnawing on a piece of grilled meat. But right then, a piercing roar erupted from the medicinal herb field. The sound was deafening, and from its tone, Jiang Han could sense overwhelming agony. Steel-bristled boar king. Jiang Han's eyes sharpened as his right hand swiftly stashed the roasted meat into his system space while simultaneously activating his insight ability. Long Shu, who had been sitting on the ground, stood up and asked while observing the slightly panicked herd of exotic beasts in the distance, "Have you located the steel-bristled boar king?" "Not yet, but it's definitely within the herb plantation." Judging by the sounds, the steel-bristled boar king seems to be birthing its young. The medicinal herb base, though constructed with glass, has an optical coating applied to the glass to ensure sunlight can enter while minimizing reflection. It's similar to frosted glass. Originally designed to maintain optimal temperatures for herb growth, it now completely obstructs Jiang Han's reconnaissance. The steel-bristled boar king's combat power exceeds 50,000 points, but after giving birth, it enters an extremely weakened state. Even with medicinal herbs aiding recovery, it's difficult to return to peak condition in a short time. The opportunity has come. Xiao Han, you stay here and keep watch. I'll find a way to lure out the mutant beasts and the steel-bristled boar king from the research facility. When that happens, try to sneak in and gather the mission items. Once you've got them, immediately run southwest into the subway station to escape. We'll meet up outside the city at the spot where we grilled meat this morning. Got it? Uncle Long made his decision instantly upon obtaining the crucial information. Seeing Jiang Han nod in agreement, he turned and dashed away. There were things he couldn't accomplish alone, he needed cooperation from Uncle Tiger, Uncle Blade, and the others. As Dragon Uncle departed, Jiang Han shifted his focus back to the medicinal herb plantation. The Boar King's squeals grew increasingly anguished, throwing the mutant beasts guarding the plantation's perimeter into turmoil. They'd remained docile before only because the giant spiked Boar King had been suppressing them. But Baron Razorback himself couldn't even take care of his own situation, so some chaos was only to be expected. Let it be chaotic, the messier, the better. Only in troubled waters can one easily catch fish. Procreation seems to be nature's ironclad rule. Regardless of one's strength, everyone is profoundly affected by it. At the strength level of the steel-bristled Boar King, unless life is hanging by a thread, combat power is generally not significantly affected. Yet ironically, giving birth plunges it into a state of vulnerability from the inside out. As for Dragon Uncle's side, Jiang Han doesn't know what method he plans to use to lure the exotic beasts out of their nests. For now, he can only wait. On the surface, it might seem perilously risky for Jiang Han to charge in alone. In reality, Uncle Long's condition for Jiang Han to take action was predicated on the steel-bristled Boar King leaving its nest. The ones bearing the brunt of the frontal assault were Uncle Long and his team. Wait, continue waiting. Jiang Han waited for nearly half an hour until the agonized cries of the steel-bristled Boar King within the herb garden gradually weakened. Judging by the sound, it seemed the battle was nearing its end. If they waited for the steel-bristled Boar King to finish giving birth and consume the spirit medicine, its combat power would recover constantly every moment, leaving Jiang Han's group with no real chance at all. However, at that very instant, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted, and Jiang Han watched as a towering building collapsed before his eyes. The fallen high-rise was located opposite Jiang Han, with the research institute standing between them. The collapse of this skyscraper over 100 meters tall sent clouds of dust billowing instantly, while flying debris of reinforced concrete sent the entire beast horde into a frenzy. Jiang Han finally understood Uncle Long's strategy for luring the beasts out of their nests as he witnessed this scene. And it had taken such a long time to prepare. With this level of commotion, those beasts would find it impossible to stay in their nests. The skyscraper, weighing over 10,000 tons, collapsed with a thunderous crash, even crushing several junior beast commanders that failed to dodge in time. Roar! Amidst the smoke and dust, an enraged roar erupted. With his insight ability activated, Jiang Han could barely peer through the thick haze. And within the hazy view, what appeared in Jiang Han's sight was a wild boar standing over 5 meters tall. Its protruding tusks alone measured 2 meters long. Just a distant glance was enough to send a chill down Jiang Han's spine. Compared to the steel-bristled Boar King, the silver-winged Wolf King seemed almost immature in comparison. After all, the silver-winged Wolf King had only recently undergone mutation and its combat power wasn't particularly strong. Even though its growth potential far surpassed that of the steel-bristled Boar King, when Jiang Han fought it, its strength hadn't yet peaked. For some reason, the steel-bristled Boar King standing there now gave Jiang Han an overwhelming sense of pressure, making him feel there was simply no room for maneuvering. With the roar of the steel-bristled Boar King's emergence, the previously panicked swarm of exotic beasts instantly quieted down. Then came another howl, and Jiang Han watched as the beast tide surged toward Uncle Long and his group like an unstoppable flood. Chapter 34, Severing in Grass and Black-Veined Bamboo. Any beasts worthy of being summoned by the steel-bristled Boar King to stand guard certainly wouldn't be weak. The weakest among them were all high-level beast soldiers, equivalent to martial artist-level combat power. Those capable of reaching such combat strength had body heights and lengths far surpassing ordinary mutant beasts. Any random specimen would stand over 3 meters tall. Yet at this moment, they were surging toward one location like a tidal wave. Jiang Han didn't know what words could describe the shock in his heart at this moment. His mind could only cling to prayers, hoping Uncle Long and the others had already evacuated. If faced with a frontal assault from a beast tide of this scale, unless one's strength reached Martial Marquis level. Otherwise, exhaustion would inevitably come. Not to mention there were several mutated beasts within the horde whose combat power surpassed even Uncle Long's. The effect worked, the mutated beasts were lured away. But the most crucial steel bristle boar king showed no intention of moving at all. It merely stood quietly amidst the dust and smoke, its pair of fist-sized eyes darting around. Jiang Han could roughly guess what this damned creature was thinking. Weak after childbirth, and with its young still in the medicinal herb base, it wouldn't move unless there was an absolutely necessary reason for it to go out. Uncle Long, hit it harder. This isn't enough yet. Jiang Han murmured under his breath, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the steel bristle boar king, waiting only for it to leave so he could enter the medicinal herb base. As if in response to Jiang Han's words, another loud explosion echoed through the air. Within sight, yet another skyscraper over 100 meters tall came crashing down. And the timing was impeccable, the building collapsed just as the horde of mutated creatures ran into its destructive radius. This time, it wasn't just one building. Boom! 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 3 consecutive explosions rang out, and 3 buildings collapsed one after another, with merely seconds between each downfall. This time, the dust and debris weren't confined to one spot. Even Jiang Han, standing so far away, found himself enveloped by the spreading cloud. Fortunately, the inside effect remained potent. Despite the hundreds of meters separating them, Jiang Han could still clearly see the steel-bristled boar king. But any farther and it would have been a problem. As those 3 buildings collapsed, crushing many of the mutated beasts among them, the steel-bristled boar king could no longer sit idly by. It seemed to realize one thing: whoever could create such chaos definitely wasn't weak in combat. And such a formidable fighter coming here was clearly targeting it. Glancing back at the herb garden, the weakened steel-bristled boar king turned and charged toward the site of the collapsed buildings. When it became clear the opponent intended to target it, the steel-bristled boar king had only one thought in mind: to distance itself from its young and shield them from the battle's reach. It's running away. Jiang Han watched as the steel-bristled boar king sprinted off, excitement surging through his mind. After all, it was just a newly awakened beast with simple cunning. The commotion stirred up by Uncle Long and the others would have made any human immediately sense something was amiss. If they truly possessed overwhelming strength, why bother with all these pointless maneuvers? Charging straight in would be more effective. Yet the steel-bristled boar king failed to detect anything unusual. Through the swirling dust, Jiang Han's enhanced vision could pierce exactly 1 kilometer with his inside ability fully activated. After confirming the steel-bristled boar king had left, Jiang Han leapt directly from the rooftop. Every so often, he'd use the building's protruding surfaces to dissipate momentum, preventing excessive impact upon landing. This method of descent presented no real challenge for Jiang Han if efficiency weren't paramount. Given the chance, Jiang Han could easily have scaled down the building's exterior at a leisurely pace. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Jiang Han had already landed on the ground and immediately sprinted toward the herb cultivation base. The beast horde guarding the entrance, along with the steel-bristled boar king, had already been lured away by Uncle Long and his team. However, this diversion could only buy Jiang Han a very limited amount of time. No matter how low their intelligence, the beasts would eventually realize the trick when they couldn't find their enemies. It was only a matter of time. What Jiang Han needed to do was harvest the mission target and escape before the beasts returned to their lair. Don't delay. The thick smoke and dust were useless against Jiang Han, who had activated his insight ability. Nimbly leaping over the walls collapsed by the massive bodies of mutant beasts, Jiang Han effortlessly entered the medicinal herb base. Protected by tempered glass, the interior of the medicinal herb base remained free of billowing smoke and dust. The area was quite expansive, roughly covering about 7 or 8 acres when measured lengthwise and widthwise. However, most of the land was in a parched state. After humans withdrew, maintenance of the herb farm ceased. Without watering or fertilizing, and with no natural rainfall, all the ordinary medicinal herbs had died except for the spirit herbs, which, tenacious by nature, still thrived. This actually made things easier for Jiang Han, who spotted the mission objective at a glance. In a grid-like field resembling a chive patch, clusters of duanine grass flourished. With a flick of his right hand, Jiang Han grasped a kitchen knife. The leaves of the duanine grass were the primary usable part, so one merely needed to harvest them like chives, leaving the roots intact allowed for potential regrowth. Yet as Jiang Han approached closer, he discovered a litter of piglets sleeping peacefully amidst the grass. Covered in amniotic fluid, its eyes still unopened, the creature was no larger than a grown man's palm. The offspring of the steel-bristled boar king? It was baffling. How could the massive steel-bristled boar king produce offspring so tiny? With a single swipe of his blade, Jiang Han could have snuffed out the lives of these 6 newborn piglets. But thinking about it, Jiang Han still resisted the impulse. Although it was the steel-bristled boar king's offspring, and sounded intimidating, it was ultimately just a cub. Even if killed, it would serve no purpose. There weren't any materials to harvest. Instead, it would completely enrage the steel-bristled boar king. Earlier, Uncle Long and the others had merely provoked the steel-bristled boar king by accident and ended up being relentlessly pursued by it. If Jiang Han were to kill its offspring now, then it would truly become a fight to the death. Jiang Han crouched down, grabbed the leaves of the severing grass with one hand, sliced through them with the cleaver, and then stored the harvested grass into his system space. He repeated this process. Jiang Han worked swiftly. In just over 10 seconds, all the severing grass had been harvested by him. Just as Jiang Han was about to put away the cleaver and leave, a glance from the corner of his eye caught his attention, drawn inexplicably to a cluster of withered branches. Earlier, amidst the overgrown wasteland, he hadn't paid them any mind. But this time, with just that cursory glance, something about these dried branches struck him as peculiar. They resembled segments of dried bamboo, slender and straight, except for the distinctive black circular patterns scattered unevenly across their surface. Black-striped bamboo? Another spiritual herb. However, the grade of the ebony vein bamboo far surpasses that of the severing grass, reaching the 3-star middle grade. Its price is also considerably higher than that of severing grass. If Jiang Han remembered correctly, 3-star spiritual herbs were all priced by the gram. Chapter 35, led on a chase only to have one's lair raided. 3-star spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare in quantity. Unless found in deep mountains and ancient forests, such 3-grade spiritual herbs are seldom seen in ordinary cities. Jiang Han had never inquired about the exact price of black-veined bamboo, but now an urgent voice screamed in his mind. Harvest them. Harvest every last one. Clusters of black-veined bamboo, though each stem stood only a dozen centimeters tall, were more than sufficient. If these black-veined bamboos could be harvested, Jiang Han stood to gain no less than from the corpse of the Silverwing Wolf King. This fact alone was compelling enough. Recognizing the black-veined bamboo, Jiang Han didn't hesitate for a second. With a twist of his kitchen knife in hand, he took a decisive step forward. Black-veined bamboo inherently exists between medicinal herbs and spiritual materials. It can be used both for medicine and smelting. As a medicinal herb, black-veined bamboo possesses the remarkable ability to heal broken bones and torn tendons. While conventional injuries of such severity would typically require 100 days to recover, medicine made from black-veined bamboo can achieve complete healing in just 3 days. As a spiritual material, black-veined bamboo serves as an indispensable catalyst for forging high-grade weapons and armor, significantly enhancing their durability and resilience. It's precisely because black-striped bamboo can be applied in so many scenarios that demand has outstripped supply, keeping its price consistently high. Who would have thought there'd be such a large cluster here? A quick glance suggests there are at least 100 stalks. We're rich. This was the thought that popped into Jiang Han's mind after harvesting his first striped bamboo. His hands moved swiftly. In fact, he didn't even need to use a cleaver to chop it. He simply grabbed the bamboo stalk and uprooted it directly before storing it in his system space. Striped bamboo was different from shadow-severing grass. Leaving the roots wouldn't allow for regrowth, and the roots themselves held some value, so complete uprooting was the only option. However, just as Jiang Han was busy harvesting the black-striped bamboo, a deafening roar echoed from outside the gathering area. The moment Jiang Han heard the roar, a chill ran down his spine. The steel-bristled boar king was about to return. And judging by the sound, it was already very close. His hands moved faster as Jiang Han could even feel the ground tremble from the steel-bristled boar king's furious charge. Faster, faster, just a little more. Jiang Han knew all too well the consequences of being targeted by the steel-bristled boar king. Even in its weakened state, its combat power still easily surpassed 10,000. After all, it was a lord-level exotic beast with combat power surpassing 50,000 at its peak. Jiang Han kept his hands moving but focused all his attention on sensing the movements brought by the steel-bristled boar king. The tremors in the ground, as well as the sounds of its frenzied charge. It wasn't just the steel-bristled boar king. Jiang Han also detected other approaching footsteps. It was chaotic, there must have been a great number of them. Just 1 minute after being lured away by Uncle Long and his group, the steel-bristled boar king finally sensed something amiss and rushed back with his beast swarm in tow. 600 meters, 500 meters. Bending to uproot the black-striped bamboo, Jiang Han muttered the numbers under his breath. 400 meters, 300 meters. No, I have to go. Jiang Han glanced up at the unfinished patch of black-patterned bamboo still remaining, then clenched his teeth and turned away. The black-striped bamboo may indeed be valuable, but if Jiang Han gets trapped by the steel-bristled boar king and surrounded by a horde of exotic beasts, no amount of harvested bamboo will be of any use to him. The cleaver in his hand struck down, and the tempered glass from before the mutation couldn't withstand Jiang Han's single blow. The sound of shattering glass rang out simultaneously, one in front of Jiang Han, one behind him. Jiang Han didn't dare to stop or look back. Deep down, he knew full well that the second shattering sound came from the steel-bristled boar king. Roar! With deafening noises erupting behind him, Jiang Han sprinted straight toward the outer perimeter of the research facility. As long as he could leave this flat expanse, he could use the high-rise buildings to conceal himself. Fortunately, the nearest high-rise was only 400 to 500 meters away. At Jiang Han's current speed, a full sprint would take just 20 to 30 seconds. The only problem was the footsteps of the mutant beast behind him seemed to be getting closer. The steel-bristled boar king must have discovered that all the spiritual herbs had been harvested. These 2 spirit pills were intended for quickly restoring its strength. But now, they're gone, all gone. Not only the ensevering grass, but even the black-striped bamboo was reduced to just a small fragment. From start to finish, only Jiang Han had entered the medicinal herb base. Even if the steel-bristled boar king had the lowest intelligence, it knew all this was caused by Jiang Han. Furious, the steel-bristled boar king was truly enraged. Having just been led on a wild chase and found nothing, it returned only to discover its lair had been plundered. Though the piglets were unharmed, the stolen spiritual medicine meant for recovery was enough to drive it into a frenzy. A beast remains a beast. When consumed by rage, it couldn't be bothered with caution and simply charged out in pursuit. With the system leveling up several times, Jiang Han's agility attribute reached 145 points, which made him exceptionally fast among martial warriors. Yet among grand martial warriors, this speed appeared somewhat inadequate. Not to mention the lord-level steel-bristled boar king behind him. The charging figure closed in rapidly from behind, as if an entire tank were pursuing him. However, the combat power of the steel-bristled boar king was clearly leagues ahead of tanks. There were still over 100 meters to the high-rise building. Under normal circumstances, it would take only 3 or 4 seconds, but now, those same few seconds were enough for the steel-bristled boar king to catch up with him. Feeling the pounding footsteps drawing nearer behind him, Jiang Han silently calculated the approximate distance. After 1 second, Jiang Han could no longer resist the urge to glance back. In sight. Ninefold Thunderblade. As insight activated, Jiang Han watched with wide eyes as a nearly meter-long fawn came stabbing toward his back. Clang! A dull thud accompanied by recoil sent a numbing shock through Jiang Han's right hand holding the knife, nearly making the cleaver slip from his grasp. Jiang Han was certain he had exerted his full strength. With the activation of a critical strike and ninefold Thunderblade technique, the force attribute carried by Jiang Han soared to an astonishing 1,560 points. Even a low-level beast general would be cleanly split in two if squarely struck by this slash from Jiang Han. But when it landed on the steel-bristled boar king's tusks, Jiang Han was struck as if hit by a heavy blow, his entire body being flung into the air. The steel-bristled boar king only slowed its charge slightly. Fortunately, the attack was blocked, and aside from a slight numbness in his palms, Jiang Han didn't suffer any substantial injuries. The gap in strength between them was still far too large. Jiang Han's full-powered strike had no effect whatsoever on the steel-tusked boar king. Knowing he couldn't win through brute force, Jiang Han used the recoil's momentum to propel himself nearly 100 meters backward. Landing beside a tall building, he kicked off the ground and shot straight toward the rooftop. Using the slightly protruding window ledges as stepping points, he vanished onto the rooftop in just a few strides. He had absolutely no intention of engaging the steel-tusked boar king in a head-on confrontation. Chapter 36, Take the Advantage and Run. Jiang Han's goal was simple, both the shade-severing grass and the black vein bamboo were now in his possession. Although not all of the black vein bamboo had been stored in his system space, securing the majority was more than sufficient. Jiang Han wasn't the greedy type. He was the type with a clear awareness of what he was doing. Survival comes first, followed by obtaining the shadow-severing grass. As for the black patterned bamboo, that's just a bonus. Although the black patterned bamboo is considerably more valuable than the shadow-severing grass. He felt no regret whatsoever, his mind was entirely focused on losing the pursuing mutated beasts and the steel bristle boar king. After Jiang Han vanished from the rooftop, the steel bristle boar king clearly had no intention of giving up. It was massive in size, unable to leap to the rooftop like Jiang Han by borrowing momentum, but that didn't mean other mutated beasts couldn't. Turning back, the steel-bristled boar king fixed its gaze on several winged mutated beasts. Roar! With a furious roar, those winged mutated beasts instantly understood the meaning behind the sound. Their wings flapped once before they shot straight toward the rooftop. The remaining non-flying exotic beasts, driven by the steel-bristled boar king, continued their frenzied charge forward. Jiang Han kept running without pause, occasionally leaping between two tall buildings, pursued by several flying beast commander-level creatures. Fortunately, these were only junior beast commanders, posing little real threat to Jiang Han, though they did make his escape rather undignified. The real problem remained the relentless steel-bristled boar king chasing him along the street below. Jiang Han truly understood now what Hu Shu and the others had meant when they said that even the load-bearing pillars of a 100-meter-tall building couldn't withstand one charge from the steel-bristled boar king. Jiang Han felt as if he were experiencing an unprecedented earthquake. The high-rise he had just leapt over collapsed directly behind him, sending up clouds of dust into the sky. The worst part was, Jiang Han couldn't stop running. Because if he stopped, the skyscraper beneath his feet would collapse from the steel-bristled boar king's charge, leaving him to face dozens of beasts on the streets. Might as well keep running like his life depended on it. Swinging his kitchen knife, he parried a beast's pounce. With his inside ability, the movements of these junior beast generals seemed painfully slow to Jiang Han's eyes. Add to that the weak points highlighted on their bodies. If he stopped now, it wouldn't take long for him to take them down one by one. But Jiang Han simply couldn't stop now. Yet continuing like this wasn't a solution either. After nearly 3 minutes of sprinting across rooftops, covering at least 3 or 4 kilometers, these aberrant beasts still refused to give up the chase. The density of tall buildings ahead was visibly thinning by the naked eye. Even Jiang Han, no matter how high he could jump, couldn't possibly leap a distance of 200 meters in a single bound. No, he had to think of another way. The physical constitution of mystic beasts was generally several times stronger than that of humans of the same level. Jiang Han wasn't reckless enough to compete in endurance with the steel-bristled boar king. Otherwise, just these few chasing him would be enough to exhaust him to death. But at this moment, the steel-bristled boar king seemed to suddenly sense something. The creature that had been frantically ramming the support pillar abruptly stopped and turned its head toward the direction of the herb garden. Yet the distance was too great, and with the thick dust swirling in the air, it couldn't see anything. Roar! With another mournful howl, the steel-bristled boar king gave up chasing Jiang Han and wheeled around to run back even faster than it had pursued him moments before. Along with that group of strange beasts, they all stopped in their tracks upon hearing this lament. What's going on? Jiang Han focused most of his attention on the steel-fanged boar king. When it acted unusually, Jiang Han was the first to notice. They weren't chasing after him anymore? Jiang Han felt puzzled but didn't hesitate much. He leapt down from the high building and swiftly darted into other streets, concealing his figure. Though unsure why the steel-bristled boar king suddenly turned back, Jiang Han knew very well this was his only chance to escape. If he missed this opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to find such a perfect moment again. Thus, Jiang Han acted decisively. Even after confirming he had shaken off the pack of exotic beasts behind him, he didn't pause for even a moment. Uncle Long had told him the rendezvous point earlier. Jiang Han jogged along, intending to first leave this city behind. After all, the mission item was already secured, and he'd hunted quite a few exotic beasts along the way. Not to mention unexpected windfalls like the Silverwing Wolf King and Dark-Veined Bamboo. Even if he left now, it could unquestionably be called an extremely fruitful haul. One shouldn't be too greedy, especially in the wilderness. Along the way, they encountered a few mutant beasts of the soldier level. Holding to his intention of leaving discreetly, Jiang Han quietly slit each of their throats, not allowing them to make even a single sound. A soldier-level mutant beast was easily worth several thousand alliance credits. Since it was just a matter of convenience, Jiang Han naturally wouldn't let them go. Jiang Han arrived to find Uncle Long and the others had already been there for some time. Only after confirming that Jiang Han wasn't injured did the group finally breathe a sigh of relief. "So, Xiao Han, everything went smoothly?" Uncle Long was the first to speak up and ask. To be honest, before seeing Jiang Han, his mental state had been strained. Jiang Han was sent by him, and if anything happened, the responsibility would fall entirely on his shoulders. Though life and death in the wild are left to fate, Jiang Han was like a son or nephew to him nonetheless. Not only would he fail to face Jiang's father, but his own conscience wouldn't let him rest either. Originally, such a mission shouldn't have been assigned to Jiang Han, a novice. But the reality was that in the entire team, only he and Jiang Han had reached the level of Grand Martial Master. "There's no big issue. I've already gathered the Severing grass, and this time, there was even an unexpected bonus." As Jiang Han spoke, he flipped his right hand over. The ground was then suddenly covered with a pile of green grass and nearly 100 dried branches. Uncle Long and the others looked at the items on the ground. At first, their faces only showed delight because Jiang Han had indeed brought back the Severing grass. But after getting a clear look at the other clump of branches, everyone was stunned. "Black-striped bamboo?" Uncle Hu recognized this pile of withered branches on the ground, his voice involuntarily rising several pitches. The others reacted similarly, as a mix of bewilderment and shock permeated through everyone present. "Xiao Han, how did you obtain these black-striped bamboos?" Uncle Long gazed at Jiang Han with a solemn expression. "They grow together with the Severing grass in the medicinal herb fields. So I just casually gathered quite a few of them while I was at it. It's a shame there's still a small portion left uncollected because the steel-bristled Boar King returned." "A shame?" "Well, indeed it is. Though I didn't count carefully, the remaining patch of black-veined bamboo should amount to at least 30 stalks, definitely not a small number." As for Uncle Long and the others, hearing Jiang Han casually recount the origins of the black-veined bamboo left them at a loss for words to describe their current state of mind. If I remember correctly, the most recent auction of black-veined bamboo reached an astronomical price of 32,000 per gram. Old Long said this slowly and deliberately, causing Jiang Han's eyes to widen in shock. Chapter 37, Black-veined bamboo worth 50 million. Jiang Han had never weighed how much black-veined bamboo he had harvested. After all, there was no chance to weigh it for him. But a single black-striped bamboo stalk weighs about 20 grams. The quality of black-striped bamboo isn't particularly high, it feels very light in the hand. Yet now, lying scattered on the ground, there were over 80 stalks of this bamboo. That's roughly around 1,600 grams. If what Uncle Long said holds true, with each gram of ebony bamboo fetching an astronomical price of 32,000, then the batch Jiang Han just harvested would be worth over 50 million alliance credits. Even Jiang Han couldn't help feeling the blood rushing to his head. No wonder Uncle Long and the others had made such expressions earlier. Anyone else wouldn't have fared any better than Uncle Long and his group. In fact, most would have started fighting for the black-veined bamboo the moment they laid eyes on it. When faced with a mystical herb worth 50 million, something a martial artist might never earn in a lifetime, how could anyone resist the temptation? Yet, looking back at Uncle Long and the others, though they were astonished and envious, Jiang Han detected no other emotions in their eyes, let alone anything resembling greed. "Hide the black-veined bamboo first, it's far too alluring." Uncle Long took a deep breath and then admonished, "From now on, remember one thing, when it comes to high-value gains, you must learn to hide them. If it weren't us but any other team you encountered, chances are a fight would have already broken out by now." Uncle Long could see that Jiang Han genuinely knew nothing about how things worked in the Wasteland and had trusted them far too easily, so he felt compelled to give Jiang Han a crucial reminder. "Oh." Jiang Han seemed to realize his mistake as well and placed his right hand on the black-striped bamboo, storing it all away into his system space. After the black-striped bamboo disappeared, Uncle Dragon and the others finally let out a long sigh of relief. This feeling of suppressing one's inner desires is truly unbearable. Out of sight, out of mind. What I mentioned earlier was the auction price. Normally in such situations, there'd be malicious bidding and price inflation, so the price tends to be somewhat artificially high. Even so, the regular price of black-striped bamboo fluctuates around 30,000. Mainly because the demand for this thing is too high while it can't be artificially cultivated. Its 20-year growth cycle also ensures the supply of black-striped bamboo remains scarce, keeping the market price consistently high. Xiaohan, the black-striped bamboo you're holding, if traded gradually, should be worth roughly 50 million in total. At this point, Uncle Long's tone carried a hint of helplessness. Originally, Jiang Han was the poorest among them. But now, Uncle Long suddenly realized that Jiang Han seemed to be the wealthiest of them all. The exotic beasts Jiang Han had hunted along the way were probably worth around 300 to 400,000, and the corpse of that Silverwing Wolf King alone was worth over 3 million alliance coins. Add to that Jiang Han's significant contribution to this mission, allowing him to claim nearly 40% of the mission reward, another 1.5 million alliance coins. Just these items alone had earned Jiang Han 5 million alliance coins from his first venture into the Wasteland. And if he added these black-striped bamboos, 55 million. After 20 years of struggling in the Wasteland, Uncle Long had only managed to save a little over 30 million. And Jiang Han's earnings from just one trip alone reached 55 million. Not to mention Uncle Hu and the others. No one spoke, but there was a hint of jealousy lingering among them. Jiang Han noticed the strange expressions on their faces. He took the initiative to speak. Actually, you all have a share in these black vein bamboos. If you hadn't helped distract the Ironback Boar King, I wouldn't have had the time to collect these bamboos. How about this, we'll split these black vein bamboos. Before Jiang Han could finish his sentence, Uncle Long raised his hand to interrupt him. These black-striped bamboos are all your own harvest. We led the Steel Bristle Boar King away just for the Severingine grass, it has nothing to do with the black-striped bamboos. Though your uncles aren't as good at making money as you, they've earned quite a bit over all these years. You should keep these black-striped bamboos for yourself. This was already the second time Jiang Han had been rejected. The last time he was rejected was when Jiang Han obtained the corpse of the Silverwing Wolf King. But the difference between that time and this time was too drastic. Jiang Han truly hadn't expected that Uncle Long and the others would even refuse 50 million alliance credits. This 50 million worth black-grained bamboo can be divided up, and each person would get around 10 million. Not only did Uncle Long refuse, but Uncle Dao also discerned the meaning in Jiang Han's words and couldn't help laughing. Who do you think you're looking down on? It's just 50 million, as if nobody has that kind of money. Uncle Dao said it lightly, though it seems he does have the right to speak this way. On the arena of life and death earlier, Uncle Dao took Yang Li's 20 million, plus his own 20 million, that alone made it 40 million. Enough, stop all this nonsense talk. Uncle Long bent down and picked up the broken shadowgrass from the ground. Now that we've obtained the mission item, it's time for us to leave. I'll submit the mission as soon as we get back, and the reward should be credited in about 3 days. Then we'll negotiate the split based on each person's contribution. To prevent everyone from continuing to focus on that batch of black-patterned bamboo, Uncle Long deliberately changed the subject. The few of them had ventured into this wilderness in haste solely to accomplish their mission. Although everything had gone smoothly, the exhaustion was undeniable. Now that the mission item was secured, there was no reason to linger in the wasteland any longer. Returning early would be far better. Following the route they had come by earlier, the 5 of them jogged along the way. At this pace, barring any unexpected incidents, they should be able to reach the steel defense line by noon tomorrow, then board the train back to the city. Yet ironically, the wasteland was never short of surprises. For some reason. Strangely, though they hadn't encountered any powerful mutated beasts on the way here, they now faced frequent ambushes from these creatures, slowing Jiang Han and his group's progress. Moreover, the quality of the mutated beasts ranged from high-level beast soldiers to mid-level beast generals. If encountered under normal circumstances, encountering them would be just that. Jiang Han and Longshu training together wouldn't even fear mid-level beast generals. But coincidentally, this group of mutated beasts arrived far too densely, one after another. Often, before Jiang Han and the others could finish dealing with one, another would appear within just a few minutes. This was precisely why Jiang Han and his group's progress was severely slowed down. There was another thing that baffled Jiang Han and his companions. Every mutated beast they encountered would let out a prolonged howl, as if calling for its kin. The mounting anomalies made everyone in Zhang Han's team sense that something was wrong. Don't engage for long, retreat quickly. As two mid-level beast generals emerged ahead and began howling at the sky, Dragon Uncle finally couldn't hold back his order. The oppressive atmosphere, like the foreboding winds before a storm, weighed heavily on everyone's hearts with unease. Chapter 38, The Pursuing Ironhide Boar King. Two mid-level beast general class exotic beasts were already the limit of what the entire team could handle. Zhang Han and Uncle Long each held off one, while the other three provided support attacks from the side. Assuming no other mishaps occurred, they could likely wear them down bit by bit and finish the battle within half an hour. If not for the earlier strange incident, Uncle Long would have given the order to engage. But now, a thick sense of unease made it impossible for any of them to focus on the fight. Although they had retreated from the city center, they were still within urban limits. No one knew exactly what had happened in the city to cause so many anomalies. With their only desire being to escape as quickly as possible, none of them had any reason to engage with these two aberrant beasts. Upon hearing Dragon Uncle's command, Zhang Han exchanged a glance with him, already knowing the answer in his heart. Tiger Uncle and the other two continued their retreat along the planned route without stopping, while Zhang Han and Dragon Uncle charged forward to confront the two mid-level beast commanders. They needed to buy time by holding off these two mutant beasts, waiting until Tiger Uncle's group had escaped before breaking away to catch up. In sight. Ninefold Thunder Blade. A beast capable of reaching the warrior general level has combat power exceeding 5,000. Mid-level warrior general beasts typically have combat power around 7,000. Uncle Long's combat strength is sufficient to handle them alone. He could even achieve kills by activating his innate talents without needing assistance. But Zhang Han's abilities still fall slightly short, requiring him to go all out. With insight assist maneuvering was still easily manageable. Watching as Uncle Hu and the others gradually grew smaller in the distance, Uncle Long finally called out, "Xiaohan, find a way to break free, it's time for us to leave too." Zhang Han acknowledged the command, then mustered his full strength to exchange three fierce blows with the intermediate beast commander before him before leveraging the recoil to launch himself backward, successfully disengaging from combat. While battling beasts that hadn't awakened intelligence relied solely on instinct, leaving them completely oblivious to the fact that Zhang Han and his comrades were merely staging a strategic retreat. By the time they realized it, Zhang Han and his companion had already run 100 meters away, too far to catch up now, leaving only furious roars behind them. Roar! The roars were thunderous, but soon they were drowned out by an even louder bellow, accompanied by the trembling ground. What's going on here? Zhang Han instinctively glanced back and was shocked to see the 5-meter-tall steel bristle boar king had somehow closed the gap behind them. Now, with its 4 massive hooves pounding the earth, the beast was charging straight toward him and Uncle Long. Uncle Long! The moment Zhang Han laid eyes on the steel bristle boar king, he felt every hair on his body stand on end. Here, unlike in the city, there are no towering buildings to provide cover. Beyond the city, aside from some dense shrubs and wild grass, even large trees were pitifully sparse. In this situation, Zhang Han and the others didn't even have a place to hide or maneuver. In fact, before Zhang Han could shout, Uncle Long had already sensed the anomaly behind them. Upon turning his head, he too noticed the pursuing steel bristle boar king. And Uncle Long's reaction wasn't much better than Zhang Han's. Despite having wandered the wilderness for so long and experienced countless dangers, the sight of the steel bristle boar king charging madly behind them still made his heart tremble with fear. This is no longer a question of whether to fight or not. Rather, if they allowed themselves to be caught by the steel bristle boar king, both he and Zhang Han would undoubtedly meet their end right here. Although the steel-bristled boar king was indeed weakened, no matter how weak, it still possessed the combat power of a lord-level beast. And the threshold for lord-level combat power is above 10,000 battle prowess. Not to mention that alongside the steel-bristled boar king, there were 2 more mutant beasts at the intermediate commander level. No matter how you looked at it, they seemed to have lost all signs of life. What's going on? Why has the steel-bristled boar king gone berserk? Zhang Han could clearly see that the steel-bristled boar king's eyes were blood-red. Wait a minute. A flash of memory crossed Zhang Han's mind, the image of the frenzied steel-bristled boar king chasing him before suddenly turning away. For some reason, Zhang Han couldn't shake the feeling that the boar king's current rage stemmed from something it had just encountered. He didn't turn back to check, so naturally, he had no idea what had truly happened, and now wasn't the time to speculate. The enraged Steel Bristle Boar King wouldn't care whether they were involved or not, it wanted them dead, plain and simple. Xiao Han. If we keep going like this, neither of us will make it out alive. I'll distract the steel-tusked Boar King. You run in that direction. After I'm gone, you'll lead the team. Uncle Hu and the others will support you. Uncle Long shouted what sounded like final words while removing the spatial ring from his finger and tossing it to Jiang Han. Before Jiang Han could respond, Uncle Long's sprinting footsteps suddenly halted, then reversed course. With a furious roar, his talent erupted. For some reason, Jiang Han felt as if a phantom image of a Tyrannosaurus had appeared around Uncle Long. Though the imposing aura was mighty enough, it inevitably seemed outmatched when facing the charging Steel Bristle Boar King. Jiang Han's footsteps paused as well. He looked down at the dimensional ring in his hand, then lifted his gaze to Uncle Long's back, the man who stood before him, ready to face the Steel Bristle Boar King alone. For some reason, Jiang Han felt as though something had stirred within him. A sudden, inexplicable rage flared up in his heart. Uncle Long had stepped forward to buy Jiang Han a chance to survive, confronting the Steel Bristle Boar King head-on. But everyone knew the truth: Uncle Long's combat power barely exceeded 7,000. Even if he pushed his talents to the limit, it would never break 8,000. Facing the Steel Bristle Boar King with a combat power of at least 10,000, along with 2 mid-level beast commanders each boasting over 7,000 in strength. Certain death awaits. Any other person would have fled by now, even if the ultimate outcome might still result in being hunted down by the Steel Bristle Boar King. Yet, none would stand their ground with the same willingness to sacrifice as Uncle Long does at this moment. Yet Uncle Long chose precisely this path. After tossing the dimensional ring to Jiang Han, he was freed from all worries. And it was precisely because he understood this clearly that Jiang Han came to a halt. He couldn't abandon Uncle Long and flee alone. Just as Uncle Long had been willing to sacrifice himself to buy Jiang Han time to escape. The Steel Bristle Boar King moved swiftly. Before entering within 10 meters of Jiang Han, his visual acuity could only discern the blurred silhouette cast by the beast's frenzied charge, never managing a clear glimpse. Meanwhile, Uncle Dragon dashed headlong toward the charging boar, his right fist raised high with alloy knuckle dusters glinting coldly in hand. Bang! A dull thud reverberated through the air. Pure overwhelming force, the Steel Bristle Boar King's collision with Uncle Dragon was nothing short of complete annihilation. Especially this kind of flesh-rending collision, Dragon Uncle merely slowed the Steel Bristle Boar King's momentum for a moment before being sent flying back himself. Just one encounter, and they were already utterly routed. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Han leapt high into the air to catch Dragon Uncle mid-flight. I told you to leave. Why are you still here? Get out of here. Uncle Long grew anxious as he glanced at Jiang Han beside him. Jiang Han remained silent, his gaze fixed firmly on the Steel Bristle Boar King ahead. Then, the aura around him abruptly began to surge violently. Chapter 39 Energy Outburst, Combat Power Breaks 10,000. Originally, Jiang Han's strength was slightly inferior to Uncle Long's. Although the aura he emitted was powerful, it didn't pose any pressure to Uncle Long. But now, Uncle Long could clearly sense that Jiang Han's power was skyrocketing, from being slightly weaker than him, to matching him, and then surpassing him. In just the blink of an eye, Jiang Han had firmly gained the upper hand over him. What's going on? Uncle Long exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, Jiang Han, feeling the surge of power within him, gradually grew more confident. Stored energy has been fully unleashed. Combat power increased by 5752. Duration, 30 minutes. Current combat power, 11679. The system's notification chime rang out, and Jiang Han let out a long sigh of relief. Knowing that relying on his own strength alone would never be enough to contend with the Steel Bristle Boar King, Jiang Han had already summoned forth the energy he'd stored earlier. After unleashing his explosive power, Jiang Han's combat prowess successfully broke through the 10,000 mark. For both beasts and martial artists, a combat power of 10,000 is a threshold. Any beast surpassing 10,000 in combat power becomes a lord-level creature, where an entire ruined city might not even harbor one such lord-tier beast. When a martial artist exceeds 10,000 in combat power, they ascend to the rank of military general. With only one general among thousands of soldiers, this rarity alone speaks volumes about just how scarce military general-level martial artists truly are. warriors of this caliber usually roam in the deeper parts of the wilderness. With the iron-maned Boar King's combat power, it should have been overwhelmingly dominant in this area under normal circumstances. But after John Han unleashed his full combat potential, he wasn't completely powerless against the iron-maned Boar King. The iron-maned Boar King seemed to sense the change in John Han. Its originally blood-red eyes regained a hint of rationality, making it hesitate to charge forward recklessly. Instead, his gaze shifted to the two intermediate beast commanders behind him. Roar! After a low growl, the two intermediate beast commanders exchanged glances, seemingly hesitant. But when the steel-bristled Boar King looked at them again, they dared not hesitate any longer and charged straight toward John Han. Though their intelligence wasn't fully awakened, they at least possessed some degree of sentience. John Han's inexplicable power boost left the steel-tusked wild Boar King at a loss, prompting it to dispatch two intermediate-level beast generals to test the waters. Unfortunately for them, John Han, now boasting over 10,000 in combat strength, felt absolutely no pressure facing these two intermediate-level beast generals. In contrast, Uncle Long was on high alert upon seeing the two charging intermediate-level beast generals. Xiao Han, let's each take one and finish them off as quickly as possible. Uncle Long's voice was very serious, because he realized that if they didn't deal with these two mid-level beast commanders, they wouldn't be able to contend with the steel-bristled Boar King. But before the words had even faded, an arm stretched out horizontally in front of him. Uncle Long, please step back a bit so you won't get caught up in the fight. John Han gripped the kitchen knife in his right hand, his body still covered in the dust accumulated from the urban district. Yet the confident smile on his face showed he had everything under control. Uncle Long fell silent. Though he felt somewhat awkward inside, he had to admit that John Han's current strength surpassed his by more than double. With combat power exceeding 10,000, unless Uncle Long took forbidden drugs, it would be utterly impossible to reach such heights in a short time. He retreated silently a few steps, yielding the battlefield to John Han. The next moment, John Han turned around and charged straight toward the two mid-level beast commanders. Slow, too slow. John Han murmured as his kitchen knife never stopped swinging. After his combat power temporarily broke through the 10,000-point threshold, John Han's four-dimensional attributes also experienced a brief surge. It's not just strength that's improved. His four-dimensional attributes, originally around 150 points, had now skyrocketed past the 350-point mark. In John Han's eyes, the two mid-level mutant beasts that once seemed decently fast now moved at a snail's pace. Even without using insight, John Han could effortlessly track their every move. The overwhelming superiority in pure combat power was evident. With just one encounter, John Han swiftly delivered two slashing strikes, hitting vulnerable spots with his staggering 3,500-point critical strength. There was not even a shred of suspense. Those two mid-level beast generals were instantly eliminated by John Han. Congratulations, host, for slaying the mid-level beast general Crimson Spirit Ape. Reward, 596 experience points, 148 talent proficiency points. Congratulations, host, for slaying the mid-level beast general Odd-Eyed Brocade Tiger. Reward, 589 experience points, 147 talent proficiency points. Two consecutive notification chimes rang out, giving John Han an extremely satisfying sensation. This feeling of hunting exotic beasts to gain experience and mastery over talents was downright addictive. The only problem was, the steel-bristled Boar King grew visibly warier after witnessing John Han slaughter two of its underlings with such ease. Yet it obstinately refused to retreat. This actually suited John Han's intentions just fine. After unleashing his energy, John Han's combat power smoothly broke through the 10,000 threshold. With critical strike and insight augmenting him, he felt confident that even against the steel-bristled Boar King, he wasn't completely powerless. John Han couldn't quite explain why. He just felt a burning heat inside constantly stimulating his nerves, making him want to erupt with all the power within him. Especially when looking at the steel-bristled Boar King, this feeling became even more pronounced. It was as if only the steel-bristled Boar King could be his opponent now. John Han could only attribute this feeling to his combative instincts. But at such moments, being combative wasn't a bad thing. It helped John Han focus better and maintain his state of heightened perception. As for the steel-bristled Boar King, after having its underlings test John Han's combat strength, it had already formed an answer in its mind. The combat prowess of the person before it now was undoubtedly on par with its own. Under such circumstances, recklessly charging in would naturally be unwise. The steel-bristled boar king pawed at the ground with its hooves, its gaze fixed intently on Jiang Han as if searching for any weaknesses in his stance. Jiang Han walked unhurriedly, step by step, towards the steel-bristled boar king. The kitchen knife in his hand still bore a smear of blood from a strange beast. Clad in armor, bathed in the glow of the setting sun, his elongated shadow stretched behind him as he gripped a kitchen knife in hand. Before Jiang Han stood the steel-bristled boar king, over 5 meters tall, its colossal form beyond compare. For some inexplicable reason, as Uncle Long watched from afar, the scene before him felt strangely harmonious. For some reason, Jiang Han's words from earlier kept echoing in his mind, telling him to stay back to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. "We're really getting old, aren't we?" Uncle Long sighed, then called out to Jiang Han, who was dozens of meters away. "Xiao Han, the steel-bristled boar king's back is too heavily armored. Aim for its underbelly. That area lacks thick hide protection, and since it just gave birth, it's a weak point." Hearing Uncle Long's voice, Jiang Han waved his hand to indicate he understood. In truth, even without Uncle Long pointing it out, Jiang Han had already noticed the weak point markers on the steel-bristled boar king while keeping his eyes open. Before his combat power increased, the only weak point Jiang Han could detect was a single spot on its abdomen. But now that his combat power had broken past the 10,000 mark, from Jiang Han's perspective, the steel-bristled boar king was covered entirely in weak spots. Chapter 40, Dual Upgrade Talent and Combat Skills. Jiang Han remained unhurried. With a combat enhancement lasting half an hour, he had ample time to conclude his battle against the steel-bristled boar king. Under these circumstances, as he advanced step by step, it was actually the steel-bristled boar king who grew increasingly anxious. After giving birth, its combat power had significantly declined, retaining less than 1/10 of its original strength. In such a situation, it wasn't entirely confident of killing Jiang Han. This human before its eyes, someone it could have crushed effortlessly in its prime, but now. Under normal circumstances, encountering Jiang Han's overwhelming combat power, the steel-bristled boar king would have long retreated. The problem was, it now had to kill Jiang Han for revenge. Rage ultimately drowned what little rationality remained, and the steel-bristled boar king charged at Jiang Han with tusks lowered. Seeing the steel-hide boar king charging forward with unstoppable momentum, Jiang Han couldn't help but laugh. Though not entirely certain about the exact combat power of the steel-hide boar king at this moment, Jiang Han could clearly sense from the numerous openings revealed by insight and the significantly reduced pressure compared to earlier. Even if the steel-hide boar king's combat power exceeded his, it could only be by a narrow margin. This was absolutely a fight worth taking. But what Jiang Han sought wasn't just defeating the steel-tusked boar king, he aimed to slaughter the beast. Having revealed his final trump card, wouldn't Jiang Han suffer a huge loss if this yielded no gains? The steel-tusked boar king moved with terrifying speed. As it charged, its two slender, curved tusks gleamed ominously in the sunset. If those tusks gored him, the armor Jiang Han wore would prove utterly useless. It'd be pierced straight through in an instant. Jiang Han wasn't foolish enough to stand still and let the steel-bristled boar king gore him. The moment it entered within 10 meters of Jiang Han, its speed suddenly plummeted. Simultaneously, Jiang Han's feet shifted as well. Dodging sideways to evade the steel-bristled boar king's attack, Jiang Han gripped his kitchen knife with both hands and delivered a vicious downward stab. The target was precisely the exposed belly of the iron-bristled boar king. Thud! However, somewhat unexpectedly for Jiang Han, when his powerful stab landed on the boar king's belly, it felt like hitting a rubber ball, emitting a dull thud before bouncing right back. Jiang Han instantly realized this approach wouldn't work. Though sturdy, his kitchen knife simply wasn't sharp enough. Although the steel-bristled boar king's strength was weakened, this did not affect its nearly maxed-out defensive attributes. Even among battles of the same tier, the steel-bristled boar king's defense ranked among the absolute top. Few could penetrate its defenses. Jiang Han was no exception. Even with his combat power surpassing 10,000 points, he still couldn't breach the steel-bristled boar king's defense. Even if the spot he attacked was the relatively weak underbelly of the steel-bristled boar king. No, I need to find a way, at least be able to break through its defense. Jiang Han dodged past the steel-bristled boar king without facing any immediate threat. His mind raced, and then he spotted that golden weak point behind the steel-bristled boar king. My eyebrow twitched. Oh no, not this. The marked location turned out to be precisely where the Ironhide Boar King had relieved itself. Absolutely ridiculous. But aside from appearing on lower-level mutant beasts, this golden vulnerability mark was showing up for the first time on the Ironhide Boar King. John Han had no doubt that attacking there would definitely break its defense. But the steel-bristled Boar King missed its strike and suddenly slowed down, then completely defied inertia as it carved several hoof marks over 2 meters long on the ground before turning around and charging at John Han again. This made John Han's eyelids twitch. The enormous steel-bristled Boar King undoubtedly weighed over 20 tons, and its charging speed just now had exceeded 30 meters per second. Under this momentum, how could a series of actions, slowing down, stopping, turning around, be flawlessly fluid without the slightest pause? John Han couldn't figure it out, so he could only attribute it all to the steel-bristled Boar King's formidable physical prowess. Gripping the kitchen knife tightly, John Han didn't wait idly this time. Instead, he charged straight at the steel-bristled Boar King. Even if he couldn't pierce its hide, sometimes wounds weren't just about drawing blood. The iron-bristled Boar King might indeed block the kitchen knives, but the force behind each strike still struck its body squarely. John Han currently felt like he was fighting a boss several levels above him, unable to pierce its defenses, only managing to inflict minimal chip damage. But even chip damage, once or twice, meant little. Yet when repeated over and over, it could still accumulate into internal injuries. The only question was whether John Han could grind down the iron-bristled Boar King within the time limit. And this duration marked the maximum 30 minutes of energy outburst. Fortunately, with the insight buff active, the steel-bristled Boar King's singular attack pattern posed little trouble for John Han. In such an out-leveling battle, the dynamic tracking provided by Insight's upgrade was practically a game-breaking ability. The steel-bristled Boar King charged, John Han dodged, and casually slashed it in passing. After repeating this maneuver 7 or 8 times, even the Boar King sensed something was amiss. It seemed to have been given the slip by John Han. Angered, it was truly furious. Not being able to easily take down this weakling of a human was bad enough, but now it couldn't even lay a finger on him? Since becoming a lord, the steel-bristled Boar King had never encountered such a situation before. As if to humiliate it, the ever-proud steel-bristled Boar King couldn't bear it any longer. Yet this time, before the steel-bristled Boar King could move, John Han himself charged forward, his speed nearly double that of moments before. Because right after that slash was delivered, the system's prompt arrived once more. Congratulations, host, the critical strike talent's proficiency has reached full capacity, automatically upgrading. Critical strike, attacks have a 60% chance to trigger a crit, dealing strength *6 damage. Current talent proficiency, 53/4000. Congratulations, host. The proficiency of the martial skill Ninefold Thunderblade has reached maximum and has automatically leveled up. Ninefold Thunderblade LV2, when attacking with a blade weapon, strength *4, agility *4. Current martial skills proficiency, 16/4000. A series of system notifications bolstered John Han's confidence. The crucial point was that with critical strike and 9-layered Thunderblade upgraded, John Han could unleash even greater force and higher combat prowess. After activating his energy burst, John Han's strength attribute reached 354 points. With the enhancements from critical strike and 9-layered Thunderblade, his explosive power surged to a staggering 8,500 points. A single slash could cleave mountains and part rivers. This was precisely why John Han dared to charge headlong at the steel-bristled Boar King. Though this explosive strike couldn't match the Boar King at its peak, against its weakened state now, hitting its weak spot could still deal substantial damage. Critical hit. Ninefold Thunderblade. Die. With a furious roar, John Han leaped high into the air. The kitchen knife in his hand left after images as it streaked straight toward the crown of the steel-bristled Boar King's head. Chapter 41, this blade weighs 85 tons, can you handle it? The strength attribute converts to concrete force at a ratio of approximately 1:10. That is to say, 1 point of strength equals 10 kilograms of punching force. John Han's full explosive power reaches an astonishing strength attribute of 8,500 points, which translates to a staggering punching force of 85 tons. This level of power, paired with the sturdy kitchen knife, though the blade was far from sharp. But against the steel-bristled Boar King, it could still effortlessly break through its defenses. In their previous encounters, the steel-bristled Boar King had already gotten a rough estimate of John Han's strength. Though not inferior to its current combat power, Jiang Han simply couldn't harm it thanks to its tough hide. The steel-spined wild boar king, fully aware of this, felt utterly aggrieved in his heart. Because Jiang Han couldn't harm it, it couldn't lay a hand on Jiang Han either. For some reason, this creature felt extremely slippery to it. With its strength, just one solid hit would seriously injure Jiang Han, yet it couldn't manage to strike him even once. Now seeing Jiang Han charging forward on his own initiative, the steel-bristled boar king felt excitement rather than fury. Daring to confront it head-on? Jiang Han's actions seemed like nothing short of suicide in its eyes. The pig's hooves scraped violently against the ground twice before charging fiercely toward Jiang Han. This time, the steel-bristled boar king used all its strength. Having finally seized such an opportunity, it naturally refused to let it go, single-mindedly focused on goring Jiang Han into oblivion. Yet never once did it consider why Jiang Han had suddenly changed. Roar! Amidst the roaring cries under the glow of the setting sun, Uncle Long watched with his own eyes as Jiang Han, clutching a cleaver, leaped high into the air and collided head-on with the charging steel-bristled boar king. The next instant, two mighty forces clashed, unleashing a phantom shockwave that swept outward in all directions, kicking up clouds of dust. Uncle Long's eyelids kept twitching as he watched. When he first decided to bring Jiang Han to the wilderness, the young man had only been at the warrior level. Yet within mere days, Jiang Han's power had skyrocketed from warrior to great warrior, and now to general level. And now, watching Jiang Han clash head-on with the steel-bristled boar king completely overturned Uncle Long's understanding of the young man's capabilities. At this point, Jiang Han probably couldn't even be considered weak among general-level combatants, could he? The weekend after giving birth, the steel-bristled boar king was still a genuine lord-level mutated beast. Even with its combat power plummeting from 50,000, it remained beyond his wildest imagination. Especially at this moment, the sheer force strong enough to stir shockwaves proved everything. For a battle at this level, even Uncle Long, as a Grand Martial Master, wasn't qualified to participate. As for Jiang Han at the epicenter, the tremendous burden inflicted by his explosive surge of strength attributes was unimaginable. If not for his combat power suddenly surging and doubling his physical constitution as well, he would have been unable to withstand the recoil from swinging this blade. Even so, the tremendous counterforce mixed with the impact from clashing with the steel-bristled boar king still traveled up through the cleaver, numbing Jiang Han's arms instantly. It felt like being struck by an electric shock. Jiang Han used this momentum to somersault backward, simultaneously dispersing the force to avoid secondary injuries while putting distance between himself and the steel-bristled boar king. His attention remained fixed on the steel-bristled boar king. Yet to Jiang Han's surprise, after this collision, the steel-bristled boar king made no move to pursue him further. Its normally reckless form now seemed unsteady, as if it might topple at any moment. The massive boar shook its head twice, even its gaze appearing dazed and feeble. There was a bloody gash over a dozen centimeters long on his head, precisely the length of a cleaver blade, now steadily oozing blood. It seemed even the steel-bristled boar king couldn't withstand Jiang Han's slash. But on second thought, it made sense. 85 tons of force concentrated onto a slender blade edge meant the pressure point was incredibly small. It effectively amplified Jiang Han's striking power infinitely. In this situation, even the steel-bristled boar king's incredibly tough hide couldn't withstand Jiang Han's blade. Especially since it had charged right into the attack. A single strike halted the steel-bristled boar king's charge and left its mark. Seems you're not completely invulnerable after all. Jiang Han narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his hand, trying to ease the numbness in his arm. Then he gripped his blade once more and charged toward the steel-bristled boar king. Previously unable to penetrate its defenses, Jiang Han had no choice but to circle around it. But now, at full power, the steel-bristled boar king couldn't possibly withstand a direct clash, so there was naturally no need for him to drag things out. More importantly, barely 2 minutes had passed since he began fighting the boar king, and already the distant thunder of the approaching beast horde could faintly be heard. The ground trembled slightly, with faint sounds echoing in the distance. Everything indicated that the beast horde wasn't far from Jiang Han and his companion. Though his combat surge still had time before expiration, Jiang Han knew full well that if surrounded by the beast horde, even maintaining this level of strength wouldn't guarantee escape. Without area of effect attacks, Jiang Han, though individually stronger than any beast, would eventually exhaust himself against the endless tide. So he must settle this quickly. Jiang Han charged back, but the steel-bristled boar king no longer displayed its former ferocity. After exchanging a fierce blow, Zhang Han remained unscathed while it felt dizzy, as if struck heavily by a massive hammer. While marveling at Zhang Han's sudden and tremendous surge in strength, it also came to a sobering realization. In its current state and combat power, it's already impossible to kill Zhang Han and the other. Wait, it must wait now. Once the pack of exotic beasts arrives, Zhang Han and his companion will naturally be besieged to death. Precisely because it understood this point, upon seeing Zhang Han charging forward, the steel-bristle boar king immediately turned tail and fled. Completely devoid of its previous unstoppable momentum, it now seemed like a stray dog with its tail between its legs, trying to escape. Seeing the steel-bristle boar king attempting to flee, Zhang Han's eyes sharpened. With a burst of agility from the ninefold thunderblade technique multiplying his speed fourfold, he accelerated relentlessly. To Long Shu's eyes, all of this appeared somewhat surreal. At this stage of the battle, he still couldn't comprehend how Zhang Han had managed to do it. Just minutes ago, both he and Zhang Han had been no match for the steel-bristle boar king, forced to flee for their lives. Yet within these few minutes, he'd witnessed Zhang Han gaining combat strength comparable to the boar king in mere breaths. After several exchanges, Zhang Han suddenly erupted, transforming their stalemate into complete dominance over the monstrous beast. Even when Zhang Han's blade struck the boar king's hardest skull plate, it left behind a thin, seeping wound. At this moment, the steel-bristled boar king seemed utterly terrified, facing Zhang Han who came at him with a blade, with no option left but to flee. Yet Zhang Han, completely shedding his previous weakness, chased madly after the steel-bristled boar king at such speed that even Uncle Long, a master martial artist, could barely track his movements. Is this the son brother Chang? Indeed, neither the father nor the son is anything ordinary. Chapter 42, Congratulations, host, for killing the steel-bristled wild boar king. Zhang Han repeatedly surpassed Uncle Long's expectations of him, which was initially met with astonishment. But thinking back to Zhang Han's father suddenly made all of this seem explainable. Seeing Zhang Han about to chase the steel-bristled wild boar king too far, Uncle Long couldn't help but shout, "Xiaohan, don't get too caught up in the fight. We need to leave as soon as possible." Zhang Han didn't respond to Uncle Long. In fact, he currently had no time at all to reply to him. At quadruple speed burst, catching up to the steel-bristle boar king wasn't much of a problem for Zhang Han. It's just that this beast, knowing its death was imminent, began struggling desperately. Not only did its speed increase another notch, but it also attempted to counterattack Zhang Han. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Facing the steel-bristle boar king's counterattack, despite Zhang Han's utmost caution and all his aides, he still sustained minor injuries. The boar king's tusk grazed his waist. Fortunately, his kitchen knife blocked just in time, and with the protective gear Uncle Long had given him helping to disperse the impact, Zhang Han felt only a dull ache in his waist. Beyond that, nothing serious. Yet it was precisely this that fully ignited Zhang Han's fury against the steel-bristled boar king. A simultaneous combination of critical strike and ninefold thunder blade erupted, every slash aimed precisely at the soft underbelly of the steel-tusked boar king. Even the hardest skull couldn't withstand Zhang Han's attacks, let now the softer abdominal region. With each cleaving strike, Zhang Han would follow through with a razor-sharp drawcut to widen the wounds. The shrieking boar king could only howl in agony, desperate to counterattack but finding no openings against Zhang Han's hyper-focused assault. Blood with a strong metallic scent gushed out, and the steel-bristle boar king's body grew increasingly weak. Already drained of nearly all strength after giving birth, now it was losing too much blood. No matter how formidable the steel-bristle boar king's constitution was, it had already become utterly exhausted at this point. The sounds of the mutant beast horde drew nearer. Through his insight ability, Zhang Han could already see the dust kicked up by their approaching stampede, nearly 3 or 4 kilometers away from him and the steel-bristle boar king. At the speed of these mutant creatures, it would take only a minute or two. But the ironhide boar king probably won't last that long. Critical hit. Ninefold thunderblade. A surge of immense force coursed through his arms once more. With a powerful twist at the waist, Zhang Han brought the kitchen knife crashing down, striking squarely at the base of the steel-bristle boar king's neck. Previously, one slash had landed on its neck, leaving a shallow wound behind. Now, with the insight ability enhancing his precision, Zhang Han's blade found its mark with unerring accuracy, striking directly upon the existing wound on the boar king's neck. Without its tough hide to protect it this time, Zhang Han's chopping blow bit deep, carrying terrifying weight behind its impact. Roar! A mournful wail escaped as the iron-bristled boar king, which had been charging fiercely toward Jiang Han, suddenly lost control of its body. With just a pitiful whimper, it tumbled to the ground like a lump of meat. It rolled a full dozen meters before finally coming to a stop. This time, the formidable iron-bristled boar king showed no signs of struggle. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the ruler-class mutant beast, iron-bristled boar king. Experience gained, 58,965. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining +1 proficiency in the talent insight. Congratulations, host. You have gained +896 proficiency in the talent critical strike. Congratulations, host. Proficiency in the martial skill Ninefold Thunderblade has increased by +682. Experience points full, automatic level up. Experience points full. Experience points. A cascade of system notifications confirmed that the Ironhide Boar King had met its end beneath his blade. Under the setting sun, only Jiang Han remained standing, panting heavily, and not far away lay the corpse of the steel-bristled Boar King. The aftermath of the battle beyond his level was quite severe. At this moment, Jiang Han felt utterly drained, with the pain in his waist particularly intense. Still, it was fortunate that he had ultimately slain the steel-bristled Boar King. And the rewards for killing the steel-bristled Boar King were so immense they left Jiang Han awestruck. Forget everything else, just the nearly 59,000 experience points alone made Jiang Han's battle incredibly profitable. The sensation of leveling up several times in a row made Jiang Han involuntarily take a deep breath. With a single step, he appeared right beside the steel-bristled Boar King in the next moment. Placing a hand on its body, its massive figure vanished the next instant. Only the blood-soaked earth remained. The horde of strange beasts was getting closer. In Jiang Han's current semi-exhausted state, there was no way he could sustain a prolonged battle. He had to leave immediately. Once he shook off the beasts chasing him, he could take stock of his gains later. Though he hadn't examined everything closely, Jiang Han knew without a doubt that the rewards from slaying the steel-bristled Phantom Boar King above his level were unprecedented, absolutely enormous. Uncle Long, hurry up and move. Uncle Long stood still, waiting for Jiang Han to return. Seeing Jiang Han unscathed, he quietly let out a sigh of relief. Without high-level mutated beasts blocking their path, it was relatively easy for Jiang Han and his companion to shake off the pursuing horde. More importantly, without the iron-bristled Boar King to maintain order, the chaotic group of mutated beasts, already at odds with each other, had no chance of uniting to hunt them down. Before long, the thunderous sound of the beasts' chase faded away, and the billowing dust vanished without a trace. A dozen or so minutes later, Jiang Han and the others successfully caught up with Uncle Hu and the group, who had left earlier. Or rather, they had been waiting under a tall tree, having already escaped the tracking range of the Ironhide Boar King. Only after confirming that both Uncle Long and Jiang Han were unharmed did they finally relax. By the way, brother, how did you guys manage to escape from the Ironhide Boar King? The five of them made their way back across the wilderness under the fleeting sunset, when Uncle Hu posed the question that weighed most on his mind. How we got out, asked Xiao Han. Uncle Long glanced at Jiang Han and shrugged as he spoke. But Jiang Han was currently occupied with tallying the spoils from slaying the steel-bristled Boar King, completely unaware of the conversation between the uncles. Host, Jiang Han. Combat rating, 7,639. Level, 8. Strength, 156 Agility, 145 Constitution, 151 Spirit, 149. Available attribute points, 300. Experience required for next upgrade, 8783/64000. Current talents, A-grade talent, Insight LV2, B-grade talent, Critical Strike LV4. Insight, automatically activates when entering combat state, can perceive the weaknesses of all things. Critical Strike, 60% chance to trigger a critical hit when attacking, dealing damage equal to Strength *6. Current talent proficiency, Insight, 625/3000, Critical Strike, 1386/4000. Currently available talent slots remaining, 0. Current martial skill, Earth Rank Superior Grade, Ninefold Lightning Blade LV2. Ninefold Thunder Blade LV2, when attacking with a bladed weapon, Strength ×4, Agility ×4. Current martial arts proficiency, Ninefold Thunder Blade LV2, 1036/4000. Currently available items, none. Remaining system space, 641/1000. Current mission, 1000 kills. Stored burst ready energy, 0. Chapter 43, Adding Splendor with a Grand Bloom. He evenly distributed those 300 free attribute points across his 4 core stats, boosting each by 75 points. Zhang Han's combat power surged by another 1,800. It now reached 9,400 points. Even without activating burst mode, Zhang Han's power was approaching Martial General tier. Judging by the experiences of this trip, given Zhang Han's current strength, he could practically roam freely in the outer regions of the Wasteland as long as he didn't provoke a beast tide. Ordinary high-level commander-tier mutant beasts posed no real threat to Zhang Han in a one-on-one scenario. Thanks to the enhanced dynamic tracking from Insight's upgrade, Zhang Han felt his actual combat power was even slightly higher than estimated. The effects of the upgraded critical strike and ninefold Thunderblade were even more formidable. The only issue is that the experience required for Zhang Han's own level-ups, as well as for upgrading his talents and martial skills, has risen dramatically. The rewards from slaying the steel-bristled Boar King have raised Zhang Han's leveling threshold to a point he couldn't possibly reach in a short time. Still, Zhang Han was already satisfied. This wilderness expedition lasted no more than 2 or 3 days, yet it resulted in an explosive leap in Zhang Han's combat prowess. Especially after slaying the steel-bristled Boar King. The sensation of consecutive level-ups had Zhang Han eagerly anticipating his next hunt for such high-level mutated beasts. But such thoughts were merely fantasies. Such extraordinary gains were only possible because the steel-bristled Boar King's combat power far exceeded Zhang Han's own level. His combat power alone reached 50,000, whereas without unleashing his energy, Zhang Han's power barely amounted to 5,000 or 6,000. Under normal circumstances, he would have stood no chance of killing the steel-bristled Boar King. After giving birth, the steel-bristled Boar King fell into a weakened state. Aside from its still tough hide, barely 10% of its strength remained, leaving its power just over 10,000. Only by unleashing his energy, combined with upgrading both critical strike and ninefold Thunderblade, was Zhang Han able to slightly overwhelm the steel-bristled Boar King and ultimately slay it. Several elements are absolutely indispensable. If any one component were missing, the final outcome would be Zhang Han getting entangled by the steel-bristled Boar King, then being surrounded by the horde of mutated beasts and dying from exhaustion. So while it appears Zhang Han managed to slay the steel-bristled Boar King while below its tier, in truth everything came down to a fortunate coincidence. If given another chance, Zhang Han really might not be able to pull it off again. What's more, the stored energy had already been completely expended by his outburst. Recognizing his own limitations, Zhang Han shook his head with a wry smile, dismissing the unrealistic notions in his mind. Xiao Han? While Zhang Han was lost in thought and unaware of the conversations around him, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Snapping back to reality, he turned to look at the person who had tapped his shoulder. Uncle Hu gazed at Zhang Han with curiosity and said, "What's on your mind, kid? You didn't even hear me speaking?" "Nothing much, just reviewing the lessons from the fight with steel-bristled Boar King." Zhang Han brushed it off with this excuse before adding, "What were you saying just now, Uncle Hu?" "I say, how did you guys manage to escape from Steelback the Razor Boar King?" "Escaped?" Zhang Han was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing. With a flip of his right hand, a flash of light appeared, and the massive corpse of an exotic beast materialized before everyone's eyes. Uncle Hu and the others instantly leaped backward, forming a battle formation. King of the Steel-Bristled Boars. Upon realizing that the object on the ground was actually the corpse of a monstrous beast, Uncle Knife exclaimed in astonishment. "How can this be?" For some unknown reason, Uncle Tiger and his 2 companions felt a chill run down their spines. And at that moment, Zhang Han spoke up, "If we just slaughter the steel-bristled Boar King, wouldn't that solve the safety issue?" Zhang Han's calm words reached the ears of Uncle Hu and the other 2, met only by their astonished and bewildered gazes. "Are you serious?" Uncle Zhao, who had remained silent until now, stared at Zhang Han for a long moment before finally voicing the shared thoughts of all 3. The whole process was actually quite perilous, but after I saw the steel-bristled Boar King send Uncle Long flying, for some reason, a surge of energy suddenly erupted within me. And then, well, this happened. Zhang Han couldn't explain the system's existence, but the energy outburst was undeniable, something Uncle Long could confirm. Now you understand why we were able to escape, right? Uncle Long spoke, though his tone carried a hint of resignation. Originally, he was the strongest in the entire squad, but just now, he had been upstaged by Jiang Han, someone of a younger generation. This feeling was quite frustrating. Uncle Hu and the other two exchanged glances, as if confirming their thoughts. Uncle Hu couldn't help but mutter, "No wonder Brother Chang insisted we bring you to the Wasteland." Turns out, he had already made arrangements. Jiang Han, however, caught the underlying meaning in Uncle Hu's words. Wait, did his father arrange for him to come to the wilderness? And what exactly had his father arranged? Though Jiang Han was usually meticulous in his thoughts, he couldn't decipher Uncle Hu's meaning from just this exchange alone. Uncle Tiger, what do you mean by it was your father who asked us to bring you to the Wasteland? Jiang Han looked puzzled as he asked Uncle Tiger. Just as Uncle Tiger was about to speak, Uncle Long shot him a sharp glance. Nothing much, just that your father entrusted us to look after you before he left. Uncle Long interjected. Jiang Han was puzzled but could tell that Uncle Long didn't want to delve deeper into the topic. Pressing further wouldn't yield any answers, so he could only drop it. However, it was clear that Uncle Long knew something. Though Jiang Han didn't bring it up again, he silently made a mental note: next time he saw his father, he would definitely get to the bottom of it. Xiao Han, let's store the Ironhide Boar King's corpse first. The smell of blood might attract other exotic beasts. Jiang Han nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the Ironhide Boar King was stored back into the system space. With this, 2 Lord-level exotic beasts, a pile of low-level beasts, the Black Vein Bamboo, plus mission rewards, Xiao Han's gains from this wilderness trip will exceed 60 million. The Ironhide Boar King alone is worth 8 million. Envious. No way. If Xiao Han doesn't stew us a couple of old hens for soup after we get back, I'll feel seriously wronged. Uncle Hu, with his easygoing nature, did some quick mental math on Jiang Han's gains from this trip and could only click his tongue in envy. No problem at all. Once we're back, I'll pick out the 2 fattest old hens just for your soup. Jiang Han was in exceptionally high spirits. His haul from this expedition was already enormous. The steel-bristled Boar King was merely the icing on the cake. Though, considering an 8 million alliance credit price tag, that icing was a tad extravagant. Compared to the gains, I'm more concerned about why the steel-bristled Boar King suddenly went berserk and just happened to chase us. Jiang Han lightly stroked his chin and voiced his confusion. When I saw the steel-bristled Boar King before, although it was dominant, it wasn't frenzied. Chapter 44, Someone's playing dirty behind the scenes. The question of why the steel-bristled Boar King had suddenly gone mad troubled Jiang Han for a long time. Although he had slain the steel-bristled Boar King, all of this was solely due to his own strength surging dramatically because of the system, combined with the Boar King's weakened state lacking formidable power. Had Jiang Han's strength been slightly inferior, or had the steel-bristled Boar King been slightly stronger, the outcome would have been the complete annihilation of Jiang Han's entire party. In such a situation, how could Jiang Han not think back to why the steel-tusked Boar King would suddenly go berserk? You mean, you suspect there might have been other unexpected factors in this incident? Uncle Long frowned slightly, sensing something odd in Jiang Han's words, and asked, do you have any theories? Jiang Han nodded, then said solemnly, for the steel-tusked Boar King, the most important things were its newborn offspring and the medicinal herb that would help it recover. The rest can be seen from the fact that after all the commotion you and Uncle Long caused earlier, the steel-bristled Boar King didn't pursue too far. It wasn't particularly interested. And since I harvested most of the spirit herbs in the medicinal garden, the only reason it would rage again is if something happened to its offspring. So I suspect that after I left, someone else entered the medicinal garden and killed the steel-bristled Boar King's young. That's what drove the steel-spiked Boar King into a frenzied state. This was the only explanation. Only this explanation could make sense of why the steel-spiked Boar King had abandoned chasing Jiang Han midway, then later spread out its beast horde to hunt for fighters around the city. Otherwise, having just given birth, the steel-spiked Boar King would never stray more than a step away from its young without absolute necessity. In other words, you suspect someone's playing the old trick of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Uncle Long's brow furrowed tightly. The wilderness was the domain of exotic beasts, but it wasn't uncommon for martial artists to encounter them when venturing in fact, it was perfectly normal. If they ran into a friendly team, they might even exchange greetings. But throughout their journey, even after entering the ruined city, they didn't encounter any other martial artists. That leaves only two possibilities: either the person was originally in this abandoned city, but the commotion they caused drew attention. The other possibility is that someone has been following them all along. The first scenario isn't too bad, just an unfortunate coincidence with nothing much to say about it. But the second scenario, following them all the way and provoking the Steel Bristle Boar King at the critical moment, was undoubtedly aimed at using the beast's power to annihilate their team. This was a calculated ambush against unsuspecting prey. Had Jiang Han not suddenly pointed it out, they would never have realized this layer of deception, merely attributing it to misfortune. From this perspective alone, that person had already succeeded. Jiang Han and the others still had no idea who was actually behind it. If not for Jiang Han's sudden outburst, their entire team would have been wiped out by the steel-bristled Boar King. What a sneaky bastard! This thought flashed through everyone's minds. Then came the rising fury. It's commonly said that martial artist teams entering the Wasteland, even if not particularly close, wouldn't resort to such mutually harmful actions that benefit no one. In fact, leaving any trace behind would only invite trouble upon themselves. Yet that person did it anyway. Which could only mean one thing: that person bore a grudge against Jiang Han's team. For some reason, an image of a certain squad surfaced in everyone's mind. Uncle Dao took a deep breath before saying, "After we return, I'll confront Li Yang and get to the bottom of this." Only Uncle Long maintained his composure at this moment. Though it might not necessarily be Li Yang's group. Perhaps some other martial artist saw the black patterned bamboo in the herb plantation and couldn't resist taking it. After we return, keep an eye out, aside from Xiaohan, see if anyone else is selling large quantities of black patterned bamboo. Truthfully, even without Uncle Long's reminder, Jiang Han had already considered this point. The greatest gain from entering the herb plantation had been the black patterned bamboo, with the piglet of the steel-bristled Boar King coming in second. The trading volume of black vein bamboo was already scarce. Although Jiang Han hadn't counted carefully, there were still approximately 30 stalks left in the medicinal herb base. This quantity was absolutely not considered small. Moreover, with such a large amount of black vein bamboo flooding the market, it was impossible for there to be no news at all. Therefore, Jiang Han and the others just needed to return and inquire about who had been offloading large quantities of black vein bamboo recently. Jiang Han's revelation cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Fortunately, this was their return journey. The closer they got to the defensive line, the lower the rank of the mutated beasts became. With Jiang Han taking care of things, they had little to do but idle away their time. The only problem was that ever since they learned someone wanted them dead, even Jiang Han's cooking didn't taste good anymore. Only Jiang Han seemed completely unaffected. He continued killing mutated beasts as usual and ate when it was time to eat. Sometimes he'd even smile faintly while watching his continuously rising experience bar. It's simply because Jiang Han's own strength is growing rapidly. The person pulling strings behind the scenes only dared to use the steel-bristled Boar King to achieve his goals, which proves that his own strength isn't much higher than Uncle Long's. Otherwise, he would have come charging in himself long ago. Why resort to killing with a borrowed knife? When it comes to those lacking the guts for a fair fight, only scheming in the shadows, Jiang Han never wastes much thought on them. Because sooner or later, he'd be found out. With his limited connections among martial artists, investigating the black patterned bamboo matter had to be left to Uncle Long and the others. No matter how anxious he was, it wouldn't help. After traveling intermittently, by the afternoon of the second day, Jiang Han and his group finally rushed back to the steel defense line. Just like when they first arrived, the steel defense line appeared both desolate and bustling. On this side of the high wall, numerous warriors created a clamorous atmosphere, while beyond the wall, bloodstains had seeped through, sparse trees stood, lending the scene a solemn and chilling air. Following Uncle Long and the others, Jiang Han retrieved all the low-level mutant beast corpses from his system space. He only kept the bodies of the black-veined bamboo, the silver-winged wolf king, and the steel-bristled boar king. In the end, he successfully exchanged them for 1.02 million alliance coins. Since most of these exotic beasts were killed by Jiang Han, he alone received a reward of 500,000 alliance coins. Jiang Han was quite satisfied with this amount. The difference between having nothing before to now having 500,000 in his account was quite significant. Of course, the bulk of the payout would come after returning to the city to sell the spoils. Uncle Long had even planned to take Jiang Han to the capital to trade these high-value spoils. There were more wealthy people in the capital, so the prices of exotic beast materials naturally soared, promising higher profits. However, after what happened later, Uncle Long and the others clearly lost their enthusiasm for going to the capital. But none of that really mattered. Jiang Han had no intention of selling the black-striped bamboo for now, as doing so might draw unnecessary attention. As for the materials from the two lord-level beasts, their prices wouldn't fluctuate much, so whether they went to the capital made little difference. Chapter 45 Going Home. Screech. Inserting the key into the rolling shutter's lock, he gave it a twist and pushed upward. The shutter automatically retracted with a grating noise. Yet to Jiang Han's ears, that sound was overflowing with familiarity. Just a few days away, and yet there's suddenly a sense of nostalgia. A thin layer of dust had settled on the dining table. Jiang Han hadn't cleaned these past few days, and Lan City had been swept by another sandstorm. Even with the doors closed, fine grains of sand managed to seep in through every crack. Stretching lazily, the feeling of being home again was truly comforting. In the wilderness, although Jiang Han's mind wasn't perpetually tense, there were hardly any moments of true relaxation. But now, amidst the city streets where he knew no danger lurked, Jiang Han found his whole body unwinding involuntarily. A wave of drowsiness washed over him. During his time in the wilderness, Jiang Han had scarcely slept soundly. His rest had always come through meditation. Back in familiar surroundings now, Jiang Han only wanted to get a good sleep. Everything else could wait until he woke up. Without even having dinner, Jiang Han slept from dusk straight through until noon the next day, with the sun high in the sky. He woke up from hunger. Martial arts drain one's strength. The higher the grade, the more energy is consumed with each movement, and the way to replenish this energy is by eating. Jiang Han's current appetite has already surpassed that of an ordinary person by several fold. The vegetables and such he bought before leaving the wasteland had long since spoiled, but fortunately, there was still some fresh exotic beast meat stored in the system space. He steamed a pot of rice, enough to fill about 7 or 8 bowls, and then stir-fried 3 plates of dishes with a piece of lean meat. Jiang Han was thoroughly satisfied with this meal. But after finishing the meal, he inexplicably felt a pang of loneliness. The first thing Uncle Long and the others did upon returning was to spend time with their families. As for Jiang Han, with his father not around, he was left all alone. For some reason, Jiang Han suddenly felt like drinking. He got up and bought a few bottles of liquor from an upscale liquor store outside, only to carefully place them on the counter. He doesn't enjoy drinking alcohol, having only indulged once in his life, and that was with his father. These bottles were bought solely to keep stocked for his dad. Now that he's earning good money, naturally he wants his father to enjoy finer liquor. With nothing else to occupy him, Jiang Han decided to thoroughly clean the small restaurant from top to bottom. A person had lunch alone, then had dinner alone. Jiang Han finally couldn't bear staying in any longer. For some reason, the longer he stayed in this small restaurant, the more restless he became. So he changed into a set of casual clothes and went out. There are still 2 Lord-level mutant beast corpses in the system space that haven't been sold yet, and the weapons and armor need to be updated as well. This is to avoid the awkward situation of setting off for the Wasteland again without any preparation. Although the kitchen knife his father gave him is tough and practical, it ultimately doesn't quite match the identity of a martial artist. A top-tier martial artist wielding a kitchen knife is simply too incongruous. Moreover, while the kitchen knife is handy to use, it's far too short when facing mutant beasts. When encountering colossal mutant beasts, even their protective fat layers are thicker than the kitchen knife. Even if the blade penetrates, it can hardly inflict significant damage. Therefore, Jiang Han needs to purchase a high-grade weapon that balances both durability and sharpness. Of course, before that, Jiang Han must first sell the corpses of those 2 Lord-level mutant beasts. Otherwise, with just 500,000 Alliance coins in savings, he wouldn't even qualify to access high-grade weapons and armor. This time, Jiang Han didn't go with Chang Hao. Earlier when he went to the Wasteland, Jiang Han had taken leave and hadn't been to school for a long time. Moreover, after presenting his martial artist certification, all he needed was to take the college entrance exams. There was absolutely no need to keep attending school. Having visited the oddities market once before with Chang Hao, he already had a general understanding of the place. Last time Jiang Han came here, his own strength wasn't particularly impressive, barely clearing the threshold of a martial artist. To purchase higher grade items, one needed to go to floors above the 6th level. Fortunately, Jiang Han carried a martial master certification on him, granting him access to the higher floors. Unlike the lower floors, to access the upper floors by elevator, you must first enter your martial artist ID number. The certification issued after becoming a martial artist contains a unique number, similar to an ordinary person's ID card. It corresponds to the region, the date of becoming a martial artist, and a distinctive serial number. Simply being able to qualify as a martial artist already puts one ahead of most people. This system was introduced specifically for management convenience. After Jiang Han entered his warrior ID number, a female voice sounded inside the elevator. "Welcome, Warrior Jiang Han." The voice came from the loudspeaker. The elevator ascended directly to the 7th floor. Since he had nothing better to do and wasn't planning to go home this early, Jiang Han decided to browse around the unconventional materials market a bit longer. Starting from the 7th floor, he might as well work his way up. Just as Jiang Han stepped out of the elevator, a short-haired woman in professional attire came forward to greet him. Her high heels clicked rhythmically against the floor. "Mr. Jiang, hello. I'm your shopping assistant for today, employee ID 2589. My job is to explain product features and prices." The shopping assistant was decent looking, especially with her neat uniform and short hair giving off a crisp and efficient vibe. "Before we start selecting products, may I ask, do you accept exotic beast materials here?" Although the system space contained items worth tens of millions in alliance currency, Jiang Han's bank card only held the 500,000 he had earned from selling low-level beast materials. As for mission rewards, since the tasks hadn't been submitted yet, Uncle Long hadn't issued the payment. 500,000 alliance coins was far from a small amount, but if Jiang Han wanted to directly purchase a full set of warrior-level weapons and armor in one go, the sum became woefully insufficient. This situation felt like Jiang Han was carrying a gold mountain on his back, yet couldn't produce a single coin in cash. "Please come with me, sir." The sales associate turned and walked into the distance, leaving Jiang Han with just the sight of her retreating back. Jiang Han followed. The only somewhat peculiar thing was, from the 1st to the 6th floor, martial artists were everywhere, not exactly shoulder to shoulder, but certainly lively enough. But upon reaching the 7th floor, Jiang Han found himself utterly alone on the entire level. Had he not witnessed the bustling scene downstairs earlier, he might have suspected he'd entered the wrong building. Does this place always stay this empty?" he ventured. Jiang Han ultimately couldn't suppress the doubts in his heart and asked the question. The guide walking ahead turned around and replied with a faint smile, "No, Mr. Jiang. There are no actual items above the 7th floor. Everything you're seeing now is projected through virtual reality technology. The corresponding manufacturers will only begin production after you've selected the products you wish to purchase. However, we can guarantee it will be delivered to you within 3 days." Projected by virtual reality? Jiang Han glanced around and was astonished to discover that without activating his insight ability, he couldn't detect anything unusual with his naked eye alone. Chapter 46 for sale. Not only were the surrounding shops digitized, but even the sales assistant before his eyes existed in a data state. Jiang Han couldn't help but marvel at how advanced the technology had become. High-grade weapons and armor were all customized on-site. Since martial artists invariably had different requirements for weapons and armor, standardized equipment simply had no market. If it's made but can't be sold, the manufacturer must bear the loss. High-grade weapons often cost over 1 million alliance credits apiece. Naturally, no one wants to shoulder such risks. Fortunately, even custom orders are processed efficiently, with delivery to clients guaranteed within 3 days. Moreover, aside from exceptionally talented martial artists, others typically need years of rigorous training to advance just one level in combat prowess. Jiang Han nodded after listening to the sales assistant's explanation ahead, then said nothing more. Following the sales assistant to an office door, he watched her knock, and a man's voice sounded from inside. "Come in." The sales assistant pushed the door open, and Jiang Han followed her in. The office was spacious, with only a middle-aged man seated inside. Seeing Jiang Han and the other person enter, the middle-aged man didn't rise from his seat, merely keeping his eyes fixed on the sales assistant. "All right, you may leave." The sales assistant nodded and turned to exit the office. Zhang Han watched as the assistant, upon stepping out of the office, transformed into a stream of data before dissipating completely. Please have a seat, Mr. Jiang. I'm Huan, the manager in charge of the 7th floor of Lan City's exotic materials market. I understand your purpose now, Mr. Jiang. May I inquire what grade of exotic beast materials you intend to sell? Huan poured a cup of water for Zhang Han before asking a question. I have the corpses of 2 Lord-rank alien beasts in my possession. How to appraise? Zhang Han picked up his water cup and took a small sip. Corpse of Lord-level exotic beasts? And 2 of them? A trace of surprise flashed in Huan's eyes. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Han's strength should only be at the martial master level. How could he possibly possess the corpse of a Lord-level mutant beast? However, someone who could sit in this position naturally possessed the necessary composure. Zhang Han's actual strength had nothing to do with him. All he cared about was whether Zhang Han truly had 2 Lord-level mutant beasts as claimed. If they're inside your dimensional ring, Mr. Jiang, you can simply extract them directly. Huan pointed to a spot not far away. The office was spacious yet sparsely furnished, with nothing but a desk and a sofa set, deliberately leaving an open area clear. Now it seemed apparent that the empty space was reserved for displaying the carcasses of those mutant creatures. Zhang Han didn't say much more. The anomaly material market was established by the state, and its operations were guaranteed by national authorities. Nothing messy will happen. Extracting the corpses of the Steel Bristle Boar King and the Silver-Winged Wolf King from the system space, the originally spacious office instantly felt somewhat crowded. The massive corpses of these 2 mutant beasts thoroughly shocked Huan. Are those really Lord-level mutant beasts? Whether it be a mutated beast or a martial artist, the higher their level, the more vitality they possess. Take the Silverwing Wolf King and the Steel Bristle Boar King. Though they've been dead for over a day, they still exude an aura of vibrant vitality. As someone who's reached this position, Huan's discerning eye is nothing short of exceptional. With just a glance, he recognized the 2 mutated beasts lying on the ground. The Silverwing Wolf King and the Steel Bristle Boar King? His voice carried a hint of astonishment as he cast a puzzled look at Zhang Han. Mr. Jiang, these 2 exotic beasts. The implication was clear. He was questioning the origins of these 2 creatures. One was exceptionally rare, while the other possessed combat power exceeding 50,000. With Zhang Han's combat strength at the master level, there was absolutely no way it could have ended up in his hands. The other team members were busy with other matters, so they sent me to help with the sale. As for the other one, it was given to me by Elder Li Chongyang. This was the explanation Zhang Han had prepared long in advance. Although nothing shady would happen in the exotic materials market, the other party, seeing Zhang Han's youth, would likely try to drive an extremely hard bargain. Invoking Li Chongyang's name was absolutely necessary. Li Chongyang? Hearing this name, Huan visibly froze for a moment. After collecting himself, he didn't speak but instead walked over to the 2 exotic beasts and ran his hand over the Silverwing Wolf King's fur. Except for a wound on one wing, there are no external injuries. All internal organs were crushed by gravity. This is indeed Li Chongyang's signature method. When Huan glanced back at Zhang Han again, there was noticeably more respect in his eyes. Since these exotic beasts were given to you by Li Chongyang, you must be well aware of their value. Combat power varies, the effects of exotic materials differ, and there will also be some disparity in pricing. This Silverwing Alpha Wolf has just undergone its 2nd mutation not long ago. Its current strength is at the early Lord level stage, but its pelt remains intact. The asking price is 3.3 million Alliance coins, equivalent to 180 points. As for the Steel Bristle Boar King, its combat power exceeds 50,000, approaching the level of an advanced lord, and its materials have more varied applications. The bid is 8,200,000, counting for 150 points. After examining the condition of the 2 mutated beasts' corpses, Huan gave Zhang Han a quotation. And this price wasn't much different from what Uncle Hu and the others had estimated before Zhang Han arrived. The Silverwing Wolf King was worth 3 million, while the Steel Bristle Boar King would fetch around 8 million. This meant that after selling these 2 exotic beast corpses, combined with the proceeds from previously sold low-level beast materials, Zhang Han would have a full 12 million in his possession. Even without selling those black pattern bamboos, Zhang Han's earnings from this single trip would equal several years' income for an ordinary martial artist. Enough for him to purchase a set of weapons and armor suitable for a military officer. But what use does this credit have? Agreed, let's settle on that price. With no significant discrepancies in pricing, Jiang Han made the decision swiftly. Alright, Mr. Jiang. This is an acquisition contract. Please sign it and fill in your bank account number. The proceeds from the sale will be transferred to this account after your signature. Seeing Jiang Han's agreement, Huan went to the desk to fetch 2 paper contracts and handed them to Jiang Han. Jiang Han had never signed a contract before and wasn't aware there'd be such a procedure. When Uncle Long and the others sold those low-level mutated beast materials previously, they never encountered this situation either. Huan noticed the confusion in Jiang Han's eyes and immediately recognized him as a complete newcomer. Patiently explaining, he said, Mr. Jiang, it's like this, because the 2 beasts you're selling are exceptionally valuable. Materials from mutated beasts at this level require individual registration and management for each specimen. The contract verifies the origin of the beast materials. It counts as proof. Jiang Han nodded in understanding. The once arrogant Silver Wing Wolf King and Steel Bristle Boar King had been reduced to merchandise. After signing his name and leaving his bank account number, Jiang Han voiced another question lingering in his mind. By the way, Manager Hua, what exactly are those points you mentioned used for? Chapter 47, Tang Blade. Every high-tier weapon comes with enchantments. They're difficult to craft and possess tremendous power. That's why we've established a star rating system. To purchase high-grade weapons, buyers must first meet the required star rating standard. Starting from the weapons and armor of the Great Warrior level, you need at least a 1-star rank to purchase them. Certain individual warrior level weapons and armor also require a 1-star standard. To earn points and raise your star rank, you must hunt high-level mutant beasts or make donations. For example, the 2 Lord-level mutant beasts you hunted, Mr. Jiang, meet the criteria for bonus points. Donating 100,000 Union coins earns you 1 point. Reaching 1-star status requires 1,000 points. Manager Hua didn't slack off in explaining just because Jiang Han was unfamiliar with these details. In fact, none of this information was confidential. Most elders at home or team leaders generally know about these things, but Jiang Han remains unaware, likely because he hasn't been exposed to them before. Taking the time to explain now could be seen as doing Jiang Han a favor. Putting aside other factors, reaching martial master level at just 18 years old, and judging by his aura, likely possessing combat abilities beyond that level. He's undoubtedly a genius who might achieve remarkable accomplishments in the future. There's no harm in building good relations with such people. Upon hearing Manager Hua's explanation, Jiang Han immediately understood. This star rating system can roughly be interpreted as a contribution value. To purchase higher tier items, one must make corresponding contributions. The fact that the Silverwing Wolf King is priced significantly lower than the Steel Boar King yet earns more contribution points suggests its growth potential far exceeds that of the Steel Boar King. Nodding to acknowledge understanding, Manager Hua acted swiftly. After receiving the signed contract from Jiang Han, with a wave of his right hand, the 2 exotic beast corpses in the office were instantly stowed away. Then, after a few taps on the computer, Jiang Han's wristband chimed in notification. Your ICBC account ending with 0311 has received a deposit of 11.5 million alliance credits. Current balance, 12 million credits. The money's in. Seeing that lengthy string of zeros in his account balance, Jiang Han couldn't help feeling somewhat excited. He even had the impulsive thought of taking out all his black-striped bamboo to sell too. Honestly, you couldn't really blame him. Before the alliance coins are credited to his account, Jiang Han couldn't spend them directly, so they were essentially useless to him. Other martial artists typically go through a gradual progression from lower to higher levels. But for Jiang Han, within just a few days he went from being a penniless kid to earning over 10 million in a single payout. It's perfectly normal that his mindset hasn't caught up with this transition yet. I still need to purchase weapons and armor, so I won't disturb Manager Hua any further. With the alliance coins in hand, Jiang Han could now purchase weapons and armor. He stood up to take his leave but was stopped by Huan. Wait a moment, Mr. Jiang. This is my business card. If you have any other valuable items to sell in the future, feel free to contact me. Regarding pricing, with national endorsement, you can rest assured. I can handle whatever others can't stomach. Zhang Han didn't refuse the business card Huan handed him, understanding roughly why Huan was doing this. Where there are people, there's competition, especially for someone like Huan in upper management of the exotic materials market, where the rivalry naturally runs deeper. It went without saying that performance quotas were driving Huan's behavior. I heard that good items can fetch higher prices on the black market, but Zhang Han, who knew little about it, still preferred selling to the state, which could guarantee fairness. Also, this is a membership card. Only those who have spent over 10 million alliance coins can obtain one. Purchases on the 6th floor and above qualify for a 5% discount. Although Mr. Jiang hasn't reached this threshold yet, it's only a matter of time. Zhang Han took the business card and rubbed it between his fingers when he noticed a black and gold metal card underneath. Then, he heard Huan explain with a smile. The discount wasn't particularly large, but it was undoubtedly an unexpected windfall. A 5% discount meant Zhang Han could save 500,000 alliance coins if he purchased 10 million worth of goods. Zhang Han acknowledged this favor. Stowing both the business card and membership card into his pocket, Zhang Han gave Huan a slight nod. Huan's smile deepened. Also, Huan produced another golden card from his spatial ring and handed it to Zhang Han. Tomorrow evening there will be a rather large-scale auction with quite a few unusual items. If Mr. Jiang is interested, you might want to take a look. You might just stumble upon something unexpectedly valuable. Is this the benefit that comes with a change in status and position? Zhang Han had never encountered these things before, but with his growing strength, they came flooding in all at once. He accepted them all without hesitation. Regardless of whether they were useful or not, he took them first and figured out the rest later. Then I wish Mr. Jiang a pleasant shopping experience. 2589. Huan called out toward the office door, and then there was a knock. Come in. Zhang Han glanced toward the entrance. The female sales assistant who had earlier vanished into a data stream was walking back in, her high heels clicking against the floor. Take Mr. Jiang around for a tour. Certainly, Mr. Jiang. Right this way, please. The female attendant gave a slight nod and gestured with her right hand, indicating for Zhang Han to follow her. Only after exchanging a brief farewell with Huan did Zhang Han finally step out. Digitized shopping assistants have one advantage: their service attitude is absolutely impeccable, since they're all programmed. Moreover, whether it's appearance, figure, or voice, they're all top tier. The only downside, after Zhang Han saw through it, was giving him a somewhat illusory feeling, nothing more. Mr. Jiang, records indicate you're skilled with blades. Do you have any specific requirements? Zhang Han gave an acknowledging hum before asking, do you have any in the Tangdao style? Here you go, Mr. Jiang. With a slight wave of shop assistant number 2589's right hand, the scene before Zhang Han transformed. On a row of shelves stood a collection of Tang Dynasty swords. Zhang Han had never been particularly interested in long blades, probably because he was more accustomed to handling kitchen knives. But this journey through the wasteland made him realize one thing: there's truth to the saying that every extra inch of a weapon's length brings more advantage. Among long blades, Zhang Han had a particular fondness for the Tang sword. The term Tang sword is actually a general designation, though the styles are fundamentally quite similar. Its slender blade lacks the heft of broadswords, resembling a sword in form, yet excels at chopping, slashing, and thrusting. Take out the Tang sword. Zhang Han made one more request. Before his eyes, the scene in the shelves transformed once again. That one. Zhang Han pointed with his right hand, and salesperson number 2589 walked over, took down the Tang knife displayed on the shelf, and after bringing it back, handed it to Zhang Han. Mr. Jiang, this Tang knife is crafted from blue silver, with a hardness 36 times that of fine steel. It can withstand over 300 tons of force during a swing without damaging the blade. The blade is 1.2 meters long, with a 20 centimeter hilt and a 1 meter blade length, weighing a substantial 72 kilograms. The entire body is tempered blue, and the hilt is wrapped in soft rattan to prevent it from slipping out of hand. The price is 7.4 million alliance credits. Named, Soul Overlord. Chapter 48, The Unaffordable Armor. Soul Overlord. The long blade projected by the virtual technology wasn't materialized, yet it could move in sync with Zhang Han's motions. Just testing its feel, Zhang Han was extremely satisfied with this Tang-style sword. What mattered most was that a few trial swings while gripping the virtual blade felt perfectly natural. There was no awkwardness of it being too long or too short. The most crucial point is being sufficiently resilient. Being able to withstand slashing forces exceeding 300 tons without the blade warping, this alone was enough to satisfy Jiang Han. With Jiang Han's current attributes, a full-force slash can unleash nearly 100 tons of power. Against such terrifying force, an ordinary blade would likely snap upon contact with an exotic beast's hide. Just like the short blade Jiang Han had purchased before, utterly unfit for purpose. The only issue lay in the pricing, which differed slightly from Jiang Han's expectations. With 12 million in savings, Jiang Han had initially planned to spend around 4 million on weapons and leave the remainder for armor. Because armor prices typically surpass weapon costs by more than a small margin. For items of equivalent grade, armor generally costs twice as much as weapons. The main reason is that armor requires more materials, and warriors are particularly concerned about protecting their lives. After all, it's a job where one licks blood off the blade's edge. The Taihan armor is priced at 7.4 million alliance coins, and even with a 5% discount, the cost still exceeds 7 million. That leaves only 5 million for purchasing defensive equipment. What should we do? Jiang Han lowered his head to glance at the azure blue Taihan in his hand, still holding firm to his decision. "I'll take this blade," Jiang Han said as he looked at salesperson number 2589. "Very well, Mr. Jiang. I've already placed the order with the foundry. Weapon manufacturing requires creating molds, melting materials, and then repeated forging. It will take approximately 2 days. When ready, a specialist will deliver it directly to you." When Jiang Han decided to make the purchase, salesperson number 2589's face lit up with a hint of surprise, likely a reaction pre-programmed by the developers. "Now let's take a look at armor." Jiang Han nodded. Since he was already here, he might as well buy armor too. "Certainly, Mr. Jiang." Sales associate number 2589 gave a slight wave, and the scene before them transformed once more. The cargo racks previously filled with Tang Dynasty sabers vanished, along with the saber Jiang Han had been holding. In their place appeared sets of armor. "Mr. Jiang, the armor is divided into several components. You can purchase individual pieces or the complete set. The most common pieces include helmets, breastplates, falds, greaves, knee guards, and shields," the sales assistant explained while Jiang Han listened attentively, carefully examining the protective gear before him. These were different from the armored suits seen in those special effects dramas. These real-world armors are all made of genuine materials. Some full suits completely envelop the wearer except for the eyes, leaving no gaps in protection. Like heavily armored warriors of ancient times. They might look somewhat unattractive, but their defensive capabilities are outstanding. And this all-round protection inevitably gives people an overwhelming sense of security. If any part gets damaged during battles with exotic beasts, it can be purchased separately. However, the price will be slightly higher. After listening to the salesperson's explanation, Jiang Han pointed his right hand at an extremely heavy-looking suit of armor nearby and asked, "What about this one?" The salesperson followed Jiang Han's pointing and looked over. This armor is rated at protection level 3, capable of defending against most attacks from commander-level mutated beasts. Price: 2.8 million. Jiang Han didn't know how armor protection levels were classified, but upon hearing it could only withstand attacks from commander-level beasts, he had already given up. Commander-level mutated beasts posed little threat to Jiang Han in his current state unless he was surrounded by high-ranking commander-level beasts. But if that were the case, this armor would be useless anyway. Can't withstand many hits. Is there any higher-grade armor available? Jiang Han shook his head to indicate none of these armors would suffice. Sales associate number 2589 said nothing but waved his right hand once more. These armors all meet protection grade 4 standards, capable of defending against lord-level mutant beast attacks. The price is 5 to 10 times that of the previous batch of armor. It can defend against attacks from lord-level mutated beasts, which should be sufficient, but this price. 280,000 multiplied by 5 to 10 times means even the cheapest set of armor would cost around 15 million. Upon hearing this price, Jiang Han suddenly realized. He knew nothing about these high-level weapons and armor. He initially thought 12 million was a considerable amount. Little did he expect that merely raising the armor's protection level by 1 tier would cause the price to skyrocket so much. If not for selling the dark vein bamboo, the 5 million he had wouldn't even be enough to buy a single set of armor. Assembling armor by purchasing individual parts? This thought crossed Jiang Han's mind, but he dismissed it almost immediately. Armor protection systems are designed as complete sets from the outset, undergoing repeated adjustments to ensure maximum protection without restricting a martial artist's range of motion. Piecemeal protective gear would inevitably cause interference between components, making smooth coordination nearly impossible. In this case, rather than piecing together a mismatched set, it's better to buy a few key protective pieces separately. Like a breastplate and leg guards. Shaking his head, Jiang Han ultimately decided not to sell the dark strip bamboo. As for individual protective gear, nothing caught Jiang Han's eye, so he had to give up on that idea. After depositing 11.5 million and spending 7.03 million, Jiang Han left the special materials market with the remaining 4.97 million. He walked straight toward the martial arts hall. Before his next venture into the Wasteland, Jiang Han needed to obtain the Great Martial Master certification. Only then could he enter the wilderness alone. As Uncle Long said, Jiang Han's current strength was a good step ahead of the rest of the team, yet not overwhelmingly so. Jiang Han's presence in the squad didn't contribute much to the overall improvement of their strength. If maximum benefit was the goal, the best approach would be for Jiang Han to form his own team. However, Jiang Han disagreed with some parts of Uncle Long's perspective. The purpose of forming a team was to compensate for weaknesses. A team of 5, with clear division of labor. Some were responsible for the main assault, others for harassment, and some for scouting the situation of the exotic beasts. But given Jiang Han's rapid rise in strength, ordinary warriors simply couldn't keep up with his pace. It all seemed rather redundant. He needs no assistance, his reconnaissance is insightful. Thus, venturing alone into the wilderness is the path best suited for Jiang Han. As the evening lights came on, the martial arts hall appeared particularly lively. Many chose to come for testing and evaluations only at night. Glancing around and not recognizing anyone, Jiang Han proceeded directly to the grading assessment counter to pick up an application form. Chapter 49, Cross-Level Assessment. Martial General Tier. This was already Jiang Han's third visit to the martial artist hall. And his previous 2 visits had been just a few days prior. Speaking of which, Jiang Han had only been bound to the system for less than a week, yet his combat power had skyrocketed from just over 300 to nearly 10,000 by now. This rate of advancement can no longer be described merely as rapid. The only ones who could possibly compare to Jiang Han were that elite group of students who had awakened their talents. The problem was, their combat power only surged when they awakened their talents. After that, any further improvement required dedicated cultivation and mastering their newfound abilities. Compared to students with lower-grade talents, their rate of strength improvement was unimaginably fast, but compared to Jiang Han, they still fell far behind. However, at this point, it had become extremely difficult for Jiang Han to continue rapidly increasing his strength. After acquiring the experience points provided by the Steel Bristle Boar King, the system leveled up 3 times in a row, and the experience requirements for each subsequent system upgrade doubled. Now, for Jiang Han to level up just once, he needs a whopping 64,000 experience points. It's ridiculous. Apart from the path of leveling up to enhance strength, the remaining options were gaining proficiency in talents and martial skills, goals that also couldn't be achieved in a short time. Difficult indeed. Jiang Han's mind wandered aimlessly as he found an empty table and sat down. Then he began filling out the forms. But he hesitated at the assessment level section. This section was for the martial rank one wished to advance to. For example, Jiang Han had filled in Martial Warrior the first time, and Martial Master the second time. But this time, Jiang Han's combat strength had long reached the level of a great martial master. Yet according to the system's standard evaluation, he was still a small step away from becoming a martial general. However, with his dual talents of insight and critical strike, Jiang Han's combat prowess far exceeded what met the eye. At full power, when a critical strike combined with ninefold thunderblade struck at the weak points revealed by insight, even lord-level mutant beasts couldn't withstand a single slash from Jiang Han. The Ironhide Boar King is the perfect example. So here's the question. Should it assess for great martial masters or martial generals? Jiang Han was genuinely hesitant. Jiang Han understood the truth that tall trees catch much wind. Such rapid progression makes it impossible to go unnoticed. Once noticed, Jiang Han's many secrets couldn't withstand scrutiny. But the benefits after becoming a military official are truly substantial. The state has never concealed even half of the benefits for martial artists. In fact, it actively promotes them. When Jiang Han first became a martial artist, he could receive a subsidy of 20,000 alliance coins per month. This amount already exceeded the combined monthly income of an ordinary couple from average families and was on par with the earnings of some well-off households. After advancing to the rank of martial master, this subsidy was further increased to 50,000. According to the official website of the Warrior Association, if one becomes a martial general, the monthly subsidy alone reaches 1 million. This means, even if Jiang Han did nothing, the subsidy every 3 months would be equivalent to him hunting and killing a silverwing wolf king. Not to mention the other benefits. Becoming a martial general instantly raises one's contribution level to 1 star, allowing the purchase of restricted items. Additionally, one is rewarded with a villa in the city district, enabling them and their family to move into a special residential area built by the nation exclusively for martial general level individuals. By then, social status and position would be incomparable to the past, and even the connections gained would undergo dramatic changes. After pondering for a long while, Jiang Han ultimately wrote down the words martial officer on the application form. Some things are unavoidable, moreover, given his speed of strength improvement. It's highly likely that upon his next visit, he would be taking the Great Martial Officer level assessment. When the time comes to leap from martial artist to Grand Warrior, it will only be even more astonishing. Being noticed is merely a matter of time, sooner or later. In that case, it's better to enjoy the perks of being a warrior-level expert sooner rather than later. What should be concerning now is how to pass the warrior-level assessment. After filling out the assessment application form, Jiang Han took it to submit his request. The staff member couldn't help but look up at Jiang Han when they saw the words military officer written on the application form he submitted. They then carefully double-checked Jiang Han's talent. C-grade talent, heavy strike? Are you sure there's no mistake? Young man, you filled it out wrong. This section should say martial artist, not martial general. A middle-aged woman in her 30s in charge handed Jiang Han a new form. Take it back and fill it out again. Don't make a mistake this time. Jiang Han didn't take it, just smiled and said, there's no mistake. It's the martial general qualification test. The middle-aged woman glanced at Jiang Han once more, this time saying nothing further. She probably regarded Jiang Han as some reckless young upstart, or perhaps she was simply using the assessment to test his actual capabilities. The martial arts hall offered strength evaluation services, but these came at a fee 1,000 alliance credits per test. However, if it was an official assessment, this fee could be waived. Of course, the assessments aren't unlimited, you only get 1 attempt per year unless you pass. Her skepticism was understandable. With Jiang Han's C-tier talent, passing the martial general examination seemed impossible. Frankly, someone with C-tier aptitude could never attain martial general level strength in their lifetime. Jiang Han had no solution for this either. Talent test results couldn't be altered because nobody's innate abilities had ever been known to change. With his stamped application form in hand, Jiang Han went straight upstairs. The martial general level assessment takes place on higher floors. However, upon arriving, Jiang Han immediately noticed something was amiss. The martial general level assessment differed entirely from those for martial apprentices and martial masters. Gone were the tests of strength and agility. The martial general level assessment consists of only 2 tasks, completing a written test and then proceeding directly to the practical combat assessment. Jiang Han could understand the combat assessment, but the written test completely baffled him. One of the questions showed him a picture and asked him to write down what he felt upon seeing it. The image was simple: a colossal beast over 100 meters tall stood amidst a cityscape, towering nearly as high as the surrounding skyscrapers. Jiang Han's response was equally straightforward. Top-tier exotic beasts, extremely dangerous, countless casualties among ordinary humans and low-level martial artists. It took Jiang Han half an hour to complete the test paper. Unlike the content of regular exams, this test featured an assortment of diverse topics. Had it not been provided by the Martial Artists Association, Jiang Han would most likely have dismissed it with barely a glance under normal circumstances. After submitting the completed test, what remained was the practical combat assessment. As the metal doors slowly closed, rows of lights illuminated the space. Unlike previous assessments, this combat trial grounds was enormous, over 100 meters in both length and width, with a height exceeding 15 meters. They'd essentially cleared out the equivalent of 5 entire floors just to build this combat testing arena. Absurd! After taking in the dimensions of the battlefield, Jiang Han drew a deep breath and tightened his grip on the Tang sword in his hands. He understood perfectly well why the martial arts hall had prepared such an enormous space. About 30 meters ahead of Jiang Han, the form of an exotic beast gradually coalesced, turning solid. Roar! A savage lion's roar reverberated throughout the entire testing arena, making Jiang Han's ears ring. A lord-grade exotic beast, the blazing lion. Chapter 50, Assessment Passed. Marshal General Jiang Han. As the king of the grasslands, lions were already at the very top of the food chain before the mutation occurred. With the exception of a very few massive animals like rhinos and elephants, practically every other creature fell within their hunting range. And after mutation, the exploding flame lion's strength was amplified to an extraordinary degree. Take this male blazing lion before me, everything about it is fiery red, from its mane to the pair of long, slender fangs protruding from its lower jaw, while its eyes radiated sheer coldness. Jiang Han had no doubt that if those fangs were to sink into him, they'd pierce his skin with terrifying ease. Meeting those frigid pupils, Jiang Han instinctively tightened his grip on the Tang sword in his hands. Even though he knew deep down that his combat strength wasn't much inferior to the blazing lion's, and the true outcome of a life-or-death battle remained uncertain. Yet an unshakable pressure lingered in his heart. Roar! Another furious roar echoed through the cramped testing chamber, its powerful vibrations momentarily leaving Jiang Han's mind blank. He could only watch helplessly as the blazing lion charged toward him, unable to even raise his sword in defense. So this is the lion's roar? The 100-meter-long testing chamber was such a short distance that at Jiang Han and his companion's current speed, a round trip would take mere seconds. In the blink of an eye, the blazing lion, originally still dozens of meters away, had already charged right up to him. Jiang Han furrowed his brow, forcing himself to snap out of his blank mental state. Insight! After the Insight upgrade, it not only came with motion capture but also made Jiang Han's activation of Insight even more effortless. With a sudden thought, the blazing lion, which had been leaving a red afterimage, abruptly slowed its speed. The afterimage vanished. From Jiang Han's perspective, the massive paw of the blazing lion came swiping toward his face. The force was immense. Jiang Han estimated this single swipe carried at least 10 tons of crushing power. The air was split by the lion's paws, even carrying faint sonic booms in its wake. The next instant, Jiang Han, who had been standing in place, had already vanished. Ninefold Thunderblade. To be honest, this was Jiang Han's first time relying solely on his own strength to fight a lord-level mutated beast. The Silverwing Wolf King was slain by the Martial Marquis, whereas the Steel-Bristled Boar King was ultimately defeated only because he took advantage of its postpartum weakness and his own explosive burst of energy. This time, Jiang Han had no assistance. Although the Blaze Lion was merely a projection created by virtual technology and couldn't actually harm him. Being struck by that claw would still prompt the system to assess Jiang Han as injured or even result in outright failure of the test. Thanks to the fourfold agility burst provided by the ninefold Thunderblade, Jiang Han deftly evaded the Blaze Lion's heavy, crushing swipe. Then a blade swept out. There were two weaknesses revealed by Insight: the neck and the belly. Jiang Han intended to strike the neck. If he hit it, the Flame Lion's central nervous system would be instantly incapacitated, and from there, the initiative to advance or retreat would lie in Jiang Han's hands. But attacking the neck presents a glaring problem. The Flame-Burst Lion stands over 4 meters tall. To land a hit, one must leap upward. Jiang Han possesses no means of flight, leaving him unable to adjust his posture mid-air. In clashes of this caliber, even the slightest opening could be instantly exploited, delivering a fatal blow. Jiang Han was certain the Flaming Lion wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity, so he dared not take the slightest risk. Attacking its vulnerable underbelly would yield the best outcome. Though Jiang Han's strike didn't trigger a critical hit, even so, bolstered by the ninefold Thunder Blade technique, the force behind this slash still exceeded 10 tons. Yet when the blade made contact with the Flaming Lion's abdominal hide, it produced only a sound like leather being scratched. The blade didn't even pierce the blazing lion's abdominal skin. John Han was certain his strike had been precise. He'd clearly slashed at the vulnerability marked by the system. So why had it been completely ineffective? He knew the steel bristle boar king had formidable defenses, but were even blazing lions this heavily armored? Could every overlord-level mutant beast really be this tough to defeat? As they passed by each other, John Han furrowed his brows, staring at the blazing lion not far away while pondering his next move. However, the blazing lion clearly wasn't about to give him time. When the first strike failed, it immediately turned and charged at him again. This time, it was even faster, leaping within a dozen meters of John Han before pouncing at him with its massive beastly frame. John Han looked up to see the blazing lion's claws slashing toward him, its massive jaws gaping wide open. Judging by the sheer size of that maw, John Han suspected he might not even be enough for a single bite. Their physical sizes weren't even in the same realm of comparison. Just the beast's fangs alone were longer than John Han's entire lower body. However, John Han wasn't the type to sit idly by and await his fate. As he watched the blazing lion pounce toward him, his eyelids suddenly twitched. In that fleeting moment of thought, he'd already conceived a way to break the deadlock. His legs exploded with strength as his entire body recoiled backward, straight toward the blazing lion. If he couldn't breach the blazing lion's defenses from the outside, then he'd charge right inside them. With his tang broadsword slightly raised and held horizontally before him, he decisively curled his entire body into a compact form. The blazing lion lacked the inside buff. At full burst speed, it collided with John Han before it could react. A sharp pain shot through its throat. Critical hit. Ninefold Thunderblade. John Han's furious roar echoed from within its body. In the next instant, excruciating pain erupted from its innards. Roar! The blazing lion roared twice and struggled fiercely, yet ultimately couldn't stop John Han. In just a single breath, its massive form dissolved into faint luminescent particles before vanishing completely from the combat simulation chamber. Amidst the drifting fluorescence, John Han's silhouette gradually materialized, exhaling deeply with his tang blade firmly gripped. His guess was correct. The blazing lion's hide was notoriously resilient. Continuing this stalemate would only prolong the inevitable. Either John Han would be gradually worn down to death, or the beast would eventually succumb to attrition. Yet persisting like this wasted precious time while yielding unpredictable outcomes. Neither option aligned with his objectives. John Han might get caught by the blazing lion with even the slightest mistake. His earlier action was purely impulsive, a sudden idea upon seeing the lion's gaping maw. The exotic beasts in the combat testing chamber are all system-generated projections. In this scenario, passing the test depends solely on whether the warrior can inflict sufficient damage on the illusory beasts. The combat testing chamber collects damage data and provides an evaluation. John Han burrowing into the blazing lion's body doesn't affect him at all. Instead, upon entering it, Insight marked over 10 golden weak points in succession. Faced with this situation, what John Han needs to do is simple. Strike with all your might, no matter where the blade lands. With dozens of tons of force slamming into soft internal organs, even the explosive flame lion's formidable vitality couldn't possibly survive such a blow. The outcome was clear. John Han's gamble had paid off spectacularly. Congratulations on passing the trial. Test rating, A+. Chapter 51, The Martial Arts Hallmaster. Slaughtering the virtual mutant beasts didn't yield any experience points, but it did net him hundreds of points in talents and skill proficiency. At least it's some consolation. Though meager, something is better than nothing. As the system determined John Han had passed the assessment, the previously sealed alloy doors slid open once more. All the lights in the assessment room lit up. A+ rating? The waiting examiner at the door, listening to the test system's announced result, was utterly astonished. Gazing at John Han, who was panting heavily in the testing room not far away, he was momentarily at a loss for words. An 18-year-old military officer with such talent, it was already comparable to those geniuses who had awakened S-grade abilities. The most crucial point is that John Han only awakened a C-grade talent called Heavy Strike. This is the absolute crux of the matter. Because in the general societal perception, C-grade talents are considered to have absolutely no prospects. Although it's somewhat better than those who failed to awaken any talent at all, the difference is negligible. If you're lucky, or come from a wealthy family, you might reach warrior level strength before the college entrance exams and secure admission to a better university. But that's about as far as you'll ever go. With barely over 1,000 in combat strength, no squad would dare bring you into the wilderness. When the examiner first saw Jiang Han's application form, he thought he must have misread it. He double-checked with Jiang Han twice, only allowing him into the combat testing room after receiving confirmation. He initially assumed Jiang Han was just there to gain some experience, but now it seems. Was this kid's earlier demeanor actually due to confidence? 18 years old, C-level talent, martial general tier expert. These terms together should have been incredibly discordant, yet at this moment they merged seamlessly, and the result was Jiang Han, who had just received an A+ rating. With a look of astonishment and bitterness, the examiner glanced down at Jiang Han's application form, then wrote down the A+ evaluation in the assessment results column. Seeing Jiang Han emerge from the testing chamber, the examiner bowed slightly toward him. Congratulations, Martial General Jiang Han. We hope you will fight valiantly for humanity's future in the days to come. Noticing the bow, Jiang Han nodded in return as acknowledgement. The military officer badge needs to be custom-made temporarily, but it will be delivered to your address tomorrow morning. Regarding your records, they'll be updated tonight. Achieving the rank of military officer means one has already attained the strength to become a mainstay in humanity's forces against the aberrant beasts. Because attaining military officer rank proves one is capable of hunting overlord-class aberrant beasts. Beast lords hold a somewhat transcendent status, owing not only to their formidable personal strength but more importantly to the awakening of rudimentary intelligence upon reaching this level, allowing them to command groups of aberrant beasts. Battle experience accumulated over humanity's prolonged war against these creatures has taught us one truth. Every major beast tide inevitably involves the presence of beast lords. This is precisely why the Martial General tier, or equivalently, the Beast Lord tier, represents a decisive watershed in combat prowess. Crossing this threshold signifies entering the realm of high-level combat prowess. It's no wonder this examiner treated Jiang Han with a touch of respect. The sole reason was that Jiang Han's status had instantly risen a notch after his promotion to Martial General. Jiang Han had some understanding of this, but seeing the other party act this way still made him slightly uncomfortable. After returning his weapons and armor, Jiang Han completed a simple registration and left the warrior hall. After a whole night's effort, it was now 10 p.m. Little did Jiang Han know that after his departure, the examiner who had supervised his test took his evaluation application straight to the top floor and knocked on an office door. On the office door were inscribed two characters, Director. Come in. A hoary voice echoed through the office. The examiner pushed the door open and saw a white-haired elderly woman sitting at the desk. Her face was dotted with age spots and full of wrinkles, with long silver-white hair tied back behind her. Though aged, she appeared remarkably capable. The invigilator entered, and the old woman glanced up, noticing the complex expression on his face. She couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. Xiao Zhang? Is something the matter? Curator Su, someone just passed the Martial General level examination, Zhang the examiner said, his face bearing a mix of excitement and agitation. Martial General level? And then? Hearing this, the old woman twisted the cap back onto her fountain pen. Although rare, those who pass the Martial General level aren't exactly unheard of. Why the rush? No. At her words, Zhang the examiner grew visibly more animated. Clutching a form in his hand, he stepped forward. You'd better take a look at what's on this form first, then you'll understand why I'm so excited. After setting down the form, Examiner Zhang took 2 steps back. Then she saw the old woman's fingers twitch slightly, and the form that had been lying on the table flew up and landed in her hand. If Jiang Han had seen this scene, he would surely have been astonished, but Examiner Zhang seemed to have known it all along, silently waiting by the side when witnessing it. The old woman didn't dwell on it. Since Examiner Zhang said so, there must be a reason. As for why it was this way, one only needed to look at the form to understand. Jiang Han, 18 years old, martial warrior level. The elderly woman's eyes seemed strained with age as she adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose, muttering to herself while reading. But when she reached this point, she suddenly stopped. An 18-year-old martial general? Even the old woman's voice carried a trace of astonishment. A fine seedling indeed. An 18-year-old martial general, limitless potential lies ahead. Well done, Xiao Zhang. After confirming that she hadn't misread anything, the originally stern expression on her face broke into a smile. Looking at Examiner Zhang standing respectfully a few steps away, she offered a word of praise. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the elderly woman's words, Examiner Zhang began shaking his head vigorously. It's not just because of that. Please take another look. Examiner Zhang extended his finger to point at the application form. The old woman fell silent, focusing her attention entirely on the application form in her hands. Studying at Lon City No. 7 High School, the same school as little Yuer? Talent, C-level talent heavy strike. The old woman suddenly went quiet. Her brows knitted slightly as she waved at Examiner Zhang without saying a word. Examiner Zhang naturally understood what the old woman meant. After giving a slight bow, he turned and left the office. Seated in her chair after Examiner Zhang's departure, the old woman's frown deepened further. A mighty general at 18, yet his talent is merely C-grade? That doesn't make sense. Jian Han. Unaware that his application had been placed on the desk of Lon City's martial arts hall director, Jiang Han had jogged all the way home. After a quick wash upon returning, he sat cross-legged on his bed, adopting the 5-point meditation posture. In the heart of the city, Jiang Han found a rare moment of peace to cultivate undisturbed. Chapter 52, Grandma Su. Sunlight streamed in through the small window, casting its warmth upon Jiang Han, giving him a cozy sensation throughout his body. Huff. Exhaling a long breath of stale air, Jiang Han slowly opened his eyes. A night of cultivation left him feeling refreshed and invigorated. Compared to sleep, cultivation clearly provided far greater nourishment for the body. 10 full hours of cultivation allowed Jiang Han to gain another 12 attribute points. This harvest was by no means insignificant. The only issue is that cultivation seems to come with fatigue. At first, Jiang Han could gain 1 attribute point every half hour, but the later it got, the fewer attributes he obtained. It often took 3 or 4 hours just to increase 1 point. Even so, Jiang Han was quite satisfied. Gaining 12 attribute points in one night was nearly half of what the system rewarded for leveling up. At this rate, Jiang Han's combat power will steadily increase. Seems like staying in the city to train isn't bad either. Jiang Han stretched his arms with a yawn, his bones cracking audibly. After meditating cross-legged all night, his legs felt slightly numb. But this was nothing to Jiang Han. After stomping his feet on the ground a couple of times to get the blood flowing, he was fine. After cultivating all night, hunger gnawed at his stomach. After washing up, Jiang Han cooked himself a pot of porridge. Too lazy to make multiple trips to the kitchen for servings, he simply brought the whole pot out, adding 2 salted duck eggs to the meal, simple yet satisfying, especially in quantity. With his combat power increased, Jiang Han's appetite had grown accordingly. Moreover, he could clearly feel that after his physique points broke through the 200 mark, his digestive capacity had improved as well. The difference was that the energy from digestion was now stored rather than converted into fat. This is probably another benefit of becoming a martial artist. Young man. However, just as Jiang Han kept his head down to sip porridge, an elderly woman's voice came from the restaurant entrance. Looking up, he saw the old woman dressed in simple coarse linen clothes, silver hair tied behind her, a kindly smile on her face as she gazed in his direction. Excuse me, ma'am, the restaurant isn't open yet. Jiang Han set down his chopsticks and replied. Most restaurants open at noon, and it was barely 8:15 in the morning. Hee, this old woman's hungry. Could you share some of that porridge with me? Hearing Jiang Han's words, the old woman at the door acted as if she hadn't heard a thing and continued muttering to herself. Ah. Jiang Han glanced at the kanji in his pot, then stood up and said, All right, Grandma, please come in and sit first. I'll go get you another bowl. Jiang Han didn't refuse her mainly because there was enough kanji in the pot. How much could one old woman possibly eat? Sharing one bowl wouldn't hurt. After fetching a clean bowl and chopsticks from the kitchen, Jiang Han served the old woman a portion of kanji. While simmering the porridge, he deliberately added finely sliced tenderloin from a blue-backed wild boar, making the meat succulent and the porridge flavor richer. The old woman didn't stand on ceremony, thanking him before picking up her chopsticks to eat the generously filled bowl. After just one sip, she slightly closed her eyes. Blue-backed wild boar tenderloin paired with rice porridge creates an absolutely superb flavor. It's been so long since I've had this, she said. Jung Han was slightly surprised by the old woman's words and asked, Grandma, how did you know this is the tenderloin of a greyback boar? The tenderloin of a greyback boar is more tender, flavorful, and nutritious compared to ordinary domesticated pork that hasn't undergone mutation. Although it's just an ordinary mutated beast, Jung Han had taken care to extract all the tenderloin after slaying it, storing it in his system space precisely because of its delicate texture. That wasn't the main point though. The key question was, how could this elderly woman before him recognize it as greyback boar tenderloin? My old man used to be a martial artist and was an excellent cook. When he went out hunting exotic beasts, he'd sometimes bring back some of their meat. Come to think of it, since the old man passed away, it's been nearly 7 or 8 years since I've had such delicious porridge. Jung Han listened with a look of regret and said, I'm sorry, Grandma. I didn't mean to. The old woman shook her head with a smile. It's all right. He just reached his time and left before me. There's nothing to apologize for. Jung Han nodded and pushed the plate of salted duck eggs a bit further forward. Grandma, try eating the porridge with salted duck eggs. It tastes even better this way. All right. The elderly woman didn't refuse either, and so the two of them chatted while enjoying their porridge together. Actually, it was mostly the old woman doing the talking, occasionally asking Jung Han some questions about himself. Jung Han answered every one of these questions without hesitation. When asked why he wasn't in school at this time, Jung Han explained that he had taken some time off. Speaking of which, my granddaughter also attends number 7 middle school, she said. But that girl isn't serious about her studies, and her grades aren't very good. The old woman spoke as she set down her chopsticks. Jung Han served her a full bowl, thinking she might leave some behind, but surprisingly, the old woman had a good appetite and finished it all. It's been so long since I've had such fragrant congee. Thank you, Xiao Jiang, for giving this old woman a bowl of porridge. The old woman wore a kind smile as she looked at Jung Han, her gaze gentle and warm. It's all right, Grandma Su. I should be here these days. If you'd like some porridge, you can come by every morning. Though he had only spent about 10 minutes with the old woman, she gave him a strangely familiar and warm feeling. He couldn't explain why he felt this way. Perhaps it was because Jung Han had never met his paternal or maternal grandmothers, and this elderly woman before him overlapped with his imagined image of a grandmother. Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Han, to prepare a bowl of porridge for this old lady too. Jung Han stood up to see Grandma Su out, only to spot Uncle Long and Uncle Tiger walking toward them. Uncle Long, Uncle Tiger. Jung Han greeted them, but noticed both men's gazes were fixed on the elderly woman beside him. Su. Uncle Long was about to speak when the old woman slightly raised her right hand, instantly choking back his words. Grandma Su, I'll see you off here. My team leader and the others have arrived. Very well then. This old woman shall take her leave. Grandma Su responded with a smile to Jung Han's words, then cast one last glance at Uncle Long and Uncle Hu before slowly walking away. Uncle Long and Uncle Tiger, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads, exchanged a glance and silently chose to hold their tongues, watching as the old woman departed. Uncle Long, Uncle Tiger, what brings you here? Only after the old woman had left did Jung Han turn to look at the two men. Any news about the black vein bamboo? Uncle Long shook his head but instead turned the question back to Jung Han. Xiao Han, what did that elderly woman want just now? What did she want? Nothing much. She drank a bowl of porridge and left. Jung Han eyed the two men, noting the fine beads of sweat on their foreheads, and asked puzzled, is it really that hot out? You're actually sweating? Chapter 53, Ebony Bamboo at the Auction. Although the weather was hot, with Uncle Dragon and Uncle Tiger's physique, they could still handle this much sun. It shouldn't make them sweat this much. The main reason for their sweating wasn't the heat, anyway. Judging by Jung Han's expression, it seemed he truly didn't know the old woman's identity just now. Uncle Dragon wiped the sweat from his forehead and exchanged a glance with Uncle Tiger. Both men tacitly avoided mentioning the old woman's identity again. Instead, they deliberately steered the conversation elsewhere. we've got news about the black-veined bamboo. Uncle Long's voice carried a subdued tone, sending an instant chill through Jiang Han's heart. Come in first, let's talk inside. Jiang Han led Long Shu and the others into the restaurant and served them each a bowl of porridge. Hu Shu didn't stand on ceremony and immediately picked up the bowl and chopsticks to eat. Long Shu remained still, his expression serious. Long Shu, what exactly is going on? Jiang Han asked, looking at Long Shu. After returning, I immediately used my connections to inquire about any recent sales of black pattern bamboo and asked friends to keep an eye out. Just now, one of my friends called me. Uncle Long slightly furrowed his brow and continued, he said the rare materials market is organizing an auction tonight, where a batch of high-grade items will be up for sale, including some black pattern bamboo. An auction? Hearing Uncle Long mention the word auction, Jiang Han inexplicably felt a pang of familiarity. A moment later, he remembered, when he visited the rare materials market yesterday, Manager Hua had given him an invitation to an auction. Yeah, it's the auction. The auction list had already been finalized, but last night they suddenly added a new batch of items, including the black-veined bamboo. It's all too coincidental. Normally, you wouldn't see black-veined bamboo once a month, but right after that incident happened to us in the wilderness, suddenly it appears at an auction. There's a 90% chance that the person selling the black-striped bamboo is the same one causing trouble in the Wasteland. Actually, even without Uncle Long saying it, just by connecting a few key clues, Jiang Han could already be certain there was something fishy going on behind this. Originally, Jiang Han hadn't been particularly interested in the auction, but after receiving this information, he realized he might actually have to make a trip there. Well then, in that case, we'll just have to attend the auction. After a few moments of contemplation, Jiang Han made his decision. Getting into the auction isn't that easy. The key point is that you need an invitation to enter. If we had more time, I could pull some strings to get invitations. But time's too tight now, the auction starts at 8 o'clock tonight. Uncle Long furrowed his brows slightly and let out a sigh. This feeling of being secretly sabotaged from behind, unable to catch the perpetrator, finally getting some leads but being barred entry due to invitation requirements, it's truly suffocating. Invitation? Jiang Han chuckled at these words, flipping his right hand as the golden card from his system space materialized in his palm. I have one. Uncle Long shot him a surprised look, and even Uncle Tiger set down his bowl of kanji. I went to sell the corpses of the Silverwing Wolf King and the Steelhide Boar King yesterday. Manager Hua from the 7th floor of the exotic materials market gave me an invitation letter. Jiang Han explained, and Uncle Long suddenly understood. You sold the bodies of 2 lord-level exotic beasts and made over 10 million. If it were me, I'd also try to get you to spend more. But that being the case, there shouldn't be any issues now. With the invitation in hand, we'll head to the auction tonight. Uncle Long had almost given up hope, but this sudden turn of events pleasantly surprised him. We'll have dinner at your place this afternoon, then we'll go straight to the auction afterwards. After some consideration, Uncle Long made his decision. Jiang Han naturally agreed. Finding out the troublemaker behind the scenes earlier would finally put Jiang Han at ease, and then he could also transfer the batch of black-striped bamboo in his possession. I came in a hurry this morning and didn't have breakfast. Xiao Han, this porridge you made smells absolutely delicious. Uncle Long had been preoccupied with his worries earlier and hadn't paid attention to the porridge. Now that Jiang Han had resolved his concerns, his appetite naturally returned with a vengeance. Have another bowl if you like it. There's plenty more. Jiang Han scooped another serving with the ladle and added it to Uncle Hu's bowl. He'd originally cooked the entire pot just for himself. But first Granny Sue came, followed by Uncle Long and Uncle Hu, who'd already taken generous portions. No matter, the difference was just whether Jiang Han drank his fill or stopped at 70%. May I ask which one of you is Mr. Jiang Han? As Jiang Han and his 2 companions were chatting over porridge, a man's voice sounded at the door. Turning to look, they saw 2 middle-aged men wearing the uniform of the exotic materials market. It is. Recognizing their uniforms, Jiang Han immediately knew the Tangdao Taihan he purchased yesterday had arrived. It was supposed to take 2 or 3 days, yet it was forged in just one night, which came as quite a surprise to Jiang Han. He stood up to greet them. Mr. Jiang, hello. These are the items you purchased yesterday. You'll need to provide identification, then inspect the items for any damage before signing for them. John Han had already gone through this procedure before. After showing his ID card for verification, the two Oddity Market staff members opened the rectangular metal case they had brought along. Given that this weapon was worth millions, its protective measures were appropriately thorough. Inside the open metal case laid a sheathed long sword in perfect stillness. The scabbard was emblazoned with golden dragon patterns, ancient in style yet exuding an air of grandeur. With just one glance, John Han took an instant liking to it. Uncle Dragon and Uncle Tiger, hearing the commotion, also came over. Upon seeing the long blade inside, Uncle Dragon couldn't help but murmur with admiration, "Fine blade." Though the blade had yet to be unsheathed, the craftsmanship alone spoke volumes of its considerable worth. John Han reached out and picked up Tai Han. The blade was somewhat hefty, but for his current strength, it felt just right. If the blade is too light, it somehow lacks the right feel. Clang! The sound of metal scraping against metal rang out, and then John Han drew out the Tai Han blade. Just as he had seen when purchasing it yesterday, its entire body tempered blue, and already sharpened to a fine edge. The fingers flicked against the blade, producing a deep reverberation. Despite its slender form, the sword emanated an unsharpened heaviness reminiscent of a massive blade. Though spending millions was heart-wrenching, John Han felt thoroughly satisfied upon receiving the item. With Tai Han in hand, he wouldn't need to worry about weapons for a long time to come. Tai Han was more than sufficient for battles against Lord-level creatures. At the very least, John Han wouldn't have to fight interdimensional beasts wielding a kitchen knife anymore. What matters even more is that acquiring the Tai Han, along with high-grade weapons, provides John Han with an enormous boost to his combat power. John Han's original combat power was still slightly short of breaking the 10,000 mark, but now it has surged by a staggering 1,900 points in an instant. Even after surpassing 10,000, there remains an additional 1,000 points of increase. Chapter 54, A Series of Shocks. Damn, this blade must have cost a fortune? Uncle Tiger reached out to touch Tai Han's blade, icy to the touch, then flicked it with his finger. The Tai Han blade emitted a deep, muffled hum, the entire blade vibrating like it was resonating. Not bad. After selling those two Lord-level mutant beast corpses, Manager Hua from the exotic materials market gave me a membership card. With the discount, it came out to just over 7 million. John Han was quite satisfied with the results of the 7 million. The most crucial point was that with just a glance at the blade, he couldn't find any weak spots, proving that the craftsman who forged this Tang sword was undoubtedly of master-level skill. The blade was forged seamlessly, not even the sharpest eyes could spot a flaw, making its durability obvious. 7 million. Uncle Hu couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy in his eyes upon hearing John Han's quoted price. Only you would give it up willingly. Uncle Hu smacked his lips and withdrew his hand. Ha! It can't be that bad, Uncle Hu. Your income isn't exactly low, 2 or 3 million a month. You could buy a knife like this in just 3 months, right? Really? Zhang Han exclaimed in surprise. It's not as simple as you think. Uncle Tiger remained silent, while Uncle Dragon spoke up instead. The expenses for martial artists are much higher than you'd imagine. The casualty rate in the Wastelands is far too severe. Everyone has to buy insurance before setting out, and the amount varies depending on their personal strength. Moreover, this insurance is only valid for a single trip. For someone like your Uncle Hu has warrior-level strength, the single-trip insurance premium reaches 30,000. As for weapons and armor, they basically need to be replaced every 2 months. Plus regular expenses for supplies and healing. Although warriors don't pay taxes on income from hunting exotic beasts, just these high-cost items really leave little savings. Unless your strength is overwhelming enough in the Wastelands that you don't need insurance, supplies, or equipment replacement. Uncle Long spoke while gazing at Zhang Han with unconcealed admiration. You got lucky this time, harvesting so much in one go, but don't ever think the Wasteland is just that simple. If it could push the entire human race to the brink, the dangers there are far greater than you imagine. Zhang Han's inadequate understanding of the Wasteland naturally made Uncle Long determined to correct it. Otherwise, such misconceptions could very well lead to Zhang Han's demise in the Wasteland. Zhang Han said nothing more, nodding before sheathing the Tai Han blade back into its scabbard. By the way, Xiao Han, have you leveled up in your warrior ranking yet? Advancing in rank comes with quite a few benefits, it's all upside for you with no drawbacks. Since they had time to spare, they might as well chat. I took the promotion test last night. It was quite challenging, but fortunately I passed. The Warrior Master assessment is indeed tough. I nearly failed it myself back then, Uncle Long said with an air of solemn approval. But passing is what matters. Becoming a Warrior Master at 18 Han, your future knows no bounds. Jiang Han detected the implication in Uncle Long's words and realized he'd been misunderstood. Just as he was about to explain, another voice sounded at the doorway. Which one of you is Mr. Jiang Han? Jiang Han and the other two turned their gaze toward the entrance once more. This time, the newcomer wasn't wearing the unconventional materials market's uniform but rather a formal outfit, a deep green one. When they recognized who it was, the expressions on Jiang Han and the other two instantly turned grave. It is. Jiang Han stepped forward to greet them, and the person at the entrance saluted him, their right hand raised to their temple. Mr. Jiang Han, hello. I'm here on behalf of the Martial Artist Association to deliver your Martial Artist Badge certification. As the 35,895th Martial General of the Celestial Dynasty, I hope you will remain true to your original aspirations and continue striving for humanity's future. The nation and its people will never forget the contributions you've made. His square-jawed face was filled with solemnity. Even Jiang Han and his two companions, who had been casually chatting moments ago, felt their hearts jolt at this moment. Jiang Han responded with a fairly standard salute. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to hunt the exotic beasts. Jiang Han didn't consider himself capable of delivering stirring speeches, but whatever words he did speak, he would surely follow through on. And whether for the sake of others or for himself, Jiang Han would kill as many exotic beasts as possible. Meanwhile, Uncle Long and Uncle Tiger beside them stared blankly at Jiang Han and the middle-aged man in uniform, their expressions complicated yet silent. After listening to Jiang Han, the middle-aged man took out a small box. Inside this box are Mr. Zhang's Martial General certification and the keys to a villa gifted by the state. The villa complex is located in the southern part of Lan City, at number 658. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb Mr. Jiang any longer. I wish Mr. Jiang continued progress in his cultivation. The middle-aged man came quickly and left just as swiftly. But the impact left behind was even more shocking than when Jiang Han previously purchased a $7 million blade. Especially Dragon Uncle and Tiger Uncle, who couldn't accept this answer for a long time. After what seemed like forever, Dragon Uncle finally murmured, "Martial General? I was just about to tell you, but didn't get the chance." Jiang Han shrugged his shoulders. When I applied for the assessment yesterday, I just wanted to try how difficult the Martial General level test really was. I managed to pass by cutting corners. Jiang Han spoke casually, but to Uncle Long and Uncle Hu, his words didn't sound as carefree as they seemed. Xiao Han. Uncle Long's expression was complicated. The combat test for the Martial General level costs 10,000 each time. Do you know how much money I've spent in that testing room all these years? Uncle Long said with a helpless expression, I spent a full 760,000. Every time I return from the wilderness, I go for another test. But without exception, I always get utterly crushed. Even though my four-dimensional attributes are now very close to those of a Martial General level warrior. I've worked so hard for so long without becoming a Martial General, and you've only been a martial artist for such a short time. Jiang Han could clearly sense the unmistakable envy in Long Shu's eyes as he spoke these words. This time, the envy was genuine. It wasn't just Long Shu, even Tiger Shu felt the same way. Xiao Han, if I remember correctly, you've only been a martial artist for less than a week, haven't you? Uncle Hu's face was filled with indescribable astonishment. Boy, you couldn't be some kind of S-rank talent, could you? In fact, your combat power has been continuously improving since your awakening, hasn't it? That's right, precisely like this. There's always an adaptation period after an awakening, that must be what's happening. Uncle Hu muttered to himself. Jiang Han realized they had misunderstood and opened his mouth to explain, only to be interrupted by Uncle Long raising his hand. Enough. Whatever the reason, we'll just consider it as you awakening in S-grade talent. There's no need to explain anything else to us. Also, Xiao Han, you need to learn to hide your brilliance. Sometimes it's good to grow stronger quickly, but letting others know how fast you're improving isn't a good thing. You get what I mean, right? Jiang Han remained silent. He had to admit Uncle Long's words were correct. Alright, we're heading out now. Who knows what other surprises you might spring on us if we stay any longer. Remember to make an extra portion for me and your uncle Hu when you cook this afternoon. Having said that, Uncle Long immediately pulled Uncle Hu away, afraid that if they stayed any longer, Jiang Han might give them some unpleasant surprise. Chapter 55, Auction Venue. The auction was held in the Diverse Materials Market Building, on the 12th floor. The venue was much larger than Jiang Han had imagined. To protect the privacy of the bidders, the auction hall was divided into numerous small compartments. Thin curtains were drawn in front, making it impossible for outsiders to see inside. A projector hung on the wall of each compartment. By the time Jiang Han and his group arrived, almost everyone else was already there. He handed the invitation to the waiter waiting nearby. Hello Mr. Jiang Han, I'm staff member 5471 at your service. Please follow me. This time, the service staff had changed again. Long wavy hair, the difference being that this time the projected waitress was dressed noticeably more alluring than yesterday's version. Golden curls paired with a short leather skirt made Jiang Han, who had never even dated, almost too embarrassed to look directly at her. Seeing Jiang Han so flustered, Uncle Long and Uncle Tiger unexpectedly discovered something they were better at than him. Xiao Han, do you like her? Uncle Hu wore a smile on his face and, noticing Jiang Han's glance, even raised an eyebrow at him. It looks pretty good. Jiang Han didn't know how to describe it, so he could only say it looked good. I asked if you liked it, not if it was pretty. Uncle Hu's mischievous grin deepened when he saw Jiang Han's expression. Let me tell you a secret known only to veteran martial artists, he said. On the 10th floor of the Alien Materials Market, there's something called a virtual headband, costs 300,000 alliance credits per unit. Once you put it on and activate it, it connects to your brainwaves and generates images directly in your mind. Just input the target's employee ID number when the time comes, that'll cost you another 10,000 alliance credits. Although it can't compare to reality, it feels much more tangible than dreaming. Uncle Hu explained to Jiang Han with a perfectly straight face, while the waiter walking ahead seemed completely oblivious to his words, never once turning back. Another strange bit of knowledge to add to the collection. Jiang Han wasn't opposed to such matters, but neither was he particularly enthusiastic about them. He understood the need for warriors to unwind quickly after prolonged battles in the Wasteland, their spirits stretched taut. One can easily understand the authorities' dilemma of having to tacitly allow such behavior to maintain social stability. After all, keeping your nerves constantly strained without relaxation can easily lead to trouble. So now, hearing Uncle Hu say these words, Jiang Han simply remained silent, pretending not to have heard. Uncle Dragon, however, couldn't take it anymore. He patted Uncle Tiger's shoulder and said, "Alright, enough with teaching Xiao Han all this nonsense. Xiao Han, actually this virtual headset is designed to help martial artists learn combat techniques. High-level martial artists can create their own techniques, and part of their income comes from selling these self-developed skills. But learning martial skills solely from books inevitably makes it hard to get started quickly. With the virtual headband, warriors can watch simulated footage in their dreams to observe high-level practitioners in combat and learn from them. As for what Tiger Uncle said, just pretend you never heard it." I see. Listening to Dragon Uncle's explanation, Jiang Han finally understood the device's true purpose. Indeed, as Uncle Dragon said, mastering martial skills is far more complex and difficult than awakening innate talents. If not for his system that allowed immediate entry, Jiang Han might have struggled to achieve anything substantial by merely comprehending the manuals. Moreover, even with the system, the stark difference in difficulty is evident just by comparing the experience points required for upgrading martial skills versus innate talents. The only question is whether this virtual headband can help accelerate Jiang Han's training progress? As for what Uncle Hu mentioned, it's just the hidden income accidentally generated from the virtual headband's unforeseen usage. Of course, this unexpected hidden income has likely far exceeded the original anticipated profits envisioned by the product's designers. They didn't delve deeper into the topic, as the waiter had already led the three of them into the private room. Mr. Jiang, items on the auction stage will be projected onto this platform through the projector while we're seated in the private room. People in other booths cannot see what's happening in your private booth. If you wish to place a bid, simply inform me. However, after making an offer, we will verify the available balance in your account. The bid will only take effect if sufficient funds are available. We appreciate your understanding on this matter. Jung Han naturally understood this point. After all, it was to ensure the auction proceeded smoothly. Moreover, Jung Han had no intention of bidding on anything, so it didn't affect him. The auction was set to begin at 8, and though it was only 7:40 now, the venue was already nearly full. However, judging by the atmosphere, something seemed a bit off. That's odd. This auction seems to be of an unusually high caliber. Uncle Long peered through the translucent curtains of their private booth, observing the scene outside. A regular auction wouldn't have such lavish arrangements, and certainly wouldn't attract so many distinguished guests. Especially certain private booths. I've got this strange feeling there might be marquee-level powerhouses in there. Even without Uncle Long mentioning it, Jung Han had already sensed something unusual. It's just that since he had never attended an auction before and didn't know how things usually were, he had kept silent. When it came to sensing auras, Jung Han was noticeably more perceptive than Uncle Long. There are at least 5 martial marquises. Without activating insight, he couldn't see through the other veils, but just from the occasional boisterous laughter and the pressure inadvertently released, everyone could clearly discern their formidable strength. The specifications are indeed a bit high, Jung Han also chimed in. What are you guys talking about? Both Jung Han and Uncle Long had their own preoccupations. Ironically, it was Uncle Long, whose abilities weren't particularly strong and whose perception of his surroundings wasn't as sharp, who turned out to be the most at ease. At that moment, he was holding a banana in his hand, casually eating it by himself. It's fine, we're just here to join the fun and inquire about the black patterned bamboo. The rest has nothing to do with us. Uncle Long spoke up again, though no matter how you heard it, it sounded like self-comfort. In contrast, Jung Han didn't feel that much pressure. After all, he's now a martial warrior, at least considered a high-level martial artist nowadays. The three of them sat in the private booth chatting among themselves, while a seemingly distracted waiter stood nearby. After waiting for over 10 minutes, a woman dressed in a cheapao finally stepped onto the central auction platform. The woman appeared to be around 30 years old, though it was primarily her dignified and elegant aura that unconsciously led one to estimate her age as such. And for some reason, whenever Jung Han saw the other person's face, he always felt a faint sense of familiarity, as if they'd met somewhere before. Chapter 56: The Peerless Throne. Greetings, esteemed clients of the Extraordinary Materials Market. My name is Tang Yun, the new head of Lon City's Extraordinary Materials Market. I've come to introduce myself and look forward to your continued support in the future. Tang Yun's voice carried a chilly clarity, her words laced with an air of unapproachability yet without the aloofness of someone untouchably superior. It was simply the kind of composed nobility that made people involuntarily feel their own insignificance, making one acutely aware they belonged to an entirely different social stratum. She undoubtedly hailed from a prominent aristocratic family. This was the first thought that flashed through Jung Han's mind. Without substantial family backing, such refined temperaments simply couldn't be cultivated. Yet upon hearing Tang Yun's words, murmurs of discussion arose from the private boxes. With his enhanced abilities, Jung Han's hearing had improved significantly, allowing him to barely make out the whispered conversations from neighboring boxes. What a stunning woman! How could someone so young become the head of an alien materials market in a prefecture-level city? She must have gotten there by sleeping her way up, right? Shoo! If you want to die, be my guest, but count me out. Don't you know who the real boss behind the alien materials market is? The boss behind the alien materials market? Isn't this place state-owned? It is state-owned, but the state only holds 51% of the shares. The other 49% belongs to someone else. The sound inside that private booth instantly fell silent. No martial artist would fail to grasp the sheer scale of the exotic materials market. Yet from the conversation in that booth moments ago, one conclusion became clear: the exotic materials market actually operates as a public-private partnership. Jung Han had always assumed an enterprise of this magnitude, one so deeply intertwined with martial artists, would be solely state-managed. But the recent news had clearly shattered Jung Han's previous understanding of the exotic materials market. Moreover, judging by the implications in her words, this dignified and elegant woman on stage seemed to have an exceptionally close relationship with the boss behind the exotic materials market. With this thought in mind, Jiang Han's gaze once again fell upon Tang Yun. As my first auction since taking over Lon City's exotic materials market, I've specially prepared some items brought from the capital. I've gone through the auction items one more time. I can assure you, every piece in this auction is absolutely top quality. Tang Yun's voice remained cool as she spoke, her gaze sweeping across the drawn curtains. I believe everyone's curiosity about this auction has already been piqued. Since that's the case, let's leave professional matters to professionals. I hereby declare this auction officially open. After Tang Yun finished speaking, she stepped off the stage. The woman in Cheongsam had barely left when another woman in uniform took her place. Only after Tang Yun's departure did all the private boxes regain their former lively atmosphere. The murmurs gradually grew louder. Uncle Long, do you know what this Tang Yun's background is? I've heard people around me say that the boss behind the heterogeneous materials market isn't just the government. The first auction item was a vial of medicinal pellets, the kind that could help a martial general level warrior break through cultivation bottlenecks. Jiang Han had no interest in such things. After all he needs to level up is experience points, no elixirs necessary. So all his attention was focused on Tang Yun. The main thing was that Jiang Han felt an intensely familiar sensation from Tang Yun, yet he couldn't recall where this feeling came from no matter how hard he tried. Uncle Long showed no interest in the elixir on stage either, it was simply too expensive. As soon as it was presented, the price soared to over 13 million, making it not worth the cost. His expression darkened when he heard Jiang Han's question. I don't know about Tang Yun, but judging from what she said, she must have been in the capital all along. However, I do know a thing or two about the background of the special materials market. I heard it from a high-level martial artist over a decade ago, but whether it's true or not, I can't say. But before we get into that, Xiao Han, do you know what the highest stage is for martial artists to cultivate to? Jiang Han nodded. The martial ranks from lowest to highest are Warrior, Martial Master, Grand Martial Master, Martial Commander, Grand Martial Commander, Martial Marquis, Battle God, Human Sovereign, and Peerless Throne. The Peerless Throne represents the pinnacle of human combat prowess. The Celestial Dynasty once had 7 such individuals in total. But one later fell in battle against 3 Emperor-class mutant beasts during a beast-tide incident. Another eventually chose to retire from public life. As for more specific details, I simply don't know. These are all recorded in textbooks, yet the accounts of these 7 supreme thrones are far too brief in educational materials, so much so that their names don't even appear. Aside from 2 who currently hold high-ranking military positions and periodically make public appearances to inspire the masses, figures Jiang Han faintly recalls, the remaining 5 have completely slipped from his memory. Uncle Long nodded in response to Jiang Han's words and remarked, the higher a martial artist's tier, the greater the social benefits they receive. Low-level martial artists like us only get the most basic cash benefits. Once you reach martial commander level, the state will arrange housing and such for you. Advance further in strength, and the government will even fund companies for you, assigning professionals to manage them. That's just how the gifted materials market operates. The state holds over 50% of the shares and assists in the management. The other owner of the Yitsai market goes by the surname Tang. Listening to Uncle Long's words, Jiang Han couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Uncle Long, are you implying that behind the Yitsai market, besides the state, the other owner is actually a legendary throne rank figure? And Tang Yun shares the same surname as that legendary throne? Uncle Long didn't speak, merely nodding in response. Jiang Han suddenly felt as if his entire worldview had been upended by something. I can't verify the authenticity of this information, but based on what I know, there's about a 70% chance it's true. After all, it's true that many high-level martial artists own companies, with shares equally divided between the state and the individual practitioners themselves. Uncle Long's message came as quite a shock to Jiang Han. The crux of the matter was, inexplicably, Jiang Han felt an intense familiarity with Tang Yun, and now Tang Yun was somehow connected to a supreme martial sovereign? What a mess! Jiang Han wanted to pick out a thread from it, but simply couldn't find where the thread even began. After all, there'd been too little information to go on with just what he knew now, there was no way to straighten anything out. Perhaps only when he'd improved his strength to a certain level and gathered more information could he begin to piece together a clue. With a slight frown, Jiang Han found no alternative but to dismiss it as his own overthinking. He had never met Tang Yun before, let alone being familiar with her. 27 million for the third time, sold. Bang! We thank the guest in VIP Box 23 for winning this bottle of Maraforging pills with a bid of 27 million. Next, we present the second auction item, the defensive armor left behind by the fallen war god, Su Xin. Chapter 57, The Armor Left by the God of War. Armor left behind after the fall of the God of War? Hearing the auctioneer's announcement from the stage, Jiang Han instinctively looked up. At the same moment, within the private booth's viewing platform, a faint illusory image gradually took form. Jiang Han eventually discovered that this so-called protective gear was actually a mass of black liquid. However, that wasn't what caught Jiang Han's attention, it was the former owner of this item, the war god Su Xin. Can beings at the level of a war god truly perish? Jiang Han didn't know how to describe the emotions he was feeling at that moment. Even by Jiang Han's current standards, warriors at the war god level remain an extremely distant existence. Only after reaching the Marquis of War realm can one aspire to become a war god. Although Jiang Han had never witnessed the true strength of a war god level warrior, he had seen the combat power of Marquis level fighters. While not exactly heaven-defying, Jiang Han estimated that even if he attained the rank of war general, he would still be utterly powerless against a Marquis of War, let alone confronting the even loftier war god level beyond that. He had thought that with his current strength, as long as he didn't court death, he could roam freely across the wasteland. Yet this news struck Jiang Han like a heavy blow. If even a war god could fall, what right did he have to act recklessly in the wilderness? Not only was Jiang Han stunned by this news, but so were the others in the private boxes, sharing his shock at this moment. The previously noisy auction hall instantly fell silent after the auctioneer made that startling announcement. Everyone was astonished by the fall of a war god. Even the high-level martial artists present lost all interest in idle chatter. One man in particular let out a long sigh and said, "4 years ago, I had the honor of meeting Senior Su Xin and receiving his guidance. Never did I imagine we'd meet again under such tragic circumstances. Yes, come to think of it, I also received guidance from Senior Su Xin. Damn these monstrous beasts. Such a good man like Senior Su Xin. Warrior-level martial artists are extremely rare, and most who reach this level usually relocate to the capital, as Beijing offers more developed economic conditions and infrastructure. In satellite prefecture-level cities like Lan City, the highest-ranking martial artists don't exceed Marquis level, so it's perfectly reasonable to address war god Su Xin as senior. We are also deeply saddened by the fall of war god Su Xin. However, after the death of war god Su Xin, his family was unable to sustain the company and had no choice but to auction off the armor left behind by Senior Su Xin. All proceeds from this auction, after necessary taxes, will be given in full without any commission taken by us. We sincerely hope everyone can lend a helping hand to Senior Su Xin's family." The auctioneer on stage bowed slightly, making clear the stance of the rare materials market, which indeed earned widespread praise from the crowd. Alright, let's return our focus to the auction item itself. Originally owned by the esteemed Senior Su Xin, this set of armor boasts a 6th-tier defensive rating. Its original price was 1.29 billion. However, during Senior Su Xin's final battle, it sustained damage from an attack exceeding its protective capacity, resulting in the destruction of its internal spiritual array. This caused its defensive rating to drop by 1 tier. It can still defend against attacks from low-tier overlord-level beasts. Additionally, this defensive gear has the ability to freely alter its protective form. You can transform it into a shield or have it become a protective vest to wear on your body. This is a unique attribute of high-quality defensive equipment. The starting bid is 17 million. Please begin bidding. After briefly introducing the item's attributes, the auctioneer on stage announced the starting price. Yet those Marquis-ranked warriors who had earlier claimed to owe Su Xin the war god their lives all fell silent. Was 17 million truly expensive? It's a bit expensive, but only for low-level martial artists. For Marquis-level warriors, 17 million is just what they'd earn from a single trip to the wilderness. But the starting bid can't possibly be the final price. A 17 million starting bid often ends up being less than half of the final transaction price. And if the price of this piece of armor exceeds 30 million or even 40 million, they'd really need to think twice. After all, although they earned money relatively easily, they risked their lives venturing into the wilderness to do so. Not to mention their daily expenses were by no means insignificant. Of course, the most crucial point was that this armor's protective rating was still somewhat lacking. The biggest flaw is that its downgraded quality can only defend against attacks from low-tier Overlord-class mutant beasts. Those who can become martial marquises all possess the capability to engage in life-or-death battles with Overlord-class mutant beasts. Compared to mutant beasts, humanity's greatest weakness lies in their poor defense and vulnerability, hence the need for protective gear. In battles of equal rank, warriors typically employ defensive equipment one grade higher than their own level to prevent mishaps. In this situation, the set of armor left behind by Su Xin seems somewhat redundant. It's not completely useless, it can withstand attacks from low-tier Overlord-level exotic beasts, but then again, that's all it can do. Buying it feels unnecessary, yet skipping it would feel like a missed opportunity. This type of armor is actually best suited for warriors at the Marshal General or Grand Marshal General level. But oddly enough, it's the martial artists, particularly those of the highest caliber, whose wealth accumulates far more slowly than that of a Marquis of War. They occupy a rather awkward position. This explains why, after the auctioneer announced the starting bid, only a handful of participants made offers, each increment barely exceeding 17 million. It took 4 or 5 rounds of bidding just to nudge the price slightly above 20 million alliance coins. Xiaohan, why do I feel like this armor suits you perfectly? Meanwhile, Uncle Long carefully examined the projected mass of liquid beside him and spoke up. Zhang Han nodded in agreement upon hearing that. It really suits me perfectly, but the price. Zhang Han had previously sold the corpses of 2 Lord-level exotic beasts, leaving his card balance at 12 million alliance coins. After purchasing the Tai soul, only 5 million remained. 5 million sounds like a substantial amount, but at this moment, it wasn't even enough to qualify for bidding. Of course, if he sold the black vein bamboo, Zhang Han could immediately obtain 50 million alliance coins. But now wasn't the right time to sell it. Don't worry, your Uncle Long has managed to save up a bit of a nest egg over these years. If you need it, I can lend you 30 million, no, 35 million. Uncle Long noticed the longing in Zhang Han's eyes for this piece of armor and knew he urgently needed high-level protective gear right now. So he proactively brought up the possibility of lending Zhang Han money. Even Uncle Tiger, who had been eating and drinking without showing interest in the auction items, spoke up at this moment. I've also saved up a bit myself. Though it's not as fat a stash as your Uncle Long's, if I scrape together everything, I can still come up with 10 million. Hearing their words, Zhang Han gave a somewhat helpless smile and said, "Aren't you afraid I might borrow the money and never pay it back?" If Uncle Long and Uncle Tiger could lend him 45 million, plus his own 5 million, he could scrape together the full 50 million. If he really pooled everything, it wasn't as if he lacked the qualifications to purchase this piece of armor. Don't worry, we know enough about your character, you're not that kind of person. Besides, even if you did run away, someone would step in to repay it for you. Uncle Tiger picked up another apple again, rubbing it with his calloused hand before taking a big bite. He then mumbled with his mouth full. Someone's helping me repay it? What does that mean? Zhang Han looked at Uncle Tiger, somewhat bewildered. Chapter 58, 42 million secures the armor. For some reason, Zhang Han always felt that Uncle Long and Uncle Hu were keeping something from him. He'd had this feeling back in the wilderness, but hadn't pressed for answers. Now hearing Uncle Hu say such words again, how could Zhang Han not sense something was wrong? He turned to Uncle Hu, only to see him looking somewhat self-conscious about his slip of the tongue, silently staring at the projected piece of armor. Uncle Hu, what exactly did you mean by what you just said? Zhang Han couldn't help but ask again. But this time, Uncle Long interrupted Zhang Han. Glaring at his younger brother, Uncle Long looked at Zhang Han and said, "Xiaohan, some things we can't tell you not because we don't want to, but because we're not allowed to. As for what exactly is going on, you'll find out eventually. But not now. All you need to know is that we mean you no harm." Uncle Long's expression was sincere. Zhang Han fell silent upon hearing this. He didn't know how to articulate what was in his heart, but Zhang Han understood clearly that no matter how much more he asked today, it wouldn't lead to any answers. It's just that this feeling of being shrouded in some big secret is truly infuriating. Jiang Han fell silent, as did Uncle Long and his companion. As for the other person in the private room, they were merely a projection of a data stream with no independent thoughts. Each of the three was preoccupied with their own concerns, only half listening as the auction bids kept rising outside. The armor left behind by the god of war, Suexian, though its grade had deteriorated from surpassing its limit, still remained a 5th-tier defensive item. Even if it was the lower end of the 5th tier, it still held inherent value. Not to mention its ability to transform, able to be worn snugly against the body or take the form of a shield. Though this feature seemed more like a bonus than a necessity. The auction price had been steadily pushed up from 17 million to 35 million by numerous military officers and high-ranking generals. The price had nearly doubled. Uncle Long, about what you said earlier about lending me money, was that true? Jiang Han turned his head to ask Uncle Long the question. Of course it's real, why would I lie to you? As he spoke, Uncle Long retrieved a bank card from another dimension. Tempted? I'll transfer it to you right now. Indeed, this armor set fits me perfectly. I already have weapons but lack proper armor. Acquiring this set would fill that gap. And it should last me a good long while. Jiang Han didn't conceal his admiration for this set of armor in the slightest. A 5th-grade armor set would serve him well up to the Great Marshal General level. It might even remain usable after crossing the threshold into Marshal Marquis territory. Couldn't it still be worn as undergarments after all? At worst, I can just buy another set of armor and use this piece as an underlayer. I'll transfer the money to you now. Uncle Long didn't hesitate. In situations like this, acting quickly was naturally the best approach. After the price reached 35 million, the number of people participating in the bidding visibly decreased. 2 more bids and the deal would be done. While transferring the money, Uncle Long also reached out to tug at his younger brother's sleeve. Uncle Tiger caught on as well and promptly transferred the funds to Jiang Han. After 2 consecutive notification chimes, Jiang Han pulled out his phone to check. Following Uncle Long and Uncle Tiger's transfers, his bank balance just barely crossed the 50 million mark, exceeding it by a mere 10,000. But this was enough. Although this piece of armor left by the god of war was quite expensive, its value was evident. It couldn't possibly exceed 50 million. Otherwise, it would be better to just purchase another set of 5th-tier armor. 36 million. Another bid was called, and the auctioneer on stage gestured slightly toward the direction of the voice. Private room number 34 offers 36 million. Any higher bids? 40 million. Jiang Han's voice rang out, instantly raising the price by 4 million. Since he had decided to acquire this set of armor, there was no reason to hesitate. As for raising the bid by so much at once, it was purely because the price would ultimately be called beyond 40 million anyway. To save time and, incidentally, put a bit of pressure on the crowd. 40 million. Hearing Jiang Han's bid and receiving feedback through his earpiece, the auctioneer glanced in this direction. With a slightly excited expression, 40 million for the first time. Are there any other guests who wish to bid? But this time, those who had previously participated in the bidding were noticeably hesitant. The price of 40 million made them back off. If the price had been below 40 million, acquiring a set of level 5 armor could have been considered a small profit, as any level 5 armor typically costs over 40 million. But when the price exceeds 40 million, further bidding starts to feel unnecessary. After all, they already possess a set of high-grade defensive gear. Buying another would only serve as a backup. Is it really worth spending another 40 million just for a spare set of armor? Everyone hesitated, and the auctioneer, recognizing the pause, promptly announced, 40 million, going twice. This armor set may have dropped in tier, but it still qualifies as high-grade equipment. Moreover, its inherent characteristics determine its extreme rarity. Besides, it's perfectly normal for martial artists to upgrade their armor sets, typically every 6 months or so. Purchasing this as a backup set wouldn't hurt either. Are there any other bidders? Say what you will, the auctioneer's words actually carried some weight. Hearing this, someone placed another bid, though this time only raising it by 200,000, as the minimum increment for this lot was set at 200,000. 42 million. In contrast, Jiang Han appeared far more generous, pushing the price up to 42 million. This time, no one followed. 42 million is pretty much the true value of this set of armor. Anything higher would be unnecessary. Though 5th-tier armor is rare, it can still be bought with enough money, the only difference being it lacks the ability to transform. The main point is, Jiang Han's attitude makes it clear he's determined to win this. If they raise the bid, Jiang Han will follow, but if the price gets too high and he backs out, they'll be stuck with it. They had no grudge against Jiang Han, so there was no reason to maliciously drive up the price. Instead, it worked out in Jiang Han's favor. He secured it for just 42 million, when he had originally estimated it would cost around 45 million. 42 million for the third time, sold. Congratulations to this guest for winning this set of armor at 42 million. Someone will deliver it to your private suite shortly. Let's welcome the next item up for auction. Got it, Jiang Han let out a slight sigh of relief. With this in place, he no longer had any obvious shortcomings. The weapons and armor would last him for quite a while. By then, even if he ventured into the wilderness alone, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he could ensure his own safety. Jiang Han had barely emerged from the joy of saving 3 million while acquiring his coveted armor when he heard the auctioneer's voice ring out again from the stage. The next item up for bidding can be considered one of the finale pieces of today's auction. It was obtained by a martial artist entirely by chance. Let us present this round's auction item, Black-Veined Bamboo. Chapter 59: The True Combat Power of a Martial Marquis. The black-striped bamboo finally arrived. This object that had captured Jiang Han and his companions' full attention was designated as one of the finale items for today's auction. Although its price would be considerably lower, given its inherent rarity, it was perfectly reasonable for it to be included among the finale items. Jiang Han didn't particularly mind this. The only issue was, through the projected images, Jiang Han could be absolutely certain that these 30-odd black-striped bamboos were from the same batch as those he had harvested. Black-striped bamboo grows slowly. To determine whether they grew together, one simply needs to examine their length and thickness. Just by assessing their appearance, Jiang Han and his two companions had more than enough grounds to be certain. Was someone really plotting behind our backs? Uncle Long frowned and muttered under his breath. They hadn't been entirely certain before, but now that they saw this batch of darkened bamboo, everything made perfect sense. The truth was exactly as Jiang Han had suspected. After they left, someone had sneaked into the medicinal herb base. In addition to harvesting the remaining black-striped bamboo, they also slaughtered the youngling of the steel-bristled boar king, shifting the hatred onto them. But that person probably didn't expect Jiang Han to erupt in combat prowess when facing the steel-bristled boar king, breaking through consecutively and ending up slaying the beast instead. After confirming this point, the three of them, Jiang Han and the others, exchanged glances. Everything else became easy to explain. However, the problem had now changed yet again. Once it's confirmed that someone is causing trouble, the next step is to figure out exactly who is behind it. With the information they currently possess, it's utterly impossible to deduce exactly who it is. Another headache. Uncle, who had always been straightforward and hated this kind of mental gymnastics. After racking his brains for a long time to no avail, he growled viciously, "If I ever find out who's behind this, I'll tear them apart alive." Jiang Han and Uncle Long turned their heads to glance at him. Then Uncle Long's voice drifted leisurely, "To approach without any of us noticing and successfully redirect trouble under the tusked boar king's nose, that person's strength must be no less than mine." "You're sure you want to tear him apart alive?" Hearing Uncle Long's words, Uncle Tiger's expression froze momentarily before he replied nonchalantly, "No worries. Just hold him down for me, tearing him apart alive will work just the same." Uncle Tiger remains true to himself, still as unconventional as ever. Thanks to Uncle Tiger's interruption, the atmosphere in the private room became noticeably less tense. Human effort determines outcomes, and since the other party has gone this far, they're bound to have left some clues. Sooner or later, the truth will surface. Due to its inherent scarcity, ebony bamboo has consistently faced a supply-demand imbalance in the market. But the grade wasn't as high as expected, so the price didn't reach astronomical levels. Of course, this is only relative. Black-veined bamboo priced by the gram would naturally be exorbitant for ordinary families, but for a group of great martial generals, let alone martial marquises, it wouldn't amount to much. 17 million. 19 million. 20 million. A series of bid announcements rang out, and the prices continued to climb. Black-striped bamboo is rarely ever auctioned, whenever it does appear, it's almost always in the capital. Or they might just be quietly snapped up by those Fortune 500 companies behind the scenes. Ordinary martial artists without significant backing rarely encounter black-veined bamboo. Facing the continuously rising prices, Zhang Han pondered silently. At this rate of price escalation, the final transaction price probably wouldn't fall below 25 million. And what was being offered here were merely over 30 stocks. Calculating at this price, each piece of this batch of black-striped bamboo would cost nearly 800,000 yuan per stock. 40,000 per gram? If this were truly the case, then the nearly 100 stocks of black-striped bamboo in Zhang Han's possession could fetch a whopping 80 million. This price seems a bit inflated. It had already exceeded Uncle Long and others' estimate of the black-striped bamboo's price. And Uncle Long clearly noticed this as well. He turned to Zhang Han and said, "Xiao Han, do you think it's too late for me to back out now?" Hearing this, Zhang Han turned to look at him, then nodded with a smile. Forget it, forget it." Seeing Zhang Han agree, Uncle Long shook his head instead. "Since the decision's been made, there's no backing out. Otherwise, where would my dignity be if word got out?" Although Uncle Long said these words, Zhang Han still noticed a faint twitch at the corner of his eye as he spoke. If it were anyone else, Uncle Long would probably be tempted by now, right? As the price of the black-striped bamboo steadily climbed, the atmosphere in the entire auction venue grew increasingly lively. Black-striped bamboo is nothing like armor. You can always buy armor at the exotic material market, but black-striped bamboo isn't something you can acquire whenever you want. By the time people realize it's available whenever it occasionally enters the market, it's already too late. As a sacred healing remedy, even if it seems useless for the moment, carrying it with you might just save your life when you least expect it. Never underestimate how fiercely warriors cherish their own lives. And those who can become martial marquises, which one among them has merely a single means of preserving their life? As the prices climbed steadily, warriors at the Marshal General and Grand Marshal General levels gradually withdrew from the bidding, leaving the battlefield to the martial marquises. 24,800,000. This black-striped bamboo is mine for sure. A rough male voice rang out, "I hope everyone here can do me, the mountain-splitting tiger, this favor. I hired someone to refine a batch of spiritual pills, and all that's missing is this black-patterned bamboo as the medicinal catalyst." Tiger Tamer. According to the auction venue's layout, each private booth was draped with a curtain to block prying eyes, ensuring sufficient privacy. It was also rare for anyone to voluntarily reveal their identity. Yet this person chose to do exactly that. His intention was obvious: to leverage his reputation to overpower other bidders, a clear act of intimidation. Zhang Han had not been a martial artist for long, so he knew little about this mountain splitter. But Uncle Long seemed to recognize him. Noticing Zhang Han's inquiring look, Uncle Long quietly shared what he knew about Mountain Splitter. He's a marquee-level martial artist who awakened an S-grade talent, Earthshaker. But even before awakening his innate talent, he already possessed strength close to that of a martial artist. After awakening his talent, he went on to forge a formidable reputation in the wilderness. His fighting style is aggressive, and his personality is bold and unrestrained, giving off a distinct vibe reminiscent of ancient chivalrous heroes. 13 years ago, he earned the title of Martial Marquis and has since remained a core pillar in humanity's resistance against the abyssal beasts. Do you know why he's called the mountain-splitting tiger? Uncle Long looked at Zhang Han and asked. Because of his talent? Zhang Han said somewhat uncertainly. Mum. Uncle Long nodded. His fate carries the word tiger in it. But what truly made him famous was a small-scale beast-tide. Nearly 10,000 mutant beasts surged toward the steel defensive line. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, everyone couldn't help but recoil. But this mountain-splitting tiger erupted with all his innate power, triggering a seismic upheaval. Across the plain spanning thousands of miles, a chasm 10,000 meters long and 100 meters deep tore open. He then single-handedly forced the chasm to close again. Just this one move wiped out nearly half of the beasts. Uncle Long's voice was as calm as he could manage, yet it still made Zhang Han's eyelids twitch. Chapter 60, Another Dead End. Zhang Han had witnessed Marquis Wu in action. Previously in the wilderness, Marquis Wu Li Chongyang had demonstrated his skills before Zhang Han. However, back then Jiang Han's strength was too weak to discern any underlying techniques. He only remembered how the silver-winged Wolf King, which he had found utterly helpless, stood no chance against Li Chongyang. But based on what Li Chongyang had displayed, and through Jiang Han's current understanding, it wasn't all that impressive, at least not the kind of unfathomable power one couldn't hope to reach. Hearing Dragon Uncle's words now, Jiang Han suddenly realized that Li Chongyang probably hadn't even used his full strength that day. Otherwise, with the Silverwing Wolf King's strength just reaching Lord level, it would have been absolutely impossible to withstand even a single strike from Li Chongyang. However, there was one thing Jiang Han couldn't understand at all. If Li Chongyang's strength was so overwhelming that he could casually crush the wild wolf packs and the Silverwing Wolf King, why did he merely chase the wolf packs instead of directly and swiftly eliminating them? This is a major point of suspicion. However, Jiang Han could only harbor these doubts in his heart at the moment, with no way to seek verification from Li Chongyang. Collecting his thoughts, he turned his gaze once more toward the black-patterned bamboo on the stage. Yet another voice suddenly resonated throughout the entire auction hall. Tiger who forces open mountains? Who gave you the confidence to think your face holds such weight? The voice sounded like an old man's, yet brimmed with vigorous energy. Considering the meaning behind those words, it wasn't hard to understand the speaker was yet another Marquis of War. As the elder's voice faded, another voice, that of a woman, sounded once more. I have a student who needs black vein bamboo. How about you two yield it to me? Yet another Marquis-level expert. Jiang Han's heart tightened. By now, 3 Marquis-level experts had emerged competing for this black vein bamboo. Although black-grained bamboo is valuable, it's not something worth fighting over like this, is it? Especially for martial Marquis-level experts, black-grained bamboo shouldn't be something that would drive them to such extremes. Yet this scene was unfolding right before Jiang Han's eyes, leaving him no choice but to believe it. After the woman spoke, the two men seemed to recognize her voice and fell into a brief silence. But moments later, someone spoke again. Lingen, at an auction, the highest bidder wins. There's no such thing as yielding to others. Not even you, Professor Shuemu, can change that fact. Enough talk. Just make your bid. The first remark came from that mountain-splitting tiger, while the second was uttered by another unknown martial marquis. Jiang Han's heart stirred upon hearing this conversation. A teacher at Shuemu? Named Lingen? Though Jiang Han knew nothing about Shuemu and had never had any connection with it. Yet the moment he heard she was a teacher at Shuemu, an inexplicable sense of goodwill inexplicably arose in Jiang Han's heart. Perhaps it was because love extends even to the crows on the roof, a Chinese idiom meaning to love everything associated with someone you adore. But that was all there was to it. Jiang Han silently committed the name to memory, choosing not to speak another word. Here, he had no right to interfere in matters between Marquis war-ranked experts, nor did anyone else present. The entire auction hall seemed to exist solely for those 3 Marquis Wu figures, as if no one else mattered. 26 million. This price has already exceeded the original value of the black-veined bamboo. Bidding further would be more loss than gain. Neither of you needs the black-veined bamboo as urgently as I do. Why drive the price up like this? Since both bidders opposing him possessed cultivation and combat power no weaker than his own, even the arrogant ironclad tiger set aside his usual domineering attitude and switched to reasonable persuasion. 26,500,000. I've said it before, these black-striped bamboos are of great use to one of my students, so I must have them at all costs. A woman's voice rang out. It was that teacher from Shuemu named Lingen. Spending over 26 million alliance credits for a single student? Is there really such a good teacher under heaven? Lingen, he's just your student. Why go this far? Another voice spoke up, raising the bid yet another level. In truth, once the price reached this tier, it had far exceeded the item's actual worth. Every additional increment meant taking yet another loss. The difference lies in whether their demand for black-striped bamboo can outweigh this loss? In other words, is this black-striped bamboo really worth spending so much money on? 28 million. Now that the price had reached this level, Mountain Splitter Tiger became strangely unhurried. Everything that needed to be said had been said, what remained was simply a contest of financial resources. 28,200,000. 2,000. Lingen was about to quote the price when someone interrupted him. From a distance and blocked by the private room, Jiang Han couldn't make out the specifics of the words, only that the voice stopping Ling Yan was also a woman's. A few seconds later, Ling Yan's voice sounded once more. "Forget it, I'll let you have this black-grained bamboo." Upon hearing Ling Yan's words, Kai Shanhu and another Marquis Wu were visibly pleased. No matter what, as a Shuemu Academy instructor, the pressure Ling Yan exerted was incomparable to what the other bidder could muster. Becoming a Shuemu Academy instructor meant possessing vast networks of influence behind them. Having a falling out with someone so well connected brings no benefits. Ling Yan's voluntary withdrawal significantly eased their pressure. "Kai Shanhu, I have a proposal. If we keep competing like this, neither of us stands to gain, we'll only be handing advantages to others. I don't need much of the black-veined bamboo, 10 pieces will suffice. The remaining 20 can be yours, how about that? After careful consideration, this seems like the best possible outcome. Otherwise, if the two continue to quarrel, it will only damage their goodwill and benefit others. 20 million means nothing to a martial marquis, but this price far exceeds the actual value of the black-veined bamboo, it's simply not worth it. Alright, after the auction ends, I'll sell you 10 sticks." Tiger's voice remained deafeningly loud, but it also signaled the end of this farce. For the next several auction items, none held any appeal for Jiang Han. Either they were beyond his means or utterly useless, so he simply turned his attention to the quiet attendant standing nearby. "May I see your boss?" The waitress with big, wavy hair and a tight leather skirt turned her head at Jiang Han's words but remained silent, though it seemed as if she were communicating with someone unseen. A few seconds later, the response came, "Sorry, Mr. Jiang, our boss doesn't receive guests." "No visitors?" Jiang Han was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. "I'm here to sell something, but the price is rather steep, so I need your boss to personally set the value." "Apologies, Mr. Jiang, but our boss has made it clear, he's not receiving any guests." The waiter's face still wore a professional smile, yet it made Jiang Han frown slightly. In his original plan, Tang Yun, who had just taken the stage, would surely know who was behind the auction of these black-veined bamboos. Approach them under the pretext of selling a large quantity of black-striped bamboo, then seize the opportunity to inquire. But now, the other party won't even meet him, effectively cutting off this path entirely. Instead, Uncle Long, standing nearby, guessed Jiang Han's thoughts and shook his head. Auction houses don't disclose the identity of sellers unless they reveal it themselves. So this approach won't work. It might be better if I ask a friend to gather some information instead. Chapter 61 Journey Alone into the Wilderness. At this point, though it's clear someone is stirring trouble behind the scenes, every lead has gone cold due to constant obstruction. All they can do now is wait for Uncle Long to call in some favors to gather information. Jiang Han shook his head and dismissed those inexplicable conjectures from his mind. The auction was still ongoing, and Jiang Han and his two companions showed no intention of leaving. Though they couldn't afford these grand finale items that cost tens of millions or even surpass billions, there was no harm in just looking. Since they had nothing to do back home anyway, it was better to broaden their horizons. Jiang Han was currently in a phase of voraciously absorbing every piece of knowledge he could find. None of this could ever appear in books. The auction lasted until after 11 o'clock before concluding, with a total of 72 lots sold. Not a single item fetched less than 20 million, with the average price approaching 35 million. Doing rough calculations, Jiang Han realized the single evening's auction had brought the alternative materials market a cash flow of 2.5 billion. However, more than half of this 2.5 billion cash flow must be paid to the consignors who provided the auction items. But even so, from the 2.5 billion, retaining just 5% would leave them with over 120 million. Could there possibly be anything more profitable than this? A single evening, one auction event, and they've earned over 100 million. Jiang Han considered his money-making efficiency to be quite decent, yet after risking life and limb for days in the wilderness, his earnings still couldn't compare to what a single auction could bring. Such a staggering difference. Precisely because of this, Jiang Han yearned even more to enhance his own strength and eventually start a company. Dragon Uncle, Tiger Uncle. Stepping out of the high-rise building of the mutant materials market, Jiang Han said solemnly to Uncle Long and Uncle Tiger, "I've replenished my weapons and armor, and my warrior certification has been upgraded too. I'll likely set out for the Wasteland again tomorrow." If you find any information about the person behind this, you can message me directly. I'll check when I return to the steel defense line for resupply. For some reason, ever since obtaining the system, Jiang Han felt that strange occurrences around him were becoming more and more frequent. He just hadn't noticed before because his strength was insufficient, but now, as his power grows stronger, this sensation becomes increasingly apparent. Father would often disappear, sometimes for a few days, sometimes for as long as 10 days to half a month. That force which blocked his talent awakening when he used the awakening stone. Though Uncle Long and Uncle Tiger never explicitly mentioned it, someone has always been watching him from the shadows. Marquis Wu, Li Chongyang, was somewhat excessively enthusiastic towards him. Earlier, during the hunt for the prairie wolves, it seemed as though he had been waiting for Jiang Han specifically, even going so far as to gift him a silver-winged wolf king. That person lurking in the shadows of the wilderness, playing dirty tricks. And Tang Yun, who gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. All these anomalies left Jiang Han with a sinking feeling like a storm brewing on the horizon. Yet he couldn't find answers to any of these matters, which left him rather frustrated. After much deliberation without progress, he concluded it would be better to venture into the wilderness and hunt exotic beasts to enhance his own strength. Once his power reached a certain level, these secrets would inevitably reveal themselves. So soon? Uncle Long and the other man expressed surprise upon hearing Jiang Han's words. You just returned yesterday, why such urgency? How about taking a couple more days off? I know you're exceptionally talented, Xiaohan, but even the most steadfast warriors can break under prolonged stress. Besides, haven't you formed your squad yet? Uncle Long and Uncle Tiger exchanged surprised glances upon hearing Jiang Han's words. What ordinary fighter would go all out like Jiang Han? There's no need to rest. Staying in the city means having nothing to do anyway, might as well head to the Wastelands. As for forming a team, Jiang Han hesitated briefly before continuing, there's no need to assemble one. Throwing together a temporary squad would only hold me back without proper synergy, besides, most fighters wouldn't be able to keep up with my pace. They knew Jiang Han spoke the truth. Given his current strength, unless the team was formed by great martial masters, no one could even match his footsteps. Uncle Long and his companion didn't press further, simply patting Jiang Han's shoulder as they said, we're getting old after all, not as bold as you young folks anymore. Since you've made your decision, we won't try to talk you out of it. Come to the restaurant tonight. Help stir-fry a few dishes, I'll invite Uncle Dao and the others to share drinks with you. Jiang Han could sense it clearly. Although they had fought side by side in the wasteland with Uncle Long and the others, the four of them had always treated Jiang Han as a junior, even as his strength gradually surpassed theirs. In reality, their attitude toward Jiang Han remained one of care and protection. But when Jiang Han announced he would venture into the wasteland alone, only then did Uncle Long and the others finally shift their perspective on Jiang Han's relationship with them. At this moment, the group finally seemed like comrades in arms. As for the farewell drinks, although Jiang Han recalled his awkwardness when drinking with his dad earlier, he didn't refuse. Uncle Long made a call to summon Uncle Dao and the other guy over. Jiang Han went to fry up a few more dishes to go with the liquor. However, upon hearing Jiang Han's intention to venture alone into the wilderness, Dao Shu and his companion reacted just as Long Shu and the others had initially. It's impossible. Going into the wilderness alone is far too dangerous. I won't allow it. Their stance was resolute. Despite having roamed the wildlands for so long, they still couldn't guarantee their own safety. Jiang Han had only entered the wilderness once before. What good was his superior strength compared to everyone present? Those with formidable strength and extraordinary talents, yet perishing in the wilderness, are not few. Even the god of war could fall, how could Jiang Han be an exception? Faced with the unwavering stance of Blade Uncle and his companion, Jiang Han and the other two exchanged glances. Dragon Uncle and Tiger Uncle simply pretended not to hear anything, leaving Jiang Han to do the persuading on his own. Don't worry, Uncle Dao. My sole purpose for going to the wilderness alone is to hone my combat experience. With my current fighting capability, as long as I don't venture into the depths of the wasteland, there's virtually no chance I'll encounter any life-threatening danger. Besides, even if I come across high-level Lord-tier mutated beasts, I might not be able to defeat them, but escaping would still be within my capability. There won't be any life-threatening risks. To this, Uncle Dao still wouldn't agree, but his tone softened a bit. After another round of strong liquor poured down by Jiang Han and Uncle Long, by the time he realized what was happening, he was already too drunk to speak clearly. Naturally, he couldn't stop Jiang Han anymore. Since Jiang Han didn't usually drink, and Uncle Long and the others didn't force him, he drank very little. After sitting cross-legged and cultivating for a night, the effects of the alcohol had long since worn off. Stepping outside for a look and seeing Uncle Long and the others sound asleep at the table, Jiang Han decided not to disturb them. After tidying up the kitchen, he packed a set of pots, pans, and seasonings, along with that cleaver, into his system space before finally heading out. Outside, the sky was just beginning to brighten as Jiang Han boarded the train bound for the steel defense line. Chapter 62, Fallen City Number 157. Jiang Han still felt a strong curiosity about the Wasteland. Last time we came here with Uncle Long and the others, we were on a mission. The mission objective was extremely clear, so the 5 of them had been constantly on the move during their days in the Wasteland. Although they encountered 2 high-level battles along the way, for Jiang Han, such experiences were still insufficiently enriching. That's why this time in the Wasteland, he's prepared to stay until the National College entrance exams before returning. Stepping out from beneath the steel defense line, Jiang Han headed to the exotic materials market to stock up on supplementary supplies like water and healing medicines. With his system space still largely empty, even after reserving room for storing exotic beast ingredients, there was more than enough space for Jiang Han to haul bundles of goods inside. It's worth mentioning that Jiang Han purchased another awakening stone. After his last talent awakening, the requirement for awakening again had been raised to 1,000 calls, meaning Jiang Han would need to slay 1,000 exotic beasts. Originally, this task could have been completed by slaughtering an old hen. But yesterday, when Jiang Han cooked for Uncle Long and the others, he killed an old hen only to find that it no longer contributed to his mission progress. It didn't even provide experience or skill proficiency anymore. Though, when you think about it, that makes sense. Jiang Han's current combat power and level have far surpassed that of the old mother hen. Only by hunting those exotic beasts in the Wasteland can he gain experience points and skill proficiency now. But fortunately, during Jiang Han's last trip to the Wasteland, he slaughtered numerous Wasteland wolves along with other scattered exotic creatures, completing 1/4 of his 1,000-kill mission. At this rate, it won't be long before he completes the 1,000-kill mission. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Han specially purchased an awakening stone to keep on his person. As the ally gate slowly opened with a low, aged groan, Jiang Han, clad in black armor with only his head exposed, emerged from behind it. In his hand, he still carried the icy blue Taihun. Though the wastelands are teeming with aberrant beasts, their numbers still vary from place to place. The plains are mostly inhabited by pack-dwelling exotic beasts, generally of lower tiers. In the cities, although most of the beasts are solitary in nature, their numbers are far greater, and their strength generally surpasses that of the beasts found in the plains. So my goal is the city. Jiang Han muttered to himself, flipping his right hand to reveal a map. This was also something he had just purchased, the only regret being that it only covered an area within 500 li around the steel defense line. This area was the outer periphery of the Wasteland. Going further in would mean venturing deep into the Wasteland. Still, even this much was enough. The map was marked with red dots, and beside each dot was a brief textual explanation. Fallen city identification numbers and their danger levels. Take for example city number 283, the mission target Jiang Han and his team previously visited, which held a danger rating of Class 3A. This indicated that the highest level creatures dwelling within would be advanced beast commanders. For the outer wastelands, this already counted as a fallen city with a relatively high danger rating. Ordinary warrior squads wouldn't typically enter unless absolutely necessary. Because with high-level beast generals lurking about, they couldn't hunt mutant beasts with peace of mind. Once targeted by such creatures, casualties were almost certain to occur. But for Jiang Han, high-level beast generals made perfect experience fodder. His targets were those collapsed cities marked with the highest danger rating of Tier 3A. The nearest one is collapsed city number 157. In that case, I'll head there first. Jiang Han pulled out another pen, pressing its tip against number 157 before drawing a line connecting it to the next collapsed city. He was planning his route of travel. After completing all this, Jiang Han tucked the map and pen into his system space with a flip of his hand, gripping Taihan once again. In the next moment, Jiang Han stepped off the ground and dashed straight toward his target direction. After successive advancements, Jiang Han's combat power had successfully surpassed 10,000, and now all his four-dimensional attributes had broken through 230 points. The effect brought by 230 attribute points was Jiang Han's current speed, effortlessly breaking through the 100-meter mark in just 2 seconds. A distance of 1 kilometer took only 20 seconds. What mattered more was that this speed was achieved without the enhancement of the Ninefold Thunder Blade technique. However, the speed boosted by the Ninefold Thunder Blade was only suitable for short bursts, not for prolonged travel. Even so, while sprinting at full strength, Jiang Han's speed still approached 180 km per hour, significantly faster than the average car's velocity. At this pace, Jiang Han would reach Fallen City number 157 by midday and commence the first round of hunting. The sun blazed high over the wasteland as the season neared the height of summer, the temperature rising steadily. Yet such heat meant nothing to Jiang Han in his current state. The sole drawback was that nearly an hour of continuous sprinting still placed considerable strain on his stamina. So he advanced intermittently, occasionally encountering several beast soldier-level mutant creatures along the way. Jiang Han didn't hesitate to employ his Taihun, sending it straight into the necks of these beasts. Although the gained experience and talent proficiency were minimal, he understood the principle that every little counts, even a mosquito's leg is meat, and small gains accumulate over time. Having collected some mutant beast materials and meat worth a few thousand alliance credits, Jiang Han casually stored them in his system space. Traveling intermittently and stopping now and then for drinks and dry rations, it took Jiang Han a full 2 hours to finally reach Fallen City number 157. Just as recorded in the documents, Fallen City number 157 was a resource-based city primarily focused on the mining industry before the catastrophe. With a small population consisting mostly of workers and their families, the city had few buildings, and structures over 30 stories were particularly scarce. Such a population and industrial layout resulted in scattered residential areas, with patches of housing spaced apart at intervals. While seemingly expansive in area, the city wasn't particularly prosperous. But it hardly mattered. No matter how prosperous a city once was, after the catastrophe, it would inevitably fall into ruin. This city of uniformly low-rise buildings actually worked to Jiang Han's advantage. After the mutation, the beasts generally grew massive in size. As long as Jiang Han entered the main urban area and found a high-rise building, tracking the mutated creatures would become extraordinarily easy. With his insight ability upgraded, his visual range expanded from 1 kilometer to 3. Within this 3-kilometer radius in the city, Jiang Han could wipe out every commander-level beast in the entire urban area. After eating and drinking my fill, I'll head straight in. Jiang Han held a bottle of water in one hand and a chicken leg in the other. But the next moment, a roar sounded. Jiang Han turned his head to see a small tiger, no more than a meter tall, staring at him with bared fangs, as if trying to threaten him into leaving. However, in Jiang Han's eyes, it didn't appear fierce at all. Instead, it looked adorably dumb. Chapter 63, Progress Past the Halfway Point. The little tiger had pure white fur all over its body. Before the cataclysm, it would have been considered quite large. But after the cataclysm, even standing 1 meter tall, it was barely different from ordinary mutated beasts. Just by looking at its size, Jiang Han could estimate that this little creature's combat power probably didn't even reach 1,000. For such a weak creature with less than 1,000 combat power, Jiang Han didn't even feel like lifting a finger. Even if he killed it, he wouldn't gain much experience or proficiency. At most, it would make a tiny contribution toward completing his 1,000 kills mission. Go away, don't disturb me. Jiang Han waved his hand, trying to shoo the little creature away, but instead of backing off, it sprang at him. Scram! Seeing the other party show no sign of backing down, Jiang Han frowned and roared angrily. The sound wasn't loud, but an overwhelming momentum surged forth. Visible to the naked eye, a swirl of dust rose from Jiang Han's center, rolling toward the little tiger like a tide. After Jiang Han's combat power advanced to the warrior level, he was already capable of projecting his aura outwardly. However, outwardly projecting his aura didn't have much lethal power. Its sole purpose was to act intimidating and scare enemies. Like right now, as Jiang Han unleashed his aura, stirring up swirls of dust, the little tiger that had been pouncing towards him suddenly froze. Then, as if frightened by something, it screeched to a halt right where it was. The once fearless tiger eyes now held traces of fear. After giving Jiang Han another glance, it turned and ran the next moment. Quite decisive, isn't it? Watching the young tiger's retreating figure, Jiang Han chuckled softly and paid it no mind. His targets were those mutated beasts with combat power at the beast general level. As for the rest, he would selectively eliminate them. Either the flesh must be tender and fresh, or the body materials must be of a value no less than that of a beast commander level mutant beast. The system space is large, but it's not unlimited for storage. Only hunting and collecting what's worthwhile was Jiang Han's plan before entering the Wasteland. Under the blazing sun, Jiang Han walked slowly along this somewhat dilapidated national highway. The highway led straight into the city, and the urban silhouette grew increasingly distinct in the distance. Judging by the view, Jiang Han was only about 3 or 4 kilometers away from the fallen city number 157. After eating and drinking his fill, Jiang Han stored the half-empty water bottle in his system space and summoned Taihan once more. The next instant, his foot pressed down as his entire body transformed into a streak of black afterimage, charging straight toward the fallen city number 157. Beasts hunt and devour each other, with the stronger preying on the weaker, such as the law of survival. Over these many years, chaos among them has long since passed. Though commander-tier beasts lack the ability to rule over others, they still instinctively guard their territories. Under normal circumstances, they would neither interfere with each other nor leave their designated domains. Ordinary warrior squads wouldn't dare massacre mutant beasts recklessly when entering, primarily because advanced beast commanders are already beyond what regular warrior squads can handle. Without a martial general, there's no safe way to eliminate an advanced beast commander. Yet unexpectedly, an unconventional character arrived in the number 157 ruined city. Beast roars rose one after another, their tones trembling with both fury and terror. ZZZZT. Jiang Han withdrew the Taihan blade deeply embedded in the monstrous beast's massive body, its edge dripping with pale green blood. Appearing completely unfazed, Jiang Han delivered a powerful kick that sent the 5-ton beast rolling over. Beast Commander class mutants still give decent experience points. Anything below that is barely worth mentioning. Level suppression? Jiang Han muttered under his breath, then deftly wielded Taihan to sever the beast's horn and claws. Pity the horn was partially chopped off. Although the broken pieces can be recovered, the overall condition won't be perfect, so it'll sell for a few thousand alliance coins less. For this mid-tier beast commander before him, its most valuable materials were the horn atop its head and its 4 beastly claws. The former can be forged into weapons after smelting, while the latter can be used for medicine. The price is quite substantial too. Slaughtering this one could earn Jiang Han around 100,000. However, none of this is the main point. The key point is that Taihan's sharpness far exceeded his expectations. As the sole means of attack for this intermediate beast warrior, the hardness of the single horn on its head was anything but ordinary. Yet even so, when Jiang Han triggered a critical strike and unleashed the ninefold thunder saber technique, the horn was sliced through effortlessly by Taihan, as though it were a block of tofu. Deprived of its only offensive capability, all the intermediate beast warrior could do was rage impotently before Jiang Han's saber sent it to its demise through the neck. Slaying this intermediate beast warrior has earned me another 800 experience points. Not bad at all. Jiang Han placed the Tai Soul blade upon the beast's fur, wiped it twice, then sheathed his sword and summoned the attribute panel. Host, Jiang Han. Combat rating, 12,753. Level, 8. Strength, 234 Agility, 221 Constitution, 230 Spirit, 229. Available free attribute points, 0. Experience required for next level, 15,689/64000. Current talents: A grade talent, Insight LV2, B grade talent, Critical Strike LV4. Insight, automatically triggered when entering combat, reveals the weaknesses of all things. Critical Strike, a 60% chance to trigger a critical hit when attacking, dealing damage equal to Strength *6. Current talent proficiency: Insight, 1225/3000, Critical Strike, 1568/4000. Available talent slots remaining, 0. Current martial skill, Earth Class High Grade, Ninefold Thunderblade LV2. Ninefold Thunderblade LV2, when attacking with blade-type weapons, Strength *4, Agility *4. Current martial skill proficiency, Ninefold Thunderblade LV2, 1836/4000. Current available items, none. Current system space remaining, 185/1000. Current mission, 1000 kills. Stored burst energy available, 0. John Han gazed at the attribute panel, deep in thought. Combat power has reached 12,700, firmly placing him at the warrior level, with all four-dimensional attributes surpassing the 200-point threshold, the most outstanding being strength and constitution. The former ensures explosive power, while the latter guarantees endurance. The reason these two attributes are significantly higher than the other two is because John Han prioritized allocating the attribute points gained through daily cultivation to them. As for the remaining attributes, whether it's the experience required for leveling up or the proficiency of talents and martial skills, the progress has yet to reach the halfway mark. No big deal. Given his current efficiency in hunting exotic beasts, the time required to level up wouldn't be too long. A beast commander level creature, due to level differences, provides varying amounts of experience points and proficiency. Fortunately, even the lowest tier beast commander still gives Jiang Han no less than 500 experience points and around 100 proficiency points. Maintaining this pace, Jiang Han would only need to eliminate about 100 more beast commander level creatures to meet the level up requirements, while simultaneously upgrading his talents and martial skills along the way. His combat power was about to soar to new heights. Keep it going. With blazing battle lust in his eyes, Jiang Han leaped onto a towering building, locking his gaze onto another commander-class mutant beast in the distance. Chapter 64, Unrestrained Slaughter. 2 heads. 10 heads. 30 heads. Jiang Han slowly withdrew the Taihan saber, storing the entire carcass of the strange beast before him into his system space. The three-souled deer, its antlers can be used for medicine, its hide makes luxury goods, and its meat is tender. Every part is useful. We're taking it all. Huff. Jiang Han looked up at the gradually darkening sky. Visibility was visibly decreasing. This time of day was always the most uncomfortable. It would be better to wait a little longer. Once the moon rose higher, visibility would actually improve. After nearly 10 consecutive hours of hunting exotic beasts, even with Jiang Han's constitution surpassing 200 points, he still felt a profound weariness. We can't go on today. We need to save some strength for unexpected situations. Exhausting yourself in the wilderness is an extremely dangerous thing to do. Moreover, Jiang Han had already made quite a haul during the day, 30 commander-level mutated beasts plus over a dozen high-level soldier-grade mutated beasts. Calculating at an average price of 150,000 per commander-level beast, those 30 would amount to 4.5 million. The elite beast-class exotic creatures were all carefully selected by Jiang Han, each commanding a high unit price averaging around 50,000, bringing in another 600,000 to 700,000 in earnings. This means Jiang Han's day of effort netted him close to 5 million alliance coins in profit. At this rate, Jiang Han had already surpassed the earnings of most martial general-level warriors, even rivaling some grand martial generals. However, the fundamental reason lay in Jiang Han's solo operations. He didn't need to share with others, and his extraordinary individual combat prowess granted him complete freedom of movement. A warrior with 12,000 combat power would overwhelmingly dominate against these alien beasts, whose combat power generally ranges between 7,000 to 8,000. The only issue is that a typical city usually harbors around 50 beast commander-level creatures. Even in larger cities, the number rarely exceeds 70. If a city grows beyond a certain scale, lord-level beasts would take up residence there. Fallen City number 157 was relatively small and located close to the steel defense line, hence the number of beast commander-level creatures wasn't particularly high. This can be seen from Jiang Han's experience of rarely encountering high-level mutated beasts after reaching the rear areas. Once the moon rises, mutated beasts will emerge from their nests in large numbers. We'll see then if we can find a few commander-level beasts. If they're too scarce, we'll have to switch cities. But before that, I need to return to the steel defense line to sell the mutated beast materials stored in the system space. Jiang Han glanced at his system space. Already more than half of the 1,000 slots were filled. If he didn't clear it out before continuing to hunt exotic beasts, he'd probably have to abandon some of the materials. Tomorrow, we'll head back. Restoring stamina comes first. Jiang Han found a high-rise building with over 20 floors and, with a single leap, ascended to the rooftop. Lighting a fire for roasting meat at such heights helped avoid drawing the attention of exotic beasts while also providing an advantageous vantage point. I went into the office inside the building and found a solid wood table. A few chops later, the hardwood table was split into splinters. Then, I took out some cooking oil from the system space, poured it over the wood, and lit it with a lighter. Within just a few minutes, a deer leg was roasting over the flames. Under the intense heat, the blood inside the deer leg slowly seeped out, dripping onto the fire with a sizzling sound. The deer leg was quite large, so John Han made a few more cuts on it to ensure even cooking. At this rate, traveling through just 3 more cities would fulfill the level-up conditions, allowing both Heartstrike and Ninefold Thunderblade to ascend another tier. John Han slowly rotated the venison leg on the spit while his thoughts drifted far away. I wonder how Jiang Jiyu is doing now. She mentioned earlier that she'd be entering the Wastelands with her teacher, she must be inside by now. But whether we'll encounter each other in this wilderness is another matter. John Han murmured to himself, but then quickly shook his head. Waterwood is in the capital. Even if we're heading into the Wasteland, we should take the high-speed train from the capital to the Iron Fortress. The supply points connected by the capital's high-speed rail are different from those linked to Lan City. The Iron Fortress stretches for thousands of miles and has over a dozen supply points. Each supply point requires martial artists to garrison it. To maintain a balanced defensive force, every city has its designated supply point. For instance, both times John Han entered the Wasteland from Lan City, he departed from and returned to the same supply point. Forget it, thinking about this won't help. I'd better focus on improving my own strength. Though with my current abilities, getting into Tsinghua University through the college entrance exam shouldn't be too difficult, right? Although Tsinghua is one of China's top-tier institutions, truth be told, its admission standards aren't particularly challenging for Jiang Han in his current state. Due to limitations in human physical development, one must wait until the body can withstand the power of awakening stones before talent awakening becomes possible. And this limit can only be reached after adulthood. Therefore, awakening intensively 1 month before the college entrance exams is most appropriate. As for martial artists, how much can they improve in 1 month? Apart from anomalies like Jiang Han, ordinary newly awakened students can just pass through their post-awakening enhancement period in exactly 1 month. At this stage of taking the college entrance exams, it becomes clear whether a student has genuine talent. For average students, even if they make it through this period of improvement, they barely reach the threshold of martial artists. With this level of skill, it's impossible to be specially recruited by Tsinghua University. However, Jiang Han's combat power exceeding 10,000 points alone is enough to qualify him for Tsinghua. Jiang Han understood clearly. Holding a small knife, he carved a slice from the deer leg with its golden brown roasted skin and popped it into his mouth. The meat of these 3-soul deer is truly delicious, no wonder it sells for a lofty 300 alliance coins per pound. Jiang Han removed the deer leg from the grill, sliced the well-cooked venison into a large plate, and placed the remaining uncooked portion back on the grill. The deer leg is too large, making it difficult to roast the meat thoroughly inside. If continued like this, the outer skin will easily burn, so a second round of roasting is necessary. He took out the seasoning and sprinkled it over the venison, and Jiang Han's dinner was ready. But just at that moment, a voice echoed through the empty hallway and was keenly picked up by Jiang Han. Boss, isn't city number 157 supposed to have quite a few beast commander level mutant creatures? How come we haven't seen many along the way? We've only taken down 2? You ask me, who should I ask? Another man's voice rang out. I'm baffled too. After finally selling the black-veined bamboo and stocking up on high-grade equipment to hunt some beast commander level creatures to recoup our losses, we ended up in an empty city. Black-striped bamboo. Originally, Jiang Han wasn't planning to pay any attention. Encountering other martial artist teams in the Wasteland was quite normal. At most, he'd wait till they reached the rooftop and then let them find another place to rest. But upon hearing the words black-striped bamboo, Jiang Han couldn't help but take it seriously. Chapter 65, Laser Cannon. The meat that had already been roasted was stored away by Jiang Han into his system space, and now he was in no rush to eat or drink. Focusing his mind and calming his breath, he then carefully listened to the sounds coming from the stairwell. How are Li Yang and the others doing? Have they found any commander-level mutant beasts? No. If they had, we would have received a signal by now. But there's still no signal up to now. They probably haven't found anything either. The voice was somewhat distant from the rooftop. Even with the echoing acoustics of the stairwell, it remained indistinct. Jiang Han walked slowly to the stairwell entrance, where the voice became clearer. This doesn't make sense. Logically speaking, in such a large city with a third-class A-level danger rating, there should be plenty of Beast Commander-level exotic creatures. Why does it seem like they've all disappeared now? Jiang Han recognized whose voice this was. Sun Wenbin. That Li Yang who had a conflict with Uncle Dao and ended up on the life-or-death arena was actually one of Sun Wenbin's men. Could the black-striped bamboo be connected to Sun Wenbin? This thought surfaced in Jiang Han's mind, lingering like an unwelcome guest. I hadn't considered this point before, but now it's basically confirmed. Sun Wenbin possesses sufficient capability to pull this off. With the strength of a great martial master and acting on unsuspecting targets, it wouldn't have been difficult for him. Moreover, he had ample motive to frame Jiang Han and his group. Frowning slightly, Jiang Han never expected that the mastermind he couldn't find in the city would cross paths with him under such circumstances. For a brief moment, Jiang Han felt an almost irresistible urge to strike. But after some consideration, he ultimately restrained himself. From the implications in the stranger's words, his squad wasn't currently at full strength, others were scattered elsewhere. Acting now would risk alerting their enemies prematurely. Boss, he asked, do you think there might be experts who cleared out all the Beast Commander level mutants before we got here? No, why would real experts waste their time clearing out beast level mutant creatures? Killing just one Lord level mutant creature earns millions. Why bother with lesser prey? Then what should we do now? Wait for updates. If Li Yang and his team can't locate any mutant packs either, we'll move to another fallen city. Boss, we've been traveling all day. Let's replenish our strength. Canned rations again? Don't we have anything else to eat? Damn it! In the Wasteland, we have to make do. Don't be angry, boss. The voices in the hallway continued, but Jiang Han had already made up his mind. The plan to return to the supply point would likely have to be postponed. He first needed to follow Sun Wenbin and his companion, seize the opportunity to uncover their true intentions, and determine whether Sun Wenbin was indeed the mastermind behind the schemes. If Sun Wenbin was truly the one pulling the strings from the shadows, Jiang Han would have ample justification to take action. From becoming a martial artist to now, barely more than a week had passed. Though tempered by recent experiences, Jiang Han no longer carried the psychological burden of killing, yet there remained a fundamental difference between hunting exotic beasts and eliminating martial artist teams. Fortunately, Jiang Han wasn't the type to easily harbor mercy. For those who sought his death, his creed was always to repay them in their own coin. Jiang Han took out a piece of grilled meat from the system space, chewing it as he listened to the conversation between the two men downstairs. Boss, can I take a look at that new treasure you just bought? Take a look? What if you break it? Don't worry, when we find the beast horde, you'll get your chance to see it. I'm just feeling uneasy, boss. What if we lure the beast horde, but your new treasure turns out to be useless? Then we'd be. What nonsense are you talking? Since I dare to mess with the exotic beast horde, I must have absolute confidence. Otherwise, why do you think I'd spend 70 million to buy this laser cannon? Yeah, boss. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Laser cannon? Listening to Sun Wenbin and the others' conversation, Jiang Han felt an inexplicable shudder deep in his heart. He'd read about laser weapons in a military magazine. After the global catastrophe, as humanity fought against the attacks of aberrant creatures, weapons technology entered an era of unprecedented advancement. Nuclear weapons were banned because their residual radiation could trigger secondary mutations in the beasts, so weapon development gradually shifted toward highly precise single-target arms. From the initial weapons that relied on gunpowder for lethality, the upper limits of destructive power were continually surpassed. In the entire history of weapons development, laser weapons are undoubtedly among the most brilliant gems. Personal laser guns, detachable laser cannons, and super-large laser turrets. The former, due to their small size and limited lethality, can only inflict damage on ordinary beast soldier-class mutants. Unless vital areas are hit, the mutants' powerful vitality allows them to survive for a while and continue attacking. Nevertheless, they are still mass-produced and equipped by the military. Compared to laser guns, firearms, except for some large sniper rifles equipped with armor-piercing rounds, are completely outmatched. Jiang Han had never seen detachable laser cannons before, but he had seen massive laser turrets. The steel defensive line was outfitted with thousands of these laser turrets. Essentially, there was one laser cannon every kilometer, all aimed toward the wasteland. If Jiang Han's memory served him right, the military magazine's description of the laser turret was, as one of humanity's most successful inventions in the field of weaponry, the super-large laser turret, after concentrating its energy, could inflict sufficient damage on King-class aberrant beasts. A well-aimed shot to vital areas could achieve a one-hit kill. King-class aberrant beasts exist on the same level as war god-grade martial artists. This is the very foundation that allows humanity to live and work in peace within urban zones. Only an iron defense line armed with over 1,000 laser turrets could provide them with such a profound sense of security. Such weaponry was never meant to appear in the wastelands. Though laser cannons possess devastating firepower, their internal components are exceedingly delicate and prone to damage, not to mention their exorbitant cost. That's why they were deployed along the steel defense line, to deter the aberrant creatures, not for counterattacks to reclaim lost territories. Yet against all expectations, Jiang Han now learned from Sun Wenbin's own mouth that he had purchased a laser cannon. If it's a laser cannon, Jiang Han will really need to carefully plan how to proceed. Given his current strength, even with advanced protective gear, Jiang Han can't guarantee surviving a direct hit from a laser cannon. Just as Jiang Han was lost in thought, a signal flare suddenly shot into the air nearby. "Boss, we've got news." The two people downstairs immediately perked up when they saw the signal flare. "Quick, let's go." Sun Wenbin became even more excited upon seeing the signal flare. The next moment, Jiang Han heard the sound of breaking glass as two silhouettes burst out of the high-rise building, sprinting wildly toward where the signal flare had risen. "Go after him." Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Han scattered the still-burning fire with a swipe of his blade, letting it extinguish itself as his figure vanished from the rooftop. Chapter 66, The Creek Gold Vein. If there had been no laser cannon, Jiang Han could have struck at any moment. With over 10,000 combat power facing Sun Wenbin's squad, it could be described as complete domination. Even with their lineup of one great martial master matched with 4 martial masters, they still couldn't put up a fight. Just like back when Jiang Han and the others faced the Silverwing Wolf King. Dragon Uncle, as a great martial master, was knocked unconscious by a single strike from the Silverwing Wolf King. With Jiang Han's current strength, he might be slightly inferior in speed compared to the Silverwing Wolf King, but in terms of power, he's not the least bit lacking, perhaps even surpassing it. Not to mention, he also has the support of the Tai Soul. In this situation, Sun Wenbin's squad couldn't withstand even one round of Jiang Han's attack. However, if there were laser cannons involved, that would be a different story. Because Jiang Han didn't know what grade the laser cannon in Sun Wenbin's hands was. Ordinary laser guns are mostly level 1 or 2, capable of dealing lethal damage to common mutated beasts and soldier-grade mutated creatures. But when it comes to laser cannons of this caliber, they start at Tier 3, and higher-tier laser cannons can inflict terrifyingly devastating damage. Whether Jiang Han's armor could withstand even a single shot remained highly questionable. Even if Jiang Han wanted to eliminate his opponent, he had to ensure his own safety first. The moon had yet to rise, its glow still absent, as two figures sprinted wildly ahead beneath the shrouded night sky. Jiang Han, following from a distance with the night vision provided by Insight, could easily track their figures. Every footfall was cushioned, rarely making any sound. Jiang Han didn't move quickly, he even deliberately slowed his pace to maintain this precise distance. Those who could become martial warriors or great martial warriors all had heightened senses to some degree. Getting too close would risk detection. He trailed leisurely along at this unhurried pace, nearly traversing the entire city before Sun Wenbin and his companion ahead finally slowed their speed. The flare went off just ahead. "We're almost there." Jiang Han overheard Sun Wenbin's words from the front and reduced his pace by another fraction. Increasing the distance between himself and the two figures ahead, he grew progressively more cautious the closer they drew. After running for about 2 more minutes, Sun Wenbin and his companion ahead stopped, and Jiang Han also came to a halt, maintaining a distance of 500 meters. Facing Sun Wenbin and the other, 3 individuals came rushing toward them. "Boss." "Li Yang." Even at a distance of 500 meters, Jiang Han could still clearly see each person's face. Upon recognizing the three approaching, his brows furrowed slightly. He continued to approach slowly. Although he could see their faces clearly, Jiang Han couldn't hear their conversation. He couldn't read lips, so he had to find a way to get closer. Fortunately, these people weren't paying attention to their surroundings. Moreover, although this place was beyond the urban area, there were still quite a few single-story houses. However, due to years of neglect, most of the roofs in this housing area had leaks, with broken walls and ruins, making it look desolate. Mining area? Jiang Han glanced around and came to a conclusion. Previously, he had only cleaned up high-level mutated beasts in the urban areas and hadn't bothered to venture into the mining zones. But this didn't mean there were no high-level mutated beasts in the mining areas, it was simply that Jiang Han saw no need to go hunting for them inside the mines. Another reason was that fighting mutated beasts in unmaintained mine tunnels could easily trigger cave-ins. Even with Jiang Han's formidable strength, he stood utterly helpless against the collapsing mine shaft. Unless he attained Martial Marquis level power or awakened an Earth Element talent. Found a Beast Commander level mutant horde? Sun Wenbin looked at Li Yang approaching and asked this single question. Although Li Yang had been discharged from the hospital, he was still recovering from fairly serious injuries, evident by the bandage still wrapped around his head. It was likely that having paid too much compensation to Uncle Dao on the arena of life, he had no choice but to risk venturing into the wilderness again. As Jiang Han moved closer, he could barely make out their conversation. No, the Beast General level mutated creatures in the fallen city number 157 seem to have been cleared out already. Though there are scattered remnants, they aren't worth using the laser cannon on. The reply to Sun Wenbin came from another person. Hearing this, Sun Wenbin furrowed his brows, displeasure lacing his tone. If there's no horde of mutated creatures, why bother calling us here? Although we didn't find any exotic beasts, this haul might be even bigger than catching a whole herd of them. I've detected Creek Gold Ore. Creek Gold Ore. Creek Gold Ore? Sun Wenbin and his companion were momentarily taken aback by these words, but their faces quickly lit up with ecstatic expressions. A real Creek Gold deposit? Yes, I've already confirmed it. It's indeed a Creek Gold vein, though it hasn't been forming for long, just 2 or 3 years, which is why no one has discovered it yet. But that's no obstacle for me, after all, the talent I've awakened is perception. Jiang Han naturally heard the faint murmurs from Sun Wenbin and his companions, also catching the word Stream Gold Mine. Stream Gold Mine? Jiang Han had heard of Stream Gold mines primarily because they were simply too famous. Stream Gold appeared only after the cataclysm affected by extra-dimensional energy interference, its elemental structure changed, evolving from conventional gold ore. But unlike ordinary gold, Stream Gold gathers together, flowing like a creek underground, influenced by magnetic fields. Moreover, its quality is exceptionally high, typically found between 400 to 700 meters below the surface. The most crucial aspect is that Stream Gold's applications are incredibly widespread. Wherever high-end alloy manufacturing is involved, Stream Gold almost always makes an appearance. The so-called Taihan sword in Jiang Han's hand was nominally forged entirely from blue silver, but in reality, it was an alloy product crafted from blue silver, titanium, nickel, and a trace amount of river gold. If Jiang Han remembered correctly, river gold's price was twice that of gold, costing 600 alliance credits per gram. And the deposits of river gold veins were measured in tons. Even the smallest discovered river gold veins typically contained reserves of over 2 tons. Could Sun Wenbin and his crew really stumble upon such incredible luck? Jiang Han's brows instinctively furrowed together. First they reap undeserved rewards trailing behind us, stealing the remaining black vein bamboo, and now they've discovered the Stream Gold vein? Can one person truly be this fortunate? Jiang Han was pondering countermeasures, while Sun Wenbin and his team were reveling in the excitement of discovering the creek's gold vein. Can the reserves be measured? The man who discovered the gold vein shook his head. Beyond detection range, can't determine exact quantities. Only that the reserves appear substantial. But that's not what we should be focusing on right now. But deep in this mine, there's a high-level mutated beast. Its combat power is at least Lord tier. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a metal-type mutated beast that has also detected the existence of the Stream Gold vein. That's why it has taken up permanent residence in the mine, evolving by absorbing the Stream Gold vein. Chapter 67, Where there's gold, there are brave men. Mutated beasts have elemental classifications, and their combat power can also be enhanced by devouring the strange energies between heaven and earth, or some rare treasures of nature. They are generally classified into 5 elemental types: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, though there are also beasts with other attributes. For example, the Silverwing Wolf King slain by Li Chongyang was a wind-attributed beast, while the Ironhide Boar King was an earth-attributed one. However, such elemental distinctions aren't particularly meaningful for lower-tier beasts. Since these creatures haven't awakened their innate divine abilities, they merely exhibit slight enhancements in certain aspects at best. For example, the Silverwing Wolf King's speed, the Ironhide Boar King's formidable physique. While Lord Class is the dividing line among mutant beasts, ultimately this is just because Lord Class mutants can command lower-level mutants and have evolved intelligence. But the true watershed in combat power actually comes at the Overlord level. Only by acquiring innate divine abilities can one become a regional Overlord. That's precisely why everyone present wasn't particularly astonished to hear there was a gold elemental Lord-level mutant beast within the mine tunnels. With the assistance of rare treasures, evolving to Lord level is perfectly normal as long as it's not an advanced Lord. "Boss, do we take it on?" After listening to the briefing, Li Yang asked with visible excitement in his eyes. The vein of stream gold, if they could secure this gold vein, hundreds of millions in wealth would flow into their team's pockets. Even if Sun Wenbin took the lion's share, the 4 of them would still pocket a hefty sum. Under the temptation of such colossal profits, no one could remain calm. "Stop stating the obvious, of course we're going to fight. But it has to be done systematically. The strength of a Lord-level mutant beast is truly terrifying. With our current power, we stand no chance of inflicting any substantial damage to it. Luckily, I had the foresight to buy the laser cannon at the auction. First, find a way to lure out that strange beast inside and gauge its strength. If you're not strong enough, then blast it to death with one shot. Those who can become martial artists are all greedy beings by nature. When faced with enormous benefits, no martial artist would willingly give them up." Sun Wenbin's words had undoubtedly struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Seeing that Sun had made his decision, the remaining 4 people's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Li Yang, come with me to set up the laser cannon. The 3 of you, move further inside and throw concussion grenades, throw as many as you have." Hundreds of meters deep into the mine, without daring to venture further, they wouldn't be able to affect the Lord-level mutated beast inside. Hearing Sun Wenbin's decision, none of them hesitated. It was a risk each of them had to take. As he spoke, Sun Wenbin retrieved several concussion grenades from his interspatial ring and handed them to one of the others. Li Yang did the same. Then the 5 of them split up. Sun Wenbin and Li Yang headed toward a dormitory building, the only elevated spot in the entire mining area. As for the other 3, they walked toward the mine shaft. Zhang Han's current position formed a triangle relative to the dormitory and the mine shaft. This situation was the most secure. If things went south, Zhang Han could easily withdraw, while if the plan of Sun Wenbin and his 4 companions proved effective, Zhang Han would still be able to reap the rewards without lifting a finger. Zhang Han was currently positioned no more than 600 or 700 meters from the dormitory building. At his current speed, boosted by the explosive power of the 9-fold Thunder Saber, he could charge straight to Sun Wenbin and the other in under 10 seconds. This was the crucial point. Each laser cannon attack demanded a certain cooldown interval for recharge, which could vary in length but required at least 10 seconds. And these 10 seconds were the opportunity Zhang Han had to seize. Okay. 2 or 3 minutes later, Sun Wenbin finished setting up the laser cannon on the dormitory rooftop and shouted toward the 3 people standing at the mine entrance. Utilizing the faint moonlight, Zhang Han watched as the 3 of them signaled to Sun Wenbin and then stepped into the mine. Meanwhile, the 2 on the dormitory rooftop, Sun Wenbin and his companion, were intently staring at the mine entrance, with a laser cannon boasting a nearly 2-meter-long barrel positioned beside them. The silver-white cannon barrel stood out strikingly under the pale moonlight. Zhang Han wasn't familiar with laser cannons and couldn't tell what grade this one was, but the fact that Sun Wenbin dared to attack a Lord-level mutant beast proved this laser cannon could inflict fatal damage to such creatures. Facing this level of firepower, even with 5th-grade protective gear shielding him, Zhang Han still didn't feel entirely secure. Just as Zhang Han was lost in thought, a furious roar of a mutant beast suddenly echoed through the mine tunnel. The roar, amplified through the narrow mine tunnel, was far louder than anyone had anticipated. Accompanying the roar came waves of tremors from the ground, their origin tracing back to the mine's entrance. Jiang Han could clearly see dust and debris continuously falling from the mine opening, previously reinforced with concrete and red bricks. Such commotion sent a chill through even Jiang Han's seasoned nerves. If Jiang Han wasn't completely certain before, he could be absolutely sure now. The Lord-level mutated beast in the mine was at least mid-tier Lord level. It belonged to the same rank as the fully energized steel-bristled Boar King, with a combat power of at least 50,000. There was no way to fight it head-on. This thought flashed through Jiang Han's mind, and a moment later, he turned away, ready to retreat. Angering a mutant beast of this level could easily trigger a large-scale beast tide, which would doom all martial teams in the fallen city number 157. However, Jiang Han forcefully suppressed his urge to leave. He had already eliminated many commander-level mutant beasts in the fallen city number 157, reducing the threat significantly. As long as he didn't face a direct attack from this mid-level Lord Beast, his strength would ensure no mutant could stop him from leaving. Moreover, there was still Sun Wenbin and his team acting as a buffer ahead. Even Jiang Han was like this, making Sun Wenbin and the others seem even more inadequate by comparison. Li Yang's face was pale, though whether it was from injuries that hadn't yet healed remained unclear. His voice even carried a slight tremble. "Boss, can we really kill that mutated beast?" Sun Wenbin's situation wasn't much better either. Facing an intermediate lord, whether one was a martial artist or a grand martial artist made little difference, both would be dealt with in a single swipe. Fortunately, Sun Wenbin's mental resilience was considerably stronger than Li Yang's, and he knew he shouldn't panic now. After taking a deep breath, he grasped the handle of the laser turret and aimed its barrel toward the mine entrance. "It's not a question of whether we can kill it anymore, we must kill it." Hearing Sun Wenbin's words, Li Yang also realized the gravity of the situation. He held a battery the size of a basketball. "Once I fire this shot, you replace the energy block immediately." Li Yang didn't speak, but beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. As if in response to Sun Wenbin and his companion, another beast's roar echoed through the air. The next moment, 3 disheveled figures burst out from the mine entrance, hotly pursued by a white tiger with an eerie third eye gleaming on its forehead. Chapter 68, Is this what human nature is? The white tiger's physique wasn't particularly large, at least considerably smaller than the bodies of other lord-level magical beasts. Yet the pressure it exerted was no less, instead even greater. The moment Jiang Han saw the white tiger with that strange third eye between its brows, his entire body instinctively tensed up. It was a warrior's subconscious muscular reaction when facing a formidable foe. Just a single glance from afar was enough to make Jiang Han's entire body tense, proof enough of the immense pressure this metal-attributed exotic beast was exerting on him. If Jiang Han was in such a state, Sun Wenbin and the others could only be worse off. Sure enough, Jiang Han tilted his head to glance at Sun Wenbin and Li Yang on the distant rooftop. Li Yang had already been frightened out of his wits, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He stood there in a daze, staring blankly at the not-so-distant white tiger, lost in thought. Sun Wenbin wasn't faring much better, though at least he hadn't been completely paralyzed by fear from the white tiger. His hands steadied the laser cannon as he fine-tuned its firing direction. As for the 3 who had entered the mine tunnel to lure the white tiger, they were now running for their lives. There was no other way, the white tiger behind them was far swifter than they were. Once it caught up, given the sharpness of its claws, slicing them in half would be no difficult task. They had no doubt about the strength of the intermediate lord. It was precisely because of this that the speed unleashed by these 3 far exceeded their usual pace by a significant margin. At times like these, survival doesn't hinge on outrunning the white tiger, it's about outrunning your teammates. Fire! The 3 men shouted loudly as they ran. But the next moment, one of them was overtaken by the white tiger behind them. Bang! A dull thud sounded as the man was sent flying diagonally forward, rolling several times on the ground before lying motionless on his stomach. Even though covered in dust, Jiang Han could still see blood flowing from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. As for the protective gear on his body, under the white tiger's claw strike, it had already shattered into pieces scattered across the ground. Dead. A martial artist, without high-grade protective equipment, would have absolutely no chance of surviving a powerful strike from an intermediate lord-level beast. If Jiang Han wasn't mistaken, this already lifeless martial artist's internal organs had been completely shattered by that single strike. In such circumstances, even the most potent healing medicines couldn't bring him back. Holy crap! The remaining two companions instinctively turned their heads at the noise behind them. When they saw the scene, their hair stood on end in sheer terror. An electric current surged up from his spine, engulfing his entire body. Already explosive speed now intensified several degrees further. Fire! Sun Wenbin, fire! The roar came from the martial artist who had awakened the perception talent. Yet Sun Wenbin showed no intention of firing. The cannon barrel was already aimed at the white tiger, but his finger never pulled the trigger. Boss, fire the cannon. Li Yang, standing nearby, noticed Sun Wenbin's hesitation and couldn't help but urge him, his voice trembling slightly. He was clearly shaken by the sight of the white tiger casually swiping a man to death with just one paw. That man's abilities were no weaker than Li Yang's, so it wasn't hard to imagine that Li Yang wouldn't fare any better if he faced that attack himself. To avoid ending up like that unfortunate victim, all Li Yang could do now was hope that Sun Wenbin's strike would land true and kill that damn white tiger lurking in the distance. Yet Sun Wenbin still showed no intention to fire, not even uttering a word. How fast is an intermediate-level lord? So fast that before Jiang Han could activate his insight ability at close range, all he could capture was a white blur, unable to discern any distinct image, spoke volumes about its speed. Against such velocity, the two surviving martial artists hadn't even covered 100 meters before the white tiger caught up with them again. Another swipe of its paw, and another life was claimed. Sun Wenbin hesitated to attack, causing Jiang Han to slightly furrow his brows as he faintly sensed something amiss. Was he afraid his attack would be ineffective? That shouldn't be the case. Although this white tiger was a middle-tier lord-class exotic beast with top-tier offensive capabilities, its defenses weren't particularly strong. The laser cannon fired instantaneously. Lasers move at the speed of light, so its attack was just as fast. As long as it hit successfully, breaching the beast's defenses shouldn't be difficult. Was he waiting to strike when the enemy got closer? But if this were the case, then the 3 centilure Baihu would become genuine bait. Whether the big fish Baihu could be caught was uncertain, but the bait would surely be devoured. Wait, as this thought surfaced in Jiang Han's mind, he suddenly felt something wasn't quite right. Perhaps Sun Wenbin's intention was to let the white tiger eat these baits? For some reason, once this thought surfaced in Jiang Han's mind, he felt a chill run down his spine. Because he sensed this was highly plausible, otherwise, there would be no explanation for Sun Wenbin's actions. Sure enough, as this idea crossed Jiang Han's mind, Sun Wenbin on the dormitory rooftop suddenly released his grip on the laser turret and drew a long blade in the next instant. Li Yang standing nearby had not even reacted yet, still gazing nervously at the white tiger in the distance. But a sharp pain in his waist instantly made his eyes widen. When he looked down at the source of the pain, he saw a long knife embedded in his bandaged waist, nearly half its blade buried in his body. Blood surged out in torrents, flowing down the length of the blade. A muffled sound escaped Li Yang's throat, his eyes filled with profound bewilderment. He couldn't comprehend why the captain he'd fought alongside for over a decade would deliberately stab him in the back at this very moment. His hand reached to grasp the long sword embedded in his side, but Sun Wenbin forcefully twisted the hilt, causing the blade to rotate viciously within the wound. Li Yang's gaze gradually grew unfocused before his entire body went limp and collapsed. A wound to the waist is seldom fatal, but exceptions exist. Sun Wenbin's twist of the blade churned Li Yang's internal organs to pulp, causing massive internal bleeding that left no chance of survival. Yet as a martial artist with formidable vitality, Li Yang hadn't completely died, though he'd lost all capacity to fight back. He could only stare blankly at Sun Wenbin standing beside him. Li Yang, don't blame me. Men die for wealth as birds perish for food. The West Creek mine involves tens of billions in alliance currency, why should I split it with you for? Sun Wenbin's voice carried over, reaching Jiang Han's ears. Only now did Jiang Han truly understand what Uncle Long and the others meant when they said not to trust anyone in the Wastelands. For some reason, Jiang Han suddenly felt a bit lucky. It was Uncle Long and his group who had brought him into the wilderness. Even when faced with black-striped bamboo worth tens of millions, Uncle Long and the others hadn't shown the slightest hint of greed. Had it been someone like Sun Wenbin who led him into the wilderness, his fate would have been no better than Li Yang and the others. Is this what human nature truly is? Jiang Han felt his entire worldview had been shattered by Sun Wenbin's actions. Chapter 69, One Shot, an intermediate lord-level aberrant beast falls. Moonlight had unknowingly spread across the land. Sun Wenbin steadied the laser cannon atop the dormitory building once more. Beside him lay Li Yang, lifeless, his eyes still open in death. Blood pooled across the ground, mingling with the unsheathed long blade that had never been swung. It was bitterly ironic. Just days earlier on the dueling platform, Sun Wenbin had saved Li Yang's life, sparing him from certain death at the hands of Blade Master Shu. Yet mere days later, Sun Wenbin's own blade had turned against Li Yang. All bustle and hustle is for profit. Li Yang was useful to Sun Wenbin, so Sun was willing to protect him. But now Li Yang's existence would only take away his profits, so there was no longer any need for Li Yang to live. Zhang Han unconsciously tightened his grip on the Tai Soul Sword, took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Now is not yet the time to act. The White Tiger's hunt continues, but the man who awakened the perception talent already wears a deathly pallor on his face. He personally witnessed Sun Wenbin striking at Li Yang. No fool survives long in the wilderness, the fools have all died already. When he saw Sun Wenbin attacking Li Yang, he was terrified, but then he immediately grasped the crucial point. The gold vein in the creek was far too valuable. With at least 2 tons of gold in the creek, its worth exceeded 10 billion. Even if Sun Wenbin just reported the location of the gold vein to the state and did nothing else, he could still claim a 10% share of the profits. Just this 10% profit amounts to a full 1 billion. With Sun Wenbin's current capabilities, even if he toiled his whole life in the wasteland, he could never earn 1 billion. Since a lifetime of hard work wouldn't earn him 1 billion, why not simply be ruthless and eliminate everyone who knows this secret? That way, this gold vein would belong to him alone. The 10 billion in profits would be his alone to enjoy. He could easily retire after pocketing that sum. Precisely because he understood this, the man who had narrowly survived being chased out of the mine by the White Tiger now felt utterly hopeless. With the White Tiger furiously pursuing him from behind, and Sun Wenbin aiming the laser cannon at him from the building ahead, he had no hope of survival left. Sun Wenbin, you're an absolute beast. The furious cursing had no effect whatsoever, failing even to dispel the slightest fraction of the terror gripping his heart. He regretted it now, regretted ever telling Sun Wenbin about the Shi River gold vein. At first, he'd only wanted to share the risk. A lone martial artist can't hold the Qingqi gold vein by himself. But who could have guessed Sun Wenbin would stab everyone in the back like this? To make matters worse, the only one guarding him was the injured and weakened Li Yang. Recalling the unfolding events now, he finally understood one thing clearly. Upon hearing the word Shi gold vein, Sun Wenbin already had his answer in mind, though he concealed this greed so deeply that no one detected it. Sun Wenbin, standing atop the dormitory building, naturally heard this furious roar but remained completely unmoved. He was still waiting. Waiting for the White Tiger to catch up with his teammates, waiting for the White Tiger to raise its claws and attack. Every creature has a brief moment of hesitation when launching an attack. For instance, when a warrior swings their weapon with full force, they cannot immediately retract their strength to change their stance. Sun Wenbin seized precisely this opportunity. 2 seconds later, the White Tiger swiftly caught up to the figure desperately fleeing ahead. With a furious roar, it swung its massive paw toward the man's back, like a heavy hammer falling solidly upon it. Before the sound could reach Zhang Han's ears, he saw the man being slammed to the ground by the White Tiger's massive paw, sending dust flying. But the next instant, a crimson laser beam shot straight out, striking the White Tiger squarely on its forehead. There wasn't any earth-shattering sound, nor any dazzling fluctuations. From Zhang Han's vision, all he saw was a streak of red light. Then, the originally ferocious White Tiger was sent flying backward in a straight line. Only half of its massive tiger head remained, the right side had completely vanished under the searing heat of the laser cannon. No blood flowed out, as the intense heat had instantly cauterized the wound. Perhaps it was just his imagination, but Zhang Han could swear the air carried the acrid scent of charred flesh. Dead. All dead. Even the most vigorous vitality of an intermediate lord could never survive losing half their skull. This meant that the only ones still moving at the scene were Zhang Han and Sun Wenbin. Do it! After witnessing the White Tiger being sent flying backward, Zhang Han immediately sprang into action. He didn't even consider going around the wall. With a sweep of his Taihan saber, the partially collapsed wall crumbled like tofu, and in the next moment, Zhang Han barreled through it with brute force. Taking a detour was too troublesome, so Zhang Han opted for the most straightforward approach, charging ahead without hesitation. Before Sun Wenbin could replenish the energy for the laser turret, thrust the Taihan spear straight into his body. On the rooftop of the dormitory, Sun Wenbin, exhilarated by his successful strike against the white tiger, instinctively turned his gaze toward another direction. The sound hadn't reached him yet, but a martial artist's instinct for danger already warned him. Then his pupils involuntarily contracted. Because in his eyes, there remained only that figure charging fiercely toward him, plowing through rows of houses in its path. Martial warrior. This thought flashed through Sun Wenbin's mind. The next thought filling his mind was loading energy cells into the laser cannon. He couldn't even be bothered to wonder how the opponent had gotten so close to him. By the same token, he spared no thought for how long they might have been there, or whether they knew about the Shi River gold vein. Because Sun Wenbin understood one thing very clearly: if he couldn't deal with this martial artist, there was no way he could claim the Shi River gold vein for himself. In a direct confrontation, he stood no chance against the newcomer. Sun Wenbin was absolutely certain of this just from seeing the speed at which they had been running. The only thing that could threaten the opponent was the laser cannon. But was it really that simple? After firing a single shot, the laser cannon's barrel needed to cool down, and its energy blocks required replenishment. Just these two factors meant Sun Wenbin would need considerable time to prepare. Even if it meant damaging cannon barrels for the Shijin gold vein, he could force this strike through. But would Zhang Han give him the chance? Ninefold lightning blade. With a furious roar, Zhang Han's speed surged exponentially once more. Originally, Sun Wenbin could barely make out Zhang Han's figure. But at this moment, clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, but in the next instant, it was replaced by a man's agonized wail. Sun Wenbin's long sword had already snapped into two pieces in his hand. Yet Zhang Han showed no mercy, swinging his blade once more. Both of Sun Wenbin's arms flew off simultaneously, landing some distance away. Blood gushed like a fountain as Zhang Han, gripping his Taihan sword single-handedly beneath the pale moonlight, stood 2 paces away from Sun Wenbin, who lay wailing on the ground. Sun Wenbin, having lost both arms, no longer had any strength left to fight. Chapter 70, Bountiful Harvest. Battles between experts often change in the blink of an eye. It all began when Sun Wenbin killed Li Yang, followed by his cannon blast at the White Tiger, and then Zhang Han made his move. From beginning to end, it didn't exceed 1 minute. The only difference was that 1 minute earlier, Sun Wenbin had felt victory within his grasp, with fame and fortune beckoning to him. If only he could monopolize the Creek gold vein, a life of wealth and comfort for the rest of his days would be assured. Yet heaven seldom fulfills men's desires. Zhang Han's appearance dealt him a heavy blow, shattering all his unrealistic dreams into pieces. Ah! Sun Wenbin's wails simply wouldn't stop. With both arms neatly severed, he couldn't even use his hands to cover the wounds now. He could only watch helplessly as blood poured out. Who the hell are you? Sun Wenbin collapsed to the ground. All he could see now was Zhang Han's retreating figure. A warrior clad head to toe in pitch-black armor, gripping a long blade tinged entirely in chilling blue. Sun Wenbin couldn't recall ever provoking someone of this caliber. Low-level martial artists rarely dared to antagonize those far stronger than themselves, because once in the wilderness, such grudges could easily become the death of them. Sun Wenbin had always been prudent. If he had enemies, he'd find ways to eliminate them swiftly. Even when dealing with his teammate earlier, he'd only made his move after ensuring everything was firmly under his control. It was precisely this caution that had kept Sun Wenbin alive until now. But now, hearing Sun Wenbin's terrified words, Zhang Han turned to look at him. The armor covering his entire body slowly receded, revealing Zhang Han's face. Sun Wenbin, do you still remember me? Zhang Han's face was devoid of any expression, his eyes filled with nothing but coldness. Sun Wenbin's series of actions just now had given Zhang Han a deeper understanding of the Wasteland. Compared to the terror of the mutated beasts in the Wasteland, the human heart was actually far more frightening. Sun Wenbin was willing to harm Zhang Han's group for the sake of his teammates, and equally willing to betray those very teammates when greater interests were at stake. This was a path Zhang Han had never envisioned before. You? Only a few days had passed since the life and death platform incident, so Sun Wenbin naturally remembered Jiang Han. Yet when Sun Wenbin saw Jiang Han's face, several puzzling questions resurfaced in his mind. Shouldn't you all be dead already? How could you possibly have held off the Steel Bristle Boar King? No, aren't you just a martial artist? How did you become a military general? Jiang Han could clearly detect the strong note of astonishment in Sun Wenbin's words. So it was really your doing after all. Hearing these words, Jiang Han drew a deep breath. Though he had already guessed that Sun Wenbin was the one behind this, there was still a difference between his own suspicion and Sun Wenbin admitting it himself. Sun Wenbin knew exactly what Jiang Han was referring to and was fully aware of his current predicament. He had just opened his mouth to speak when he saw a faint blue streak of light flash by. The next moment, Sun Wenbin collapsed limply to the ground, a thin crimson line across his neck steadily widening. Since it's confirmed to be you, then there's no problem. Jiang Han murmured, though it was unclear whether he was speaking to Sun Wenbin or to himself. Come to think of it, this was Jiang Han's first time attacking a human. Previously, when hunting mutated beasts, it was because they stood on opposing sides. Regarding those creatures that threatened human safety, Jiang Han, owing to the education he'd received since childhood, had never felt the slightest burden in killing them. But Sun Wenbin. Jiang Han resisted the urge to look again at Sun Wenbin's gruesome corpse, instead shifting his gaze to the nearby laser artillery platform. Examining it up close, Jiang Han finally realized just how sophisticated this pinnacle of human technological achievement truly was. A fluorescent screen displayed the direction in which the cannon barrel was aimed. There was a targeting mark in the center of the screen, seemingly searching for enemies as it continuously roamed across the display. Doesn't this thing auto-aim? This random thought popped into Jiang Han's mind as he placed his right hand on the laser turret. In the next instant, a flash of light appeared, and the laser turret was promptly stored away in his system space. This was definitely a good find. Jiang Han had just witnessed the power of this laser turret firsthand. Even intermediate Lord-tier mutated beasts couldn't withstand a single shot. That alone spoke volumes about just how formidable it was. In terms of sheer offensive power, this laser turret is undoubtedly Jiang Han's most formidable weapon currently, bar none. The only potential drawback might be its relatively slow ammunition reloading. Every full power shot requires replacing the energy block. No, after returning, I must find an instruction manual for the laser cannon. At the very least, I need to learn how to operate it properly. Even with all its flaws, the laser cannon's overwhelming destructive capability renders these shortcomings trivial in comparison. When encountering powerful mutant beasts in the future, Jiang Han could first fire a long-range shot from a distance before closing in for close-quarters combat. What a bountiful harvest! Jiang Han took a deep breath before walking toward the two severed arms of Sun Wenbin that had been sent flying. The battle had concluded, all that remained was cleaning up the battlefield. Warriors typically store their spoils from the wastelands in dimensional storage rings, and Sun Wenbin's dimensional storage ring was worn on his right hand. After a martial artist dies, the dimensional ring becomes ownerless. Jiang Han only needed to mentally connect with this dimensional ring to withdraw it. The only issue is that when a martial artist's strength is too low, their mental power remains too weak to bind multiple dimensional rings simultaneously, otherwise, they risk mental exhaustion. Sun Wenbin's interspatial ring contained very few items: the corpses of 2 general-level exotic beasts, some emergency medicines, 2 bank cards, and several energy blocks resembling red bricks. Nothing particularly valuable. The bank cards might have money, but Jiang Han had acted too quickly earlier and forgot to ask for Sun Wenbin's card passwords. Rushed it. With a sigh, Jiang Han transferred all the items from this interspatial ring into his system space. Then he repeated the same trick, emptying Li Yang's dimensional storage ring as well. There were also 3 others' belongings and the corpse of a mid-tier lord-level mutated beast. Once Jiang Han confirmed that neither Sun Wenbin nor Li Yang had anything of value left on them, he turned to head downstairs. Just as he turned around, Jiang Han suddenly froze in place, completely stunned. His eyebrows unconsciously furrowed as he activated insight. The moonlight cast upon the earth revealed only 3 corpses and a deep crater blasted by laser cannons. Yet the body of that intermediate lord-level mutated beast had vanished. For some reason, Jiang Han suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Instinctively, he dodged sideways as a flash of light appeared in his hand. The Taihan weapon that had been stored in his system space materialized once more. The blade pointed squarely at where Jiang Han had just been standing. Where he originally stood, the rooftop railing had been smashed apart by a single claw swipe. A white tiger missing half its skull was now glaring at him icily. Chapter 71, An Unbeatable Foe. The white tiger's frigid gaze resembled that of a cornered beast making its desperate final stand. Indeed, that was exactly the case. Half of its head had been shattered by the laser cannon, causing its strength to plummet dramatically. Jiang Han didn't understand how this creature could still be alive with half its head missing, but one thing was beyond doubt. The white tiger had already marked Jiang Han as its mortal enemy. Even though the one who fired at it wasn't Jiang Han. Lord-level mutated beasts have only a rudimentary intelligence. Aside from being able to command lower-level beasts, they largely act on instinct. Once it marked Jiang Han as its mortal enemy, it would likely never give up hunting him down. It lowered its head, clamped onto Sun Wenbin's corpse, then tossed it back into its mouth. The scene was terrifying, at least Jiang Han found it excessively horrifying. With half its face missing, the white tiger couldn't fully close its mouth. As the elongated fangs sank in, Jiang Han saw only blood seeping through the gaps between its teeth, staining the pristine white fur crimson. Huff. Jiang Han took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to vomit. This kind of scene was truly unbearable for most people. Fortunately, Jiang Han was no ordinary person now. Though nausea rose within him, he could still force himself to endure it if needed. However, another problem now lay before Jiang Han. The white tiger before him had undoubtedly been injured after being struck by the laser cannon. But the real question is, what percentage of its strength remains after being injured? The power range of mid-tier lord-level exotic creatures generally falls between 40,000 and 70,000. Based on its previously displayed combat capabilities, Jiang Han estimated that this white tiger's combat power was no less than, if not slightly superior to, the Razorback Boar King at its peak. This means its original combat power must have exceeded at least 50,000. Fortunately, the injuries it sustained were very real. With a single glance, insight marked a massive golden weak point on the white tiger's head wound. This could only mean one thing: this entire area was the tiger's weakness. Who cared how much strength it had left? There was only one way to find out. Knowing that the other party had devoured Sun Wenbin's corpse to replenish energy and restore strength, Jiang Han dared not delay any longer. With Tai Soul sword leveled horizontally, Jiang Han charged straight towards the white tiger. Ninefold Thunder Blade. Critical strike. The liquid-like armor spread across Jiang Han's body once more, encasing even his exposed head, leaving only a pair of eyes visible. The airtight wrapping caused no discomfort, nor did it interfere with breathing in the slightest. Jiang Han didn't dare hold back in the slightest. The pressure emanating from this white tiger before him was simply overwhelming. It far surpassed even that of the steel bristle boar king they'd encountered earlier. Go all out even when hunting a rabbit, let alone facing a fierce tiger? The simultaneous full-force outbreak of the ninefold Thunder Blade and critical strike instantly elevated Jiang Han's power level to over 5,000 points. With over 50 tons of force concentrated on the Taihan blade's edge, it generated a shockwave that sliced through the air with a thunderous hum. This single strike possessed enough power to cleave through gold and sever steel. The white tiger that had Sun Wenbin in its jaws showed no intention of retreating when faced with Jiang Han's powerful slash, its single eye only flashing with a trace of bewilderment. It seemed puzzled. How could such a tiny human unleash such formidable strength? But bewilderment aside, the tiger's reaction was anything but slow. Its massive paw swung upward to meet the descending strike of the Taihan sword. Bang! Hum! A tremendous force surged from the blade of Taihan, and Jiang Han felt only a numb shock in his palm before Taihan was sent flying backward. Humph! With a muffled grunt, Jiang Han didn't resist the force but instead allowed himself to be thrown backward, his entire body hurled through the air as if struck by the white tiger's claw. The faster he had charged, the swifter he was flung back, his retreat a rather undignified spectacle. But that wasn't important. What mattered was, although their clash lasted merely a split second, Jiang Han instantly understood one thing just from the colossal force transmitted through his Taihan blade. The strength of this white tiger before him was absolutely beyond his capacity to match. Its power was at least twice his own full-force burst. Despite being gravely injured, it could still unleash over 100 tons of force. Jiang Han realized with a sinking heart that his assessment of this white tiger's strength had been a catastrophic miscalculation. The power of this white tiger isn't merely at intermediate overlord level, it likely borders on advanced overlord tier, or may already have reached that supreme status. Run! Jiang Han inexplicably had this thought cross his mind. It's simply because the combat prowess of a high lord is terrifying beyond measure. With a combat power of at least 70,000, facing Jiang Han, a warrior barely surpassing 10,000, even if it wasn't an outright crushing defeat, it was pretty close. Even with severe injuries, this white tiger's combat power remained at least 20,000, utterly unbeatable. Having reached this conclusion, Jiang Han acted with natural decisiveness. The instant his feet touched the ground, Jiang Han's body twisted at an inconceivable angle, sending him sprinting away from the white tiger at full speed. Where was the dignified demeanor of a martial arts master now? But for Jiang Han right now, where did the demeanor of a strong man compare to saving his own life? Knowing he couldn't win in a fight, fleeing immediately was the wise choice. As for the stream gold vein, it could stay right where it was for now. Even if they let this white tiger continue consuming the stream gold vein, it wouldn't be able to take much in a short time. Upon returning to the city, once news of the stream gold vein got reported, the state would undoubtedly deploy at least a marquis-level expert. A mere high-level lord like that white tiger wouldn't stand a chance of survival. Not to mention his current severe injuries, even if he were unscathed and at the peak of his combat strength, he still wouldn't be a match for a martial marquis-level powerhouse. Roar! The white tiger behind him, seeing Jiang Han flee so decisively, let out a furious roar before charging after him. Has it gone mad? Even Jiang Han couldn't help but quicken his pace upon hearing that roar. Each beast has its own territorial nature. As long as Jiang Han ran a sufficient distance, the white tiger behind him would basically cease pursuit. Moreover, the white tiger was now severely wounded and needed to return to the mine to heal by absorbing the gold vein within the mountain stream. It was even less likely to keep chasing relentlessly. The ninefold Thunderblade art focused on forced bursts, enhancing not just strength but also agility. With the fourfold agility boost from the ninefold Thunderblade art, Jiang Han's burst agility temporarily reached 880 points, a speed that could hardly be considered slow. Even if the white tiger was considerably faster than Jiang Han, it would still be difficult to catch up with him in a short time. Because of this, under the moonlight, two figures sprinted across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust behind them, yet neither could close the gap. To maintain absolute speed, Jiang Han didn't even bother to dodge the dilapidated buildings. Instead, he held his blade horizontally and crashed straight through them. With his current physical strength, these crumbling red brick houses built decades ago were practically as soft as tofu anyway. The mining area's radiation covers a considerable range, spanning about 20 to 30 kilometers horizontally. But for Jiang Han's current speed, it would only take a little over 10 minutes to make a round trip. The white tiger behind him seemed to realize it couldn't catch up to Jiang Han anytime soon, and its top priority now was to return and heal its wounds. Thus, it only gave chase for about 10 kilometers before turning back toward the mine shaft. Chapter 72, The Two Paths Before Jiang Han. Phew. District 157 of the Fallen City, atop a mere 6-story building. Jiang Han's breaths labored like a pair of bellows, heavy and rapid, his throat emitting parched, rasping sounds. This is a lingering effect from prolonged exertion, insufficient oxygen in the body, requiring continuous deep breaths to alleviate the sense of hypoxia. Just now, in order to escape from the white tiger's grasp, Jiang Han forcibly maintained the agility boost from the 9-layered lightning blade. At this moment, both his physical strength and mental energy had been severely overdrawn. Flipping his hand, he retrieved 4 more bottles of water from his system space. After twisting off the caps, Jiang Han began drinking them in small sips. After such intense exercise, you shouldn't gulp large amounts of water, or it might induce vomiting. That white tiger is truly ferocious, and most critically, its strength is overwhelming, impossible to confront directly. But at least we managed to escape successfully. However, these injuries, they're somewhat severe. Jiang Han gulped down 4 bottles of water in succession before that intense dehydration finally eased considerably, and his throat felt less hoarse. Gasping for breath, he lowered his head slightly as his liquid-like armor gradually receded, transforming into a bracelet that fastened around Jiang Han's wrist. Lifting his shirt, Jiang Han revealed patches of dark bruises covering his waist. These were all wounds inflicted upon him by the White Tiger. The ninefold Thunder Blade's explosive agility supported Jiang Han, preventing the White Tiger from easily catching up to him. However, ultimately, the tiger's speed slightly surpassed his own, occasionally closing in and swiping with its claws. Even when Jiang Han raised his blade to block and relied on his armor to dissipate the force, a significant portion of the impact still struck his body. Jiang Han knew the human body's defensive capabilities were weak and required armor for protection, but this was simply too feeble. Compared to the White Tiger, Jiang Han's ability to endure blows was utterly pathetic. The White Tiger had half its head smashed off, yet remained fiercely alive, while Jiang Han, merely grazed by a few claws despite repeatedly deflecting the force, was already wincing from the sharp pain in his waist. Especially now that he'd relaxed, the discomfort became all the more pronounced. Still, this was enough after all, it all boiled down to not being strong enough. Muttering to himself, Jiang Han retrieved a pre-prepared medicinal spray for bruises from his system space and administered it to his wounds. The icy sensation made Jiang Han unconsciously let out a long sigh of relief, as the fiery pain in his wounds also subsided significantly. No wonder this trauma spray was worth 8,000 alliance credits per bottle, it really worked. After treating his injuries, Jiang Han finally had time to take out the meat he'd roasted earlier and began chewing voraciously. After prolonged bursts of exertion, his depleted stamina absolutely needed replenishing. This snow tiger's strength is considerable, with its peak combat power reaching at least 70,000. Even severely injured, its current combat capability remains no less than 20,000. Only two paths lie before me. Either return to the city and spread news of the West Gold Vein, letting government forces deal with this snow tiger and claiming the official 10% reward share. Or find a way to increase my own strength to personally slay this snow tiger. But judging by the beast's power, Jiang Han would need combat capabilities exceeding 20,000 points to stand any chance against it. The first option carries no risk, just lie back and reap 10% of the profits. The second option shifts all risks onto Jiang Han himself, but the advantage is that if he personally eliminates that White Tiger, he could claim 20 or even 30% of the profits from the Creek gold mine. After all, risk and reward always balance out. When the state dispatches high-level martial artists to clear mining zones, they too must make efforts. Of course, there's one other path to consider. Once Jiang Han's strength reaches a certain level, he could establish a company and develop this Creek gold vein himself. This way, Jiang Han could pocket 50% of the profits. However, this path is practically impossible. To conduct business in the Wasteland region, Jiang Han's strength would need to reach at least marquee-level warrior status. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to run his business honestly within the city districts. Currently just a martial general, Jiang Han has virtually no chance of leaping two major ranks to become a marquis within a short time frame. The higher the level, the greater the strength, and the more difficult it becomes to make further progress. This matter requires careful planning. The wealth hidden behind the Shijin mineral vein is no small sum. Every additional percentage point represents over 100 million in wealth. We must find a way to maximize the profits. But not for too long. If Sun Wenbin and his crew could discover the Gold Creek vein, others surely can too. Otherwise, we might get beaten to the punch and lose even 10% of the profits. 1 week. If we're still not strong enough to deal with that White Tiger in a week, we'll return to the city and sell the information about the Gold Creek vein to the authorities. After pondering for a long while, Jiang Han set a firm deadline for himself. A week was enough for his strength to improve considerably, and in such a short time, even if the White Tiger relied on absorbing the energy from the gold vein, it wouldn't fully recover from its injuries. Before that, though, I need to make a trip back to the Steel Fortress to sell off everything stored in the system space. Otherwise, the remaining space won't be nearly enough to hold the materials from hunting exotic beasts during my next expedition into the Fallen City. With this in mind, Jiang Han refused to rest any longer. After packing up briefly, his armor spread once again across his body as he sprinted toward the direction of the Steel Fortress. As for the remaining beast commanders in the Fallen City numbered 157, Jiang Han no longer had any intention to continue hunting them. Leaving some higher-level beasts could serve as a deterrent, preventing too many martial artists from flooding into the city. Jiang Han was now somewhat regretful for having hunted too many beast commanders earlier. But this wasn't the time for regrets. Go early and return early, Jiang Han needs to make the most of this week to improve his strength. Traveling long distances under the cover of night is quite troublesome, as many of the mutated beasts come out to hunt after dark. Among them are numerous lethally venomous creatures. Fortunately, Jiang Han kept his armor deployed the entire journey, shielding his entire body, so he had no fear of any stealthy attacks from beasts. Stopping and going along the way, he hunted quite a few beast soldier-level mutated creatures, barely filling his system space to 80%. The harvest was certainly not small. Before dawn, he arrived at the steel defense line. However, the mutant materials market wouldn't open until 8 o'clock, so Jiang Han had no choice but to book a room and get some sleep first. From yesterday morning until now, Jiang Han had been awake for nearly 24 hours. During this time, he was chased by the white tiger and sustained some injuries, leaving his mental state severely depleted. He didn't even have the energy to consider meditation or cultivation. After sleeping until past 10 in the morning, Jiang Han ordered breakfast and only then did he manage to locate the building of the exclusive exotic materials market. With no high-value beast materials to trade, there was naturally no need to seek alternative channels. The heterogeneous market just happened to be suitable for Jiang Han to sell animal materials in large quantities like this. The price was relatively fair. Chapter 73, Frenzied Slaughter. Total of 36 general rank mutated beasts, 28 soldier rank mutated beasts. 7 high-level beast commanders, 12 intermediate-level beast commanders, 17 low-level beast commanders, and all the mutant beasts at the soldier level are high-grade, each with a steep price tag. This one's worth 220,000, this one 160,000, this one. One floor of the mutant materials market was specially designated for inventorying beast materials. An elderly man in work clothes and rubber gloves walked ahead, stopping at each mutant beast to flip through the materials, inspecting their condition before announcing their prices. Jiang Han followed behind, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit. The old man must have been a warrior from the Wasteland before, as he was intimately familiar with all kinds of exotic beasts and had a clear grasp of their prices. Even beasts weighing thousands of pounds were like a chair in his hands, he flipped them effortlessly. Before leaving the Wasteland, he must have been at least a Grand Marshal General level expert, Jiang Han thought to himself as he observed the old man's movements. Mr. Jiang, we've tallied up everything. Here's the price list for the materials, please take a look. It took nearly half an hour to finally tally all the exotic beast materials Jiang Han had brought. The middle-aged man in a suit handed Jiang Han a paper form that listed the name, level, material integrity, and price of each exotic beast. After a quick glance to confirm there were no issues, Jiang Han finally signed his name at the very end. Alright, Mr. Jiang, the total value for this batch of beast materials is 8,370,000 yuan. The payment will be transferred to your account shortly. Jiang Han nodded in acknowledgement. After emptying both his system space and interdimensional ring, he was ready to set out into the wilderness again. As for other supplies, water and medicine, what he'd previously purchased was still enough to sustain him in the wilds for at least a week, rendering replenishment completely unnecessary. And food? Once you're in the wilderness, is food ever really in short supply? Stepping out from the mutant materials market and passing through the alloy gates of steel defense line, Jiang Han received a bank transfer notification on his phone. Jiang Han's account balance increased by another 8.37 million. The road ahead is long and arduous, this sum isn't even enough to repay Uncle Long and the others. Fortunately, though, this was just Jiang Han's earnings for a single day. Jiang Han took out the map with the pre-planned route once more. This time, however, he couldn't proceed deep into the territory as originally planned. If he had to choose, it could only be one of the fallen cities near the steel defense line. After all, Jiang Han needed to frequently return to the steel defense line to clear his gains while also staying relatively close to fallen city number 157. Although Jiang Han's plan allotted himself a week, that didn't necessarily mean he had to wait the full week. In fact, based on Jiang Han's current calculations, if he could raise his level to 10 and upgrade his talents and martial skills by 1 tier, his combat power would most likely skyrocket to over 20,000. However, making further improvements in these areas would be no small challenge. At Jiang Han's current pace, it would take roughly a week. This was exactly why Jiang Han had given himself 1 week's time. Onward, to the next city. Jiang Han's gaze locked onto a city on the map. After finalizing the travel route, he stored the map back into his system space. Jiang Han's current strength wasn't weak by any means, but further improvement would be quite difficult in terms of the experience points required for leveling up. He still needed 32,000 experience points to level up. Calculating that each commander-level mutated beast would give him at least 500 experience points, he'd need to kill at least 60 more of them. Talent and martial skills were similar, although they required less proficiency to upgrade. The amount gained was equally scarce. With a rough estimate in mind, Zhang Han felt thoroughly motivated deep down. In fact, his leveling speed already far surpassed that of martial artists at the same tier. Ordinary martial artists must endure relentless, arduous training to enhance their combat power. Many never achieve warrior commander level capabilities in their entire lifetime. For Zhang Han, however, all these challenges merely boiled down to how many exotic beasts he needed to slay. For 4 consecutive days thereafter, Zhang Han spent his time hunting alien beasts and shuttling back and forth to the steel defense line. There were only so many beast commander level creatures in a single city. Even though Zhang Han occasionally targeted some high-level beast soldiers, he still couldn't achieve his level-up goal by relying on just one city. Fortunately, the gains during these days were substantial. Aside from wasting a lot of time traveling back and forth, Zhang Han's leveling speed was by no means slow. On the evening of the 4th day, the sky hadn't completely darkened yet. At this very moment, the entire city's beast-class mutated creatures should have begun venturing out to hunt. But today the entire city seemed to have fallen into an eerie silence. Only the occasional sounds of mutant beasts fighting could be heard, yet they were merely low-level creatures, at most knocking over street lamps or shattering glass. The last one. Zhang Han flicked the soul of Tai in his hand, and like an arrow loosed from its bow, it effortlessly pierced through the chest of the gray-backed eagle soaring in the sky. The gray-backed eagle, with wings spanning 5 to 6 meters in length, never imagined that merely spotting a deceased beast-level mutant creature and swooping down for the hunt would result in being lured by a human. The razor-sharp Tai soul blade plunged straight into the genetically altered bird, whose defenses were naturally weak. The gray-backed eagle in midair let out a shrill screech, furiously flapping its wings as if desperate to escape this perilous situation. But its faltering heartbeat made it acutely aware that its vitality was rapidly draining away. Within mere seconds, the once defiant gray-backed eagle plummeted straight down to the ground. Thud! A dull impact sounded, kicking up a cloud of dust before attracting a swarm of low-level mutant beasts to gnaw at its remains. At the same moment, Zhang Han's mind echoed with the system's notification tone. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating the mid-level beast commander, the Azure-backed Falcon, and earning 765 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining +1 proficiency in the talent insight. Congratulations, host, for gaining +196 proficiency in the talent critical strike. Congratulations, host, for gaining +182 proficiency in the martial skill ninefold Thunder Blade. Experience points full, automatic level up. Critical strike talent proficiency full, automatic level up. Phew! Zhang Han exhaled deeply before summoning his status panel. Host, Zhang Han. Combat rating, 20,586. Level, 9. Strength, 237 Agility, 225 Constitution, 233 Spirit, 231. Available free attribute points, 100. Experience points required for next upgrade, 324/128000. Current talents: A-grade talent, Insight LV3, B-grade talent, Critical Strike Max. Insight, automatically triggered upon entering combat state, can discern weaknesses of all things. Critical Strike, attacks have a 70% chance to trigger a critical hit, dealing strength *7 damage. Current talent proficiency, Insight, 254/6000, critical hit, max. Available talent slots remaining, 0. Current martial skill, Earth Grade High Tier, Ninefold Thunder Saber LV3. Ninefold Thunder Saber LV3, when attacking with saber-type weapons, Strength *6, Agility *6. Current martial arts proficiency, Ninefold Thunder Blade LV3, 836/8000. Available items, none. Remaining system space, 785/1000. Current mission, 1000-man slaughter. Stored explosive energy available, 0. Chapter 74 Upgrade, Combat Power 22,000. After glancing at his attribute panel, Zhang Han allocated the 100 attribute points gained from the level up across his 4 core stats. All 4 core attributes increased by 25 points each, now exceeding 250 points per stat. John Han's combat power increased by another 1,700 points, reaching a total of 22,000 points. Slaying the Azure-backed eagle just met the conditions for both experience points maxing out and critical strike mastery reaching full value. Meanwhile, Insight and Ninefold Thunderblade already had significantly higher mastery levels to begin with, so their progression was faster. They had already leveled up last night. At this point, John Han's strength enhancement was absolutely visible to anyone observing. The 100 attribute points rewarded from the upgrade can be set aside for now. Although Insight didn't gain any new abilities after leveling up, its dynamic detection range expanded from 10 meters to 50 meters. This represents a qualitative leap without question. A 10-meter range was ultimately somewhat limited after beast ranks improved. Many mutated creatures' bodies alone exceeded that span. In such situations, by the time the opponent fully enters the dynamic capture range, the attack is often already right in front of John Han. With the range increased to 50 meters, John Han can now respond much earlier. With his upgraded dynamic capture, the current John Han can undoubtedly be considered invincible in close quarters combat at his level. Moreover, after the upgrade, both the trigger probability and amplification effect of critical strike have improved by another tier. With 9th Heaven Thunderblade's burst included, John Han now had double buffs activated simultaneously, making his single strike effortlessly surpass 100 tons in force. However, there was a serious problem. After upgrading critical strike to level 5, the system notified him it had reached its maximum level, with the suffix changed to max. John Han wasn't sure whether only B-rank talents capped at level 5, or if this applied to all talents. This point cannot be verified for now. However, not being able to further enhance critical strike left John Han sighing internally if only another talent upgrade card would appear. Yet John Han merely sighed in passing. If he truly obtained a talent upgrade card, he would still choose to improve Insight first. Insight was originally an A-grade talent. Upgrading it one more level would elevate it to S-grade. Undoubtedly, the boost S-grade talents provided to John Han far surpassed that of A-grade talents. He shook his head, dispelling all those impractical thoughts from his mind. After 4 days and nights of relentless beast hunting, the time had finally come to reap the rewards. The Fallen City number 235, where John Han currently stood, was a full 400 kilometers away from Fallen City number 157. He had to first head to the nearest supply point at the defense line before catching a ride back. Leaping down from the skyscraper, John Han strode slowly toward the mangled corpse of the jade-back eagle. The low-level beasts that had been feasting on the blue-backed eagles bared their teeth at John Han's approach, attempting to intimidate him into retreat. In response, John Han merely snorted coldly, unleashing his oppressive aura. With combat power exceeding 20,000, these lowly beasts stood no chance against him. It was complete domination. Sensing the overwhelming pressure radiating from John Han, the beasts whimpered and fled with tails between their legs, stopping about 100 meters away to keep watchful eyes on him, though none dared approach closer. John Han remained completely oblivious to it all. He pulled out the Taihan blade embedded in the azure-backed eagle's chest, sheathed it, then plucked the 4 golden feathers from its wings and stored them in his system space. The azure-backed eagle itself wasn't worth much. The only real valuables were these 4 golden plumes. The rest didn't matter. With his spoils collected, John Han turned and walked away without another glance. The low-level mutant beasts that had been waiting behind immediately swarmed forward as John Han departed, with several even beginning to fight among themselves on the spot. However, John Han paid little attention to any of this. This city was located just over 100 kilometers from the nearest supply point along the steel defense line. Although the round trip was troublesome, it remained unavoidable. Returning to the supply point, John Han promptly offloaded his collected materials and earned 8,700,000 alliance credits before boarding transport to the next supply depot. On the way, I took stock of the gains from the past few days. On the first day, John Han earned 8.37 million, on the second day 8.56 million, and on the third day 8.21 million. Today, the fourth day, was the highest at 8.7 million. In other words, John Han's total earnings over these 4 days reached 33.84 million. Adding the remaining 8 million from before, John Han's account balance now stands at 41.8 million. Not bad. If this rate of earnings continues, John Han won't take long to repay all the money he owes to Uncle Long and the others. With combat strength exceeding 20,000, even though Jiang Han owes 45 million, he remains completely unfazed. Of course, there's an even more important reason. If he can secure the Shijin or vein, 45 million will seem like even less of a concern. The journey of several hours passed in a flash. Fallen City number 157, mining area. Still atop that same dormitory building where Jiang Han had stood before. Jiang Han grasped Taihun in one hand while scanning his surroundings. For days had passed, yet the mining area remained as quiet as ever, as if nothing had happened at all. As for the corpses of Sun Wenbin, Li Yang, and the others, they had long since vanished without a trace. Most likely, they had been devoured by some mutant beast. The bloodstains on the ground were faint, largely obscured by wind-blown sand. From what Jiang Han could see, the news about the Golden Creek or vein appeared to be unknown. At the very least, he found no traces of recent visitors to this place. There are quite a few mine pits in the mining area. A large mine capable of sustaining an entire city naturally consists of more than one pit. Even if someone were to venture into the mines to lure out mutated beasts for hunting, the probability of discovering this particular pit would be extremely low. Phew! After making sure no one had noticed, Jiang Han quietly exhaled in relief and slightly turned his hand, revealing a bundle of cylindrical tubes tied together. This was something Jiang Han purchased before entering the Wasteland. Its power wasn't overwhelming, but it was more than enough to collapse a mine shaft. Jiang Han planned to replicate Sun Wenbin's previous operation, luring the White Tiger out to engage it in the open. The only difference was that Sun Wenbin's group had acted on impulse last time, whereas Jiang Han had prepared thoroughly for this occasion. This thing in my hand is an important piece. He jumped down from the dormitory building, drove the inside into the mine entrance, and dug a small pit with Tai's soul about 10 meters inside. Then he stuffed the item in his hand into it. He turned back and repeated the process, burying 6 more similar setups around the mine entrance. After completing these tasks, Jiang Han finally returned to the rooftop of the dormitory, where he then retrieved the laser turret from his system space. Jiang Han had been reading the manual for the laser turret these past few days. This item might be something ordinary people would never get their hands on in their lifetime, but for a martial artist of Jiang Han's caliber, a military general rank, it was hardly classified material. Moreover, he was just buying a manual. Over these 4 days, every time he took a break, Jiang Han would pull it out and glance through it. With his top-tier learning aptitude, mastering the operation of a laser turret was almost laughably simple for Jiang Han. Jiang Han shook the laser turret before inserting another energy block. Once everything was ready, he pressed a button in his hand. Boom! Dust instantly billowed into the air as the ground shook violently. Chapter 75, Innate Divine Ability. The vibration above ground wouldn't have been this intense. But Jiang Han had placed the first round of explosives inside the mine shafts, so all the shockwaves from the blast were absorbed by the ground, naturally creating stronger tremors. The mine shafts, reinforced with concrete and red bricks yet untouched by maintenance for decades, were already dilapidated and constantly on the verge of collapse. Now, after Jiang Han's little stunt, they unsurprisingly caved in completely. From Jiang Han's vantage point, he could clearly see that the downward extending mine shaft had collapsed completely for 50 to 60 meters. Dust filled the sky, yet with a gentle breeze, all the smoke and debris were swept far away. Roar! About 2 or 3 seconds after the first explosion, Jiang Han heard a furious roar. A roar echoed through the collapsed mine entrance. It's coming! Jiang Han's heart tightened. Success or failure hinged on this moment. The White Tiger's power was formidable indeed. Even severely wounded, its combat strength remained no less than 20,000, and it could still replenish its energy by absorbing the stream's gold veins. Jiang Han had no idea how much the White Tiger's strength had recovered. Fortunately, Jiang Han had prepared a grand gift for it in advance. The item buried deep in the mine shaft was merely an appetizer, meant to lure the White Tiger out. The 6 hidden items around it were cold dishes, but the main course. Jiang Han tightened his grip on the laser cannon's handle, aiming it at the rising dust from the mine entrance. Over the past few days, Jiang Han not only learned how to operate the laser cannon but also figured out the grade of the one he held. A level 5 laser turret was powerful enough to inflict fatal damage on Lord-level mutated beasts. This was precisely one of Jiang Han's ultimate trump cards. With combat strength exceeding 20,000 and the laser turret at his disposal, Jiang Han had no fear even if the White Tiger recovered 70 to 80% of its injuries. In its peak condition, the White Tiger was still grievously wounded by a single blast from Sun Wenbin. The only thing to be wary of is that after being tricked once, the White Tiger would be on guard. Under those circumstances, landing another hit would require some sacrifice. Boom! Near the mine entrance, amidst clouds of dust, the White Tiger's figure emerged. As it appeared, the rubble that had collapsed and blocked the mine entrance was shattered and sent flying into the sky. Your strength has recovered considerably. With just this much, your combat power shouldn't be less than 30,000. Jiang Han had been maintaining his insight ability all along, allowing his vision to easily penetrate the dust and see the White Tiger's form. The massive wound on the White Tiger's head had already scabbed over, and the blood crust formed by dried blood actually intensified its ferocious aura, making it far more intimidating than during its previous peak condition. Even Jiang Han couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart when he saw the White Tiger in its current state. But the next moment, Jiang Han pressed the button in his hand again. Boom! 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 A series of explosive sounds rang out, each barely discernible from the next. Almost simultaneously, flames erupted as the shockwaves from the explosions swept towards the White Tiger at the center, interfering with each other, yet achieving mutual success. The White Tiger at the center had no room to dodge, no direction to break through. It had no choice but to withstand the impact head-on. The terrifying shockwave of the explosion surged outward. Violence of this magnitude could be felt even dozens of kilometers away. Roar! Another roar erupted from within the flames, drowning out even the echoes of the explosion. Yet Jiang Han could clearly sense that this roar seemed somewhat lacking in vigor. Clearly, the recent explosion had significantly affected even the extraordinarily powerful White Tiger. But this still wasn't enough. Jiang Han's gaze remained fixed on the White Tiger several hundred meters away. The once sleek and smooth white fur was now singed and charred by the explosion's flames, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. In the next moment, Jiang Han pulled the trigger on the device in his hand. Hum! Boom! As the button was pressed, the laser cannon trembled slightly throughout its body, as if gathering energy. However, this charging process was extremely brief, lasting only about 0.1 seconds. In the next instant, a red laser beam shot forth. Last time, being at a distance, Jiang Han hadn't felt anything particularly noticeable. But this time, having personally experienced the laser cannon, Jiang Han could clearly sense that when the cannon fired its shot, the surrounding air temperature suddenly rose dramatically. What had been a pleasantly cool breeze moments ago now felt scorching hot. Without even needing to think too deeply, Jiang Han could tell the temperature in that instant must have reached at least 60 degrees Celsius. With Jiang Han's current physical constitution, this residual heat posed no threat to him, but for White Tiger, it was a different story altogether. If the laser cannon hit the White Tiger, the instantaneous high temperature would reach at least 3,000 degrees. Even steel would melt in an instant. Jiang Han's gaze fell on the White Tiger. Seeing no movement from his opponent, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Success! Jiang Han murmured something under his breath, but in the next moment, he saw the White Tiger move. The White Tiger's entire body seemed to stiffen, as if it hadn't noticed the laser striking toward it. But the next instant, the white fur around the wound on its forehead parted, revealing a vertical eye hidden beneath. The eye had no pupil, yet it glowed entirely gold. As the eyelid opened, a golden beam of light shot forth from the vertical pupil. It collided head-on with the incoming laser beam. There was no ripple effect, but it emitted a blinding light, even though it was broad daylight. Jiang Han still felt a burst of bright light in the distance, causing momentary blindness. Innate divine ability? Though his vision was limited to the dim surroundings with only that clashing light visible, Jiang Han's thoughts remained completely unimpeded. The moment this notion surfaced in his mind, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. Isn't innate divine ability something only Overlord-class exotic beasts can awaken? And even among Overlord-class beasts, only a rare few with exceptional talents awaken it, so how could this White Tiger have done so? Isn't it just a Lord-level creature? No wonder Jiang Han was shocked. The truth is, magical beasts with innate divine abilities require completely different combat strategies compared to those without. Magical beasts without innate divine abilities can only rely on their sharp claws and fangs for attacks. But those with innate divine abilities possess far more varied and unpredictable attack methods. Like the golden light shooting from the vertical pupils of the white tiger at this very moment. The fact that it collided with a laser cannon blast powerful enough to obliterate a Lord-level mutant beast and neutralized it completely demonstrates the formidable power of this golden light. If Jiang Han were to take this golden light head-on, he would likely suffer fatal injuries. Moreover, the speed of this golden light isn't much slower than the laser blast. If it were aimed at Jiang Han, he truly couldn't guarantee that dynamic capture would work effectively against it. That's precisely why Jiang Han felt nothing but palpitations upon witnessing the white tiger unleash its innate divine ability. Having failed in its first strike, the laser turret would inevitably face the white tiger's heightened vigilance for any subsequent attacks, making success extremely difficult. Wait, the white tiger must suffer some side effects after using its innate divine ability. For a Lord-level mutant beast to possess an innate divine ability is already extraordinarily freakish, it definitely can't use it repeatedly. Seize this opening, there might just be a chance to finish them off. Chapter 76, if you get close, there's a chance. Every powerful attack inevitably carries some degree of recovery time. Take laser turrets, for example. After each shot, they need to reload energy blocks and cool down the barrel. For instance, when Jiang Han strikes with all his might, combining a critical hit with the ninefold Thunderblade technique, he enters a brief state of exhaustion, unable to instantly deliver another slash. This principle applies equally to the white tiger now. Similar to how a third eye might open on the forehead to unleash an attack rivaling a 5th-level laser cannon, such power couldn't possibly come without side effects. Jiang Han even suspects that the reason this creature didn't use its golden beam talent from the vertical eye last time was likely due to severe limitations. Even a being as formidable as the white tiger wouldn't dare invoke it recklessly unless facing mortal danger. If this were truly the case, then after unleashing this strike, the white tiger would either fall into a weakened state or be completely unable to use this move again for a short time. Consequently, the innate divine ability it had awakened would pose a greatly diminished threat to Jiang Han, almost negligible. Even so, Jiang Han couldn't help but feel a shudder in his heart. He counted himself extremely fortunate that he had made thorough preparations before coming here. If it hadn't been for 2 consecutive explosions that not only lured out the white tiger but also inflicted some damage, and subsequently forced it to use its innate divine ability with the laser cannon, Jiang Han would most likely have been doomed to stay here forever. Against the white tiger's innate divine ability, even with his power reaching over 20,000, Jiang Han stood no chance of defending himself. But now, Jiang Han knew full well he wouldn't get the opportunity to fire a second laser shot. Those 10 seconds in between were more than enough for the white tiger to close in and kill him. Therefore, after firing this shot and feeling shocked in his heart, Jiang Han waved his right hand and stored the mounted laser cannon into his system space. Then, his entire body shot straight toward the distant white tiger from the rooftop of the dormitory. The Taihun in his hand shimmered with light as Jiang Han hurled it forth. The pale blue Taihun traced a blue afterimage through the air, heading straight for the white tiger's vertical pupil on its forehead. When force reaches a certain magnitude, even if the Tai soul leaves one's grasp, it can still inflict sufficient damage. Jiang Han swiftly followed, tracing an arc through the air before accelerating further. Kill! From the rooftop to the white tiger's position was merely a few hundred meters, a distance Jiang Han could cover in mere seconds at his current speed when pushing his limits. The Tai soul arrived first, while Jiang Han's right fist, already clenched, delivered a full-powered strike. However, the white tiger, which had been standing motionless in place, also moved at this moment. After the golden light erupted from the vertical pupil on its forehead to neutralize the laser cannon's attack, the white tiger had remained rigidly stationary. But just as Taihun's attack was about to take effect, the tiger suddenly opened its eyes and raised its claw for a swift strike. Taihun, hurtling through the air, was swatted away like a fly, failing to inflict any substantial damage. And in the blink of an eye, Jiang Han's fist came whistling through the air with a piercing sound, smashing toward its target. Bang! Tiger Claw and Jiang Han's armored fists collided with a dull thud. Jiang Han was sent flying backward, landing steadily beside the Taihun sword embedded in the ground, where he reached out and pulled it free. Though the strike appeared mighty, it was merely Jiang Han testing the waters. That brief exchange had already allowed Jiang Han to gauge the white tiger's true strength. The eruption of the golden eye on his forehead clearly placed a significant burden on the white tiger, causing it to pause for several seconds and leaving it caught off guard by Jiang Han's attack. Otherwise, given the white tiger's temperament, why would it wait for Jiang Han to strike first? Though still clearly outmatched, that single punch just now allowed Jiang Han to distinctly sense that the white tiger's strength wasn't overwhelmingly superior to his own. Its strength is still slightly above mine, but that doesn't mean there's no chance at all. Jiang Han muttered under his breath, yet his eyes brimmed with fighting spirit. He feared no battle, especially not one of such high intensity. In the end, it all came down to having enough confidence. With Heart Strike and Ninefold Thunderblade at his disposal, Jiang Han possessed explosive power capable of delivering fatal damage if he struck the white tiger's vital spots. With insight and dynamic tracking, Jiang Han's every attack now targeted the white tiger's vital points while continuously narrowing the gap in their strength. This was enough. The reason Jiang Han desperately sought to improve his strength was simply to gain the capability to contend with the white tiger. Now, with the white tiger's injuries still unhealed and his own power further refined, the disparity between them wasn't insurmountable. It all depended on how Jiang Han strategized. The white tiger fiercely shook its head, its murderous eyes fixed on Jiang Han, then opened its maw and roared. A nearly tangible sound wave surged toward him. If one's strength was lacking or their courage insufficient, they'd likely be scared out of their wits by the white tiger's deafening roar. Just this aura alone was something Jiang Han had never seen on any other exotic beast before. Even the Steelhide Boar King couldn't have exerted such overwhelming pressure on Jiang Han. Grasping the soul blade tightly, Jiang Han took a deep breath. He muttered under his breath, as if speaking to the white tiger, yet also as if talking to himself. Shouting so loudly, showing off your big voice? I'll skin you and make a tiger fur hat. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Han took the initiative to strike again. When fighting a mythical beast of the white tiger's caliber, it's best to keep the initiative in your own hands. Otherwise, once the opponent seizes control, Jiang Han would be left scrambling to defend, making it difficult to mount an effective counterattack. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. This is precisely the case. Ninefold Thunder Blade. Heart-piercing strike. A surge of heat rose from Jiang Han's lower abdomen, spreading throughout his body as his waist instantly tautened. Every ounce of his strength concentrated into his right arm. It resembled a slash, yet simultaneously felt like a direct thrust. The mastery of the critical hit skill at its peak allowed Jiang Han to wield his power with even greater precision. With a full-force slash, the sonic boom grew louder by several degrees. Jiang Han felt nothing but burning adrenaline coursing through his veins. Unable to contain himself, he roared fiercely, "Die!" Roar! As if responding to Jiang Han's blade strike. The white tiger towering above Jiang Han now gaped its maw wide, its deafening roar exploding at point-blank range as its previously charred white fur stood completely erect. Boom! The two forces of colossal power collided, shockwaves radiating outward from where Taihan met the tiger's claws. This time Jiang Han made no attempt to disperse the recoil, forcibly enduring the counter-impact while switching to a two-handed grip, his pale blue Taihan flashing over a dozen times through the dust-filled air. The relentless attacks surged like ocean waves, overwhelming with sheer force, forcing the white tiger, much like Jiang Han, to stubbornly endure the recoil shockwaves radiating from each collision. Roar! Jiang Han showed not the slightest intention of creating distance between them. With every slash of his blade, he would take a deliberate step forward while gathering strength for the next strike. Step by pressing step, his goal was to engage the white tiger in close-quarters combat, pushing his dynamic perception abilities to their absolute limit. The white tiger's massive frame made rapid maneuvers within such confined spaces extraordinarily cumbersome, and in Jiang Han's eyes, this very weakness was the creature's greatest vulnerability. Chapter 77 Delving into the Mine Shaft. All creatures face certain movement restrictions when their bodies grow excessively large. This is particularly true for exotic beasts, whose weight typically exceeds several tons. When executing instantaneous explosive force, the generated inertia becomes tremendously powerful. While they might ignore inertia once or twice, repeatedly defying it within extremely short intervals would place unbearable stress on their bodies. By then, Jiang Han wouldn't need to do anything further, the white tiger's body would collapse on its own. Yet coincidentally, after Jiang Han elevated his heart-striking blow to the highest level, his control over bodily strength became utterly effortless. He could distinctly sense the force exerted by every muscle in his body. Under these circumstances, whether to unleash explosive power or withdraw strength to evade during a punch was entirely at Jiang Han's instantaneous discretion. Thus, his close-quarters combat with the White Tiger took on a dramatic flair. The White Tiger wanted to fight openly and clash head-on with Jiang Han, but Jiang Han deliberately refused to engage in a direct confrontation. Whenever the tiger was about to unleash its full power, he would pull back to dodge, then close in again, waiting for openings to land a few strikes. Even the occasional full-powered attack from him would make the tiger roar in pain. If the White Tiger had a health bar above its head right now, hundreds of damage numbers would probably be floating up continuously, with the occasional reddish critical hit that would chip away at its 10,000 health pool. Scraping away, just stubborn scratches. Such high-intensity combat would undoubtedly be life-threatening for anyone else. But for Jiang Han, who possessed dynamic precision, everything slowed down, though still thrilling, it remained within manageable limits. What's more, Jiang Han felt that under this immense pressure, his movement techniques were being honed to a remarkable degree. Dodging the White Tiger's attacks within the narrowest margins before counterattacking. He had occasionally employed such tactics against lower-tier mutant beasts, but ultimately, they couldn't exert enough pressure to truly push Jiang Han through life-and-death tempering. For some reason, Jiang Han found himself slipping into a strangely peculiar sensation. He was honed between life and death, yet it gave him a strangely enjoyable sensation. He reveled in the feeling of his body tensed to its limits, operating at the edge. But while Jiang Han thrived, the White Tiger fighting desperately against him suffered. Like a slippery loach, Jiang Han dodged every attack of the White Tiger while still managing to take opportunistic bites at it. Frustrating. If the White Tiger could speak, it would likely roar at Jiang Han about fighting dirty. But alas, it couldn't speak. The White Tiger grew desperate. After over 10 consecutive missed attacks, its rage peaked. Realizing it couldn't defeat Jiang Han this way, it abandoned restraint and lunged wildly at him with reckless abandon. The balance between the two was shattered by the White Tiger's suicidal-style attacks. Jiang Han's strange feeling was abruptly broken. Frowning slightly, he understood that the White Tiger had no retreat left and was determined to fight to the death. Raising the Taihan sword, he blocked the White Tiger's claw with brute force. High-level mutated beasts fighting desperately are absolutely terrifying. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. If the White Tiger were truly allowed to fight Jiang Han without restraint, trading life for life, even if Jiang Han could grind it down, he wouldn't come out unscathed either. No, he had to find a way to silence it. With a sweep of his Taihan sword, a critical strike combined with the immense force of ninefold Thunder Blade neutralized the White Tiger's claw swipe. Jiang Han then forcefully countered the recoil, took several strides, and in an instant, positioned himself right beneath the beast. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Since the White Tiger is desperate to fight to the death, just hide where it can't do so. Jiang Han's goal was simple, given the White Tiger's enormous size, hiding beneath or on top of it would inevitably leave areas it couldn't attack. After all, tiger claws only extend so far, just like how Jiang Han couldn't reach his own back while washing. The scorched tiger fur felt brittle in his grasp, turning to dead black powder with the slightest pressure. Fortunately, the White Tiger's mane was thick and long enough for Jiang Han to clutch tightly. With a pull of his left hand, he vaulted onto the beast's back in one fluid motion. Then Taihan rose high before plunging mercilessly between the White Tiger's shoulders. A twist of the blade lodged it firmly between the vertebrae of the great cat's spine. Roar! The excruciating pain sent the massive White Tiger's body convulsing violently in an instant. It raised its paw, attempting to swat Jiang Han off its back, but how could Jiang Han, with one hand gripping the deeply embedded Taihan and the other tightly clutching the tiger's fur, be shaken off so easily? Torrents of hot blood gushed wildly from the wound inflicted by Taihan. The overwhelming metallic scent of blood made Jiang Han slightly nauseous, but he stubbornly suppressed the urge to retch. The White Tiger roared in pain but couldn't shake Jiang Han off, so it simply rolled on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust with its massive body. Crushed beneath its weight, Jiang Han endured the tremendous pressure and released his left hand's grip on the fur. Light flashed in his hand as a kitchen knife appeared in Jiang Han's left palm. Though Taihan remained embedded in the tiger's body and couldn't be retrieved, it didn't mean Jiang Han was completely defenseless. The cleaver in his left hand, though not as sharp, was far more durable and dealt considerably more damage than Jiang Han's fists. Die. Critical hit. Ninefold Thunder Blade. Unable to penetrate the White Tiger's fur defense, the blunt blade still inflicted considerable pain, like slowly carving flesh. Roar! What began as the white tiger's intent to kill Jiang Han had now utterly vanished from its mind. Against Jiang Han, none of its attacks proved effective. Even its strongest strike, meant to save its own life, was neutralized by a laser cannon blast. With no means to seize Jiang Han, it could only await exhaustion's creeping death under his relentless assault. A battle of equal contenders inevitably tips its balance once one side grows fearful. Compounded by severe blood loss, the white tiger felt its entire body succumbing to weakness. Without immediate treatment for its wounds, it might truly meet its end here today. With a thunderous roar, the white tiger charged straight toward the collapsed mine entrance, Jiang Han still clinging to its back. It needed to feed on the Brookside gold vein to heal. Moreover, the underground tunnels would better accommodate its fighting style. Jiang Han also noticed the white tiger's intentions. Yet there was nothing he could do to counter it except to intensify his efforts, hoping to swiftly eliminate the white tiger. The mine entrance, initially collapsed from the explosion, had been breached when the white tiger charged out. Now, even with some scattered debris, it couldn't hinder the beast's movements. With unstoppable force, the white tiger barreled straight into the depths of the mine. The mine shafts before the catastrophe were generally not very large, just spacious enough to accommodate conveyor belts and a single track for transporting workers down. But this particular shaft had clearly been widened. The deeper one went, the more expansive the tunnel became. Deeper inside the mine, where sunlight couldn't reach, darkness prevailed. Fortunately, Jiang Han had been keeping his insight ability active, allowing him to clearly see and perceive his surroundings even without any light. Roar! The white tiger's furious roar echoed through the mine tunnel, followed by another faint growl, not an echo, for this one sounded distinctly young and tender. It almost seemed like a response. Chapter 78, Slaying the White Tiger, System Upgrade. No sunlight reaches the depths of the mine, and without any illuminating lights, the darkness naturally becomes utterly profound. Yet as the white tiger led Jiang Han deeper inside, sporadic specks of fluorescent light began to appear on the surrounding cave walls. The faint golden glow lent an air of mystery to the entire cavern. A stream gold vein. Jiang Han scanned the golden specks of fluorescent light scattered around him, understanding dawning in his heart. Judging by the distribution of these luminous particles, the reserves were absolutely substantial. If they stretched across 100 meters, there must be at least several tons. If he could just slay this white tiger, Jiang Han would seize this enormous bounty for himself. The only problem was that as Jiang Han observed those shimmering flecks, they were simultaneously dispersing outward, flowing into the charging white tiger's body. Jiang Han couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he distinctly felt that the white tiger absorbing those glowing specks was rapidly regaining its vitality. The force with which it tried to shake him off was visibly increasing. This shouldn't be happening. Abnormal occurrences signify hidden dangers. Maintaining constant vigilance in the wilderness, Jiang Han immediately made up his mind when he sensed the tiger's strength surging back. He yanked the Taihan sword from where it had been deeply embedded in the tiger's neck, its gleaming blade emerging coated in crimson. Without the support of Taihan, Jiang Han immediately felt his balance waver and decisively flipped off the white tiger's back. Roar! The tiger's roar echoed through the mining cavern. Sensing Jiang Han's leap from its back, the white tiger abruptly halted its frenzied charge and swiftly pivoted, lashing out with a crushing paw. In the darkness, Jiang Han's vision was filled only by a massive tiger paw, its razor-sharp claws gleaming with cold light. He took 2 quick steps backward, barely dodging the white tiger's claw swipe. Bang! A dull thud echoed as rubble sprayed from the mine tunnel's walls. That single claw swipe packed at least 50 tons of force. At this juncture, neither side had any room left for retreat. The biggest trump card was played in the very first round of confrontation, leaving nothing but a desperate fight to the death. It became a contest of who could last till the end, of whose vitality proved more formidable. Jiang Han naturally wasn't foolish enough to stand still and trade blows with the white tiger, yet this didn't mean he was utterly powerless against it. Repeated injuries had left the white tiger's body riddled with golden weak points. And these weaknesses were precisely Jiang Han's targets. Jiang Han didn't know how this beast could restore its vitality so quickly, but one thing was clear. The damage Jiang Han inflicted upon the white tiger must exceed its regenerative capacity. Otherwise, once the white tiger's combat power recovered to the point of overwhelming him, the consequence would be Jiang Han trapped in the mine tunnel with no escape. Fully aware of his dire situation, he decided to charge forward recklessly, paying no heed to the flying debris as he rushed straight toward the white tiger. The white tiger showed not the slightest intention of retreating at the sight. It had absolute confidence in its combat prowess. Those slender fangs could easily penetrate even Jiang Han's fifth-grade protective gear if they managed to bite down on him. Jiang Han paid no heed whatsoever, his eyes solely fixated on that scarred wound atop the white tiger's head. In Jiang Han's eyes, that golden flaw was his only target. Before coming here, Jiang Han had actually analyzed why the white tiger could still survive after having nearly half its head sheared off by a laser cannon. After evolution, the physical structure of mutated beasts undergoes certain abnormal changes, becoming different from before. The laser cannon fired earlier by Sun Wenbin appeared to have sliced off half of the white tiger's head, but in reality, if the tiger's brain had shifted slightly to the side after its mutation, the seemingly fatal wound might not have been as lethal as it seemed. What Jiang Han needed to do now was to thrust the Taihan blade through this wound and let its tip scramble the white tiger's brain. Through the haze of dust and shattered rocks, Jiang Han's figure lunged forward. Then, the cleaver in his right hand was hurled with tremendous force. The white tiger instinctively swiped its paw to bat it away, but in the next instant, it saw a faint blue afterimage slicing straight toward its head. The sound of Taihuan cutting through the air wasn't loud, yet it carried an ominous, death-dealing quality. Critical strike. Ninefold thunder blade. Die. The white tiger sensed danger and immediately swung its massive paw back, trying to force Jiang Han to retract his strike while hastily retreating its enormous frame to dodge the incoming blade. But having finally seized this opportunity, how could Jiang Han possibly let the tiger escape so easily? As for that retaliatory swipe of claws, Jiang Han acted as if he hadn't seen it at all, offering not the slightest intention of evasion. The white tiger's claw strike carried tremendous force, easily exceeding 50 tons. A single blow landing on Jiang Han would undoubtedly inflict severe injuries. Yet Jiang Han chose to take it head-on, simply because this strike presented an opportunity too good to pass up. If enduring one claw meant he could land his blade strike, then endure he would. The agility boost from the ninefold thunderblade technique ensured Jiang Han's explosive burst of speed matched the white tiger's perfectly. Especially within the narrow mine tunnels, the white tiger's massive frame found it extremely difficult to dodge. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Han's Taihan dagger plunged into the tiger's wound. The newly formed scar tissue offered no resistance against its razor-sharp edge. A spurt of blood arched through the air, accompanied by a faint squelch drowned out by the tiger's roaring bellows. Bang! A dull impact echoed as Jiang Han felt a piercing pain lance through his left flank. The next instant, his entire body smashed against the mine wall with crushing force, fracturing the unyielding stone surface. A sweet metallic taste rose in Jiang Han's throat as the white tiger's thunderous swipe sent his blood churning. The blood surged up to his mouth, only to be forcefully swallowed back down. The pitch-black armor absorbed most of the impact, but even the remaining fraction dealt considerable damage to Jiang Han. In his current state, one more hit would likely seal his fate here today. He'd gravely underestimated the white tiger's strength. That single paw strike must have carried at least 70 or 80 tons of force. Struggling to his feet amidst the shattered rubble, Jiang Han leaned against the mine wall with one hand while lightly pressing his left waist with the other, silently watching the frenzied white tiger in the distance. Embedded deep in its skull was the Taihan blade, its entire length buried. The colossal body repeatedly slammed against the surrounding mine walls, sending faint tremors through the vibrations that reached Jiang Han's palm. Yet for the beast, these actions served no purpose. With the Taihan blade piercing its brain, even if Jiang Han had no time for further action before being swatted away by the tiger's claws, it was already enough. Death is just a matter of time. Nearly a dozen seconds later, the originally ferocious white tiger now lay limply on the ground, its breathing gradually growing faint. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the high-tier Lord-class exotic beast golden-eyed white tiger, earning 124,572 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining +1 proficiency in the talent insight. Congratulations, host, you have gained +1,682 proficiency in the martial skill Ninefold Thunder Blade. Experience points have reached maximum. Automatic level up initiated. Congratulations, host, you have reached level 10, the novice period has now ended. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the pet module and quest module. The new module will be launched after the system update. This system upgrade will take 600 seconds. Experience points cannot be obtained while the system is upgrading. Chapter 79, Unlocking the Pet Function. A series of notification chimes left Jiang Han momentarily dazed. He walked over slowly, pulled out the Taihan sword and grasped it in his hand, then stored the white tiger's corpse into his system space. A piercing pain shot through his waist as he slowly slid down the mine wall to sit. The system upgrade would take 10 minutes anyway. With the white tiger dead, nothing in the mine could harm him now. The gold vein was right here, no need to rush. Jiang Han retrieved an array of bottles and jars from his system space, all containing healing medications. After sorting through them, he selected 2 vials before stowing the rest away again. 1 bottle for external application to treat bruises, 1 for oral intake to temporarily numb the pain of fractured ribs and enhance cellular activity, allowing Jiang Han to maintain peak condition for now. The armor slowly retracted to his wrist, transforming into a bracelet. Jiang Han lightly lifted the clothing at his waist, then poured out a viscous ointment and applied it slowly to the injured area. Hiss. Right after the injury, his nerves went numb momentarily, dulling the pain. But now that he had relaxed, the pain surged back intensely. Jiang Han could distinctly feel the fractured ribs poking into his muscles as he applied the ointment, the movement causing the broken bones to shift within him. He couldn't help but gasp sharply before slowly exhaling. This was undoubtedly the most severe injury Jiang Han had suffered since entering the Wasteland. In this condition, high-intensity combat is temporarily out of the question. I need to return to the city or the steel defense line for treatment first. At the very least, I need to get these ribs set. He drank the internal medicine again before finally feeling some relief from the pain. With his eyes slightly closed, Jiang Han leaned against the mine wall, feeling the medicine repairing his body while waiting for the system upgrade time. In the dim mine, the glow from the shijin or vein couldn't mask the strong smell of blood. After what felt like an eternity, the system's voice sounded again in his mind. Ding! System upgrade complete. Pet module and mission module unlocked, system panel refreshed. Congratulations host on unlocking the pet module, initial pet slot rewarded. Jiang Han concentrated slightly, summoned the system panel, then evenly distributed the 100 attribute points obtained after the upgrade across the 4-dimensional attributes. Host, Jiang Han. Combat rating, 23,485. Level, 10. Strength, 287 Agility, 275 Constitution, 283 Spirit, 281. Experience required for next level, 142/256000. Current talents, A grade talent, Insight LV3, B grade talent, Critical Strike Max. Current talent proficiency, Insight, 356/6000, Critical Strike, Max. Current martial arts, Earth grade high tier, 9-fold Thunderblade LV3. Current martial arts proficiency, 9-fold Thunderblade LV3, 3210/8000. Current system space remaining, 527/1000. Current mission, 1000 killings, 532/1000. Bindable pets, 1. After the system upgrade, while there appeared to be many new features, in reality, the changes were limited to a more detailed taskbar and the addition of a pet slot. However, Jiang Han was extremely curious about the newly added pet slot. Based on the settings of online games he had played before, a bound pet would, to some extent, become one of his greatest assets. I wonder if there will be an additional mount module or something later. Jiang Han muttered these words under his breath as he pushed himself up from the wall. With the aid of medication aiding recovery, he was feeling much better now. At the very least, he could endure the pain in his waist without hindering his movements. The defensive bracer on his wrist expanded once again, covering his entire body as he tightly gripped Taihan and slowly advanced deeper into the mine. Though the white tiger had been slain, Jiang Han still couldn't be sure whether other mutated beasts might still lurk within. Jiang Han needed to venture further into the mine for reconnaissance, ideally to roughly estimate the reserves of the Creek gold vein. Fortunately, after the death of the white tiger, there shouldn't be any other high-level mutant beasts left in the mine. Even if there were any, they would likely have been prey for the white tiger, long dead by now. Bathed in faint fluorescent light, Jiang Han moved forward at a measured pace. As he ventured deeper, he could barely make out a faint breathing sound accompanied by a low, guttural growl. There's still a mutant beast here. Hearing the noise, Jiang Han instinctively tightened his grip on Tai Hun. But upon closer listening, the growl didn't sound like it came from a high-level mutant beast at all. The roar of high-level mutated beasts is intimidating if not awe-inspiring, at the very least it carries an air of formidable vigor. Yet the roar just now seemed laced with a hint of timidity. With insight activated, Jiang Han lightened his footsteps as he cautiously advanced deeper inside. The mining tunnel wasn't particularly deep, its furthest reaches extending only about 1,500 meters below ground. The white tiger had been sprinting with Jiang Han for several seconds, already nearing the deepest part. The further they ventured, the wider the mine shaft became. After proceeding cautiously for over a minute, Jiang Han encountered a corner. In the darkness, a pair of eerie blue eyes met his gaze. Instinctively, Jiang Han took a step back, leveled the Soul Taker blade, and prepared to strike. But the next moment, after clearly seeing the owner of those deep blue eyes, Jiang Han couldn't help but chuckle. Because standing before him was what appeared to be a miniature white tiger, staring intently at him while baring its tiny fangs, as if warning Jiang Han not to come closer. Jiang Han had seen this little creature before. They'd encountered each other on the city outskirts when he first entered Fallen City number 157. But they were scared away by Jiang Han's kingly aura. He hadn't noticed before, but now seeing the little creature again, Jiang Han realized that although it was currently weak, there was still some resemblance to the white tiger he remembered. His previously tense body relaxed significantly. This little beast was, at most, at the level of an ordinary mutated creature. Even with Jiang Han's severe injuries, it posed no threat to him. Waving his hand, Jiang Han signaled for the little creature to move away. Jiang Han thrust the Tai Hun in his hand into the mine wall, then sliced off a piece of ore. A few cuts later, it was divided into fist-sized chunks. He gripped one in his right hand and applied slight pressure. Though the ore's hardness was considerable, it wasn't exceptionally so. With Jiang Han's current strength, a full power grip could just barely crush the ore. Amidst the shattered ore, several droplets of liquid merged together, forming a single golden teardrop. With a slight flick of fingers, he brushed away the gravel from his palm, leaving only the droplet of stream gold. The gold content seems quite high in this stream gold vein. A basketball-sized chunk of ore yields just a single droplet of stream gold. Based on this concentration, the entire vein of stream gold should have reserves exceeding 4 tons. We're rich. Jiang Han's eyes sparkled with delight, only to notice the young white tiger slowly padding toward him. Its dual-pupiled gaze locked onto the stream gold in his palm, brimming with unmistakable yearning. You want it? Jiang Han looked at the eager little white tiger, feeling a stirring in his heart. Chapter 80, Pet, Little White. The little creature seemed to understand human speech. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, the yearning in its eyes intensified, and it even nodded slightly. Jiang Han didn't think much of it and tossed the droplet of stream gold toward the little creature. The 1-meter-tall figure leaped up, swallowing the stream gold Jiang Han had thrown into its mouth, then half-closed its eyes with an expression of pure enjoyment. It even smacked its lips afterward, looking unsatisfied and gazing expectantly at Jiang Han, seemingly hoping he'd give it more. The naive little creature had been well protected by the white tiger before and never experienced the harsh realities of the world. It had no idea that Jiang Han stood on the opposing side. Perhaps in its eyes, anyone who offers it tasty food becomes a figure worthy of its affection. He beckoned to the little fellow, watching as it cautiously yet eagerly approached Jiang Han in an attempt to curry favor, then reached out to stroke its tiger head. Its fur was soft, with a wonderfully pleasant texture. Possibly due to its young age and never having hunted alien beasts, the little creature carried no scent of blood. Instead, there was a faint milky fragrance about it. Jiang Han once had a cat, pure white in fur, hence named Xiaobai. But later it got lost, and he never kept another one since. Fortunately, his cat petting technique hadn't rusted. Stroking the top of its head, then scratching the fur under its chin, the little creature clearly enjoyed Jiang Han's touch, its eyes narrowing slightly before it flopped contentedly to the ground. This scene made it difficult for Jiang Han to connect this little creature with the ferocious white tiger from before. Is it really the same breed? Jiang Han shook his head with a silent chuckle, though his mind was racing intensely. If Jiang Han muttered to himself, the white tiger he had battled earlier was by no means weak. With its golden vertical pupils, it could truly be called invincible among creatures of its level. The only reason he had managed to hunt it down was that it had foolishly taken a direct hit from the laser cannon and then been forced into close combat with Jiang Han, who possessed dynamic tracking and dual talents. With dual talents and his mastery of the ninefold Thunderblade reaching the minor achievement stage, Jiang Han's combat power had long surpassed any numerical assessment. Being hunted by Jiang Han doesn't mean the White Tiger isn't strong. On the contrary, Jiang Han was very eager for the White Tiger with the vertical eye on its forehead. And after he reached level 10, the system upgraded again and acquired the pet module. If Jiang Han could bind this little creature before him as a pet. As if responding to Jiang Han, the system voice sounded in his mind, ding. Pet binding can only select creatures with spiritual power lower than the host's. After binding, a spiritual connection will be established between the host and the pet. The pet will become the host's most loyal combat partner. Please choose carefully. Creatures with spiritual power lower than his? Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Han muttered to himself, then looked down at the White Tiger crouching at his feet, eagerly awaiting his touch. This little guy, his spiritual power doesn't seem particularly high, does it? Can we bind it or not? Just try it and see. He didn't know how to establish the master-pet bond with the White Tiger, but the system did. The moment Jiang Han had this thought, a pop-up window appeared before his eyes. Establish master-pet relationship with golden-eyed White Tiger? Yes. Without any hesitation, Jiang Han made his choice. In the next instant, he felt as if part of his consciousness had been torn away, a slight stinging pain in his brain making him instinctively close his eyes. But this sensation lasted only for a brief moment. The little creature that had been quietly lying at his feet suddenly let out a pained growl from its throat, as if suffering from pain. The next moment, the system's notification sounded again. Detecting golden-eyed White Tiger's psychic energy value. Golden-eyed White Tiger's psychic energy value, 258. Lower than the host's. Primary pet binding relationship achievable. Master-pet relationship binding in progress. Master-pet relationship binding successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a golden-eyed White Tiger as your pet. Please name your pet, host. As the system's prompt faded, Jiang Han slowly opened his eyes. Now he could clearly sense that some sort of connection seemed to have formed between him and the little creature before him. If Jiang Han wished, he could even influence the little one's behavior to a certain extent. This was a bond that transcended blood ties. It wasn't just Jiang Han who felt this way, even the little creature crouching at his feet now gazed at Jiang Han with noticeably more joy in its eyes. Roar, roar. The low growls conveyed a sense of joy to Jiang Han. He could plainly feel the little creature's dependence on him. While gently stroking the little one, Jiang Han's attention remained fixed on the system notification. Name the little one? How about just calling it Xiaobai? After all, a white tiger and a white cat aren't that different. Jiang Han's mind stirred, and within the attribute panel's pet section at the very bottom, the golden-eyed white tiger transformed into Xiaobai. Xiaobai? Jiang Han tentatively called out, and the next moment, the little creature raised its head to look at him before affectionately rubbing its tiger head against Jiang Han's leg. Damn, not only did I gather so much stream gold from this trip to the mine, but I also picked up a pet with incredibly high growth potential. Just based on the combat prowess displayed by that white tiger moments ago, Jiang Han could already envision Little White wreaking havoc across the battlefield once fully grown. And that white tiger who'd inflicted severe injuries on Jiang Han earlier clearly hadn't even reached its full growth potential yet. Not to mention anything else, a mutant beast with innate abilities at the Lord level is definitely not just limited to Lord level combat prowess at its peak. However, after taking in Little Bai, another problem arose before Jiang Han. Mutant beasts can indeed be raised. Previously, Little Bai had been dwelling in the Creek Gold mine, surviving by absorbing Creek Gold. But once Jiang Han returned to the city, the Creek Gold vein would surely have to be sold. By then, Xiaobai naturally wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. How to feed Xiaobai became the problem Jiang Han faced. Raising Xiaobai's combat power to Jiang Han's level would undoubtedly require a massive investment, something in the hundreds of millions. Fortunately, as long as Jiang Han sold the information about the Shi Gold mine and secured his share of the profits, he wouldn't be considered poor anymore. Since we've decided to properly nurture Xiaobai, we shouldn't skimp on expenses. A scientific combination of metals will make Xiaobai grow faster while building a more solid foundation. Let's go, we'll head outside first. Zhang Han patted Xiaobai's tiger head again, only to see the cub lie back down, shaking its head slightly while letting out a low growl at him. Do you want me to ride it? Sensing the emotions conveyed in Xiaobai's roar, Zhang Han didn't dwell on it any longer. He turned over and mounted it, making Zhang Han one of the few men who had ever ridden a white tiger, though the slight hiccup was that Xiaobai happened to be male. Although Xiaobai was a bit small in stature, fortunately Zhang Han wasn't very heavy either. Together, the man and the tiger burst out from the depths of the mineshaft. Reluctantly glancing back at the mine entrance, Zhang Han gently patted the tiger's head and comforted, "Don't worry, I'll find you better metals to eat in the future, guaranteed to be superior to this." Rawr! Xiaobai responded with a growl before charging at full speed toward the direction Zhang Han pointed, carrying him on its back. Chapter 81, The Merciless Grinding Tool. Ding! Your pet has slain a mutated beast crimson-haired monkey, earning 158 EXP. You gain shared EXP, 79. Ding! Your pet has slain the mutant beast red-furred monkey. A series of system notifications chimed in succession, leaving Zhang Han in a dazed stupor. This was an unexpected feature he had stumbled upon. Turns out, Little White could level up by hunting mutant beasts too, and it even shared half the experience points with him synchronously. Focusing attention on the attribute panel, the pet module immediately triggered a transformation in the panel's display. Pet, Little White. Species, Golden-Eyed White Tiger. Level 1, 632/1000. Combat Power, 1253. Innate ability, Gold Melting Eye, inactive. Gold Melting Eye, when activated, the vertical pupil between the brows releases an extremely high temperature beam that softens metal. Growth potential, A. A very brief introduction gave Zhang Han the feeling of opening a door to a new world. If Little White's growth could be achieved by hunting exotic beasts, he could save a lot of money spent on buying metal for it. And this ability was likely granted only after Zhang Han bound Little White as his pet. Zhang Han didn't know how this growth potential was calculated, but judging by human standards for talent classification, A-rank growth potential should be equivalent to A-rank talent. This level of potential could at least grow to the level of a martial marquis or overlord. As for how many combatants of this level exist among the aberrant beasts, Zhang Han couldn't be sure, but throughout the Heavenly Dynasty, their numbers would absolutely be few. By becoming a martial marquis, one would qualify to teach at elite institutions like Shuemu University. The reason someone like Zhang Jiyu received early admission into Shuemu University was precisely because of their awakened S-rank talent. As long as it doesn't perish halfway, there's an extremely high probability it will grow into a martial marquis level powerhouse. If Little Bai truly evolves into an overlord level exotic beast, it would undoubtedly become one of Zhang Han's greatest future assets. But all that lies in the distant future. Watching Little Bai struggling against ordinary red-furred ape exotic beasts not far away, Zhang Han could only sigh in helplessness. Nowadays, Xiaobai still has a long way to go before growing to that level. Fortunately, Zhang Han stands behind Xiaobai. Helping Xiaobai consume metal and hunt exotic beasts makes leveling up quite simple. Bang! A loud boom echoed not far away, and soon Zhang Han saw a giant red-furred monkey over 2 meters tall standing upright, its fists clenched, striking fiercely at Xiaobai. Xiaobai yelped in pain as it was sent flying backward, then scrambled to its feet and came trotting back to Zhang Han with a whimper. Its white fur was stained with quite a bit of the red-furred monkey's blood, and its eyes held a trace of grievance. Fortunately, Xiaobai had thick skin and sturdy bones. That beast, which appeared to be the red-furred monkey king, hadn't caused any substantial harm. It had just given Xiaobai enough of a scare to make it wary. Judging by its size, that red-furred monkey king was only a mid-level beast soldier at best. Even if its combat power was higher, it couldn't have been by much compared to Xiaobai. Only come running back to me after getting beat up? Go settle the score yourself. Even a monkey could knock you around. Aren't you gonna fight back? For heaven's sake, you're a tiger, the king of all beasts. Zhang Han looked at Little Bai, who was trying to rub against his legs seeking backup, but showed no intention of comforting it. Instead, he nudged the creature away while scolding. Little White felt wronged, but hearing Zhang Han's words, it no longer insisted on clinging to him. Knowing Zhang Han wouldn't stand up for it, the little tiger decisively turned its head and let out a furious roar at the red-furred monkey king nearby before charging off at full speed. Monkeys are social creatures, and this remained true even after their mutation. There were over a dozen ordinary red-furred monkeys, males and females, along with a few younglings and one red-furred monkey king. Under such circumstances, if the monkey king didn't intervene, Little White still stood a chance of wearing down this group of red-furred monkeys. But if the red-furred monkey king were to take action, facing multiple attackers, Xiaobai's combat power slightly surpassing 1,000 truly appears insufficient. Jiang Han naturally couldn't stand by and watch Xiaobai get beaten by a bunch of monkeys. Slowly drawing Taihan from its sheath, he then flicked his wrist to send the blade flying. Taihan's gleaming azure blade shot forward, overtaking Xiaobai before embedding itself into the right shoulder of the red-furred monkey king. The blade sank in most of its length, drawing forth a trail of fresh blood. With Jiang Han's current strength, if he threw the knife with full force, it would be enough to behead this red-furred monkey king. However, Jiang Han hadn't used his full strength, nor had he aimed for any vital spots. His goal was merely to cripple one of the red monkey king's arms. This would drastically reduce its threat to Xiaobai. As for the other red monkeys, at worst they might give Xiaobai some painful blows, but none could inflict fatal injuries. Jiang Han did this for two reasons. First, to allow Xiaobai to hunt mutated beasts on its own to gain experience points for leveling up, and second to temper Xiaobai and awaken its primal instincts. Xiaobai had been too sheltered before, lacking the wildness that came from growing up in the wilderness. Since Jiang Han was entering the city, he naturally couldn't bring Xiaobai along with him. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to approach the steel defense line before getting eliminated. Without its protector, Xiaobai had to learn to survive in the wilderness. Otherwise, no matter how high the growth potential is, it would be downright ridiculous to end up becoming food for other mutated beasts. Jiang Han planned to stay in the Wasteland for 2 more days, training Little White while helping it level up and enhance its strength. Only when Little White gained some basic self-defense capabilities would Jiang Han feel truly at ease. Sensing Jiang Han's assistance, Little White turned its head and growled softly at him, then charged straight toward the red-furred ape king. The tiger's head opened wide, charging straight toward the injured right arm of the red-furred monkey king to bite. Though Xiaobai's combat experience was pitifully scant and his fighting skills crude, he made up for it with remarkably sharp battle instincts. With the red-furred monkey king's right arm wounded, his priority became tearing that arm clean off. Only then would the threat be truly eliminated. The red-furred monkey king had already been half-crippled by Jiang Han's sudden attack when it was violently pounced upon by Xiaobai. Before it could even react, its right arm had been bitten off by the white beast. The severed arm was flung aside by Xiaobai, who refused to give its opponent any chance to counterattack. With ruthless efficiency, the creature leaped away and charged toward the group of ordinary red-furred monkeys. Jiang Han stood by silently, observing without any intention of intervening. Though Xiaobai had been sheltered in comfort before, that didn't mean its fangs had truly been dulled. It was truly a strange beast from the Wasteland. In terms of combat instinct alone, Little Bai was exceptionally suited to the Wasteland. Watching Little Bai pounce and tear through the red-furred monkey horde, Jiang Han felt quite satisfied. What more could be said when even standing nearby earned experience? Xiaobai was like a merciless monster grinding tool, allowing Jiang Han to reap substantial rewards without lifting a finger, further affirming his earlier decision to make Xiaobai his pet. He simply took out a piece of roasted meat and began chewing it dryly while keeping an eye on the arena. Chapter 82, Returning to the City, Peddling Wares. In just 2 days, Xiaobai's growth became visibly apparent. Not to mention anything else, advancing from level 1 to level 6, this efficiency was something even Jiang Han couldn't achieve. It could only be attributed to Xiaobai's formidable stamina, as if he never knew fatigue. Or perhaps, as a tiger, Xiaobai possessed an innate passion for hunting. This tireless hunting spree resulted in Xiaobai's combat powers successfully brushing against the 6,000 threshold, a junior beast general's combat strength, enough to give him some self-preservation ability in the wilderness. At the very least, if he couldn't win, he could still run. Surviving was still within his grasp. Xiaobai's level up also brought Jiang Han a profit of over 20,000, nearly 30,000 experience points. Such an economic gain was by no means insignificant, and most importantly, it was completely effortless. As Xiaobai's strength improved, it would only bring Jiang Han more experience benefits in the future. This gave Jiang Han an impulse to bankrupt himself just to nurture Xiaobai, but after some thought, he managed to suppress it. Little White, capable of hunting exotic beasts, now treats metal like a snack, nice to have, but not essential. Petting Little White's tiger head, I noticed its growth over the past 2 days alongside its enhanced strength, now clearly standing at 1.3 meters tall. Casually retrieving a 10-pound chunk of roasted meat from my system space, I fed it to Little White. Unlike other exotic beasts that only eat raw meat, this little guy has an extraordinary passion for roasted food. Woo! A pleading sound escaped from its throat. I'll be away for a while. Stay around here during that time and don't wander off. Go hunt a few weaker ones if you're hungry. Don't wander around recklessly, and don't pick fights with those stronger than you. A white tiger remembers vengeance for 10 years, no matter how long it takes. At worst, we'll wait until we're strong enough to go back and settle the score. Zhang Han wasn't sure if Little White understood any of this, but he felt he had to say it anyway. Little White just kept eating the grilled meat by herself, as if she hadn't heard Zhang Han's words at all. After giving Little White's head another pat, Zhang Han finally set off toward the direction of the steel fortress. Behind him, Xiaobai watched from afar, a reluctant roar carrying through the distance. 2 hours later, Zhang Han arrived at the steel defense line and promptly sought medical treatment. After reaching the warrior general level, Zhang Han's constitution was no longer weak, and his recovery abilities were decent, but that only applied to flesh wounds, which healed quickly with medicinal aid. However, his current injuries were bone-deep. 2 broken ribs were not something he could recover from on his own, even if he tried. Zhang Han knew better than to attempt it. If the bone grows askew, it's no minor issue. 2 days in the wilderness had already pushed Zhang Han to his limit. Fortunately, the medical standards at Steel Frontier were no worse than those in the cities. In fact, for injuries like Zhang Han's, the treatment quality was even superior. No other reason, the geographical location and primary patient demographics were different, so the focus naturally varied accordingly. After setting the broken ribs in place and securing them, Zhang Han spent another 2 days recuperating at the Iron Defense Line's hospital. Once he confirmed that his recovery was progressing well and he would fully heal within a few days, Zhang Han finally took the city train back to Lan City. The matter of the Shijin or vein couldn't be delayed any longer. A long night is fraught with dreams. As for whom to sell the information about the Stream Gold vein to, Zhang Han had several rough ideas in mind. In Zhang Han's understanding, there were only 3 entities or companies capable of developing the Stream Gold vein. The first was the state. The government had specialized departments to handle such matters. As long as Zhang Han reported the information, he could receive 10% of the net profits based on the vein's reserves. The second was the Martial Artists Association. In essence, the Martial Artists Association could also be considered an official institution. The benefits from selling the information to them would likely be similar to dealing directly with the state, even if slightly higher. The difference wouldn't be significant. The third is the extraordinary materials market. Compared to the state and martial arts academies, the market operates more like a commercial entity for martial artists. Perhaps due to its primary business, when contemplating whom to sell the news of the Shi River Gold vein, Han Zhang's first thought was the extraordinary materials market, followed by the other 2 options. If he sold the intel about the Shi River Gold vein to the extraordinary materials market, and considering he'd cleared out the white tigers inside, he might just negotiate a profit share of 20%, maybe even more? Han Jiang never thought he had enough money. Thinking about it this way, things seemed quite clear already. After getting off the city train, Zhang Han hailed a taxi and headed straight for the exotic materials market building. The manager who received him was still Huan, the same person who had previously given him the membership card and auction tickets. However, when Huan saw the white tiger corpse Zhang Han took out from the system space, even this well-experienced manager couldn't help but feel unsettled. Mr. Jiang, was this golden-eyed white tiger also hunted by your team? Huan had been sitting calmly on the sofa sipping tea, but when the enormous corpse suddenly appeared just a few steps away, he sprang to his feet. After carefully inspecting it and confirming that this mutated beast was indeed a golden-eyed white tiger, the astonishment in Huan's eyes grew even deeper. It wasn't that he had never seen high-level mutated beast carcasses before. In fact, Huan, who managed to secure this position, certainly had no shortage of knowledge. Not to mention a golden-eyed white tiger, he had even encountered beasts of overlord rank on a regular basis, and had even seen the corpse of a beast of monarch rank. But that was precisely the problem. Those who brought in the remains of such high-level beasts were always high-level martial artists. marquises, or even warriors of war god rank. They brought back the carcasses of high-grade mutated beasts, and Huan would only find it perfectly natural. But the golden-eyed white tiger lying before them was brought back by Jiang Han. If he remembered correctly, Jiang Han was merely a martial practitioner? Any team that recruited martial practitioners would, at best, only be capable of hunting high-level beast commander tier mutated beasts. Anything beyond that was impossible. But just... Meeting Huan's astonished gaze, Jiang Han nodded. Understanding what Huan was astonished about, Jiang Han shook his head with a smile and said, "Manager Hua, your information seems a bit outdated. I'm already a martial general now." Warrior. Huan stared blankly at Jiang Han, and it took him a long while to regain his composure. Then, with a bitter smile on his face, he said, "My apologies, Mr. Jiang. I made assumptions too quickly. Indeed, no one who can survive in the wilderness at such a young age is ordinary." Huan didn't ask Jiang Han how he had pushed his combat power to the martial general level in such a short time. Because it wasn't his place to ask. Being able to elevate his strength to this degree in such a brief period, Jiang Han's talent was no weaker than those geniuses who awaken S-grade talents, perhaps even surpassing them considerably. For a genius of this caliber, being recruited early by high-level martial artists was more than reasonable. If that's the case, considering what Jiang Han previously mentioned about Marquis Wu Li Chongyang, Huan felt he had found the most plausible explanation. Chapter 83 Announcement of the Creek Gold Vein Sale. This golden-eyed white tiger's corpse is exceptionally well preserved, with the fatal wound being that puncture to the brain. I have authorization to offer you, Mr. Jiang, the highest tier pricing. Let's settle on 18 million flat. After briefly examining the massive corpse of the white tiger, Huan quoted a price. This figure slightly exceeded Jiang Han's expectations. The main reason was that the two lord-level exotic beasts previously sold had barely fetched a combined total surpassing 10 million alliance coins. Jiang Han wasn't very familiar with the pricing of such high-level exotic beasts. Huan failed to notice the astonishment in Jiang Han's eyes and continued speaking to himself. Golden-eyed white tigers sustain themselves and augment their strength by consuming metal or veins. Discovering a golden-eyed white tiger is equivalent to discovering a metal or vein. It seems your team had quite a haul from this trip, Mr. Jiang. Huan smiled as he offered Jiang Han the compliment. After all, as a senior member of the rare materials market, his discernment was indeed impressive. Just by spotting the corpse of the golden-eyed white tiger, he'd already guessed there was more to it. The golden-eyed white tiger is indeed extremely greedy for metal veins, but metal veins also vary in quality. Ordinary metal veins like iron and copper can also attract golden-eyed white tigers. Moreover, even if a metal vein is discovered, it depends on whether the vein has been registered by the state. In short, it depends on whether the information provided by the warrior who found the vein is useful. Ordinary mineral veins like iron and copper had mostly been registered by the state long ago. Moreover, with their low unit value, even massive reserves wouldn't yield much profit after deducting mining costs and other expenses. Mining in the wasteland was nothing like mining in peaceful regions. Just the resources required to maintain security around the mining area amounted to no small sum. Not bad. Jiang Han didn't deny it, yet neither did he elaborate further. Hearing this, Huan's eyes couldn't help but light up with interest. Mr. Jiang, I wonder if you have the authority to decide matters regarding this or vein? Huan's gaze burned intently as he stared straight at Jiang Han. After some consideration, Jiang Han nodded. At any rate, he'd already decided to sell information about the Shijin or vein to the extraordinary materials market, and Huan was, after all, an old acquaintance. So, Manager Hua is also interested in this news? Jiang Han picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said leisurely. Selling to Huan was possible, but the price would have to be negotiated. Jiang Han certainly didn't believe that as a businessman, Huan would kindly and readily give up his profits. Upon hearing Jiang Han's words, Huan shook his head with a bitter smile. To be honest, Mr. Jiang, I am definitely interested, but I can't intervene in this matter. When it comes to mineral veins, it's not something a small manager like me can decide. If you could make the decision, I'd be happy to make the connection for you. Soon, the person in charge of the EXP market in Launcher would come personally to negotiate with you. The person in charge of the EXP market in Launcher? Upon hearing this, Jiang Han's teacup trembled almost imperceptibly. After a brief pause, he placed the teacup back on the table. An image of an elegant and dignified woman involuntarily surfaced in his mind. A woman he had never met before, yet one who gave him an intensely familiar feeling. Tang Yun. Certainly, then I'll trouble Manager Hua to help arrange the introduction. Jiang Han couldn't articulate his current state of mind. He wanted to see Tang Yun, yet at the same time, he didn't. It was paradoxical. Very well, Mr. Jiang. Please wait a moment. Having said that, Huan got up and headed for the door. Jiang Han remained seated quietly on the sofa, feeling inexplicably restless. This was a rare feeling for Jiang Han. His temperament was typically calm and composed, with few things capable of stirring such emotions in him. Yet, inexplicably, the thought of soon meeting Tang Yun filled him with restless impatience. Raising his teacup and taking occasional sips, Jiang Han forced himself to regain composure. Huan returned after about 10 minutes. Apologies, Mr. Jiang. Our manager is currently occupied and unable to meet with you. She has delegated this matter entirely to me. I can discuss it with you. Huan's face showed a mix of apology and confusion. In the past, he wouldn't have been qualified to intervene in such matters, merely acting as a messenger. But just moments ago, after conveying Jiang Han's intentions to Tang Yun, she had entrusted this task to him. Confusion aside, the matter at hand still needed to be handled. Huan knew very well that if he could really close this deal, his commission wouldn't be small. Can't see Tang Yun? Jiang Han inexplicably felt relieved. Perhaps this was for the best. Noticing the tea in Jiang Han's cup was nearly finished, Huan refilled it before finally sitting down opposite Jiang Han. Mr. Jiang, since this matter is now under my responsibility, I would like to inquire about some basic information regarding this mineral vein. Types of ore veins, approximate reserves, and mining hazard levels. Only after understanding these most fundamental data can we proceed with further discussions. What do you think? Jiang Han didn't argue upon hearing this and simply said, it's a stream gold vein with reserves of at least 4 tons according to my estimation. The danger level of extraction. Jiang Han pointed to the white tiger corpse not far away. The Lord-level mutant beast guarding the Gold Creek mine is already lying there. The strongest among the other beasts in the mining area are only general level at most. At that level, given enough time, I could clear out all the surrounding beasts. Jiang Han did not fabricate the data. What he's saying right now is just a preliminary understanding. Later, the Otherworld Materials Market will send martial artists to investigate further. Getting to the truth of the matter will be easy. So he had no reason to lie, and even if he did, it would be easily exposed. However, Huan couldn't help but widen his eyes upon hearing Jiang Han's words. A creek gold vein? And with a reserve of 4 tons? Huan's voice carried a hint of astonishment. It was simply because creek gold veins were extraordinarily valuable. At 600 per gram, 4 tons of river gold is worth 2.4 billion. Even just a tenth of that would be worth over 30 million. How many warriors could never earn that much in a lifetime? Huan sat in the exotic materials market. The beast materials that passed through his hands barely reached 2 billion in a year. Yet Jiang Han managed to bring back 2.4 billion in business from just one trip? After the initial shock faded, only excitement remained. If what you're saying is true, Mr. Jiang, then the value of this gold vein is indeed astonishingly high. Though I wonder about Mr. John's asking price for this vein. Huan rubbed the ring on his 4th finger with his right thumb, still visibly tense. 50%. Jiang Han answered curtly. Huan immediately laughed. Mr. Jiang must be joking. You probably aren't very familiar with market conditions. For this kind of vein exploitation, we bear enormous risks. What martial artists provide is merely information about the vein's location. Market prices are generally around 10%. Jiang Han was well aware of the industry norms, but the profit potential of Shijin gold veins was simply too lucrative to pass up. As the saying goes, the seller asks for the sky, the buyer offers the earth. He never truly expected Huan to agree. If such terms were accepted, Jiang Han might as well be the market owner's own son. Only the boss's flesh and blood would warrant Huan's approval, and Jiang Han clearly didn't fit that description. Chapter 84, 30% stake. Shaking his head, Jiang Han took over Huan's words. Manager Hua's statement is a bit exaggerated. 10%? That's just the minimum price. If it were truly just 10%, why would I come to your extraordinary materials market? Moreover, the biggest trouble within it has already been resolved by me and my team. After all, even if you make contributions, what you're offering is just the labor of workers extracting gold from streams. No matter how high the wages are, how high can they really go? Negotiations are all about belittling the other party while boosting your own worth. Although Jiang Han had no prior experience with this kind of business negotiation, he still knew what needed to be said. As for safety issues during the extraction of the stream gold mine, I can step in to ensure the safety of the mining process. Jiang Han raised yet another condition. The extraction of the stream gold vein would be highly efficient once operations began. All they needed to do was devise a way to transport the ore from underground, crush it, and extract the stream gold from within. No cutting-edge technology is needed. In fact, if Jiang Han had a bit more patience, he could have stayed alone in the mine for 10 days or half a month, slowly digging his way out. The only difference was that without passing through the hands of the rare materials market, the stream gold ore in Jiang Han's possession was illegal. Warriors could slay exotic beasts and gather spirit herbs, but they absolutely could not mine minerals without permission. Mr. Jiang, business calculations don't work that way. Even if everything you said is true, I still can't offer such a high percentage split. Let me be direct, 20% at most, and that's already the upper limit of what I can offer. Huan shook his head with considerable resignation as he spoke. 20%? That seems somewhat acceptable. Based on a reserve of 4 tons, this batch of stream gold ore is worth 2.4 billion, making 20% a full 480 million alliance coins. With this money, even if Jiang Han did absolutely nothing, it would be enough to last him the rest of his life. Just as Jiang Han was about to agree, he sensed something amiss. Why did Huan agree so readily? Raise the profit-sharing ratio from 10% to 20%? Even if this was his intended price all along, he shouldn't have accepted so straightforwardly, right? Straight up increased it by 240 million alliance coins? Every percentage point in these hundreds of millions of transactions represents tens of millions of alliance coins, the price of a lord-level mutant beast. Something felt off, and Jiang Han forcefully suppressed the urge to agree immediately. No, I've done so much. 2% is still too little. Jiang Han shook his head. Huan, however, remained unhurried and said leisurely, then, Mr. Jiang, what do you think would be appropriate? Why does it feel like Huan is trying to lure him in? Jiang Han felt strange deep down, but without the slightest hesitation, he extended 3 fingers. 30%. Mr. Jiang. Huan frowned slightly, looking at Jiang Han and said, this price is truly too high. You may not be aware, but after the mining is completed, our other materials market still has to pay 40% in taxes. At your offered price, we would be operating at a loss. Jiang Han did a quick mental calculation, then smiled and said, even after paying the 40% tax, the other materials market would still make a profit of 1 billion. Even after deducting the mining costs, that figure wouldn't drop below 900 million. Manager Hua, you should be able to do this math, shouldn't you? Huan looked hesitant, still wanting to say something to negotiate the price down, but Jiang Han had already settled on a 30% cut and wouldn't budge. After nearly 10 minutes of this standoff, Huan finally relented. Alright, 30% it is. Mr. Jiang, you really won't let go of even the slightest advantage, he remarked. Huan agreed. A glimmer of joy flashed in Jiang Han's eyes before he extended his hand toward Huan, who reciprocated the gesture as their hands clasped together. Making money, it only lasts when both parties are satisfied, Jiang Han remarked with a smile. Huan said nothing more, merely wearing a bitter smile that further convinced Jiang Han he had gotten the better end of the deal. Mr. Jiang, let's sign the contract first. After the contract is signed, there's still a pile of preparatory work to be done. Even mining in the wilderness requires filing reports and assembling a mining engineering team. Fortunately, the Shijin mine has relatively low extraction difficulty and doesn't require super large mining equipment, otherwise we wouldn't even know how to transport such machinery into the wilderness. Since all conditions had been clarified between both parties and Huan's bottom line had been revealed, he no longer felt the need to hold anything back. Jiang Han nodded in understanding and promptly signed the contract with Huan without hesitation. The Shijin gold vein is located in collapsed city number 157. That area was previously a mining zone, though it's been abandoned. As Jiang Han finished speaking, Huan produced a black metallic block. With the press of a button, the metallic device projected an image. Locate collapsed city number 157. A semi-transparent aerial view of the city unfolded before Jiang Han and his companion. Mr. Jiang, we'll need you to mark the location where the stream gold vein was discovered. We'll send people to test it and determine the reserves. Without hesitation, Jiang Han slid his fingers across the holographic screen, zooming in continuously until he tapped a specific spot on the map. The stream gold vein is right here. This mine shaft leads directly to the deepest part of the deposit. Jiang Han had marked everything clearly, even noting down which specific mine shaft it was found in. Very well, Mr. Jiang. The test results will be available within 3 days, and we'll contact you then. Okay. Seeing that the matter was settled, Jiang Han stood up to take his leave. They had signed a contract, and he wasn't worried about the extraordinary materials market doing anything to harm his interests. If their credibility were questionable, they wouldn't have grown to such scale in the first place. What Jiang Han didn't know was that after he left, Huan took the freshly signed contract and went straight to the top floor. He knocked on the office door bearing the general manager plaque, and a woman's voice responded from within. Come in. Huan pushed the door open and gave a slight bow to the woman seated behind the desk. President Tang, everything you instructed has been taken care of. Mr. Jiang signed the contract with me, and as you instructed, I gave him 30% of the profits. The woman's voice sounded somewhat languid. Did he notice anything unusual? Not at all. After all, Mr. Jiang is still young and inexperienced. I just put on an act of being very reluctant, and he stubbornly insisted on 30% without budging. Huan spoke in a very respectful tone, though he couldn't understand why Tang Yun would make a decision that harmed the company's interests while benefiting Jiang Han. Alright, I understand. You may leave now. Tang Yun waved her hand dismissively from behind the desk. Huan set down the contract and withdrew. As for Tang Yun, she sat in a daze, staring at a photograph on her desk. Inside were two strikingly similar-looking young women. The only difference was that one wore a lady's business suit while the other was clad in martial armor. Chapter 85, S-Class Talent, Thunder. Jiang Han remained unaware of the events unfolding after his departure. In fact, these past few days, he had basically been in a state of not stepping outside his door. The doctor advised him to fully recover from his injuries before venturing into the wastelands. Meanwhile, news also came from Huan that the surveying work at the Shijin mine would take 3 days. Thus, Jiang Han wasn't in any hurry to head to the wastelands either, and instead found himself enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. Cooking meals, reading books, going to the martial arts hall for 2 hours of training every night, and returning to meditate and cultivate. Time passed day by day like this. 3 days later, news came from Huan. The exploration of the Shijin mineral vein had yielded results. As Jiang Han had said, the highest combat strength in the fallen city number 157 was only that of an intermediate beast general, and the estimated reserve of the Shijin mineral vein was above 4 tons, roughly around 4.8 tons in total. In other words, the total value of this creek gold vein is approximately 2.88 billion. It can definitely be considered a rich deposit, though it's slightly unfortunate that the original reserve of this creek gold vein should have been around 6 tons. However, it has been significantly consumed by the golden-eyed white tiger. Had we discovered it 2 years later, the entire creek gold vein might have been completely devoured by that beast? According to the agreement, Jiang Han is entitled to 30% of this 2.88 billion, which amounts to a staggering 864 million. A sum of money Jiang Han had never even dreamed of seeing in his life. Even after paying the 45% top-tier income tax, Jiang Han still had 475 million left. This amount was by no means small. After the catastrophe, the purchasing power of Alliance currency was nearly double that of the previous currency. The average family's monthly income didn't even reach 5,000. With over 400 million, even if Jiang Han did nothing, it would be more than enough for him to squander for the rest of his life. Of course, this extravagance didn't include purchasing high-grade weapons or armor for martial artists. Otherwise, Jiang Han would have quickly realized how money could never seem enough when spent unwisely. Fortunately, his current set of equipment was perfectly adequate for long-term use. Work on mining the stream gold deposits began simultaneously after the survey concluded, with Juan providing daily progress reports on the excavation efforts. A mining team of 40 people was assembled and dispatched, along with a squad of martial artists composed entirely of great martial masters to serve as guards, ensuring that the mining operations could proceed smoothly. As agreed, Jiang Han also left the city and entered Fallen City No. 157 after the mining work had been properly established. With Jiang Han, a martial general, overseeing the area, those low-level mutated beasts lurking in Fallen City No. 157 didn't even dare approach the edges of the mining zone. And as the mining operations progressed, Jiang Han's account received regular profit shares wired daily from Juan. On average, it's around 57 million. What does it mean to make a fortune every day? Jiang Han finally gained a clear understanding. Of course, while the mining operations were underway, Jiang Han wasn't idle either. With the enhancement of his formidable physique attributes, even his fractured ribs had healed. While he couldn't take on beasts of his own level, battling these mid-level beast commanders at most posed no problem for him. At this point, Jiang Han wasn't in a position to be picky. There were just 13 days left until the college entrance exams, precisely the day after the scheduled completion of the mining operation. Though his current abilities already placed him at the pinnacle among this year's examinees, whether in academic subjects or combat strength. Yet Jiang Han pursued nothing short of perfection. Moreover, upon completing the 1,000 Slayers achievement, an additional talent slot would be rewarded. This was an immensely enticing prospect for Jiang Han, because he had personally experienced just how much of a combat boost an extra talent could bring. Though with this, those mutated beasts in the ruined city No. 157 were in for a rough time. The roars of strange beasts echoed intermittently as Jiang Han plowed forward like a bulldozer. He cleared out all the beast commanders in ruined city No. 157, and along the way, dealt heavy blows to the elite beast soldiers as well. For a time, ruined city No. 157 became noticeably quieter. This brought considerable relief to the miners working in the area. They came to the Wasteland, though earning high wages, were essentially risking their necks to make a living. If they encountered any beast attacks, even with compensation provided, losing their lives would still be a tragic outcome. But now, Jiang Han's dominance brought them immense reassurance. Especially when he returned from hunting beasts dragging 2 carcasses to improve their meals, which motivated them to work even harder. The construction progress was faster than originally projected. The operation concluded 2 days ahead of schedule. By now, Jiang Han's account held a staggering 920 million in change. This included funds from his bank card, the 18 million earned from selling the golden-eyed white tiger, plus the profits from 10 days of hunting mutated beasts and mining the stream gold deposit. For the first time, Jiang Han truly understood what it meant to stand tall with a full wallet. But compared to those 900 million, the more significant improvement for Jiang Han was that his sole mission, slaying 1,000, was also completed on the very day the project concluded. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission, slaying 1,000. Mission rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, host, for triggering the 3rd phase combat mission, slaying 10,000. Slaying 10,000, eliminate 10,000 units of any kind. Mission reward, additional talent slot *1. Listening to the system prompt in his mind, Jiang Han swept his gaze around to ensure there was nothing that could disturb him. Then, with a few quick strides, he dashed straight to the rooftop of a towering building. With a subtle flip of his palm, a glowing awakening stone appeared in Jiang Han's hand. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, trying his best to calm his racing excitement. Ding! Proceed with the 3rd talent awakening? Yes. Awakening talent in progress. The awakening stone in his hand glowed brighter, its luminescence gradually spreading through Jiang Han's entire body along his arm. Just as usual, when the awakening stone began to take effect, the system's notification sound echoed in Jiang Han's mind. Ding! Detected energy attempting to hinder the awakening process. The energy has been automatically absorbed and stored. Talent awakening completed. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an S-grade talent, Thunderbolt. An S-grade talent. Hearing the system's notification in his mind, Jiang Han suddenly trembled all over. Not due to excitement, but because an extremely powerful surge of electricity abruptly surged forth from his lower abdomen. A fierce stinging sensation accompanied by electric currents sent Jiang Han's entire body into uncontrollable spasms and convulsions. His originally cross-legged posture collapsed into continuous writhing on the ground. Dry, rasping howls tore from his throat. It hurts. It hurts so much. This stinging sensation was different from anything he'd felt during previous injuries. The pain from injuries had always been tolerable for Jiang Han, but this time, this sensation as if every cell in his body were being pricked by needles made his breath hitch unconsciously. Chapter 86, The Combat Boost of an S-Rank Talent. Jiang Han felt as if he'd blacked out. Yet he hadn't completely lost consciousness either. Because he could still perceive his own awareness functioning, capable of movement and thought. Yet paradoxically, his body had slipped beyond his control, and what met his eyes were dense clusters of faint blue light particles. The particles weren't particularly large, resembling fine dust, yet Jiang Han could distinctly sense every single one of them. Jiang Han strained to bring himself closer to those wandering pale blue light points, only to see them suddenly converge toward him in the next moment before merging into his body. The next instant, Jiang Han heard an explosive boom in his mind, and his entire body jerked upright from the ground. The sky had darkened, and a gentle breeze brushed past. Sitting on the rooftop of the high-rise, Jiang Han panted heavily, his mind in complete chaos. It felt as though countless waves of emotion were extending kindness toward him. Jiang Han could clearly sense that this kindness emanated from the faint blue specks drifting sparsely in the air. With merely a thought from Jiang Han, the specks instantly gathered in the palm of his hand, coalescing into a visible orb of lightning. Palm thunder? A sudden thought flashed through Jiang Han's mind, and the next instant, the out-of-control lightning was flung away by him. Boom! The concentrated ball of lightning exploded upon impact with the rooftop wall. Instantly, shattered concrete fragments flew everywhere, but wrapped in his armor as he was, the debris posed no threat to Jiang Han. When the dust settled, all that remained was a pitch-black hole. The roof, cast from reinforced concrete over 30 centimeters thick, had actually been blasted open by Jiang Han's attack? Even Jiang Han himself couldn't help feeling shocked. With his current strength and wielding the soul cleaver, slicing through the rooftop would have been effortless. But the devastation caused by lightning was fundamentally different from what he could achieve with a blade alone. Because this strike was merely the first unleashed by Jiang Han upon awakening his lightning talent. His control over lightning was still rudimentary. Just by gathering the free-floating lightning particles in the air, he had erupted with such destructive power. Given time, if Jiang Han were to fully master lightning, this would undoubtedly become Jiang Han's ultimate offensive technique. Bar none. Excitement. After clarifying the key points, Jiang Han felt nothing but excitement in his heart. Is this what an S-rank talent is like? Before, Jiang Han had only witnessed Li Chongyang's strength. Under the gravity field, the prairie wolves were crushed as effortlessly as tofu. But it was clear that Li Chongyang hadn't fully displayed his power that time. Or rather, that pack of prairie wolves and the Silverwing Wolf King combined weren't even worth one hand of Li Chongyang's effort. They simply weren't qualified to make him go all out. But after personally experiencing the power of an S-class talent himself, he faintly began to understand that feeling. Under such might, ordinary mutated beasts truly couldn't withstand a single strike of his thunder. However, with the talent just awakening, my control over thunder is still too weak. I'll have to find a way to strengthen my mastery over thunder. Uncontrolled thunder not only fails to enhance combat power but can easily backfire and injure oneself. Jiang Han raised his palm, glancing at it. If he hadn't thrown that lightning bolt away quickly, it would have exploded right in his hand. Although his protective gear would prevent any real harm, being struck by lightning still wouldn't feel particularly pleasant. The best approach is to hone your skills in actual combat. That's the fastest way to master control over thunder's power. But the college entrance exam is almost here. It's not too late to wait until after it's over before making any decisions. Jiang Han murmured to himself, then summoned the system panel. He was eager to find out just how much his newly awakened S-grade ability would enhance his combat power. Host, Jiang Han. Combat power rating, 33,465. Level, 10. Strength, 295 agility, 281 constitution, 286 spirit, 354. Experience required for next level, 56, 321/256000. Current talents: S-grade talent, Thunder LV1, A-grade talent, Insight LV3, B-grade talent, Critical Strike Max. Thunder enhances affinity with Thunder element, able to coalesce lightning as an attack method. Current talent proficiency: Thunder 1/10,000/10%. Insight 556/6000, Critical Hit Max. Current martial skill: Earthgrade Superior, 9-fold Thunderblade LV3. Current martial skill proficiency: 9-fold Thunderblade LV3, 5310/8000. Current system space remaining 527/1000. Current mission: Slay 10,000, 7/10,000. Pet: Little White. Stored burst energy: 52,364. John Han's combat power soared by 10,000 points instantly, breaking through the 30,000 threshold. Terror. Is this the power boost an S-rank talent provides? John Han felt a shiver run down his scalp. No wonder anyone who awakened an S-grade talent would be specially recruited by top-tier institutions like Tsinghua and Peking University. Such terrifying combat power enhancement came merely from reaching the first level. If an S-grade talent could be upgraded to its peak, the combat power buff would reach unimaginable heights. But upon second thought, something felt off. Even an S-rank talent shouldn't provide such an outrageous combat boost. If he remembered correctly, when Jiang Jiyu first awakened her talent, her strength only reached peak martial artist level. This enhancement must also correlate somewhat with one's own capabilities. Having just awakened the talent, the practitioner couldn't adapt to this sudden surge in power and naturally couldn't fully utilize it. John Han already possessed considerable strength to begin with, so the later awakening of his thunder abilities was merely the icing on the cake. Another point is that after awakening the thunder, John Han experienced a significant surge in his spiritual power as well. Currently, in terms of numerical value alone, it far surpasses his other three-dimensional attributes by a considerable margin. John Han could only attribute these changes to the fact that mastering the thunder element requires the support of spiritual power. The stronger the mental power value, the more thunder elements one can control. However, that 10% after thunder mastery left John Han somewhat baffled. What does this 10% represent? Progress? Or something else? Several possible directions emerged in John Han's mind, each highly plausible. However, due to his limited understanding, he couldn't pinpoint their exact meaning. And the system showed no intention of offering any explanation. It seems I still need to find a teacher. Some cultivation matters require an experienced mentor to clarify doubts. John Han murmured to himself, but then immediately shook his head. It was still too early to be thinking about these things. There's no rush with the teacher's matter. After the college entrance exams conclude, he'll be able to enter Tsinghua University. The faculty at such top-tier institutions typically possess marquee-level combat strength. They're more than capable of instructing him. John Han's current focus should simply be on maximizing his combat potential. And the amount of energy absorbed during this talent awakening far exceeded his expectations. A full combat power of 52,000 erupts. If John Han activates it, his combat strength can explosively reach 85,000 in an instant. Major martial general level combat power. If John Han were to encounter the golden-pupiled white tiger at its peak now, he wouldn't even need his laser cannon. By activating his explosive combat power, he could match the beast head-on. Chapter 87, The College Entrance Exam begins. John Han retreated back to the iron defense line along with this group of workers. Along the way, he also took on the responsibility of protecting these people. Of course, any mutated beasts encountered during the journey were low-level creatures. They were swiftly dealt with by another squad before John Han even needed to intervene. Earlier, in order to complete his 1,000-kill mission, John Han had thoroughly cleared the mining area and its surroundings of mutated beasts. As a result, just like the miners, this squad faced no danger whatsoever, not even a hint of trouble. They essentially earned their mission pay effortlessly, leaving them immensely grateful to John Han deep down. On the way back now, they ought to contribute some effort, otherwise, it would really be too much. John Han had no idea what was going through their minds. With his hands casually clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely at the rear of the group, all the while rolling a sphere of crackling lightning in his palm. This was a method John Han had devised himself. By condensing a thunderball in his hand and using his mental energy to communicate with and control it, he could sharpen his mastery over lightning elements. The effectiveness of this method is visibly apparent. At the very least, Jiang Han's current mastery over the thunder element is far from the clumsiness of when he first awakened. Thunder gathered peacefully in Jiang Han's palm, with even the occasional stray arc of electricity remaining well within his control. For Jiang Han today, any improvement counts as progress. Before the college entrance exams, success meant ensuring the thunder he summoned wouldn't spiral out of control. With a team of miners in tow, Jiang Han's group moved at a rather sluggish pace. How fast could a bunch of miners, none even reaching warrior-grade strength, possibly go? At this rate, it would take at least 7 or 8 hours to reach the steel defense line. Not to mention having to carry a bunch of mining equipment. Fortunately, Jiang Han wasn't in a hurry either. After completing the work ahead of schedule, he was left with plenty of time. Casually tossing out the thunderball in his hand and blowing up a high-level beast soldier that attempted a sneak attack, Jiang Han silently calculated the damage of this thunderball in his mind. This thunderball wasn't even at full power within the range he could completely control. If Jiang Han were to unleash his full power, the potency of the condensed thunderball could at least double. However, doing so would require Jiang Han to hurl the thunderball within an extremely short time frame to prevent it from spiraling out of control and backfiring on him. Given that even advanced beast soldiers couldn't withstand a single strike from this thunderball, it implied that Jiang Han's fully charged attack possessed enough force to instantly kill a junior beast commander or severely wound an intermediate one. Enough! Since Thunder Force was still only at the first level and Jiang Han's mastery over it hadn't yet reached a refined state, achieving this level of destructive power was already more than enough to delight him. By the time the engineering team returned to the steel defense line, the entire night had passed and daybreak had arrived. Jiang Han wasn't in a hurry to go back. First, he sold the beast materials stripped from the carcasses of the alien creatures in his system space, then found a place to soak in a hot bath. This had been his longest stay in the Wasteland, over 10 full days, and Jiang Han felt as if every inch of his body reeked of sweat and grime. Although he had washed himself at a small reservoir once during that time, how could cold water compare to the comfort of a hot soak? After soaking in the bath and having a meal, he finally took the city train back to Lanshur. After repaying the 45 million borrowed from Uncle Long and others, Jiang Han's account still held over 883 million, with an additional 8 million coming from selling exotic beast materials later. Then he went to pay the individual income tax on the mining proceeds, leaving him with 495 million. That was more than enough for Jiang Han's expenses. There are only 2 days left until the National College entrance exam, and Jiang Han has given up on visiting the Wasteland for now. He figures he can always go after the exam is over. Meanwhile, Xiaobai is still in the Wasteland hunting mutated beasts. Checking the status panel, the little guy has already reached level 8, with combat power successfully breaking through 10,000. At this upgrade speed, he's not much slower than Jiang Han himself anymore. More importantly, the stronger Xiaobai becomes, the more mutated beasts he can hunt, and the more experience points he can share with Jiang Han daily. The stable experience providing machine made Jiang Han feel he ought to treat Little White better. After all, ever since binding with Little White, except for the first couple of days, Jiang Han had basically left the creature to fend for itself. Not only had he failed to provide proper care, but Little White also had to dutifully help him grind monsters for experience without complaint. Maybe before heading to the Wasteland next time, I should buy a tens of millions worth of medals? With money in his pocket, Jiang Han now contemplated matters with considerably more confidence. But all that would come after the college entrance exams, there was no need to dwell on it now. The 2 days flashed by in an instant, during which Jiang Han remained holed up on the restaurant's second floor, devising ways to master his control over Thunderbolt. And now, the college entrance exams were finally about to begin. Following the usual practice, the college entrance exams consisted of cultural subjects first, followed by combat proficiency assessments, spanning a total of 5 days. As for Jiang Han's cultural examination venue, it was conveniently located right in his own school. Before the calamity, the college entrance exams were one of the biggest opportunities for students to change their lives. After the calamity, this remained equally true. The tier of university one entered determined how many job opportunities would await them after graduation. The only difference, however, lies in this. Post-cataclysm universities differ from their pre-cataclysm counterparts. There are universities dedicated to training researchers, those that cultivate technical personnel, and naturally, academies composed entirely of martial artists. Compared to the pre-cataclysm era, modern institutions now focus on highly specialized fields with singular academic directions. Unlike before the cataclysm, when one university had multiple disciplines. Take Jiangjiu's Tsinghua University for example. After the cataclysm, it became the only top-tier martial arts academy in the Celestial Empire, where all instructors were marquises of war. Its sole counterpart was the military-backed War Martial Academy. The War Martial didn't accept public enrollments, recruiting only the most talented and qualified soldiers from the armed forces. Thus for ordinary people, Tsinghua remained the one and only option. As for scientific research, Kyoto University has taken over the teachers previously at Tsinghua, becoming the sole national leader in this field. Tsinghua and Kyoto University, one for literature, the other for warfare. Originally, according to Jiang Han's homeroom teacher, while he lacked talent in combat, his consistently top-3 academic performance could still secure him a place at Kyoto University. But now, choosing between Tsinghua and Kyoto University, Jiang Han still leaned more toward Tsinghua, not only because Jiang Jiyu was there but also due to the system's influence. Old Jiang. Didn't Uncle Jiang come to accompany you for the exam? Dressed casually in a shirt, sneakers, and trousers, Jiang Han walked alone through the school gate when someone tapped him on the shoulder. Turning my head, I realized it was Chang Hao. In the distance, Chang Hao's parents were waving at him, and Jiang Han responded with a smile and a wave of his own. No, my dad went on a trip for some business and hasn't returned yet. Speaking of dad, it had been nearly a month since he left. Normally, even when he went away, he rarely stayed gone for so long. Jiang Han had called him, but the phone indicated his father was completely out of service range. Chapter 88, High-Level Meeting of the Martial Arts Association. Oh. Chang Hao had met Jiang's father a few times. As someone who rarely smiled and spent his days drowning in alcohol, he couldn't say he cared much about his friend's father. At this moment, he just felt Jiang's father was showing too little concern for Jiang Han. On normal days, Jiang Han would rush home after class to cook and manage their restaurant. But now, during his college entrance exams, Jiang's father couldn't even bother to show his face. But in the end, this had nothing to do with Chang Hao, and he couldn't be bothered with it. Dropping the subject, Chang Hao turned excitedly to Jiang and said, "Well, Jiang, I've already talked to my dad. After the college entrance exams, you should apply to Beijing University for pharmacy. When you graduate, come work for my family. By then, my dad will give you a 30% stake in our company. By then, the two of us brothers will run the pharmaceutical company together." Chang Hao was excited, but Jiang Han just shook his head with a smile. He knew Chang Hao meant well, but it really wasn't necessary. Graduates from Jingda University were indeed rare and talented, but he had never heard of any company offering shares right from the start, let alone a 30% stake. Even though Chang Hao's family company had total assets of just 10 million alliance coins. There was no need to even think Chang Hao must have begged his father about this. And old man Chang would only agree to it for Chang Hao's sake. Don't shake your head with your grades, as long as you perform normally, getting into Peking University shouldn't be much of a problem. If you think the shares I'm giving you are too few, I'll go beg my dad for more. At worst, when I inherit the company, I can give you half of my share. Seeing Chang Hao so worked up, Jiang Han could only laugh speechlessly and shook his head again. Actually, I want to apply to martial arts school, Jiang Han shrugged. Martial arts school? Chang Hao was stunned, then grew anxious. Why didn't you mention you were applying to a martial arts school sooner? Taking a potion could significantly boost your strength, allowing you to get into a better school. With your current combat level, what kind of martial arts school could you possibly get into? Taking a potion now won't make much difference anyway, the effects wouldn't be fully utilized at this point. Seeing Chang Hao's anxious expression, Jiang Han instead placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Enough. Wealth and honors are decreed by heaven, no point in overthinking it. Let's finish the cultural subjects exams first, then we'll talk. Rather than worrying about me, you should be more concerned about yourself. While martial arts schools don't place extremely high demands on academic subjects, the requirements aren't exactly low either. Whether you can pass their admission threshold is still another matter altogether. Upon hearing this, Chang Hao's face immediately fell, utterly crestfallen. I've been working hard on reading this past month, okay? Chang Hao muttered to himself, then sighed in exasperation. I'm completely done for. With Jiang Jiyu as the martial arts prodigy and you being this absolute freak in academics, why did I ever become friends with you two monsters? Zhang Han simply smiled without saying a word. Because Jiang Jiyu's academic performance wasn't actually poor, it's just that his martial arts talent was even more outstanding. The examination hall was set up in building number 3, while Chang Hao was in building number 2. Since they weren't in the same building, they parted ways early. The academic exams were actually quite simple, at least for Zhang Han, they were easy. With solid foundations already laid, all that remained was reviewing the familiar to understand the new. In the 2 days since returning from the Wasteland, Zhang Han had been rolling a thunderball in one hand while reading with the other. A quick glance was enough to review the knowledge he'd somewhat forgotten. The 2 consecutive days of exams posed no difficulty for Zhang Han. Even after not studying much for over a month, passing the cultural course threshold for top-tier universities wouldn't be a problem. This was Zhang Han's confidence as someone who had consistently ranked among the top 3 in his grade for years. Take a day off in between, then just wait for the combat assessment. What Zhang Han didn't know was that at this very moment, a group of marquee-level warriors had gathered on the top floor of the martial arts hall. Old Su, this wilderness combat assessment for the students is part of the country's reform decision on martial artist training for the post-apocalyptic era. The documents are already on your desk with all the official seals. Please don't make this difficult for me, alright? A man clad in pitch-black armor, his face hidden behind a mask, sighed helplessly as he watched the elderly woman ignore him completely just a few steps away. The old woman showed no intention of looking at the documents on the table. She merely stared fixedly at the masked man, her voice tinged with coldness. The martial arts reform is your business, it has nothing to do with me. But I know one thing, they're still just a bunch of kids. Nearly 70% of them haven't even reached 1,000 combat power. Sending them to the Wasteland, how is that any different from sending them to their deaths? The old woman showed not the slightest intention of backing down. Many children have no ambition to become warriors at all. Why do you insist on forcing them into the Wasteland? They're not like you. You're talented, awakened with S-grade abilities from the start. Your combat power far surpasses theirs from the very beginning. And what about them? Over half have C-grade abilities, with combat power barely reaching a few hundred, utterly lacking experience in facing beasts. Into the Wasteland? Even if the day truly comes when they must venture into the wilderness to battle those mutated beasts, it'll have to be over this old woman's dead body first. Otherwise, I absolutely will not agree to this. A single elderly woman had actually rendered all 5 people opposite her speechless. An inexplicable silence filled the meeting room. After what felt like an eternity, the masked man finally spoke again. Elder Su, we understand your concerns, but we ask you to understand our position as well. After such a long period of reproduction, the numbers of the aberrant beast species have surpassed previous levels. A month ago, the nation mobilized an apex throne-level expert to venture deep into the wilderness, traveling from land all the way into the sea, only to discover that the marine aberrant beasts were thriving in unprecedented numbers, several times more abundant than 18 years ago. You personally experienced the apocalyptic-level beast type 18 years ago. In that battle, our dynasty lost 2 apex throne-level experts. One of them was Elder Jiang. 16 human envoys fell. Over 100 war gods and martial marquises, along with countless martial generals and warriors, perished. We paid such a heavy price just to barely repel those abyssal monsters. You know perfectly well what our greatest weakness was during the last apocalypse-level beast tide. We simply don't have enough martial artists available for combat. And not just high-level martial artists, even the numbers of low-level fighters pale in comparison to the hordes of sea monsters. If we were evenly matched, how could they dare to act so brazenly? Charging directly from the ocean deep into the heart of the land? At this point, the masked man paused slightly, as if composing himself, and only continued speaking after a few seconds. Let them enter the Wasteland for now. As long as they don't go too deep, they'll only face low-level mutated beasts. Besides, starting from a month ago, both I and my teammates have been clearing out the mutated beasts near the steel defense line. Those powerful enough to cause mass casualties, whether individual beasts or entire packs, have already been eliminated by us. Now letting them enter the wilderness, the mutated beasts they'll face are still within controllable limits. Even if emergencies arise, I and my squad will deal with them beforehand. But if we avoid battle now and wait until the beast hordes erupt, triggering another apocalyptic-level beast tide. The masked man trailed off at this point, his gaze settling on the elderly woman. The old woman also fell silent, lost in heavy contemplation yet visibly torn. Chapter 89, The Innovation of Combat Assessment. Old Sue, we can protect them. As high-level warriors, enjoying superior social welfare is our duty, no problem at all. But when it truly comes to a life-or-death moment for the Celestial Empire, arming the entire populace is absolutely necessary. Who will protect them when the time comes? Starting with a dead-end scenario versus gradually adapting to battles against exotic creatures under our protection, you should clearly recognize the difference, Elder Sue. Protecting them now would only harm their future. His words carried considerable weight. The old woman immediately glared at him upon hearing this. Young man, I was the one protecting you in your youth, remember? What, now that you've surpassed me in strength, you dare lecture me in return? The masked man immediately lowered his head, but bowing his head didn't mean he had surrendered. Thud. The masked man simply knelt down, facing the elderly woman. Then he kowtowed 3 times in succession. Elder Sue, I've always remembered your kindness to me, but this matter is inevitable. You may stop me, but you can't stop the nation's determination regarding this issue. It's already decided that the combat assessment will take place on the Wastelands, and the same goes for other cities. Across the 1,000-mile defense line, all are testing grounds. Unless someone can exterminate all the aberrant creatures from the depths of the ocean, this trend cannot be altered. However, I can assure you that my teammates and I will spare no effort to minimize casualties and losses. After speaking these words, the masked man stood up and walked toward the door, followed by his 4 companions. In the vast meeting room, only the elderly woman remained seated, a slight frown on her brow. Yet she said nothing further, merely letting out a long, deep sigh. Outside the conference room, the masked man entered the elevator with 4 others and immediately began giving orders. There are a total of 21 high schools in Lon City. Each of you will handle 4 schools, and I'll take 5. Invite the principals of these schools to the martial arts hall. The relocation of the exam sites to the wilderness requires coordination from each school's principal. Hearing these instructions, one of the subordinates finally couldn't hold back. Captain, it's nearly impossible for just us to push this through in a single day. Just coordinating intercity trains to transport examinees to the steel defense line requires substantial effort. Additional manpower is also needed for examinee safety during assessments, logistical support, and data statistics. Professor Sue's sighed. The speaking man's voice trailed off as he noticed the masked man turning to look his way. Old Sue has no issues here. Having lived through those turbulent times, she understands the magnitude of conflicts between exotic creatures and humans. If she truly cares about those students' well-being, she should recognize that what we're doing is actually helping them. Additionally, the Freak Materials Market has already agreed to provide full support for this examination. You just need to focus on accomplishing your respective tasks. Also, Li Chongyang, you mentioned before that you saw Cheng Ji's son in the wilderness? Yeah, one of the men responded. If Jiang Han were here, he would undoubtedly recognize it. Just a month ago, when we first started clearing the iron defense line, I was surprised too when I saw him. Why was that kid in the Wasteland? And his abilities are quite impressive. Facing a Lord-level Silverwing Wolf King, he managed to hold his own, a clear sign of great martial master prowess. Then you'll handle the school he's attending, since you've met him and have closer ties. The masked man spoke again. With great martial master level strength and experience roaming the wastelands, safety shouldn't be an issue. Treat him as usual, no need for special favors. Got it, boss. Li Chongyang nodded in agreement and didn't say anything more. Ding. The elevator door chimed before slowly sliding open, allowing a group of people to exit. Jiang Han remained unaware of the nation's reforms regarding combat capability assessments, let alone the proliferation of mutated beasts across wastelands and ocean depths. It wasn't until arriving at school the next day that he finally noticed something was amiss. Old Jiang, what do you think the school's up to? Instead of setting up punching machines for the combat assessment, they're gathering us for a meeting? Chang Hao stood beside Jiang Han, watching as a group of people walked onto the distant platform, muttering under his breath. But Jiang Han showed no intention of responding to him. In fact, Jiang Han noticed a familiar figure among the group of people approaching.
Li Chongyang? What's he doing here?
Based on previous college entrance exam standards, the combat power assessment was quite similar to the martial artist qualification tests conducted at martial arts halls. To ensure efficiency, numerous testing equipment would be set up on the field, and students would participate in batches by queuing up.
But this time, something seemed off.
Because such assessments could be handled by ordinary teachers, there was absolutely no need for someone at Li Chongyang's martial marquis level to oversee it.
What's more, no testing equipment could be seen today.
Instead, neatly arranged stacks of standardized low-grade armor and weapons were placed below the platform. Jiang Han took all of this in, unable to shake the growing doubt in his mind. For some reason, he always felt like something big was going to happen today.
The other students also seemed to sense something was off.
The murmurs continued unabated, even though the teacher kept reminding them to be quiet, yet still couldn't completely silence everyone.
However, this tense atmosphere didn't last long.
Just 2 or 3 minutes later, someone from the group seated on the high platform began speaking. It was their school principal. Jiang Han vaguely recognized him.
Good morning, classmates.
Today is the 4th day of the Gaokao. Normally, the combat assessment should have begun by now, but due to certain circumstances, it will be conducted through alternative methods. Next, Li Chongyang from Woho will explain the details to all of you. The principal handed the microphone to Li Chongyang standing nearby, but Li showed no intention of using it. He simply stood up, walked around the long table, and took his place before everyone.
Hello everyone, I am Li Chongyang.
Li Chongyang's voice was robust and resonant, carrying clearly across the entire venue without the need for microphones or speakers. There was an air of authority and dignity in his tone, and at his command, the previously chattering students fell into complete silence. Of course, Jiang Han was not among them. Others might be intimidated by Li Chongyang, but Jiang Han wasn't. Still, seeing Li Chongyang's grave expression only deepened the suspicion in Jiang Han's heart.
What could possibly warrant such a dramatic move, even delaying the college entrance exams?
Yet in the next moment, Li Chongyang's words revealed the reason behind this spectacle. According to the national reform of the college entrance exams combat assessment method, starting this year, all combat evaluations will be changed to live combat testing. All examinees participating in the test will enter the wilderness, where their combat prowess will be assessed through real battles against exotic beasts.